What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, as always, brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies all year long. Thank you for Main Street Bank sponsoring us. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to find out how to put their team in your office. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday, May 6th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Morning, Johnny Cake Sawville.
Yeah, hello.
And Jason Bishop.
Wesley West turns the music off too soon.
He does.
He turns off the Metallica too
He's
soon.
here in relief of Matt Valdez.
He's got to let it keep going for a little bit.
We'll coach him up a little
That's
bit.
fine.
Yeah, until he actually introduces all of us.
I mean,
then
he's
he
a
can-
Virginia Tech guy.
He's a Hokie, I
He should
know.
let
He should-
Enter Sandman play in perpetuity.
That's what I'm surprised by.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
surprising.
But maybe
Wes-
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like the song.
Yeah.
Wes
I don't
is
know.
here
I don't
for
know.
Valdez.
It's Wesley West.
And Wesley West, as Jason is calling him,
Yeah,
does
Wesley
look like the
Yes, the New York City shooter.
the New York City
What's his
shooter,
name?
Mangione.
Mangione.
There is a
Mangione.
resemblance there.
He definitely
Yeah.
looks
Yeah,
like
like
him.
they definitely could have used him in the lineup.
And I guarantee
you know what
you,
I'm saying? Like all
we're
line
not.
up all
I guarantee you,
the
we're not the only people that have said that.
100%.
Did people say that to you? Have you heard that
Wesley
before,
West.
Wes?
Oh yeah, all over school.
Yeah.
When
Really?
it happened,
But I think-
people were coming up.
I
to
think
me
that's
apart.
kind of good because they were referring to the New York City shooter
like
dude
handsome
as like
or something.
a dashing, handsome fella.
Right?
So I think that's a solid comp.
yeah.
What I think
I mean,
so
you would
too.
take that. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy's infamous, so that part isn't great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But he's referred to as handsome, so that
Right.
part is good.
I mean,
Yeah, there you go, Wes.
it's been a while since somebody called me handsome, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my day, but it's been a while. It's been a
It's
while.
been too long.
I mean, he's 24. I mean,
yeah.
it's-
He's a youngin.
I mean,
He's a kid.
So you've got him, and then you guys used to say I looked like Andrew Cunanan.
You're a dead ringer for Andrew
Well,
Cannon.
especially when you wear glasses.
Oh, when Andrew
Spree shooter.
Cunanan was wearing his big Coke bottle glasses like you used to have, I mean, you guys were like,
Andrew Cunanan.
doppelgangers.
yeah.
So the weather's going to be poop-a-doop-a-doop today, but tomorrow should be. They're calling for some showers tomorrow, but
Yeah.
of course it's first round of the Live out of Trump.
Got it.
All the local sports guys are out there doing live shots. Yesterday I saw that. But I'm gonna. So we get off at 10. I'm gonna get out of here quick, go back home, pick my wife and daughter up, and then hit Trump. So I'll probably be there by like 11:30. I don't even know what
Got
time they
it.
tee off tomorrow.
I'm going to be there at the Live event on
You're going Saturday.
I asked Chris for 7 tickets. He said, done, no problem.
Seven.
Seven
Oh,
is
yeah.
a big ass.
It's a big ass. I felt awkward, but he said, done, VIP.
Who are you rolling with?
With my daughter and my wife, and then we have friends that had texted me and said they were also going. I said, well, I might be able to hook you up. So and I just asked for them
Yeah.
and,
Nice.
as a favor, and he said no problem. But then my daughter heard in New York, and she wants to come down. So I had to send another email yesterday, sheepishly asking now for 8. For one more. I haven't heard back, so I hope they don't.
I'm going to guess if he gave you 7, he's probably going to be able to give you 8.
Yeah, I know.
Most likely.
But I do, honestly, I do feel embarrassed.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've
It
all
is
been in the same
embarrassing.
boat asking our friend Jim Van Stone from Monumental Sports, and he's always
Well, it's one thing
so gracious
to make
and
the
nice.
initial ask, but then
I
when you
know.
go in for that extra one, you come back, you hit them back.
You're
with
going
the
in for
extra
the
one.
re-raise.
The re-raise,
Yeah.
which, I'm not really wanting.
Oh,
I
they
understand.
They don't tee off till 1.
Yeah, which is great.
I didn't know it was that late. I thought it was
think
going to be
that's
in
great.
11. That's perfect.
I think it's great.
Of course, it's shotgun, but that's 1 o'clock's perfect, so I don't have to rush.
So my daughters want to go, and then my friend's daughter, both their daughters, so it's going to be 4 parents and 4 girls. The girls want to go because they want to see Bailey Zimmerman.
Sure.
Right? Who's
Oh, yeah,
performing
yeah.
On Saturday. What time do I take that crew? If I take them at, like, say, 12:31, they get to last for 5 hours
Ooh.
of golf and then a little, maybe a 45-minute
long
concert
day.
or
It's
something
a long day.
afterwards.
You got
I
to
don't know.
pace yourself.
I
You got to bring
figure that out.
sunscreen. You
I
got to
gotta figure that
hydrate.
out.
There's
Yeah.
a lot.
By
There's
the
a
way-
lot of moving pieces there.
By the way, I'm not supposed to say this on air. I was told not to.
oh,
But
but
no.
you're going to anyway.
no, I'm just gonna. This is the person that's also coming on that same day you
Oh,
are.
on that same ticket?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised. He was
He'll-
there
he'll
last time we were there.
He'll be there the same day you're there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad he's not going to be there when I'm there.
I think I know the name
'Cause
that's
that-
on that piece of paper.
That would be a poop show.
Yeah, I understand. Makes,
No,
yeah,
I'm
so-
really looking forward to it. And I told Jason, actually before, and Kix was here too, that what's his name?
Taylor
that we had?
Gooch?
Taylor Gooch was such a nice guy yesterday.
Great guy.
I mean, I had no reason to think otherwise.
Yeah.
But he came in and was just such a down to earth, nice dude that he's got a fan for life.
he's a guy that's easy to root for.
Easy to root for.
Nice guy, OKC fan.
Yeah.
I asked him about Shea. There's a video just of his first half flopping and flailing last night. You should watch it. I tweeted it.
I take your
at
word for
Junks Radio. It's
Look,
borderline unwatchable.
I've watched.
And I love Luca,
But I
who
mean, that's
sells
his guy.
fouls.
Like,
but Shea does it in a different manner.
I know
But
he
he's
does.
an
He's
OKC
on the
guy.
ground all the
He's
time.
born and bred
Thunder
Oklahoma.
fans are going to defend him.
Yeah, of course.
And they're going to just dispute whatever
It's
you
like
say.
me trying to
But-
be objective about Bilal Koulibaly. It'll
Right,
just
right,
never
right.
happen. I'm going to be irrational about that person.
But believe me, I've watched SGA enough. I understand he flops.
Oh, he's a great player.
yeah. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer.
When he hits his mid-range game, now he kind of does a little push-off, but you allow that in the NBA. Mm-hmm. He shoots at a ridiculously high clip, super efficient.
Yeah.
But he's constantly going to the ground like he's been mugged.
Well, and then you saw that Donovan Mitchell was saying last night that he didn't think he was getting enough calls.
Right.
And he says, I don't flop.
you know what?
He goes,
You
I don't flop.
respect it.
Yeah.
You respect it. He'd probably get more calls if he
Right.
flopped.
Yeah.
If he started acting a little bit.
So, I mean, I don't know if he's insinuating an SGA thing, but he's saying, look, I don't just fake it just to get to the line.
Yeah.
If I get fouled, I get fouled.
No, there are a bunch of guys who do it. Joel Embiid does it. Luka does it.
Oh, Embiid definitely
James
does it.
Harden. James Harden used to do the bit where if a guy's hand was out, he just went up for like a three-pointer, which they've tried to rule against. But I'm telling you, go at Junks Radio on Twitter. Check out the video that somebody posted last night. It was just the first half. If you watch the whole game, he just does it throughout.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need to because he's so damn good without it. Now, last night was the first time. This is a bad sign for the Lakers. First time that he's held to under 20 points in forever, right? He had that ridiculously long streak of at least 20 points in a game. Mm-hmm. He had 7 turnovers in a game.
Yeah, it wasn't-
LeBron had a good game,
Yep.
and the Lakers got
they
smoked
still
by
got
18.
waxed.
Yes, they did.
So that's not a good sign when you actually get a subpar SGA game, a good LeBron game. SGA has all those turnovers, and you still get smacked
I mean,
by
that's
18 points.
That is going to be a gentleman's sweep at worst for
Yeah.
the Thunder.
Yeah, unless Luca comes back. Luca comes back and would give him a chance.
Austin Reeves can play better just by looking at the
Yeah.
box.
Yeah.
I mean,
3 for 16 ain't great, is it?
that's not great. I think I could do that.
But Oak City is one. Were they the best defensive team in the league?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean they're going to step it up in the playoffs, especially against the Lakers defensively.
Yeah.
But it's yeah. I mean I need the Spurs tonight to wrap up my 3-game parlay from last night. I had
But your boy Gooch is sized that his team's up 1-0. He's got the courtside seats.
of course.
I did see Liv story yesterday about Bryson DeChambeau. What is he saying? That he's just going to be a YouTube golfer?
He's been saying for a long
He's-
time.
yeah,
It's not really newsworthy. I mean, it's not particularly new. He's been saying for a long time, I'll just play more YouTube golf.
Yeah.
You know, if I have to. Now, I think that's kind of a farce because the YouTube golf thing makes him a ton of money. I mean, he's basically right there with Grant Horvat and the Bryan brothers, like one of the top YouTube, and those guys are making like an insane amount of money. Mm-hmm. But to keep you competitively sharp, you know, you can play all these YouTube golfers in matches. It's not the same as playing in a professional event.
No, your
even though the
skills
guys
gonna
that are playing
erode.
are you're basically professional.
Yeah.
Some of them are ex-professional. Some are like borderline professional. Just playing those guys in like, you know, heads-up matches or even little like 10-man tournaments. That's not like playing in a PGA Tour event.
but if Liv
But
golf,
somehow he has been able to stay relevant. Whereas you have some guys like that have gone over and live, and you know, it is what it is. It's, you know, some of those guys like Dustin Johnson have kind of just like disappeared. Like Cam Smith has like disappeared.
yeah,
Cam Smith was like number 2 in the world,
yeah.
and you know he can't make a cut in a major anymore.
Got that money, just disappeared.
If it just kind
Fell
of,
off
I
the
think he
face of
just
the
goes
earth.
fishing all the time. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, fishing is
I
relaxing.
mean, maybe I would too if I got 150 million.
You'd
I
probably
mean,
be
Dustin
doing some
Johnson
fishing.
clearly past his prime, but yeah, Cam Smith is
In his prime.
he's not the he's
He's
in his prime. In his
I
prime.
mean, yeah, but DJ was still competitive, and then for whatever reason, it's just, yeah, I don't know. But
But and I don't necessarily think Live Golf is going to disappear after this year, but wait and see. But if Live Golf does disappear, why wouldn't the PGA Tour just say, welcome back, all these guys? Come on back.
because they want to penalize them.
I know,
for
but they
leaving.
could easily drop those penalties.
I don't think that they will. I think that
they
if
might.
they come back, they're going to have to pay
I think
a
they
penalty.
might.
And the only ones they really care about at this point would be like Rom
Rom.
and Bryson.
Yeah, and maybe Neiman.
Yeah, Neiman would be
Yeah.
nice to have back.
Yeah.
But they can also earn their way back.
I mean,
they
they've
can
already-
go play a DP Tour World event like
True.
Patrick Reed did, win one, and boom, you're back.
True. But they've already kind of dropped some of these penalties. I mean,
A little bit.
Patrick Reed's coming back. Koepka's obviously back.
Yeah, but they were told at the time by the
I
new
know.
commissioner
I
that
know.
this was a one-time
Yeah,
thing.
I know. But I just think that they can always drop that and say, all right, we got big name players back.
Yeah,
and
I
then
just-
and then
I don't know if they
and
care.
then people will start watching more, so the ratings will go up. More people will go to tournaments. I don't know.
Bryson
I just
did have a good point.
I just think that that's going to happen.
Bryson did have a good point, though, that Liv may have their struggles, but so does the PGA Tour. That's the reason why they're condensing things. They had to go get the outside financing from
John Henry.
from the Red Sox guys.
Yep.
You know, professional golf is not necessarily in an amazing place post Tiger.
It's all private equity, man. Private equity's just
Got to have deep pockets.
yeah. Private equity's
Get in
taking
there,
over the world.
finance it.
Yeah,
mean-
I know. I'll watch it.
I mean, private equity has taken over two of the medical outlets that my family goes to. We used to go to this dermatologist, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the name of him. Mm-hmm. All right, it was a great dermatologist, small, owned by the head dermatologist.
Yeah.
Private equity. She sold to a private equity company. All right, and now they suck. All right, and I told them I'm never going back
The
to you
level
again.
of care went down.
The level of care sucks.
Right, 'cause-
All they want you to do is come back and get your deductible or the what do they call it? The
Copay.
The copays.
Copay, yeah.
They just want you to come back.
Yeah.
And then our dentist, same thing.
Oh,
I'm not going to say the name. It was a small dental office sold to a private equity company. Bigger money. They suck.
okay. You need to find a new
So all these
dentist.
private equities come in, they buy these small practices, and then they suck.
I'm going to the dentist tomorrow for the first time in a while.
Just for like
I'm
a little cleaning job.
I'm a little bit worried. It's been a minute.
Yeah, but you're already well established. Your teeth are solid.
My teeth are pretty good.
I mean,
Generally.
you might have one or two little stragglers. Who cares?
Let's just
a big deal.
fingers crossed.
You're not going to go in there and like need a root canal.
God willing.
Has gum taken out any of your teeth?
Gum? No, I've all,
Because that happened to EB.
all the
You should be
choppers
good
still
to go.
intact. They're a little bit
What
yellow, but
happens
they're
is, just so
good.
you understand, so like when I get a crown, right? Let's say a tooth has a cavity or whatever, you get it filled, and then or just the root, whatever, and they you get a root canal. You put a crown on it. The crown is on top of like old decayed tooth. So if you keep chewing gum or candy or something, eventually the decayed tooth is going to crack, and if that cracks, then the crown falls off. It's as simple as that, right? So they put crowns on a decayed tooth. What's left of a decayed tooth?
Crown.
Eventually, if you keep eating hard candy like me, he tells me all the time,
Jolly Ranchers.
you probably should stay away from it, but you do you. And I just forget.
You know how good a Jolly Rancher is? It's not good for you, but it tastes
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
The sour apple or the blue raspberry.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Yeah, I haven't had one of those in a long
So
time. I'm
good.
going to stay away from those.
it's
Hey,
better if you do.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from those.
Later in the show, we've got Paul Taboni, Jason's guy. Schmoozed with him on Saturday.
The
The
boys
president,
out.
general manager of the Nationals. He will join us at 9 o'clock here in the Junkies. Don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, you know me, it's JP from the Junkies. I'm kind of a weekend warrior. I'm back out running again, which is probably not wise because I start having injuries. A lot of people our age especially deal with them, back spasm, bone and joint pain. I can relate, they slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. The urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, I've seen how much of a difference it can make. Man, it's creeping up on us. We're going to be in Dewey Beach in just a little over a week.
No. Is that right?
No, you're
A
I
little
guess
over
that's
a week.
right.
2 weeks,
weeks.
We go
whatever.
up there Thursday.
a little over a week means
Not
like
next week.
8 or 9 days.
16 days.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 weeks.
It's
buddy.
still creeping up on us.
Actually, 15. We'll
Yeah.
be there on the
It's 2
21st.
weeks, a little over 2 weeks.
May 22nd, we're going to
panicked
be
me.
doing our show Memorial Day weekend starting at 6 a.m. Gets going early, doesn't slow down. You've got B. Mitch and Finley. They're going to be there taking over at 10. So put it on your calendar. Yes, a little more than 2 weeks away.
Right?
Yeah,
Big
there.
difference.
There, you got the calendar
I
right
definitely texted Monty yesterday. Let me pull it up here, see what he said.
now. About what?
Monty, I just, told him we're looking forward to coming out there in a few weeks. I said, looking forward to seeing you in a few weeks. Should be a fun weekend. He said, for sure, starting to get a lot of talk about it in terms of people hearing you all talk about it daily and people that are coming.
Wow.
People telling me they're driving down Thursday so they can be here at 6 a.m. sharp when
Oh,
we
my
start
gosh.
broadcasting on Friday morning.
It's going to be packed.
Oh,
It's
so
gonna
he,
be
so
an
they are
insane
opening.
scene.
So they are opening up at 6 a.m.
They'll be open at 6 a.m. Not sure when the first drinks are going to be able to start flowing. That all depends, obviously,
They'll
on
follow the
local,
rules,
local
whatever the rules
laws
are.
there in Delaware.
but they're going to actually open the doors at 6.
Yes.
I mean, I think
Seems
you
that way.
have to be absolutely insane to be there at 6 a.m., but I'm sure there will be people there.
There will be hardcores there at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I found. So I know Vinny's coming with.
Yeah, I'm
with his
coming
wife.
down to you, B. I'm bringing 3 pair of Crocs because I'll be at the beach.
But Joe P didn't think he was going to be able to make it. Now I hear he's been inquiring more, asking more details.
Okay, very
so now
good.
Joe P may make it down.
Excellent.
Oh,
And
yeah?
I think I'm going to the Mets game. I mean, I have tickets. I guess I'm going to the Mets game in 10 or 11 days or so.
So the Marist Mafia coming down.
Marist Mafia is coming down. I got some from Cornell coming down. Friends are going to be in town. They're coming down.
The Starboard
Let's
is
see.
going to be an insane.
I mean-
it's going to be an insane asylum.
I got one
while
buddy.
we're
He's
there.
like, if it's too crowded, man, I'm not going to be able to. I'm like, dude, I don't know that place when it's not crowded. Like, I don't
Well,
think it'll be crowded at 6 a.m.
It's Memorial Day weekend.
I've
But
never.
like,
I mean, it's-
like
of course
at
it's gonna be
2 p.m.,
crowded.
it's going to be so jacked.
I mean, I was there off season. I'm talking like
Yeah.
in late November, maybe even early December. The last time I
It
was there,
still crowded.
I mean, it wasn't crowded like summer
summer.
level crowded, but it was still hopping. It
No,
was
this
still
is going to
very
be
busy.
summer level crowd.
Yeah, this is going to be like
Peak.
Memorial Day weekend summer crowded.
Right. When did they do the running of the bull? When did they do that? Is that
think
right
it's-
in the
thought that
early
was-
part?
I thought that was July 4th weekend.
I'm not
That's
sure
July
when.
4th?
I'm not sure.
I
That
think.
makes sense. Yeah.
So you're going to the Mets game which day?
Tuesday. I'm going
Tuesday,
to
May 19th.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Vinny would be happy just to go to the bullpen. He
Did you-
literally
did
would
you-
drive down here from Long Island and just hang out in the bullpen.
Hey, I
you get-
love that bullpen. That's where you guys did the Burgundy and Soul party, right? Yeah, I love
No,
the
they didn't
spot.
have the Terra Club tickets. They were already sold or given away
Oh,
to
really?
a client or whatever. And the other days didn't work for
So
me.
you're just going to be in a suite? In the suite?
No, I think it's first base side or something. They're
Oh,
right
okay.
down there, pretty close.
Yeah.
I actually like those.
So jaded. Can't
yeah.
have the Terror Club. So sweet, right?
Yeah.
I've become
Well,
pretty jaded. I'll be
yeah.
honest.
I
Yeah.
prefer of the two. I prefer like right down there, like the first base side, like you're right
Sure.
behind the dugout.
Yeah,
to
the Terror
suites.
Club.
No, not the Terror. The Terror
like
Club is
being
the
out
best.
Yeah, yeah.
I like being like right behind the dugout versus the suite, where I just feel a little. I just don't feel connected to it. You just, I don't know.
The most amazing experience I've had at Nats Park was when I piggyback rided off of B Mitch down to the MGM seats that are literally on the field. Like they're covered like right next to like one of the dugouts. I think it's
Yeah.
the visiting dugout.
Yeah.
But it's like 8 like recliners.
Yeah, I've seen
And then
them.
there's like a wire roof over top so the
Yeah.
foul ball doesn't scream.
It's
in
right.
and hit
It's
your
right.
head.
It's right near where the cameras are.
And you're literally sitting on the dirt track.
That's
Correct.
great.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I need to get back to those seats. That's my goal.
Yeah, I don't think I'll go back to a Nats game if I can't have those Terror Club seats.
Hey, Kicks, I've meant to ask you this. I've
Yeah.
seen this term lately.
Okay, yes.
And you and Drab are experts in soda.
We are. Thank you. I appreciate that acknowledgement, and I agree.
Is Drab at
and
your
I-
level?
Drab might even be above my level, but
above him?
I think we're
No
close.
offense. Yeah, I don't think Cakes is.
He's not in your league.
Well, he's definitely not above and beyond.
Yeah, I think
my league.
we're probably like
I can't imagine
colleagues.
anyone
We're-
drinking more soda than Cakes. Like I don't think I know.
I think I drink
Maybe
I
Big
drink
John
a lot
or
less than I
something.
used to, but I think my soda game and or knowledge about soda is pretty it's pretty
It's pretty
top shelf.
solid.
So here's my question
Yeah,
for both
yeah.
of you, because I've seen this term a
Okay,
lot lately.
yep.
I've never had it.
Okay.
I don't really understand it.
I think I know what you're gonna say. I'm gonna guess that you're gonna say dirty soda.
Exactly.
Okay, dirty soda is the new craze in the soda game.
It is
where
a new craze.
They're just adding more flavors and like unorthodox flavors into your soda. Like
Like what?
you're gonna introduce like a cream into just a regular type of soda. Like I think Mountain Dew now offers like a dirty soda 12-pack. I saw that recently at the Teeter.
It's a Mountain Dew cream.
Mountain Dew cream soda, like hybrid.
I thought we talked about this a couple
We
weeks
did,
ago on
yeah.
the show.
It's just like add-ins, like creams and like maybe
Coconut.
like types of candy
coconut.
and
It
other.
started in Utah. It's
Coconut heart thing.
yeah,
I don't love coconut either.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
but yeah, they're massive pop-ups all over the place of this
Yeah.
new hot thing of dirty soda.
I mean, it's not the same, but it's kind of like when people just make their own mixes almost.
I like me a coffee soda hybrid. Like if I drink an iced coffee in a large glass and there's a little bit of residue of the iced coffee, it's great to pour a soda then onto that ice.
Little Coke Zero in
Because
there.
then you get a little bit of that coffee, that coffee rush melded in with the soda.
Caffeine on top
And
of caffeine.
it is.
I'm not
chef's
sure
kiss
we
good.
talked about it, but McDonald's, I guess, said they're doing away with the self-serve sodas, right? Did you guys see that? Did I hear that correctly?
I did not see that, but
They're
I mean,
tired of giving them away.
I think
Maybe
they
that
say
makes
that too many
sense.
people are just going in there and just stealing sodas.
oh, I thought you were going to say that they were going to get rid of fountain soda, and then I was about to flip this table over
Well,
because a
the
fountain soda
self-serve.
from McDonald's is amazing.
Right.
Well, they're
but-
adding a bunch of drinks.
Yeah.
So they're adding 6 permanent specialty drinks:
Okay.
strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, blackberry passion fruit, and then they've added Sprite Berry Blast, Orange Dream, and Dirty Dr Pepper.
I mean, this is right up my alley.
So they
This is
finish them
perfect.
with cold foam.
I love cold foam. Cold foam on top of a nice coffee, so delicious.
When you order a soda, are you particular about it? Like I always say, light ice.
No, I'm not
can't,
that particular.
I can't let them just fill it up with ice and put 2 ounces of soda in there. Like
That is upsetting,
that
but I do
is
need a certain
so
amount of
infuriating.
ice. I can't put just like an eighth of a cup of ice in with my soda
That's what
because
I like.
then by the time I do drink it pretty quickly, but usually then it just melts
too
all the
warm
ice.
for you?
Just melts the ice.
Yeah.
I still need to have some ice in my soda as I'm drinking it.
Yeah.
I sometimes will text Danny Rouillet
Yeah.
from the Grant and Danny show because for whatever reason, when I pour my ice, I mean, I know the reason. Years ago, when they would have people rate their lunches or they
Yeah.
would call in, I forget what they titled the segment.
Yeah.
Where people would call in and say what they were eating.
Solid
and then
segment.
Grant and Danny would
Yeah.
rate how good
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Danny described what for him was the perfect amount of ice.
Okay.
I think it was like 25 to 30%
Yeah,
ice.
I think a third of a cup of ice.
But he
is
described it in
perfection.
almost too
detail.
much.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I go to a machine and it just pours out, I think of Danny. Like, oh, I went way over the Danny
And
limit.
I like
Well, you pour it out,
for
right?
whatever reason.
Yeah.
This is weird. I like the pellet ice instead of the big cubes. I like crushed ice, pellet ice.
Pellet ice
That
is
one I
good.
think
Yeah.
would melt quicker.
It might. I just like the aesthetics of it, the way it looks in the cup,
Right.
which is kind of weird, but this is just me. This
I
is who I am.
I like 2 types of sodas: ginger ale, Diet Coke. That's it.
That's it?
I don't need coconut, foam, milk. I don't want
I
any
like
of
me a
that.
ginger ale.
Ginger ale, Diet Coke.
Ginger ale is very good.
Love it.
It's pretty boring.
I like.
You don't like a
Coke-
Dr. Pepper every
What about
once in
a
a while?
Coke
I haven't
Zero?
had a Dr. Pepper in
I think I've talked about this.
30 years,
I
probably.
have to really be careful. I try not to get it that much anymore because I am trying to, be sexy. But if my number one favorite soda in the world
Yeah.
is a blueberry soda from Cava. They have a blueberry.
I can see the
whatever it
merits of a
is.
blueberry
Now,
flavored soda.
It's very sweet.
I'm sure it is.
I mean, I would think it would rival any soda in terms of sweetness. So it's really kind of.
now,
They have a craft soda game.
on the
Yeah.
other end of the spectrum, like Jason, I wanted to hurl the other day when I came down the aisle, and on the end cap, I saw Dr. Pepper's new offering, creamy coconut.
I'm not a
Creamy
Coke-
coconut. I wanted to take the 12-pack and just smash it down on the floor and
Not
have
a coconut
have
guy.
the soda spray everywhere. But I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, because we live in a society,
So,
we have rules. We don't need chaos.
I thought of Mar yesterday. As we're speaking of sort of fast food joints. I'm sure you guys saw the story where the Chipotle boss is responding to customers that have been criticizing for years now the shrinking
Okay.
burrito bowls,
Yeah.
the shrinking burritos. And I know Mar has been ahead of that game. You've been on that for a couple years now, right?
Yeah, I have no problem bullying the bully.
Well, I think that's what he said to do. He said if customers have a problem,
Yeah.
just ask for more.
Just
Yeah.
ask
He
for-
said
Ask
they'll
for
give
more.
it to you.
They'll give it to you.
And I think also the life
Yeah,
hack
what do
there
they
too
care?
is I would never do this. I wouldn't be this bold. Is to film them. A lot of people just go into
Yeah.
the film them while they're
to shame them. shame
you
you.
film shame them.
No, I would never film them. But I just have no
Do you
problem.
say, hey, a little more?
Yeah, just ask for double.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
why would the workers care? They just throw another scoop in
a lot
there.
of times I'll go to Cava, and I do like the olives.
Yeah.
And I'll say,
I do like me an olive too.
so when I go through the things, you get
Yeah.
the tomato, cucumber, or whatever, and I say, can I put some olives on there? And
Yeah.
I like the olives,
Ship
please.
'em. Ship the
and
olives.
they put one scoop, and it's like 4 olives. And I go, no, can you put a little more? And they put like 2. And I go, no, just keep it coming.
And they
I
had
like,
no problem doing it.
Yeah, but they kind it depends on the person. But I like 30 olives.
He
I
probably
don't
been
want,
trained
yeah, I'm sure
to give
that-
you a certain number.
They also
Probably.
they're also in a hurry and they're annoyed. Can you imagine you're there 8 hours a day and you're scooping olives for people
Yeah.
all day?
It
I
would
get
get
it.
annoying, yeah.
No, but I want probably like 4 scoops, not one with like 3 olives. That ain't olives. I need like 4.
Sometimes I'll be at like if I'm at a bar and I'm ordering a beer that doesn't have olives in it, I'll ask the bartender, "Can you hook me with like 4
extra.
olives on a little tiny sword? Just hook me." And
for a
they
beer,
generally
for
do.
a beer.
I just eat it as as I'm drinking my beer. I'll just pop a few olives in.
That's
That's a
your
little
move. That's your move.
Yeah, it's good. It's
Okay.
delicious.
I didn't know that's a thing.
Green olives though, the green.
Yeah.
You know, like black olives.
Black olives are the devil's vegetable.
Oh, I love-
I'll never
I
eat
like
black
all of
olives
them.
ever again. If I see black olives on a pizza, ruined. Pizza ruined.
Oh, yeah.
Even if you take them off, you don't even like the residue.
You can't take the flavor that's been
Yeah.
baked in with the black
Yeah,
olives.
because they
off.
melt into the cheese.
It just
You can't do
it's
that.
there. That
I'm
pizza's
with
ruined.
you. I'm with you.
All right, can I ask you a quick question?
What?
I know we're gonna-
What?
Yes.
So
What, Richie?
So I think Barstool's doing some bit where they're giving away a car or something. Did you see this? I know Mars into this younger person, right?
No.
My son. So anyway, it's one of those deals where they have like 15 guys or whatever. And the longest person to hold on to the car, to touch the car,
Yeah,
touch
okay.
another person or whatever.
Sure.
Whoever's the last one standing.
I
So-
missed the emceeing bit that Cakes and I would do over at
So-
the car show
yeah.
for that. That was
So
easy
actually,
money.
I think this one is. I think he said they're giving away 30 grand. It might not
Okay.
even be a car. I think
pretty
it's
good.
30 grand.
30 grand.
So
Everybody
my,
can
my
use
son's
that.
home this week. He had a dead disappointment or whatever. Had to be home, so he's just staying the week and chilling. I think he might be leaving tomorrow.
Hope his teeth are better than yours.
His teeth are better than mine. He said he would win that car in 2 seconds. It wouldn't be a problem at all. He said, I would just
Because-
poop my pants.
They actually give you bathroom breaks though.
No. But to
Drive others
drive the
away.
other
drive
people
everyone
away.
else. I'm just poop my pants. Just tell
Brilliant.
everybody, I'm just gonna poop my pants, and I'm just gonna keep pooping it, and I'm gonna be around you guys. And I think is it
Why
is it a
can't they
deal
just?
where
Why can't
you-
the people just move away from?
maybe they can
move
but
to
is
the
it-
other side of the
Mar,
car?
Is this particular contest where you have to touch another person,
Yep.
or have to just have your hand on the car?
Usually it's hand on the car.
I know.
at
I
all
think this is a
times.
little
This one
different.
has a different.
Do you know what
tweak.
this one is?
I thought you just had to have your hand on the car.
Okay, if whatever it is, he said, I'm just gonna poop my pants.
Like
Yeah.
they could move to another portion of the car as long
Yeah.
as they kept their hand on the
And
car
I'll
the
just,
whole
he
time.
says, I'll just
That's-
walk around
that's
them.
simple.
I'll
Yeah.
just be near them the whole time, and it's going to be
So
wretched.
he would just follow them.
Yes, and it would be wretched.
Yeah.
He said, but I would win the 30 grand.
Oh, okay.
That's quite a plan. That's an original
He
plan.
should get into it. Get
Could
into
he
that
poop
contest.
his pants? It'd be kind of hard to actually poop your pants.
It depends.
I
know what I
think it would
mean?
be hard for me to release.
Yeah.
Like if you didn't have to.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, because
If you
just
did it
the horror
willingly?
of it.
Yes.
Now I said, listen, dude, this could backfire on you because you're the one holding it.
Right.
And he goes, no one's going to want to be around me.
That is true. It's a very good point.
It's not a bad strategy. It's kind
Could
of an
you
all or
execute
nothing
it, though?
strategy. It's an all or nothing.
Yeah, it's very.
But it might be worth the 30K.
yeah. He's pressing the nuclear button.
You press the nuke.
Well, and he would
your
have
pants.
to wear shorts too, so people could see it coming down his leg.
Well,
Oh,
it's
that's
can
a little
you imagine the
graphic.
scent if a guy
yeah, but
next to you
it would be stronger if he wore shorts.
Yeah,
and you're just
that is
there
true.
for hours. You think you could handle that?
No, I couldn't.
I don't think you could. I think people would bail.
I'd be
Man,
out
this
in 2
segment took a
seconds.
weird turn.
I know when Cakes and I
Shocker, Bickle brought it up.
when Cakes and I went to the car show, there were like 7 or 8 people still holding on to that thing at the end, and then they
mean-
did some sort of random
Yeah,
drawing.
then they just draw names
At
out of
the
a hat
end.
at
Yeah,
that
that's
point.
terrible. That's terrible.
so a lot of these people can keep their stupid
Well,
hand
that's
on
because
it.
they do give them the breaks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Washington Auto Show. I miss those checks.
I know.
Miss those checks.
It's a
coming
good
in.
side hustle.
Yeah.
Who had them as a client?
Yeah.
Somebody dropped the ball.
I mean, they still do the auto show, which we don't do it anymore.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, we'll open up the Junkies sports page, fill you in on the NBA, the latest with the Washington Nationals. Remember, Paul Taboni, the president of baseball operations, he'll jump on at 9 o'clock here on The Fan.
All right, guys. What if selling your home felt more predictable, more controlled, a lot less stressful? You have the right strategy in place. Serious buyers walking through your door, not wasting time. Well, that's exactly what Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Empowerment Team with Keller Williams bring to the table. They're not just going to put a sign in the yard, hope for the best. They build a strategy specifically designed to get your home sold. From pricing it right to creating demand to negotiating, every step is intentional. That's why homes sold with Reynolds Empowerment Team sell 2 times faster than the average agent. That means fewer days on the market, fewer disruptions in your life. It's also why their sellers net 4.2% more on average. What does that mean? Well, for many homeowners, that could translate into $30,000 more at closing. That's more money, more control, all in your pocket. So sell with certainty. Hit up my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Empowerment Team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
All right, let's open up the Junkies sports page, Bish Bucks. It's brought to you by Open Road.
Yeah, great friends over at Open Road Distilling. Of course, you can catch all their darker liquors, the Maple Old Fashioned, the Independence Bourbon, the whiskey, all in Northern Virginia ABC stores. Hey, so ESPN, I don't know exactly who put this list out, but they did a post-draft power ranking. Mm-hmm. And they kind of adjusted it because they did one right after free agency, and then they did one right before the draft, and then they did one right after the draft. So where do you think they've got the Manders?
I heard
On just the draft haul?
No, the overall
power
team.
rankings, overall team post draft.
I heard one. I thought it was just the defense, though, but it was annoying. It had them ranked 30th.
I thought they were 26th in some poll that we did. So I
think that was CBS, but yeah.
I'm going to say in this latest iteration, I'm going to go 24.
Actually, I think that was Pete Prisco's, wasn't
I think it was
Yeah,
Prisco.
Prisco. I'm going to say 24.
I know somebody had them ranked 30th defensive.
I'll say 20th.
Well, ESPN has them 19.
Ooh,
There we go. It was
top
close.
20. Okay.
19 at just overall power rankings.
Overall power ranking.
I think that's fair.
That's just outside the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's not great, but it's not horrible. You know what I mean?
I mean, 19's higher. Isn't that pretty? That's higher than you would have guessed.
It's higher than I would have
Yes.
guessed, but it's not great because,
No, it's
again,
not
it's
great.
outside the playoffs.
Sure,
it's a
sure.
non-playoff team. It's
Sure.
not a lot of respect, but it's better than 30th or 26th.
But
or,
these other rankings we saw were in the 20s or maybe 30. Yeah.
that's to Prisco's point, though, that he doesn't think there's a huge difference between like 15 and 28 or something.
Yeah.
You know, they're kind of interchangeable, those teams.
But I guess the people at ESPN, they kind of like what they've added in free agency. They obviously like their draft with Styles and with Williams, so they got them 19.
I mean, don't you think at the end of the day, they're probably not, going to go on the run that they did in 24, right? When they won 14 total games. And they're probably not as bad as they were last year when everything went wrong.
Right.
They're
They're probably right in the
somewhere
middle.
in the middle,
Yeah.
barring some good fortune.
They have them.
That makes sense.
They have them right ahead of the Colts and the Steelers and the Panthers, who went to the playoffs last year.
yeah.
If James healthy for 17 games, which seems like a stretch based on last season, they should be a contender.
On the outside looking in.
So I just thought that was interesting that you guys would get a little kick out of that. 19 on the power
Well,
rankings.
I think 19 is better than I would have expected.
19 is solid.
But I think
Take
if you really look at it last year, I mean, just everything went wrong.
All right, so following a 2-day trial, the jurors at the Dedham District Court, I guess that's in Boston, yesterday found Steph Diggs not guilty
And it took them about 2 seconds to deliberate, right?
on charges of felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault and battery. Diggs faced those charges in connection with an alleged December 2025 incident. Allegedly, it happened December 2nd.
I mean, you realize that was
With
just
his
like
private
5 months
chef.
ago. It was just like 5 months ago, and it's already in. I mean,
Yeah.
they went with that
Yeah.
to court in the.
Well, I was watching.
quickness.
I was watching this trial. I watched it like an hour of it live yesterday, and this woman, Jamila Adams, she just looked crazy. She looked psycho.
She did.
She did, and she would argue with the defense attorneys, with Diggs' defense attorneys, and then she wouldn't answer the questions, and then the judge would say, "Miss Adams, please just answer the question," and then she would just go off on a tangent and start yelling. And then she finally said, okay. And then she would answer the question. And then the defense attorney would ask her follow-up questions, and she'd do the same thing.
Just kind of unstable.
It's just a farce.
And
it was a farce.
It was a farce.
Yeah.
And everyone, I was just looking at the chat. Everyone's going, oh, this is going to take 20 seconds for a not guilty verdict.
Yeah.
Diggs didn't look concerned at all. His attorneys would kind of write notes back and forth. They were just kind of laughing about
Was he
certain
chuckling?
things. He wasn't, but the attorney was. Yeah.
The attorney knew it was a layout.
So here's what I found
And-
interesting.
And she claimed that he attacked her in
Right.
her room and slapped her and strangled her, although there was no signs of it.
No
physically-
evidence.
Physically. She had her phone with her. She said, the defense attorney said, did you take pictures of your injuries? She said no.
Yeah. Well, then I know that there was video that went viral that they say the same day after the alleged incident, she's like dancing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Looked perfectly happy.
Yeah. They talked about that too.
Yeah. What struck me is immediately all of the Commanders guys online and on YouTube and they're throwing out there, all right, it's on now.
Yep.
It's on. Take the any breaks you might have thinking about Diggs.
I mean, he has to be considered. He's a free agent just floating out there waiting to be signed by somebody.
Oh yeah.
You said they had enough, though, EB.
No. I said you could always add. That's why I had a problem with the word enough. You can always add.
Yeah, well, he'll get snatched pretty quickly, I would think. They were just kind of waiting for this.
I would think Washington would kick the tires
Bring
on the idea.
Diggs home. Bring him back where he belongs.
What did
where it all
New England
started.
pay him last year? What did they pay him, like $6 or $10 million?
I'd
or
have to
something?
look
They
it
didn't
up.
pay him
I
like a
don't-
ton, right?
I don't know exactly how much he made in New England.
Maybe he made more than that, but
All right, so we got the NBA lottery coming up in 4 days.
Well, that's
Well,
soon.
the NHL draft lottery was last night, and the Caps, I think they finished last in the lottery.
I think they're picking 16th, I believe.
Yeah, they're picking 16th. The Maple Leafs got the top pick. I'm not sure if they were the best odds to get the
No,
top
they were
pick.
fifth.
They were 5th. I saw the San Jose Sharks got the second pick. They were the 9th. They had the 9th
Man. The underdogs
ranking
are jumping up.
to get the top pick, and they got the second pick.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Caps will draft 16.
Getting back to Diggs for just a second, he signed a 3-year deal with the Pats, but it's only about what is guaranteed at signing. He got 16.6 to sign. Total guaranteed money, 22.6. Mm-hmm. So pretty good money.
Yeah.
what
Was he
it?
there 2 years or
I was there 1 year.
I think he was only there 1 year, correct?
So what is
2025.
So what does it break out
His
to for
total
1 year?
guaranteed money was 22.6.
Oh, so he got 22. That's a lot of money.
Yeah,
It's a lot of dough.
That's way more than I thought.
All
Way
right,
more.
NBA playoffs last night. We kind of talked about it. The Thunder take a 1-0 lead over the Lakers, beat them by 18, 108-90.
By the way, did you guys see the video of Jared Vanderbilt's gruesome finger injury?
I just saw the backside of it. I didn't see what happened to the finger.
So he completely
Dislocate?
dislocated his right pinky. So it happened right near the Thunder bench. And when the guys who were on the bench saw it, they scattered like cockroaches when you turn a light on. Like they were terrified.
They were shook?
They were terrified by the visual.
Right.
So like I couldn't see what his hand looked like, but I saw the reaction from about a half dozen Thunder guys on the bench. It must have been really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, he was doubled over in
So it
pain
was just
too.
going like that,
I guess it was probably
dangling.
just pointing like
Yeah,
it's probably
yeah.
just pointing this way instead of straight up.
Yeah, that's bad. So they take a 1-0 lead, 108-90. The Pistons beat the Cavs 111-101. So they take a 1-0 lead in that series. Tonight, you've got two games. You've got Game 2 in the Garden in New York, Knicks Sixers.
they've just been rolling the last 3 games.
Yep.
By the way, props to Timothy Chalamet for passing on the dumb Met Gala where he would have to go and dress like a weirdo, and
Thank
for
you,
going
Cakes.
for going and watching the Knicks in the playoffs instead.
Yeah, I
He
saw
said,
a video of
he said,
Travis Kelce showing up.
I've got my priorities.
He's- yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
it
ridiculous.
It wasn't Travis Kelce.
It wasn't?
You fell for online clickbait.
Okay, I didn't even click on
I
it.
believe it was Sam Smith, the
Oh, yeah.
singer,
Yeah.
who kind of
What was he-
resembles Travis
Yeah,
Kelce.
but you saw The Rock. The Rock was like wearing a skirt. I mean, it's just
No,
it's
I just saw the
absurd.
clickbait. I didn't
Well, I mean,
see
some of the
Rock.
guys that were there, Joe Burrow, he wore just the regular suit. He looked normal.
Good on
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Good on him.
But some of them wore some stupid.
Yeah.
Although some of the girls, they looked silly. Lindsey
course
Vonn,
they did.
Lindsey Vonn looked all day.
She did.
Yeah.
I feel bad for her, man.
Was she
She's
on crutches?
grinding that rehab.
She was not on crutches. She
Wow,
was
good for her.
walking without a limp. From
That's
what
excellent.
I saw.
No way.
From what I saw. I was watching the red carpet, brah.
I know you were
I
watching
watch
the
the
red carpet.
updates all the time. And it's like
Unless I missed it.
You
Why
love
do
red
you-
carpets.
Yeah, why do you love red
He's
carpet?
fascinated
so
by
much?
them.
Because my daughter was watching it. I didn't even know what was going on, and she put it on.
Gotcha.
But the pictures, the athletes, I just saw pictures online. I
Yeah.
didn't see, Vaughn was the only one I saw on the red carpet. Richie.
All right, I fell for the clickbait.
all
I didn't
right.
click on it. I mean, I literally
Was
saw
not
it as a
Travis
thumbnail.
Kelce. Yeah.
So so we cover that. So we got the 2 games tonight in the NBA playoffs. Nats got pummeled last night by the Twins, 11-3. Cavalli got the loss. He gave up 6 runs. How many were earned? 3 were earned.
I haven't checked. Were they dead last in team ERA?
Although he had the error that's his.
Yeah,
I believe
It
that
should be earned if it's your error.
that's right.
You know what I
That's
mean?
what I was going to say. It was his error. Allowed a couple runs, and they scored 3. So they lose 11-3. Taj Bradley got the win for the Twins. He's now 4-1 with a 2.87 ERA. So they couldn't really touch him. So James Wood had a hit, but he struck out twice. He's got 56 strikeouts. He's hitting 232. Remember, he went on that little bit of a run,
Yeah.
8 to 10 game stretch where he was killing the ball. And, he's still hitting the ball well, but he's striking out too much. Got to cut down on those. He had 226 strikeouts last year. I think he's on pace for about 250 this year.
That's a lot.
So the
Definitely
Nationals
need to cut down on
are
that.
27th in team ERA, and then their fielding is pretty bad too.
I think they're dead last in fielding.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just double check updated
I
statistics.
think they have the most errors of any team in the Bigs.
dead last. So that's not a good combination. Team ERA 27th, team fielding percentage 30th.
I guess those extra drills that Butera's putting them through haven't really borne fruit yet. I mean, he definitely has addressed it within the last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's obviously the Twins game 2 tonight, 6:45. I believe Michaelis is going for the Nats. He's 0-3 with an 8 ERA. And Bailey Ober going for the Twins. He's 3-1 with a 3.5 ERA. So it's going to be another challenge for the Nats. And then they play the third game of the series on Thursday. I believe that's a day game.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, the number one pick in the NFL draft was Fernando Mendoza. Is he going to be a hit? We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. Hey, baseball's back, and there's a great way, really the only way to celebrate, with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside. We love it here on the Junkies. Surfside's a perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside's only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
After back-to-back 10 strikeout games, you hope that Cade Cavalli could have done 3 in a row, but that was not the case. A 4-run, 40-pitch top of the fourth ended up doing Cavalli, and the Nationals couldn't make up the deficit in their series opener versus the Twins. They dropped last night's matchup with Minnesota 11-3. The Toronto Maple Leafs won the NHL draft lottery last night, earning the chance to select Penn State phenom Gavin McKenna, who's expected to be picked number 1 overall. The Caps will choose 16th overall in the NHL draft. They did not change their position after the NHL draft lottery. Washington had 5 of the 1,000 possible combinations, giving them just a 0.5% chance of moving up. Now, the Caps also own the Anaheim Ducks first-round pick as a result of the John Carlson trade, so they will have 2 selections to kick things off. For the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Don't forget Paul Taboni, president and GM of the Washington Nationals. He will join us coming up at 9 a.m., so just about 2 hours from now.
Can you just tell me real quick, when you hung out with Taboni, what was it, just 15 minutes or so before a game? Mm-hmm. And that was down on the field, or you went up to his suite?
No, it was on the field. He was, I think he was in the locker room, and he came out of the dugout, and I was just kind of hanging out there with James Wood's dad, waiting for batting practice, which never happened.
Right.
They just did fielding. So I watched fielding. It was fine. And, so he came out. We talked for 15 minutes.
He's easy to talk to. I wasn't here when he was in studio.
Yeah, good dude.
Yeah.
Good.
He was in studio?
No,
He was in studio.
We were
No,
at Nats Park.
we were at Nats Park.
Yeah,
Vice
yeah.
versa.
For
Either
his
one. I
intro.
wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was when he was introduced.
Very down-to-earth, chill dude. Nice
Yep.
guy.
So number 1 pick in the draft was Fernando Mendoza. Magical year for him. Wins the Heisman, wins the national championship, has the scramble touchdown, kind of an iconic play, and then becomes the number 1 pick for the Raiders. Do you think he's going to be really good this year?
Really good this year? No.
I don't even know if he's going to start.
I don't know
Do you
if
think he's going to be really good ever?
I'm not sure about that, but for him to be really good as a rookie on a terrible Raiders team, I know they're trying to turn things around, but you're not turning that ship around in one off season. I don't think he's going to be good this year. I think you should play him from week 1, just get him out there, get him the experience. I don't know what waiting 7 or 8 weeks behind Kirk Cousins is going to do
Well, it depends.
as far as his development is concerned.
I think it depends on how well the guy knows, has a grasp of the offense, picks all that up. And
I mean, he
becomes
seems like a
second
very
nature to him.
diligent and smart guy. I'm going to guess he has a good understanding of the offense by the time training camp rolls around. You would hope.
I
that's the
don't know.
case.
I don't know how long it takes somebody to learn like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And he's in a tough division, too. He's got to play the Chargers and the Chiefs. He's got to play the Broncos.
Yeah,
But we have no idea when
they're
he's
going
going
to
to
finish-
start. I mean,
they're-
Cousins could start for the first 6 to 8 weeks.
they are going to finish last in the AFC West. That's basic. I think that's pretty much a guarantee. Unless Patrick Mahomes isn't ready and the Chiefs, play 15 games without him, which I don't think is going to be the case.
Cam Ward played from day 1, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, the Titans didn't play well last year. Cam Ward had a low completion percentage, but I think you do develop better by playing.
Yeah.
So I'm with you, Cakes. I don't think that's what they're going to end up doing, though,
I don't think so either.
because I think coaches get in there and got a brand new coach. They want to win some games, and they probably can win more games early with Kirk Cousins under center.
I mean, unless Mendoza just beats Cousins out in camp, which I don't think is going to happen. I guess it's possible, but I don't think it's going to happen.
So I feel like
I would expect Cousins to start for at minimum a month, if not longer.
yeah, and I mean if Cousins is healthy, I mean he could go for a bit. You have no idea. So I feel like Andrew Luck in sort of like the last 15 years or so was like a can't misser, like for sure. Right? But you had questions I think about Jared Goff, about Baker Mayfield, about Kyler. Maybe Joe Burrow was pretty close to people pretty confident. Lawrence, people were very confident about, but it's kind of worked out. Bryce Young, Caleb, I would put him in that Bryce Young, Caleb, Cam Ward. I mean, Caleb's distanced himself a little bit from those guys, but I'd put Mendoza in that camp.
Where would
He's out in the
Mendoza be
luck
drafted? People think that the draft from a couple seasons ago, which included Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels and Drake May, Bo Nix and Penix, where would Fernando Mendoza go?
Maybe around where Bo Nix went.
Yeah, I would say.
Would he
maybe
go
the
ahead
fifth.
of any of those guys?
I think so.
Maybe
he could have
maybe
gone.
Bo Nix.
He could have gone
Because
ahead
he's
of.
bigger than Bo Nix.
He could have gone ahead of Penix or Nix.
But you wouldn't put him ahead of Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May.
No.
In terms of potential.
No.
I wouldn't.
He would have probably been
The thing that he has-
at best the fourth pick or the fourth drafted quarterback there.
The thing that he has, and look, the other three might have him too. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, 1, 2, 3 in the draft a couple seasons ago. He seems to have that incredible work ethic from everything you hear about.
Which I think is
And I'm not
massive.
saying that those other guys don't. They may have it.
Yeah.
But Mendoza, that seems to be one of the biggest things. Like, he's just a football nerd.
Totally.
He's big, man. He's a big dude.
And that's going to work obviously in his favor, but I'm just looking at their depth chart at wide receiver.
It's awful.
I mean, he's
Now, he's got Brock Bowers.
He does have Brock Bowers, a premier tight end, no doubt about that. But he's going to be throwing the ball to Jack Besh in year 2, Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor, who was signed away from the Vikings via free agency. Like, they need to add some firepower at the wide receiver spot. I feel like for him to have any sort of shot.
And then Genty has to step up this year.
He's got to be a superstar. They have to build the entire offense around him. I feel
Yeah.
like at least while
Well,
he's
and then
developing.
Bowers has to stay healthy. He was banged up all year last year.
He had a knee issue last year.
No, they were trying to say, like, Linderbaum being there is a big deal. A center and the quarterback.
I mean,
But I agree with you. You need some receivers.
I mean, I'm looking at this team has all the earmarks to me of a 5, maybe 6 win season in 2026. Like I don't see how they could ever get higher than that.
That might be generous.
That could be generous. They could win 3 or 4 games. I'm expecting them
I
to
think
be
they're going
bad
to win more
again.
with Cousins there. They're going to win more than 3 or 4 games.
I just don't know how much
And-
they're going to play Cousins. You seem to think that they're going to play him for at least a month out of the gate. Maybe that's the case.
I mean, I would.
What if you play Cousins and he actually plays pretty well? There's no real reason to bench him,
yeah.
right? What if he plays okay and he's not the reason why they're losing?
Yeah, I don't know what their plan is, but if he's playing well and they're winning some games, why would you bench him?
Yeah. I'm not saying
Let Mendoza
even if they
sit-
lose, but he's playing fine.
Yeah.
You also
I
don't know what you're going to get out of the new head coach, right?
Out of Kubiak?
What?
Yeah.
Of course not. How do you know what to get out of a first-year coach? But they've got their franchise quarterback.
Put it this way. I don't
They
think
hope
that,
they have
I don't
him.
think
Well,
anybody
they think they do. I mean, they drafted him 1-1.
I don't think anybody though would say he's a guaranteed superstar.
No.
Nobody's going to say it. I'm not even sure if I'd put superstar on the list of possibilities for him. I put him at like his possibility, like his ceiling.
It's hard to become a
hard to
superstar. I
know.
mean, you just listed a bunch of
I mean,
guys that were
Jared Goff
drafted.
has had some good years. I put him maybe in that realm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, just think about all the quarterbacks you listed
Yeah.
that were drafted 1.
The Raiders'
yeah.
win
And
total, by the way, is
It's hard to become a superstar.
right now they're listed 5.5 wins. The only team I can see beneath them right now is the Dolphins are at 4.5. The Jets are also at 5.5. So they're toward the bottom of the league. The Cardinals at 4.5.
You look at the draft in 2023, 3 quarterbacks were taken in the first 4 picks. 2 of them shaky, 1 we're already out on.
Yeah.
Bryce Young was number 1. He showed, some improvement this
moments.
year.
He has
I do
moments.
not love him.
Right.
He has moments.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud,
Don't
He's
love
had
him
one
either.
really good
Stock is
season.
falling big time.
and then Anthony Richardson.
Oh, well,
Man, I never thought he had a chance.
way overdrafted.
Never thought he had a chance. Could barely play.
Drab, are you still hanging on to Anthony Richardson on your dynasty
No,
roster?
but you guys are all acting like you knew all these things, all these answers before they ever took a snap.
On
You
Anthony
didn't know-
Richardson, I did.
Not everybody knew
I
all
won't
these
say
things.
that
Played
on
like
Richardson,
4
but
games in college.
I was never huge on Bryce Young just because he's so small.
Yeah.
And
Bryce
that's-
Young, I'm surprised he's struggling.
I'm not.
for sure.
I'm not that surprised that he's
You're a
struggling.
sizist.
I mean,
I'm not a size guy.
when it comes to quarterbacks, yes, I'm a sizeist.
Yeah. I'm not a size guy at
I mean,
quarterback.
it-
I could care less, really.
Generally, I think my theory, wanting bigger quarterbacks, generally works in my favor.
size
You've got-
matters.
You've got a few guys like Russ Wilson, Drew Brees, short knockers like that, Doug Flutie. You have a few outliers, but
I don't
generally,
think Baker's that big.
No,
he's
he's
like
not.
6'1". Generally, your stud quarterbacks fall in this range: 6'3", 6'5". That's kind of your sweet spot.
Right, you can't be too tall. You
Can't
want to be like
Dan McGuire.
Brock Osweiler.
Yeah, you can't be Brock Osweiler or Dan McGuire. You can't be like 6'8". You can't be freakishly tall and play quarterback at a high
Tom Brady,
level.
though, 6'5", 6'6".
So I said 6'5", 6'3"
Yeah,
to
6'3"
6'5" is my
That's a good range.
that's my sweet spot.
Yeah, it's a good range.
Are there guys shorter than that are great? Like Steve Young, great quarterback. He's like 6'1", maybe 6'2".
Maybe 6'2".
What is Bryce Young? What did he measure at? 5'11"?
I think like 5'11", maybe
Yeah.
6 feet. I think he's listed at 6 feet tall. I'm guessing he's not.
No,
6 feet tall.
I would have bet on Bryce being better, but I would have bet my life that Anthony Richardson would fail.
Yeah, I mean, he just didn't play enough college football.
Yeah, no experience.
And that's the
Just
knock
had
on
Bryce
a
Young
massive
is
arm.
listed-
that's the knock on Ty Simpson.
He's listed at 5'10".
Yeah,
Bryce Young.
Caleb Williams only 6'1".
yeah, he's a smaller-ish
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
I'm not a sizist at quarterback.
I am.
Yeah.
Fully admit.
Yeah, I
I want my guy to be 6'3" or bigger.
I don't think if Bryce Young was 2 inches taller, he'd be markedly different.
Jaden Daniels 6'4".
He'd still be
Great
Bryce Young.
size. Drake May. How tall is Drake May? 6'4", 6'5"?
Yeah, he's probably 6'4".
Right there in that wheelhouse.
And Fernando Mendoza is.
Yeah.
He's 6. I think
So
he's
he has
listed
the height to succeed. He has the work ethic to succeed. I think he'll succeed.
He might, but
Unless
I
his
think,
coaching's terrible.
I don't think it's going to be instant. I don't think he's going to be a guy that once he steps foot on the field that he's going to be like a 30 touchdown and 8
No.
pick guy all of a
No,
sudden.
But I would
Like,
bet he'd be better than Cam Ward looks so far.
Cam Ward had some moments.
Moments.
But Cam Ward had kind of a situation which Mendoza has. Like how much help
No
did Cam
weapons.
Ward have
Yeah.
last year?
He didn't have a lot.
not a lot. So that's why they signed Wan'Dale Robinson, drafted Carnell Tate. They know that he needs weapons around him to succeed, to flourish.
But here's the thing about Mendoza: whenever he starts, he's got Brock Bowers
it's a great safety valve.
and Cam Ward. I mean, Cam Ward had Chig, but Brock
Yeah.
Bowers is on
By the way,
another
somebody
level.
also sent me some. I think you guys were all tagged on it. Maybe the Chig highlights. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's so markedly better than Zach Ertz. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, Ertz
younger,
could get
more
open,
athletic.
But this guy's so athletic, so tough after the
I'm
catch.
telling you, Chig's going to put up numbers if
he's
Jade's
going to
healthy.
be a stud.
Yeah.
He's going to be an absolute stud. He damn near looks like a wide receiver,
Yeah, I agree. I think that really helps him. Helps
and that's
Jade.
going to hurt Cam.
Losing
losing
him.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care
know
what they added.
I
They
don't know
lost him,
I don't
too.
know who they replaced him with, but I
Yeah.
would agree.
Yeah.
But younger quarterbacks like to have that tight end outlet.
yeah.
You know, and
By the way,
they
our-
target him a lot.
Our buddy Zach Kruger yesterday, while we were having the Chig Zach
Mm-hmm.
Ertz discussion, he texted me. Okonkwo had 25 missed tackles forced over the last 2 seasons. Zach Ertz in that same span,
He got 0.
4.
Oh, he did.
4.
Made 4 guys miss.
But that's a pretty big disparity between those two.
No, I mean it's not. They're not even the same
It's
human.
night and day.
They're not even the same human. He's
Yeah.
doing spin moves.
Yeah.
He's got the youth and strength on his side. He's just bouncing off guys.
If I didn't,
But yet their production was
Yeah.
the same, if not better for Zach Ertz.
Zach Ertz is very good at getting open and catching the ball.
if I didn't
Give him
already
that.
have 3 tight ends on my dynasty roster, I might have picked Chig during the draft that we're doing. But then Drab T-shirt would have laughed at me for the next 5 years, so I held back, didn't do it.
Think
Who were
about
your
that.
3 tight
Tate
ends?
kept 3 tight ends
I
and then
did.
used his first round draft pick on a tight end.
Why?
It's a dynasty league. I have to build for the future.
Oh,
I have an old guy like Travis
can't-
Kelsey on my roster.
You might die.
Well,
you
then
don't
let him
want
go.
to win now.
I'm not about winning now. I'm about building. I had a shockingly good team last year by accident.
You did.
Yeah, my team's not very good.
Who carried you?
The old guys like Devontae Adams, he carried me. Who
Who's
else?
your QB?
My QBs were kind of nubs. Jalen Hurts and who was my guy? Daniel Jones till he shredded his Achilles.
Okay, but Hurts gives you that dual
Yeah, but
threat.
you got to start 2. You got to start 2 quarterbacks. It's critical.
Yeah,
Super
that,
flex.
That kills you.
Got to start 2. I got to find one. I got to find another one.
I think you can start
Because
you can move off from
I made
Kelsey.
a critical error. Nobody cares. I cut Tyler Shuck about 7 weeks into the season because I was like, this guy never
Quarterback.
plays. He sucks. And he's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Horrible move. I'm a terrible GM.
But that's what you were down to. You were down to Tyler Shuck when you have two quarterbacks.
no, I
That's
had him
what
on
you're
my
down to.
on my bench. And I wasn't even playing him. And
I
I said,
understand, but I mean, guys you would have played him.
He was his third quarterback.
oh, by the end of the season,
You
I
would've played him.
would have pulled my pants down to play him. I would have been desperate because he was actually putting up numbers.
Right.
And
You love
he uses
fantasy football so
he uses
much.
his feet a little bit too.
What do
He's
you
kind of shifty?
What do you think? Like Fernando Mendoza's ceiling is? I would say his ceiling absolutely would be Jared Goff. I'm not even sure he could put up those numbers.
I think his ceiling
I'm
is
not talking about his first year. I'm saying his
Good
career.
career.
Trevor Lawrence-esque.
That's
Somewhere in
very
that range.
middle of the package.
Yeah, that's kind of
I don't know.
the way I'm
Lawrence had a
forecasting him.
really good year last year.
He did.
Didn't move my needle.
And maybe Lawrence is just a guy that's taking a little more time for him to hit his peak.
I mean, I don't want to be unfair to the kid. He just crushed everybody in college football.
Yeah. No, I know.
But the college
But he
football.
might have a higher floor.
I understand that.
He might have a higher
They're-
floor.
I understand that. But my point is, why couldn't he ascend to be one of the top 5 quarterbacks in
I
the
mean,
league?
sure he could.
Top
But what do I
five?
know? I'm just telling you my gut.
That means
Like, could he
that's
be
rarefied air,
okay?
JP. Top 5.
Drake May
quarterback?
had a great year this year, right?
Yes.
Now, you might not have put him in the top 5. Why couldn't Fernando Mendoza have a Drake May like year? I'm not saying this year
as a
but-
rookie.
No, probably not as. I mean, Drake May didn't do it as a rookie.
Yeah. Look, if you think
Well,
he has
he-
top 5, top
Mendoza
7,
isn't the runner that May is. He's
level.
not
No,
the
but he's
athlete.
got a good completion percentage, right?
Sure.
So yeah, Jared Goff, Drake May.
I here's where I put him. I put him Jared Goff ceiling. I put floor though a little higher. Trevor Lawrence floor.
Oh,
so
my-
in that realm.
my
Like I
floor-
don't think he's going to be spectacular bust. He's not going to be
Probably not.
Jamarcus Russell.
But I don't think he's going to be a guy that, like in year 3 or 4, you're going to list the top 10 quarterbacks, and he's going to be like 6 or 7 or 8.
Right.
I don't think he's going to be.
I think he needs to be like
No,
Trevor Lawrence.
I'll give you my floor.
That's a floor.
Yeah.
My
for me.
floor is Marcus Mariota.
Well, that's
He
pretty low.
could be a guy who
pretty low.
drafted super high.
A guy
And
goes
then-
like
then
the
turns into a
Giants
backup.
and fill
high,
in and go 1-9.
and then ultimately the league decides
He's a backup.
Well, then that
Would be a
that
big
is a
bust.
subterranean floor.
Marcus started a bunch,
That's a pretty low.
That would be a
bar.
but
that would-
eventually the league decided backup.
Well, he devolved.
that would be a huge
I
bust.
think he's a better passer than him.
Oh.
He's not the runner he is. He's a better passer.
Yeah, he's not the athlete.
I'm just looking on NFL.com. Fernando, his draft prospect grade. Now, this is just one guy, but this is their main one. He had the same draft grade as Jaden, higher than Drake Mays.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
could-
I
he
mean,
could-
he was just a flat-out stud.
Well,
the
that's
last-
because of what he did in college. Yeah, I mean, he's.
Of course.
You win a Heisman and you win a national championship and you don't lose.
Maybe he'll be the world's greatest quarterback. I just don't
like
see
I said, he could be. Drab, what's his floor?
I'm rooting for him.
I think
He's likable.
His floor is just like he'll.
Trevor Lawrence. That's a good floor.
I don't know. I just
I
feel
think
like
that's a ceiling, personally.
no way. It's just
No, ceiling could
Fernando
be.
can win Super Bowls. He may not have 5,000 yards in a season.
Fernando Mendoza, I'll just bet it right now.
Is it-
Never wins a Super Bowl. I'll just bet it.
Career bet. You got
You
to
said
take it.
he
You
could
got to
win
take
odds.
it.
You
You got
said
to
I
take
said
it.
he
could
can
win Super Bowls.
I said it can. That doesn't mean 50-50.
Do you think he has a bust potential?
No, he's not going to be a bust. These guys going to play in the NFL for at least a dozen years.
Okay, but
He's
could he?
too
Could he?
smart,
Could he
too
devolve
hard-
into
Too
a?
hardworking. He just gets it. Some guys get it.
Could
Fernando
he
gets it.
Could he devolve into a Mariota type player?
You know what?
No,
What
I don't think so.
He'll
What if-
start for 8 years.
What
mean,
if he-
that'll
what if
be-
he-
Well,
this
Mariota
is not a
started
bad
like
thing.
4 or
What if
5
he just
years.
becomes the guy who the Raiders also signed to play with him? What if he becomes Kirk Cousins, a guy who lasts in the
That's
league
an
for a long time?
unbelievable
Well,
career.
that's a great
And
career.
That's
yeah.
a great
Yeah.
career.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
he'd
a
probably
great
kill to
career.
be have a Kirk Cousins.
Yes, of course.
Career.
Kirk
Right.
Cousins made
Everybody would.
$300 million.
Everybody would. And forget about
Yeah.
the money, just the career.
The
Put the
longevity.
numbers.
He's going to play till he's 40 years old.
Kirk Cousins is going to be right on the verge of the Hall of Fame. I don't think he's going to go in the Hall of Fame. But he's going to be right on the
I
verge of it with his
vote for
numbers.
him.
He
I'm
ain't
a
going to
Kirk
Hall of Fame.
guy.
Dude, with his numbers,
He's not going to the Hall of
with his,
Fame.
I told you he's not, but he's going to be right on the outside looking in.
I don't even think
Yeah, he's going to be on the outside.
You look at his numbers.
I understand, but I still don't think
if
he's
you're
going to
in
be
the Hall of Fame, You're
close.
considered one of the greatest. It goes beyond the numbers. You're
Numbers
considered one of the
are a
greatest of your
factor.
time.
That's why, listen, I didn't put him in. I told you he's on the outside. He's just sitting right out there in
He's
the front
way
porch,
on the outside.
Right outside the door.
No, he's buying a ticket.
He's right outside the front door.
298 touchdowns, 131 picks,
That's not getting him in.
How many yards?
How many playoff dubs, Cakes?
44,700 yards.
44,000 yards. He's going to
Give me-
finish with
give me-
350
Playoff dubs?
touchdowns.
I don't know how many playoff dubs
One.
he's got. I don't know.
I don't have many of those.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Coming up next, the Commanders have a couple of guys they could bring back, including Bobby Wagner.
you
Is there a
kidding?
chance? Is there a role for him? We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
It's your boy Bish. You're invited to Golfdom for the Mother's Day sale this 4th through the 10th. So let them help fill mom's bag with the right clubs. And you can book a free What's in the Bag club evaluation for all and ladies. Ben Hogan Apparel, now 25% off, and purchase any single pair of ladies' shoes over $99, and you can receive a $25 gift card. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982, and home to the legendary 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there. So I met my wife for Taco Tuesday last night.
Yeah.
It was Cinco de Mayo.
It was Cinco de Mayo. That's my point.
Did you have grilled chicken tacos, fish tacos, ground beef tacos?
I had the birria taco, and I had one shrimp taco.
Okay, nice. Like
so
it.
I got 3 tacos. They're just fabulous.
Chips and-
Margarita?
I did not have a margarita.
Chips and queso?
I'm not a margarita guy. Did not have chips and queso.
Not a margarita guy, even the
You don't-
foofy, the bougie frozen guy.
No, I don't
I
like
can do
margaritas.
both. I'm multi-dimensional.
Kind of too sweet for me. I don't know. I just don't like them.
I actually had a
Loves
taco yesterday.
margaritas.
You did?
I did. They opened up the new stand there behind
Yeah,
Warren.
yeah, yeah.
And I got
give her a review.
Well, I got a corn taco because I don't know. I just asked my buddy. There were choices. You could get a flour
Flour or
taco,
corn.
or
Corn shell.
Yeah.
corn shell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It kind of disintegrated. I guess I'm not a corn taco shell guy.
Oh, really?
You're not
I
a
mean, it
hard.
was a soft one.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So I guess I got to go flour. If you're gonna go, I guess you got to go flour. But I
Flour.
thought corn was maybe healthier. I botched it.
okay.
Too soggy.
Well, now you know for next time.
Well, the place that I go to, I love it. And the bartender, Johnny, he's a good dude. He's friends with Chepe. I've talked about that, right?
Yep.
And usually on Tuesdays, now I get that in there kind of early, 4:30 or 5. And there's 5 or 6 people in there before the dinner rush. Yesterday, I got there at 4:30. There was a line of 15 people waiting to get in.
I would imagine.
Walk-
Cinco de Mayo. Big
I know,
day.
I know. I couldn't believe it. I walked in and every seat was packed.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how many people.
I don't know why you couldn't believe it.
Well, I
Cinco de
mean-
Mayo. People are excited.
I know it's just an excuse to go out and
Yes.
Yeah, day drink.
and day drink.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
That's what
saw
I'm
a
saying.
picture of a spot in Laurel, EB's favorite town. It looked like a rock concert.
I'm sure.
Yeah, look, I know that these Mexican restaurants are popular. I just when you're used to going to them and there's nobody in it, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, boom!
I hear you.
There's a line of 15 people. I mean, come on, where the hell have you been? This place has been open 9 months.
Now-
Show some love on days other than Cinco de Mayo.
Now I'm desperate to eat carne asada. It just sounds so good.
I slept
Would love-
on the
would
whole
love to have some.
festivities. But I was
Yeah.
at a track meet. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
They didn't have tacos. They should have shifted their routine. Instead, I had the cheeseburger.
Trying to scan my memory banks. What did I do for dinner? I can't even remember at this
You
point.
can't remember what you had for dinner last night?
I had something boring.
bet it's
because
early.
I have to eat boring because of the colonoscopy. I can't have.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You
I
couldn't
can't
have
have
tacos.
anything.
You couldn't have
everything's like
had tacos.
white food,
So you probably had
like
turkey.
chicken, fish, turkey,
And then tomorrow-
rice.
Tomorrow's gonna suck because that's when you
Tomorrow,
start
starting
drinking
at 6 p.m., I got to start down in the.
Yeah, you're gonna be on the toilet all night.
Yeah, it's not going to be great.
Yeah, I think I have to do that again this year.
Yeah, so I will not be in on Friday.
All right. That's all right. But they'll be in you.
They will- yes, it's invasive.
But you go to sleep.
But I do get the propofol.
Yeah,
so
you go to
there's that.
sleep.
It's a nice sleep. It's a nice rest.
I think
It's a
I
great
like
sleep.
propofol a little too much. Not like Michael Jackson level too much, but
Yeah.
I like it. It just makes you feel good for the 5 seconds.
You'd
before you
rather
fall asleep.
you'd rather be here than where you're gonna be on Friday morning.
Totally agree.
Yeah, but you'll be glad when it's all over with.
So there's
Yeah, you
some
gotta do it.
speculation about what's going to happen with Bobby Wagner, who, of course, has started middle linebacker for the Commanders the last 2 seasons, has racked up a ton of tackles. Some people have gotten really upset about his lack of coverage skills.
I got
And-
upset at him when he wore the Seattle, I think, Storm jacket into Northwest Stadium the night that the Seattle Seahawks came in and boat raced them. That
And-
made me upset about Bobby Wagner.
The conventional wisdom is they signed Chanel from Kansas City,
Yeah.
linebacker. They draft Sonny Styles, looks to be the middle linebacker of the future. No space for Bobby Wagner. But David Harrison wrote a piece talking about Bobby Wagner. And before the last game of the season last year, he was talking about how he broke into the league. And he said, I was blessed to have guys like Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor and Mike Bennett and KJ Wright. Those guys were kind of just like, don't worry about being wrong because you saying it out loud may remind me something I forgot. I learned early on it's okay to be wrong because they have somebody around you to tell you how to be right. Could Bobby Wagner be that guy for Sonny Styles? He credits KJ Wright for the success in his career, mentoring him. Could he be a mentor for Sonny Styles?
Sure, as long as he's willing to take an 80% pay cut. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he made like $9 or $10 million last
He'd
year.
be great.
They're not going to pay him $10 million to be a backup linebacker on this team.
He'd be great in the locker room, but yeah, like you
But yeah,
said,
if
he's
he-
not going to be a starter.
If he wants to take a pay cut down to $3 million and be a mentor for one more season, I wouldn't have any problem with that, but he's not making $10 million. Like, he's not going to continue with the current salary that he's at. And he's not starting.
Just have no
He's
interest.
also not starting.
Do you pull
Like, he's
him
got to take a
on
backup role.
on running downs?
I just wouldn't. Just
Potentially.
Why bother?
So you're out. Don't want to see him in uniform ever again.
It's over,
How about you
Johnny.
make
He can
him a-
play somewhere else.
How about you make him a coach? Just make him a linebacker. Just make him the
I don't think he
linebackers
wants to
coach.
Well,
go
he
down
might
that
not want-
road.
he might
I think
not
he
wanna
wants to go
coach.
own a team or be a commissioner or
Yeah.
something.
Maybe
Well, I
what's
think
the-
I would think he wants to come back for his 15th season because he's got over 2,000 tackles, but
Yeah.
he's 59 tackles shy of Ray Lewis's all-time mark.
Okay, I mean,
How many?
59.
Oh, okay.
maybe he wants to come
All right,
back
maybe
and
he wants to
chase
play one
that.
more
I mean,
year.
If
That's
he
fine.
if he plays one more year and plays like starter minutes, then he's going to get that number. It's just what he does. I just don't think this is the place for him to do it.
Quinn's left the door open, right?
He's left the door open, but the whole mantra of this team during the offseason was to get younger and more athletic, especially on defense. By keeping Bobby Wagner in a prominent role, you're not getting younger and more athletic. You're maintaining the status quo.
So the
So what are we
linebackers
doing
coach
here?
is Ken Norton Jr. You don't think he'd want Bobby Wagner in the room with Sonny Styles?
He might, but you'd have to have a tough sit down with Bobby Wagner and say, "Look, we love you. We love the leadership. You're a Hall of Famer, first ballot, but we have young blood in here that's
They have plenty
faster
of
than
other
you.
coaches
That's-
with experience
like-
that coach him up.
And you know what?
Plenty of guys.
Sounded like Ken Norton was so smitten with Sonny Styles during the visit, the top
Yeah.
30 visit or the top
Yeah.
golf visit,
Yeah.
that Bobby Wagner is yesterday's newspaper to him, I would guess.
He is to me.
I would
Good-
guess
I
it's
would think that-
probably the same with a lot of
I
Commanders
would think
fans, too.
most Commander fans would agree with you. It's just, I mean, he was great here, but it's
Great
time
person,
to move on.
had an unbelievable career.
Yep, going to the Hall of
If
Fame.
you want to
but
go play somewhere else. That's
Right.
fine.
Yeah.
We just
I mean,
need to move on.
Let's not treat Bobby Wagner like he's John Riggins or Daryl Green or Monty
No, no, no,
Coleman.
no.
Like he's been here for 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Like you can cut the cord with Bobby
you
Wagner.
can.
And they're
It's
going.
okay.
And I
They're
believe
going
they
to.
probably
It's
will.
okay to
They're
cut the
going
cord
to.
with him.
They're paying lip
And
service.
same with Von Miller.
Yeah.
It's been nice having you here,
Oh.
but bye-bye.
Von-
Best of luck in your next
The
stop.
ultimate mercenary. I mean, literally,
Like-
Von's openly talks about he's just chasing sacks.
Go get your 9.5 or 10 sacks with another team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the writing is on the wall for both of those guys.
Dan Quinn told Rich Eisen, for players like that, you never close the door.
Yeah, it's close.
They are remarkable, just not as ball players, but as teammates. With Wags, he's one of the very best leaders I've ever been a part of. The standards that he sets as a ball player, as a teammate, the traits, preparation mentally, physically, the practice habits. I've used his example all the time. I'm honored to have coached him at 2 different spots.
Right. Yeah, it's all true.
Yeah, but he loves them.
It's all true, except the part that the door's really always open.
Hey, if he's so tight with him, here's what Dan Quinn needs to do. During the offseason, send him a plane ticket, have him come out and visit you at your fancy house in Hawaii, and have a few beers while you're watching the sunset. That's going to be your relationship with Bobby Wagner going forward.
Let's go to David. David, what's up, man? Let's see if the phones are working today, Cakes. David, you're on with the Junkies. How are you, pal?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, David.
Good. What's up?
I've never spoken to you guys. I've talked to Grant and Danny, and I talked to
right.
a couple other people on there. But I got something that I think you guys would find very interesting.
All right, go ahead.
And so my sister, she's a trainer over there at and right there in Redskins Park, and now a lot of guys you guys aren't talking about. You ain't talking about Jordan McGee.
Well, we've talked about him
apparently
before.
He has.
Go ahead.
Apparently, he has. You got it with him and Louvu, and you got Sonny. First of all, he has put on about 15 pounds. He's gotten bigger. So he's been studying. He's been behind. He's been a year or 2 years now. He's from Temple, right?
Yeah.
So
Whatever. He's a depth piece.
been-
He's not going to start ahead of those guys.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is he's been behind Bobby, and you guys are sitting there saying, oh, maybe Bobby's going to go, they get rid of, I'm going to tell you right now. I've been in there too, because I've gone in there and I'm just, I'm at all. But that dude, Bobby's like a staple in there. Like he is like one of the head. Bobby Wagner. Bobby's like one of the. Just his personality and everything, like everybody respects him. Like he is one of the heads. He's one of the best teammates that you can get. Guys, don't cut me off because I want you guys to hear. I want you guys to hear this, and I think it's important. I think that this linebacker core that we have, that AP has created, could be possibly the fastest, the smartest, the best linebacker core. I mean,
that might all be true, but it ain't going to include Bobby.
Yeah.
So you want to keep Bobby?
No.
You want to keep Bobby?
Bobby's. I'm just going to tell you, he's not going anywhere. Bobby's going to be there, regardless if he's going to be there coaching somehow.
No,
you got Kit Norton in there. You got Kerrigan. Regardless, he's
Kerrigan's
not going anywhere.
They already released Kerrigan.
Bobby's going to be there.
Yeah.
Bobby's going to be there, man. They're not going to get rid of Bobby.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. He could be a coach. We have no problem with that.
He's not going to be there.
Hey, all right, but what I'm saying is, we have. Just think about Sonny Styles. You already know. You don't know what he's going to do in the NFL. You never know when anybody comes out of college. Sure, the dude is fast and he's tall.
I'm with you on there.
He's quick. He's smart. Okay, and you got Shana, you got McGee, you got Louvu. Okay, these guys. I don't think think about it in the NFL. What linebacker core is? I think it's the best linebacker. It's not even a question.
All right.
Oh,
This guy's got
they're-
burgundy gold glasses, big time.
I mean, they're the
They've got
best
the best
linebacking core
linebacker.
already.
No.
I mean, they've never played with each
I do
other.
think that they've dramatically upgraded their speed,
Yeah.
right? I do think that Louvu could have a sort of a comeback year. I think Sonny Styles has all the potential in the world. It's obvious.
Let's see how it all fits together.
See how it fits
In
together.
Durante
Yeah, but I
Jones'
don't see a
scheme.
role for. I just don't see Bobby at this stage in his life wanting to be an assistant coach in the NFL. I think he has aspirations way beyond that. I don't think he's going to go down that track, and I don't think they want him here as a player.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 8:25, it's a game show Wednesday. We will play Junkerty for your chance to win tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. And remember, at 9 o'clock, Paul Taboni, president and general manager of the Washington Nationals, joins us here on The Fan.
Hey, it's your boy Bish. You're invited to Golfdom for the Mother's Day sale this 4th through the 10th. Let them help fill mom's bag with the right clubs, and you can book a free What's in the Bag Club evaluation for all and ladies. Ben Hogan apparel, now 25% off. And you can purchase any single pair of ladies' shoes over $99 and receive a $25 gift card. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Just a quick reminder, it is the first Wednesday of the month. Hope you can join me for the Cakes Classic No Limit Texas Hold'em Tournament at MGM National Harbor tonight. Cards in the air at 7:15 p.m. There are plans in the works to get Mike Marr as the special guest at some point in the future.
But not tonight.
Not tonight.
That'll be a hype one.
It should be a hype one when Mike Marr shows up, boots on the ground at MGM National Harbor. So that's
Nice.
off into the distance a bit.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to get it back out there. I think I lasted 30. No,
Sure.
I actually was it maybe 17 minutes. It
I-
was like a record time
no
the
idea.
last time that I played.
Hey, sometimes it happens.
Doesn't
Sometimes
matter.
there are
I
short
thought I had
runs.
a winning hand. I mean, I had trips that usually holds up, and
Yeah.
somebody flopped a full
Well,
house.
that's
Yep.
generally
Something like that.
It's going to send you to the shower.
And I went in
sometimes.
big on that hand. And after that, I was like, well,
I've never played in the Cakes Classic.
shocker.
I mean,
Well, I mean, you know
have
why.
you have an open invite. It's just
I know,
that
but-
it's late.
What's the reason why? You could
goes
just
late.
get a hotel there.
I understand, but I mean, just staying up. If I play well and things are going my way, I'm up till midnight. It's probably unlikely. I get
a
it.
few hours to get bumped like
But
everybody
that-
else.
I know, but even if I play a few hours and I get bumped and I go to bed at 10,
Yeah.
10:30,
Yeah.
that's way past my bedtime.
that is way
You can
past your
handle it
bedtime.
once in a blue moon.
That's way past my bedtime.
It's not his thing.
No. But you know what? Maybe sometime in the fall.
Life is short.
YOLO.
Life is short. I like that you're adapted to the YOLO mentality.
Yeah.
I plan on walking out with a pocket full of cash in July.
Well, I hope
that
you're right.
Cakes Classic.
If that's when it happens, I hope you're correct. I hope you take the whole thing down.
I'm going to lean into it. The days leading up to it, I'm going to watch Rounders. I'm
Yeah,
going to watch
good.
Casino.
So he's going to wear a suit.
I might wear some, put on some shades, get my
Yeah.
Ray-Bans out there, have a good meal. Couple, I might be playing like Negrano. Negrani.
Daniel
Daniel
Negreanu.
Negreanu.
You got it the first time.
Just call him Kid Poker. Even
Maybe
though
go
he's-
with Phil Ivey.
even though he's
Easier
playing
name
like
to
50
pronounce.
now. Yeah.
Is Phil Ivey still a thing? Does he
Oh,
still
yeah.
win?
What are those guys?
he's
Does,
still a
does
thing.
Negreanu still play? I assume he
Oh,
does.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He's a grinder.
Yeah.
He's a
Do
lifer.
all those guys live in Vegas?
not
all
all
those
of them,
big timers?
but a lot of them do.
I mean, Negrano does.
Negrano does?
Yeah.
What
Well,
about
those guys
Or
have
as,
places there.
as Mike
Ivy,
Marr called him,
sure he has a place
he called
there.
him Negroni the first time that
Who did?
Mike Marr.
Oh, he did.
Called him, is Negroni still a thing? I said,
Negroni.
yes, that guy's still a thing.
Hey, Cakes, you mentioned your trip to Costco recently.
I did.
I did see some.
I went to Costco on my
Yeah.
birthday twice.
I saw some evidence to back up your assessment about the crowds.
Okay, yes.
They say since 2019 to 2026, so
Yep.
that's 7 years, shopping at Costco is up 18%.
It's a lot.
So that's why there are more crowds. Meanwhile, Walmart, Target, flat.
Wow.
So Costco is the one that is getting all these huge crowds.
It's simple math. I can go to Costco, and I've talked to Drab about this. I can go to Costco and get a 5-pack of deodorant for $15. Try getting that at any local grocery store. I'm not going to single one out, but you're going to pay $8 for a stick of deodorant, or
one.
$7 for one.
right.
I can get 5 for $15.
What am I doing? I've never bought 5 deodorants at Costco before.
Yeah, but like you're going to use it eventually.
understand.
So
I'm saying that I should follow your lead.
I can get 5 tubes of toothpaste for $2 a tube instead of $4.50 a tube
At Harris Teeter.
grocery store.
Yeah.
So it's definitely
No, it makes
worth
sense.
It.
Yeah, it makes sense.
sense. Like now, I'm going to roll out of there with a cart with maybe $500 worth of merchandise, but I know I'm getting my money's worth every single time.
I've never done that, but I did recently go. I go sporadically.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an executive member too.
yeah.
But when they send the gift certificate at the end of the year, I get nubs back.
I get so sized for my 2% that I get
Right.
What
back.
do you do? You get some cash back.
yeah, you get cash back.
They send me a silly check, and
Mine's
then,
always
We
like
don't spend much there.
mine's like $30.
then I put it right back into the Costco ecosystem.
It's
But-
not much. But I will say I got the rotisserie chicken recently, which is
Yeah.
$4.99. Man, I got four. I got 4 lunches out
and
of
you
that.
can't beat it. You can't beat the value.
By the time I could have squeezed the 5th one out of it, but it was just nubs.
I'll
Like
tell
the
you,
way
I've
I
been
cut it.
scarred. I'm just going to say it. Scarred by the rotisserie chickens you get from the groceries because I got one from Safeway that was cooked for about 20 seconds.
Oh, really?
I've stumbled into that before too.
I opened that bag up. I could not. It was a raw chicken in
Yeah.
there, and it honestly.
Did you toss it or you just cook it?
Oh man, of course I tossed it, but it just almost made me ill. and I'm scared to buy them.
I'm kind of scared too. Like I feel like if I buy one in the future, I'm gonna have to.
I would
bring
have
it home
taken
and
that
stuff it
blicky
in the
back
oven.
and said, "Look at this. I want my money back."
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they could kill.
Squeaker
They could kill. I might have even have
Well,
done
I mean,
that.
that's a waste of money.
Well, I mean, they could kill someone. I mean,
Yeah.
it's terrible.
Yeah.
Speaking of squeakers, Delta is getting rid of snacks on their flights.
No snackies. You're not even getting like
Well, I saw somebody post that, and then they also posted what the CEO pulled in last year. I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like $28 million.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're going to cut out snacks, and you're going to pay your CEO $30 million. Like what
So it's on.
It's a bad look.
The removal of in-flight meals, snacks, or drinks will apply to shorter flights.
Yeah.
So if it's 349 miles or less,
Right. So if you're up there for half an hour, you're not going to get any snacks.
I think 349 miles is pretty significant.
That's like here to New York. That's like an hour.
Yeah.
Like here to like Ithaca. It's like 300
Yeah.
some
New
miles.
York is less than 350.
Well, I'm saying at Ithaca, it's like
It would take 30 minutes to get there.
maybe an hour and a half.
Now the snacks are usually subpar, but I would miss them if they weren't offered. Like if the flight attendant came down the aisle without like the little bag of snack mix or the little 2-pack of Oreos, you would miss it.
I think
Now,
they
I'm
also
prepared. I'm going to bring my own snacks on board too, so I'm not
I'll always have
in a
bring my-
lurch.
I bring so many snacks on
So
board.
many.
I gotta have salt and a sweet. I gotta have
Yeah.
a water and an electrolyte. And
Right.
I gotta have
Yeah.
all. I mean, it's crazy what I bring on the plane.
Thank God we don't fly a
is-
lot. I mean, you fly a lot compared to
yeah.
us, but thank
Yeah.
God we don't fly a lot.
It is pretty standard, I guess. United Airlines only offers snacks on flights over 300 miles. American Airlines, Southwest Airlines don't offer food or beverages on flights under 250.
It's actually a pain in the ass when you're on a flight for an hour and a half, and they're coming down taking your drink order and everything.
I
It's
love
just-
it. I love telling cranberry.
It's just a pain,
cranberry
and then they're
juice,
coming by
please, or-
19 times
Yeah.
for your
Oh,
trash. It's actually a pain in the ass. Just bring your own snacks. Like,
I like it. It's good service.
They're trying to be helpful.
I actually think
catering
they're
you.
doing
I mean,
it
you're
to
paying
keep,
for it.
I think they're doing it to keep your blood sugar up and everything, so nobody like passes out while you're 30,000 feet in the air. I'm serious.
It's a bizarre theory. Do you not like it when a waiter comes by? Do you like?
It's just when you're on a short flight, it's
You
more
don't
of
want
a
any,
hassle.
you don't want
than
anybody
any-
bother you.
I'm
yeah.
cool
It's
with
just
the
a
waiter.
hassle.
I'm cool with the waiter coming by once or twice to check on me. If it's more than that during a meal, it's excessive. Like 5 minutes after the food is served, is everything to your liking? How is everything? It's great.
Mm-hmm.
And then around dessert time, if there's dessert, can I get you anything else? That's perfect. There should be like 4, maybe 5 interactions with your waiter maximum during a meal.
Right. Well, a real
It's
pro
a sweet
knows how
spot.
to do it.
Yeah,
Real
of
pros
course.
know how to
Yeah.
do it.
I don't know. I love it every time when I've never. I mean, even if I say no, I've never been upset when they say, "Would you like a drink
Hold on.
or a snack?"
Hold on. When have you ever said no to a drink on an air? Now
I
you
have.
fall
I
asleep
don't
all
want
the
to
time.
pee. I don't want to pee.
You've
I mean,
said no to
Yes.
a water, coffee, or a soda on
I don't
an
need one.
airline.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
if I
I got my
Yeah, what
own.
if-
if
you
I've
just
eaten
wanna take a
just
nap?
before,
Yeah,
You don't
why
wanna be
not?
bothered.
You don't want to be
Right?
bothered.
if I've eaten just
never
before
said no.
cakes,
You just said if you go to a restaurant, you don't want the waiter to come
No,
up
but
to
I'm
all the
saying
time.
on
On
an
a plane.
airplane.
An
On an
airplane,
airplane.
I just want
I understand that. But so you want the guy to come all the time on the airplane?
I just want the flight to end.
I want them to come and take my order
Yeah.
and then bring my Coke Zero
Well, that's what they do.
and my snack, and
Yeah.
then the trash
And then
pass
they come
is
back
perfect.
for trash 19 times.
Yeah, but if I just
they never
went
stop
to-
coming back for trash.
if I just went to Five Guys,
Yeah.
okay, and then I got a Cinnabon or whatever else, and so I'm loaded up.
Yeah.
I've done everything, and then I get on the plane, and then I go to snooze,
Yeah.
and then they come by.
It's a hassle.
I've just eaten everything, and I've drank
if you're
everything.
asleep,
You don't
then they
need it.
shouldn't bother you. You're fine.
I usually don't.
But if you're awake and lucid, they're going to ask you if you want a drink,
Right.
and the correct answer is always yes. I want something.
Not if you have your own drinks. I bring my own. I
You
don't
can
need their
always
enough
have
drink.
more.
Yeah, I mean,
You can always
what are
have
you
an
talking about?
extra.
You don't understand. I bring enough that we could be stranded in air, in space.
You can
like
always
the space
have
station.
more.
I'll have 3 Mountain Dews in my backpack. Sir, would you like a Diet Coke? Absolutely, please. Bring the ice.
When I
Yeah.
go to Norbeck, I drink a water and I stuff 3 of them in my bag because I'll have another one on the way home, and then I'll stuff one in my refrigerator.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not against that.
I'm always pro drinks.
Yeah, but I
Give
don't
me
need
all
to be
the
bothered
drinks.
by it all the time. I have my own. Because I'm a responsible human. I bring my own snacks and my own drinks, and I will eat them at the appropriate times when I'm hungry, when I'm thirsty. Not just when some bimbo comes by and tries to offer me, or comes
She's
by
just
with
doing her job,
or
or he's just doing his
just
job.
annoy me all the time about my belt
No. This is what's annoying on flights is when the flight attendants come and the cart is right next because I have the aisle seat.
Yeah.
I'm never on the window.
Okay,
Is
yeah.
awful.
I'll never fly in the middle. I have to be on the aisle.
Okay.
I've now moved to a window because of the cart.
Really? When
No,
that cart
window
they sit there forever. It takes them forever.
Takes forever.
I mean, it takes them 30 minutes to give 6 drinks.
Minor inconvenience.
This is
No,
why we
it's a
never do
pain.
road trips
Yeah.
anymore. These
You know
guys
what?
complain so
I
much.
hate a lot of things on this planet.
Yeah.
Flying might be my number one.
I can tell.
I despise it. I'm serious. I despise it.
I hate that.
At one point, you did like those trips to Pebble on the private jet, though.
Oh, that's a different world.
Yeah.
That's not.
Wait, that's not real life.
Yeah, I mean, that's like
Yeah.
flying in the Ritz
That's
Carlton.
a fantasy.
But my wife wants to go to Dublin,
Top of the
Nice.
morning to you.
and she knows I don't want to fly,
You and
especially
EB
over the ocean.
Are the angriest European travelers of all time.
I mean, if I could snap
You
my
haven't been
fingers, I'd be
yet,
there.
But you're both going to Europe next year?
No. She wants to go. I didn't say we are going. She
I'm
wants to
praying
go.
that they're on the same
I'm
flight
hoping
to
she-
Europe.
I'm
That'd be
hoping
the
He's
worst.
going. I'm
I'm hoping she forgets.
like 30%.
I'm hoping she
Your wife's
forgets.
going to forget a trip to Europe?
I'm not bringing it up.
I mean, here's what you forget. To pick up like ketchup at the grocery store. You don't forget trips to Europe
I think
that
you
you have on the
already.
docket.
So this year's our 30th anniversary, right? Whatever in July. Mm-hmm. She's already determined that we have too much going on, so we're not. Gonna, so she said we'll do it in the year after. So that's a good way to just keep forgetting.
Kicking the can down the road.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we'll have other dramas in a year from now that I'm sure will occupy the calendar.
You know what you're going to hate? Amsterdam. Paris.
Oh yeah.
London.
Dude, I'm not doing all that.
Rome.
We're not. Believe me, I'm not globetrotting. If we go, we're going to one spot
Yeah.
and
And
we're
we're
going to
staying
stand there. And she could walk around, and we're going to stay there.
I'll believe
Then we're
it.
going to
I'll
take the
believe when I
plane
see it.
home. We're not going to go on 19 trains and planes and automobiles.
That's what she's gonna want to do.
She's already done that.
Well, if you're taking your
Like
kids, that's what
30
they wanna
years
do.
ago.
Yeah. It hadn't changed.
It's changed a little bit. It's changed a little bit. All right, if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Paul Taboni joins us at 9, the president of baseball operations of the Nationals. Game show Wednesday at 8:25. Your chance to win tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan in concert here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals failed to string together a second straight win at home after the Twins took Game 1 last night, 11-3. Washington's also scored only combined 7 runs over their last 4 games, which is starting to be a concern after that hot start the offense saw at the beginning of the season. The Toronto Maple Leafs won the NHL Draft Lottery last night. The Capitals came into this year's lottery with the joint worst odds of 0.5% of winning and moving up a maximum of 10 spots. Luck just wasn't on their side, so they will pick 16th overall. Now, the Capitals have picked 16th overall in the first round only once before in franchise history, but the selection of Tom Wilson, well, that turned out pretty great for them. Caps are still waiting to find out where their second pick in this year's first round, which was acquired from the Anaheim Ducks at the trade deadline, will land. From the Crump MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies all year long. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop, Johnny Cakes Allville, and Eric Bickle. That is the foursome coming up at 8:25. We'll give you a chance to win those Jason Aldean tickets. I prepped Junkerty with Name That Movie as the segment with movie quotes. Do you want a little example?
Yeah, give us an
I
example.
think these
sure.
are going to be way too easy
All right.
for Cakes, probably.
I am a movie aficionado.
I'll give
We
you
all
the
know
quote.
this.
You name the movie.
All right.
I gave her my heart, and she gave me a pen.
Well, I definitely know that movie. Hold on. I know it. That's Say Anything. John
It is Say
Cusack.
Anything.
Yeah, but that's not easy.
No, that
That's
one was
going way
somewhat
back.
hard.
I believe that movie was released like in 1988.
How about this one?
the year we
Let
graduated
me see
high
if you
school?
can figure this one out.
All right.
Roads. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Doesn't sound familiar?
What is this
You've
supposed to
definitely
be?
seen the movie.
This is a movie? I
Yes.
don't know. I don't care about stuff like that.
It's definitely Back to the Future.
Back to the Future.
Yeah, the OG Back to the Future.
You think I would remember a line from a movie I saw 40 years ago?
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
no
it's-
chance
I
I,
mean,
remembered that.
It is a
line.
pretty big.
I'll be back. You ever heard of that one?
I think it's. I
mean,
think
I
that's
don't
the
know.
last line of the movie.
You don't know I'll be back?
I don't think I saw that movie, but it's an Arnold Schwarzenegger quote from, I don't know, Terminator or something.
Yes.
I never
you
watched
got it.
Terminator.
Okay, but
I just know it from pop culture.
But you know, right? You know some.
Okay. But
How about
most
this one?
Lines
Yeah.
are
Cakes is
forgettable.
nailing everyone.
All right, yeah,
Just back off for a second because you're going to know it.
it's fine.
Don't call me Shirley.
I mean, that's easy.
Great
though.
movie.
All right, you know it.
That's just dumb. That's
Is this the stupid movie about the plane?
yeah.
Yes, airplane.
Yeah,
You have
that's
more-
another
see?
one I didn't see. I just know from pop culture. But
How are you
it's
so
just-
angry about
How
it?
could you
Because
not have
it's
seen
dumb.
Airplane at some
People
point?
know trivia.
I mean, maybe I saw a few seconds of it one time on like HBO.
I mean, it's one of the great slapstick comedies of all time.
I don't doubt it. It's not in my. I just don't care.
Exactly.
Clearly
got
don't
other things
care.
to care about.
Yeah.
I got other things to care about. I got plenty of other things to care about.
But you know which NBA player was a pilot in the movie, right?
With Kareem.
Yes. See?
See, he definitely has a file.
Yeah.
Whether
Maybe
he-
just from seeing
Why are you
that
trying to
romantic thing.
distance yourself from your knowledge?
I mean, it's very little. I couldn't be more minimal. My knowledge. I just think it's funny that people think that you're supposed to remember lines from a movie from 45 years ago, unless it's like
But
the most
some are
like the
iconic.
force be with you or something.
Yeah.
you know?
Right. Well, I'm picking pretty iconic lines.
How about them apples? That's up there.
It's a great
Okay.
one. Great one.
Yes.
That's a great move.
Okay,
Great
well, he
scene.
knew every one of them.
Oh, because I've seen
That's all he does is
multiple times.
he watches them.
That's all he
This
does.
is what you
He
do.
watches them 10 times a day.
This is what happens when you watch way more movies and TV shows than you read books.
I understand.
You remember the lines from the movies.
I
Because
understand.
you've seen them a million times.
So we're going to do that coming up at 8:25. But EB's really fascinated by Stefan Diggs.
He went from fascinated by.
Well, he went from
Brandon
they've done
Ayuk.
enough.
Hold on, I never go back to the. You stop quoting me. You're
Brandon
misquoting me.
Ayuk and then
I
Deebo.
never said they've done enough. I said they've improved.
But you
it.
said if you
Could
had
always
to
do
vote,
more.
you had to vote. You said
Well,
enough.
on your weird question.
That's
but
not
you-
weird. It's what RG3 said.
I would never say they have enough. I think they've improved. I think Chig is a massive improvement. I think Antonio
massive
Williams,
improvement.
I think he is going to
Okay.
be, especially with
I
after
think
the
he's
catch.
definitely an upgrade.
He's a huge
Every
upgrade.
team in the league can improve on
Right.
whatever
That's my
position
point.
you're
Have
looking
you done
at.
enough? Is just a kind of bizarre question.
Yeah.
They definitely improved defensively. They definitely improved some offensively. I think Antonio Williams has a real chance to.
If you were able to get Stephon Diggs and plug him into
But
this
you could use
offense,
more, of
he
course.
immediately becomes your number 2 wideout behind Terry McLaurin. And if he gives you anything close to what he gave the Patriots last year when he played in every game,
Yeah.
he had 85 catches for over 1,000 yards, 4 end zone trips.
Has he slowed down at all? So
Probably
in
a
his
little
last
bit.
3 years in Buffalo, now that's playing with an MVP quarterback.
Yeah, he had great years.
He was over 100 catches, over 1,000 yards. He was over 8 touchdowns every season. He had
Yep.
10 in 2021. He had 11 in 2022, and then 8 in 2023. The last 2 seasons, played half the season in Houston.
Yeah, he was hurt.
8
Yeah, he
games,
blew out
had
his ACL.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns, and then he did play in every game last year.
If he stays healthy, he will give you 1,000 yards receiving.
Correct.
If he plays in 15 plus games, he's going to give you
Because
that
he'll
sort
have
of production.
he'll have over 100 targets.
He would be a great ad for the Commanders if they're. But I
Yeah.
think now with this legal case behind him, there's going to be other suitors. It's not just like the
Is
Commanders.
that the
gonna be
only legal
interested.
case, by the way?
I have no
Because he
idea.
feels like a guy who's had a lot of issues.
It's the only one I know of at this
He
point.
feels like a guy, and I don't have the evidence. This is more anecdotal. He feels like a guy who has a lot of
I think
issues.
he's got a wild streak in him.
I know he's got a bunch of babies' mamas, right?
Yeah, well, who cares?
He was with Cardi B.
What
And then
was
he's
that?
got the.
How's
he has,
that? How could
he
how
had-
does that affect
he had
the
he had the
football
picture with the pink cocaine or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tusi.
All right, Tusi.
Yeah, that's
He's
what-
got some
That
issues.
stuff concerns
Okay,
me,
but is he going to produce when
but
he's
I
on the
know
field?
he will produce.
All right, do you
That's
want
what
him?
he
I'll
does.
put this up as our Surfside poll of the day.
I think he suddenly becomes more attractive now that he has this legal issue behind him.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the jury dismissed it in 10 seconds.
can you imagine-
So, do you want the Commanders to pursue him? Is that okay for you? Poll
I'd
police?
want him
Is that,
over-
is that a
I'd
good
want
enough
him over
question?
Ayuk.
You didn't like the word enough.
Oh, I appreciate you asking me to
Do you
prove
want
everyone.
the Commanders to
Would
pursue
you
Stefan
would
Diggs?
you be happy if they signed Stefan Diggs? Yes, I would be happy.
Okay, that's the appropriate language.
Would you be happy? Would you be happy if they announced
what
they
I
signed
want.
Stefan Diggs?
I want Diggs.
I would be happy.
Diggs and Chig. Chig and Diggs. However you want to do it. Buddy
Yeah.
cop movie style.
So if you
Yeah.
could add Diggs,
So you're Stephon,
so Diggs
not
would be the
Stephon.
number 2 to McLaurin, and then
Yes.
you got Antonio Williams, possibly the 3, and then you got Chig as your tight end.
Yeah.
I
That's
would almost
legit.
put Chig as the number 3 because he's going to have the 3rd best numbers.
That's fine.
Chig is gonna be
I
really
love the
good.
looks of that offense. If
I think Williams is
Diggs,
gonna be really good.
If Diggs even gives you like,
But maybe he doesn't put up the crazy numbers.
say
in
he
rookie
doesn't
year.
give you 85 catches, he gives you 55 catches. That's a great add to your offense.
Why is he bouncing around on so many teams?
Because he wears out his welcome.
Minnesota, Buffalo,
He's a-
Houston,
Yeah.
New England.
Because he's a diva. He's a diva wideout. And these guys last for 2 or 3 years. Their act wears thin, then they move on.
1-800-636-1067. Are you in on Stefan Diggs? Would you be happy if the Commanders landed Stefan Diggs? That's our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and
How could
Lemonade
you not
with
be
vodka.
happy?
Light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles, pairs perfectly with the day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. How could you possibly not be happy?
Yeah.
You think he's not going to fit in the locker room? That he's not part of the culture, and he's not young. You know, if you want young, fast,
I don't think he's had
I
any
think he's
locker
reasonably
room
fast.
issues. Maybe it's a beef with a quarterback here or there, which is standard for receivers.
Well, isn't
They
that a
said they
locker
did-
room issue?
I think
Not
that
really.
you got beef with your quarterback.
I
Well,
think that
sometimes they complain.
I think the results of the poll are going to be probably. I think there's going to be about 30% who wouldn't want him.
I think it's going to be 80%.
Yeah, but why
plus
would those
want
30%
Diggs.
Because
not want?
because he said that he's not young. Maybe he's got locker room issues. Maybe he's not the most coachable guy. I would like him. I would like him
I don't
as
think
his
there's
number
a
Small,
locker
too,
room-
like-
I don't think there's a locker room issue. They just don't want him dating their sister.
Yeah, they definitely don't.
Maybe you want a taller guy. Like Cakes is a big Keenan Allen guy. Maybe you want a bigger target than Stephon Diggs.
I mean, Chig is pretty big. If you're looking for a big target, that's who you throw to. But they seem to be kind of specializing in the 5'10" to 6 foot tall range for receivers. Look at Terry McLaurin. Look at Antonio Williams.
If you wanted a bigger guy,
De'Ami Brown isn't
he's not
overly big.
But you could go Juwan Jennings if you wanted someone bigger.
True.
You know, red zone threat.
I don't think
right?
they have any interest in Juwan Jennings.
Apparently they don't.
They got about as much interest
Apparently
as,
they don't.
Wes.
I don't know if any teams have any interest in Juwan Jennings because he's still floating around out there.
Apparently he's asking for too much.
Yeah.
I don't think any team has interest right now in Deebo Samuel.
Doesn't seem to be a lot of interest. But if you're asking me, am I interested in a guy who's averaged over 17 games?
Yeah.
1,200 yards and
8 or 9
the
touchdowns.
average is crazy because he had some crazy years. The average is 99 catches and 1,200 yards.
Yeah.
Now,
and probably
that's
averages
gonna be
about
dipped off that.
Probably averages 8 touchdowns.
Probably in that range.
Somewhere in that range.
Yeah,
I'm
8 is
big
actually the
on
number.
Diggs. Big on Diggs.
Last year,
They should
coming
be
back
in
from
on him.
ACL, he caught 85.
Yeah.
So that's not an issue. I'm in on Diggs and in all his drama. Give it to me.
Yeah, but if I go averages, I can give you Bobby Wagner's averages, and you're not interested.
Bobby Wagner's older.
Way
3 years older.
He's 35.
Yeah, but they've got to
That's 100 years in
He's just
NFL.
more of a
they've got a
liability.
replacement.
Bobby Wagner's just more of a liability. I mean, somebody's got to make tackles. After everyone misses him, Bobby's there sure enough to tackle you. But all right, let's go to Gary at Upper. I just think he's suddenly
He's not my top
becomes-
choice of the
He might
guys
not
that
be
are
my
out
top
there.
choice, but he's suddenly in play. Like, who do you think, if you would have
He's an option. He should be an
Put it this
option.
way. You have Diggs. Now, Ayuk will be cheaper.
Yeah.
But you have Diggs and Ayuk. Who would you bet on
Diggs.
having a bigger
Diggs.
year?
Diggs. I'd much
Would
rather
we
have
all
Diggs.
bet on that?
Diggs, 100%.
Would anybody bet on Ayuk
No.
to have a bigger year than
No.
Stephon Diggs next year?
Too much of a question mark.
I've never
Give
been
me-
super
give me-
high on Ayuk. You're the Ayuk guy.
I'm just the Ayuk. Of course, he's going to come here. He blew up his career to come here. That's what it appears to me. Let's
I
go
think
to-
he blew up his career because he's an idiot.
That too.
That too.
I don't think he was. I don't think he's some chess player who's like thinking 3 moves ahead.
Oh no, he was telling you. He wasn't thinking 3 moves ahead. He was telling you, "I'm going to go play with that guy. I want to go." He's going on live streams everywhere, going, "I want to play with that guy."
If I'm Adam Peters, I'm way more in on Diggs than I am on Ayuk, even though he's older.
The thing about Diggs is, if he's healthy, he's gonna play every game.
Yes, he'll be productive.
Yeah, he's gonna be out there every game.
All right.
I mean, like even in a down year, if he plays 15 plus games, he should catch 60 balls.
Yep.
60 minimum.
And I'll give you 1,000 yards.
You can vote at Junks Radio or give us a call at 1-800-636-1067. We'll come back, take some phone calls. Are you in on Diggs? Would it make you
on
happy?
Diggs.
Big on Diggs.
I'm in.
The biggest.
Don't go anywhere.
We've all seen it before, the underdog trailing at halftime, written off by all the critics, but then something happens, a strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the exact same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn it all around. You need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJAN Wealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure your money is working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com, because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Phone numbers 800-636-1067.
Saw some
Stephon
interesting
Diggs was
skinny-
exonerated yesterday.
Yep.
His trial, his chef was suing him, saying that he didn't pay her,
Well, he
no,
also
that he attacked her.
strangled her.
strangled her.
You're burying
Yeah.
the lead.
Yeah.
I think I saw that there's some that said maybe he overpaid her.
Yeah.
And apparently might have given her a little bit more.
Well, that was definitely intimated as
Yes.
far as their relationship. But during the break, I found this from Bradley Locker from Pro Football Focus. He believes a wide receiver needy team is going to give him another shot. And he recently called Diggs a perfect fit for the Washington Commanders. Here's his quote. He says, Diggs will now play on his fourth squad in 4 years, but he's been a remarkably consistent playmaker when healthy, with Terry McLaurin and Luke McCaffrey both appearing on under 500 snaps in 2025. Daniels would benefit from Diggs' inside-outside skill set to lift the Commanders' beleaguered group.
You can vote at Junks Radio. Would you be happy if the Commanders signed wide receiver Stephon Diggs? Right now,
What's-
59% happy.
Yeah. So
41% say no, don't want him. Here's an example from Eric the Opera Ghost on Twitter. You can tweet us at Junks Radio. No thanks. I'd prefer Juwan Jennings, Brandon Ayuk, or even Debo. From CCA, problematic personality, not interested.
what Ayuk doesn't have a problematic
He definitely
personality.
That's
is
another guy who
problematic.
said that.
By the
Yeah.
way, according to PFF, Diggs posted the fourth highest receiver grade of his career, 82.6. He hauled in 75% of his contested catches, dropped under 3% of his targets. So he's still playing well despite being 32 years old and being on a bunch of teams.
I think it would be worth it. I mean, sign him to a 1-year deal.
Of course
If
it'd
he's-
be worth it.
If he's going to be out there for 17 games, he's going to give you really good number 2 numbers.
I don't think he's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
He's just going to play.
who knows? I mean,
He's just going to do his thing.
fans should just care about what he does on the field. Don't worry about what he's doing off the
I don't
field.
care about how many kids he's got.
Yeah, you
or
don't have to
what,
live with him.
About his chef.
But if he goes out there and he catches 8 balls for 92 yards and a touchdown, that's what you want.
Right. I just think he would make us better. I think it would really quiet a lot of the concerns. Now, is it a long-term solution? Of course not.
No.
But hey, they're kind of in a win-now situation. They got to figure out a way to get back into competing for playoff spots and wins.
This may offend Jason, but I'm sorry. I'd rather Stephon Diggs be getting balls thrown to him than De'Ami Brown or Van Jefferson.
I agree with you.
You're always
Well,
looking to
prove it.
upgrade your talent, right?
I-
He's
well,
an
prove it.
upgrade.
I think-
he's an upgrade over
It
those
offends
guys.
me because I'm a huge De'Ami
You're a big
guy.
De'Ami mark now.
I think Diggs will prove, well, he's just being won over by these videos that the Commanders are putting out, like on commanders.com.
Yeah,
so he
like-
fell in love with De'Ami Brown. Now he's
Yep.
watching another one during the commercial breaks.
Yep.
He's gonna, all of a sudden, he's
I like
going
it.
to be, he's gonna be smitten with Lance
you have a
Newmark.
man crush on De'Ami Brown. It's okay.
I do.
It's okay
I-
to admit it.
And Sonny Styles.
And so, I love me some Sonny Styles.
I don't know how you couldn't.
Not as much as Ken Norton loves him, but we love him.
All right, we're pushing Junkerty to 9:45. Your chance to win the Jason Aldean tickets.
So 9:45 or 8:45?
8:45. Sorry. Let's go to the phones.
All
People
right.
want to weigh in on Diggs.
Are you big on Diggs?
I'm big.
Big.
Are you
big
Steph on or Steph off?
I mean, we got a lot of different bits here.
I'm Biggs on Diggs.
Dude,
Bigs
I
on
like it.
Diggs.
We should have a
You gotta
T-shirt.
throw the
Big
S on
on
it.
Diggs.
Big on Diggs and Chig.
Yeah.
Big Diggs Chig.
I got a big blank for Diggs and Chig. Yeah.
We can workshop
So
it.
something there.
Yeah, we
There's
can.
something. Gary.
We got something.
What's up, Gurry?
Good morning, Junk.
Hello, Gary.
Hey, look,
Yeah.
I'm big. Yeah, I'm big on Diggs. Okay,
Nice.
and the reason I'm big on Diggs is because all of those guys you said, I think he would be the number one receiver. I think he's better than Terry. I'm just going to be honest with you. I think he is
His
the guy
heyday,
who was
but I don't
taking
think
those
today.
fields.
Yeah, in his prime he was, but I don't think.
I think he's better than Diggs. He's coming off his second year off of his ACL injury, and that's usually when guys are at full strength. And look what he did last year.
I think they're pretty close.
I'm big on him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no.
He's agreeing with
and
you.
at their peaks, it's not even close. Diggs was better than McLaurin. At their peak of their careers,
Yeah.
I don't even think it's
Yeah.
particularly close.
Yeah. And I think what he did last year with a young quarterback, okay, I just think Diggs is one of those guys who's a very good receiver. If he comes here, I would not be surprised if he outperformed Terry. He's always been able to get separation. That's one thing that Terry's had a problem with. So I'm in on him. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get him on a 1-year contract. I think there's going to be some teams out there that are willing to put.
Yeah, there's probably going to be
Give
suitors
Give
for
him
him.
a fake 3-year one, like
Like the Patriots did.
Yeah.
They gave him a 3-year deal. He wound up there for 1 year.
Yeah, so
let's
1
do
year
that.
guaranteed.
I don't think that's a problem.
He wound up getting like 22 plus million
yeah, yeah.
guaranteed
Right.
for 1 year.
Hey, they got money to spend. They got $49 million.
They got a lot of money.
Listen, I'm not an NFL executive. I don't do this for my living or whatever. But I think all of us would bet on Diggs to have a bigger impact and a bigger year than Brandon Ayuk next year. So why wouldn't you sign him?
I would bet all of my money, all of Drab's money, all of your money that Diggs is going to play more games and have a bigger impact than Brandon Ayuk, wherever
So,
either of them land.
What are we even doing here?
Go out and get him.
Just go sign his ass.
Just go out and
Just
get
be
him.
done with it.
Make your team better. Make
There
your
are other
offense better.
options,
There's
though.
going to be a market for him. There will be a market for Stephon
Yeah.
Diggs.
There are other options, but I'm
But are
just
they
wondering.
as proven?
I'm just wondering
They
why
have
they
85
have.
catches last year?
That had 85 catches last season. I don't know. He's mentioned Keenan Allen. I don't know how many catches he had.
He had like 80, I want to say, somewhere in that.
I wouldn't-
neighborhood.
I wouldn't
I wouldn't
hate
hate
Keenan
Keenan
Allen's a
Allen.
proven guy. He's
Tyreek
another
Hill.
elite
I know
route.
he's
I've
coming
just
off
seen
injury.
Diggs
Tyreek Hill
play
is
a
going
lot
to
more.
end up somewhere, I believe.
I would kick the tires on a Tyreek Hill if I was somebody, but not this team. That's where I might draw the line.
Keenan Allen had 81
Just
catches last year.
Yeah.
Now, it was
For-
9.6 yards per catch.
So what for 890 yards?
777.
How many
He's under
touchdowns?
4 touchdowns. Yeah. He's never been a prolific touchdown guy. His
No,
high
he hasn't.
water mark is 8.
I think I'd want Diggs more over Keenan
I
Allen.
do too. Let's go to Tim in La Plata. Tim is a no on Diggs.
All right.
Why?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
What's
Doing
up?
great. What's
Timmy?
up?
What's up, Timmy?
Well, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Okay.
And
Why?
the reason I say that is, I have like nightmares of the Deion Sanders and
Bruce Smith.
I mean, that was 25. That was
No.
He caught
30 years ago.
85 balls last year.
I don't care what he caught.
It's not like he caught
The guy-
20.
The guy is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Okay.
He could be a pain in the butt for like 2 years, and then you part ways. You part
Well,
ways
well,
after 1 year
sign
if you
him
have
for
to.
1 year. No, I would
What's
say
the part
sign him-
about him that's a pain? The part that he just complains when he doesn't get the ball?
Yeah, he's a disruption.
So you wouldn't want
Well,
AJ Brown either?
Didn't they go to the Super Bowl last
They
year with
did
that
go to the
disruption?
Super Bowl, yeah.
They did.
He was
And
such a disruption. They went to the Super
He
Bowl.
was their leading receiver.
I don't care.
Okay.
All right.
What he's going to be is he's going to be a problem.
I just feel like they
That's
can
what
handle
I
it.
see. I don't see, signing to 1 year at the minimum you could possibly sign him at. I would go
I think
with
he's
that.
going to have
That's
suitors.
not going to get him in the building.
Think he's
Thank
gonna
you for
have
the call.
suitors.
Diggs
Not gonna
would be an
happen.
upgrade at wide receiver. See, of the guys that I'm most intrigued by,
Yeah.
and he suffered a gruesome injury, it's Tyreek Hill. And he recently did post something, and here's a quote. He said, I'm going to bounce back and do what I got to do, work hard, prove MFers wrong, and prove myself right because I know what I can do. He is known as a hard worker.
So is Diggs.
I get it, but I just think he's more impactful.
What are they saying about
Tyreek Hill is more
Tyreek Hill
impactful.
and how quickly
I
he
just
can
have to
come
see
back?
the. I just have to
You got to
see
see
that.
it. But
Yeah.
when are they saying he can come back? Would it be this
It's
year?
all speculative.
Middle of the year?
It's all speculative. There's a lot of speculation that he was going to go back to KC. That's one of the
His
teams.
injury mixed with his age and his off-field baggage, I would have to be out on Tyreek Hill. I want the guy who's seems to be all the way back from his injury instead of the guy working his way back.
Yeah.
I don't know that Stephon Diggs can give you the upside of Tyreek Hill. Tyreek
he
Hill
probably
strikes
doesn't.
fear in defenses.
He used to. I don't know if he can do it at 32.
Well, 2
coming
seasons
back from his
ago,
injury.
I know it's before the injury. 2 seasons ago, 1,800 yards.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that, JP.
last
you
season-
can't
but it's-
ignore.
yeah, you
it's
can't
not
ignore the
just
injury.
A
Yeah.
standard
you're look-
ACL
you're-
tear.
You're
That's no
locked
big
in
deal.
on those numbers. From
If he didn't
2+
have the
years
injury, I'm
ago.
all in.
JP, with a standard ACL tear, I'm all about it. I could ignore it, but I can't ignore dislocation and all the ligaments destroyed.
Right. I'd have to see him running, but he seems pretty confident he's going to come back.
He's on my FUBAR list. He would just. I would not even consider him.
Yeah, I mean, that injury
He
was...
could be somebody
that
else's
injury
age.
was
What if you saw him run a
gross.
4.3?
I don't care.
I don't think he could.
I've done my scouting on Tyreek Hill at this point.
I'd have to see
He
it.
is
I'd have to
officially
see
on
it.
the
If he
FUBAR
ran a
list.
4-3 for me, and he did his little
I'd have to
cheetah-like
see it.
moves.
Yeah.
Then I'd be like, okay, that's different. That's
We
different.
got to give him an opportunity. Maybe
I
that's
just
what
don't
they're
think
waiting
he's-
for.
you-
All these receivers.
As you being a fictional GM, you would give him the opportunity. I would not. And I'm guessing a lot of other teams are probably out on
It's
Tyreek
fun.
Hill too.
It's fun being a fictional
It is
GM.
fun. It's rather fun.
Because it doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah. I can do
It
whatever I
doesn't matter.
want. I can
Diggs
spend,
would be-
I can spend all the owner's money. It doesn't matter.
Out of the guys who are out there, he'd be third or fourth on my list. I think he'd be an upgrade, but
So who are well, clearly Tyreek Hill is one of the two above him. Who else would you have above
I like
him?
Keenan Allen better.
He likes Debo better.
Okay.
And I would Debo I'm on the fence with, but Debo and Diggs about the
I think
same.
Diggs is now my top target. He's my top
Do you
man
think
crush.
that Washington's going to, out of all these guys we're talking about, Allen, Debo, Ayuk, Jennings, Tyreek, Diggs, are they going to sign any of those guys?
They'll land one of those guys.
You think they will?
Yes.
So out of the 6 guys,
Probably the chubby guy with all the dogs.
Hopefully it's not him. Hopefully it's the guy that went to Maryland.
yeah. Okay.
That's your number one.
Stephon Diggs. If I had my druthers, Stephon Diggs would be a commander.
Let's go to Don in Ashburn. Don, what's up?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Congrats on the 30-year anniversary.
Thanks,
man.
man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Donnie.
What's up?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue because he, 85 catches last year. He averages like 15 games played per season. I mean, even if his production dropped 20 catches, you're still getting more out of him than a lot of the guys we have on the roster at the 2. So, and off the field problems, I mean, there's 53 guys on an active roster, and every team is putting up with some off the field problems regardless of who they are. So, I'd say it's worth it.
Yep.
Yeah,
I appreciate
I'm
it.
with you.
All right,
Chuck
there you go.
Love is big on Diggs.
There you
Let's
go.
go to Nico. Nico, what's up?
Nico, you speak to us. That's the way this works.
Rico, it's
Yep.
Rico.
What's up, Rico?
What's up, bud?
Nico's busy
Hey, good
buying
morning.
cars.
I'm sorry, that's Rico. I see. What's up, bud?
No worries. Good morning, guys. I'm all big on Diggs, all in. I think for one, people forget he's from the area. He's from the DMV.
You think we
I think
forgot
he's going to
that?
always.
I believe someone sent me. I believe he still has a home in Rockville.
Ah.
It's like a really
Yeah.
nice spot.
I'm
Does
sure
he?
it is.
Yeah.
I think he's going to put on for the city. I think he has a lot of pride. I mean, he went to Maryland. I mean, I think he's going to really want to push it. I do agree he's going to try to push to be the number one receiver, which is going to push Terry to make Terry even want to come out a little bit stronger. I think De'Ami Brown is probably going to be a definite no vote on Diggs coming because I think that's going to have him sitting there holding the football on the sidelines. And lastly, I think if the secondary, we can also bring his brother over here too and probably get a good package deal and bring in the whole
That guy
family
hadn't
over
done
here.
anything in like 3 years. Been hurt every year. That's the only thing.
I still think bring him on again. You give him a 1 or 2 year deal, 3 year deal.
I mean, you could try him out.
and you go ahead and cut him.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with his brother is he had those 1 or 2 years where he was just making interceptions like crazy, but he was also getting burned like crazy. He was like all or
Yeah,
nothing.
I'd rather have Steph than
Terry
Trev.
McLaurin was his daddy on a few plays.
Yeah, he
That
was.
his daddy. Yeah. Owned him.
Well, there was a bunch of receivers that were
Yeah.
too.
I was looking at the free agent list. Way down the list, you could reunite with Curtis Samuel.
No thanks.
Nah, can't
I'm
do
out
that.
of the Curtis Samuel
I mean,
business.
talk about guys way past their
If you want a
prime.
guy who's going to catch 25 balls and have a soft tissue injury all the time, Curtis Samuel's your guy.
Yeah.
Perfect guy.
And they
for
got
you.
plenty of guys that can catch 25 balls.
Yeah. No thanks. Out
He's
on
younger
Curtis
than
Samuel.
Diggs.
Yeah, but he's not as good as Diggs.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
a
he's
big
not
difference.
close.
I want the guy that just caught 85 balls last year.
Yeah.
And basically does that every year. That's what he does.
Coming up next, it's a game show Wednesday. Give you a chance to win tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. We'll play Junkerty. You can give us a call at 1-800-636-1067. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. We have the president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals, Paul Taboni, joining us at 9 o'clock. But right now it's Game Show Wednesday. We're going to play Junkerty, the original Junkies game show. 3 questions. We're just doing one category. Punch up 2 contestants. 1-pointer, a 3-pointer, a 5-pointer, and we will see who wins the game.
Very good.
All right, let's
Who
go
are our
to
contestants?
Adam in Falls Church. Hey, Adam.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
How are you, buddy? Let's go to Scott in Ashburn. Hey, Scott.
How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Scott?
Doing great.
All right, boys. Here's the way the game works. We start with the jump ball. I will throw out the movie quote. If you know the movie, say your name, and then you'll get control of the board. Got it?
Got it.
All right, your 1-pointer. Famous movie lines. You name the movie. You're going to need a bigger boat.
Adam.
Adam, what is the movie?
Jaws.
That is Jaws. You're up 1-0. All right, Scott, you just got to chill and hope that Adam screws up at some point. All right.
All right. I hope he screws up bad.
All right, your 3-pointer movie line is, you had me at hello.
Oh, that's too easy.
Adam,
Will Hunting.
it is not Good Will Hunting.
Is he Dunsky?
No, he's not done. Scott, you can steal. You had me at hello.
Yeah, that's easy. That's Jerry Maguire.
It is Jerry Maguire.
That is true.
I wouldn't have got it.
That's when Jerry comes back, and then Renee
Yes.
Zellweger. He does his whole
It's
speech.
a famous movie quote.
Yes.
It's so famous.
You remember every
They were in
movie quote?
that dumb women's meeting. That all these women were
Yes.
complaining.
Yes.
All right.
EB gets so angry about
Complaining.
this.
I mean, it's just
He's
whatever.
hostile towards movies for
mean,
whatever
You
reason.
know, like there should be about 6 movies ever that you remember a quote.
Well, some
I
people
mean,
have
most aren't that memorable.
some people have a bigger file than you.
most movies aren't that great.
All right, Scott, you got control, and you win the game if you get this 5-pointer. Adam, you have to hope that Scott screws it up, because this, I think, is
He's gonna
actually
screw up.
too easy. All right. Name the movie. Get Busy Living or Get Busy Dying?
Oh, that's an easy one. It's Shawshank Redemption.
Congratulations, Scott. You've won 2 tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. Double Trouble Tour 2026. That's Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale Friday, May 8th at 10 a.m. That's this Friday. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
There's no chance that Wes or Mike Marr have seen or know anything about Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, I think they
I'm gonna
might have.
guess.
Shawshank's on TV all the time.
One of the greatest movies in history.
It's overrated.
I
It's
agree with
fine.
you. I
It's
love Shawshank.
Massively overrated.
Thanks, Scott. Hang on the line. Boys, have you seen Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah, of course. Are you kidding me?
Always bet against
He's kind of an
Case.
old soul. Wes, I'm going to guess, has not seen it. Wes, you're my only hope.
I don't think so.
Yeah, thank you. He had that look in his face like, I don't even know what they're talking about.
The Wesley
So good.
Wes.
Good.
Why do you hate that movie so much?
I don't
It's
hate
so
it.
He
good.
just says it's overrated.
I don't hate
Just-
it. I just think it's overrated. There are certain things that a lot of people love that I find overrated, and I'm sure you guys are the same way.
Most
Shawshank
movie
Redemption,
quotes.
overrated,
Yeah.
in my opinion. IMO.
Brooks was there.
What?
Yes, the scene
You know what I'm
where
talking about?
yeah, Brooks gets out.
Thank you,
Then he
JP.
commits suicide.
Like, who would remember
I've
that?
s-
I saw
I've-
that movie 45
I've
years
seen
ago. I
it
have
maybe
almost
twice,
no recollection.
so I'm not tracking with that.
I haven't seen it.
The only thing
No,
I
it's
think
a
I
scene.
remember is like a naked Kevin Bacon. Is that who it was? Or not? Was it Kevin Bacon?
In Shawshank?
Yeah.
Tim Robbins?
Tim
Robbins.
You're thinking of a different movie.
Morgan Freeman.
You're thinking of something completely
No,
different.
like at the very end of Shawshank. What's the scene at the very end of Shawshank?
They're on the island. They're at the beach.
You know
he
what?
reunites
I-
with Morgan Freeman.
I've forgotten. Okay, because I haven't seen it in a long time because it's an overrated movie.
There you
I've
go.
forgotten.
I'm with you.
Say
With you on that.
Guataneo.
Huh?
They're in Say Guataneo in Mexico on the beach.
The Mexico.
It
It's
sounds like a nice spot.
I find it to be an emotional movie. Moving movie. I don't
50
know.
years ago.
Some of my friends
Who
can't
would have
believe
watched it since?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they were at Dewey Beach at the
Yeah.
Starboard.
It's one of those movies that when
Having
you see it,
orange
you just
crushes.
keep watching it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it just never.
That's not for me. That's not that movie. For
What do you
me,
mean?
that movie is Gladiator.
Do you
For me,
like
that movie's T2.
go to movie channels to see what's on?
No.
Yeah, for me, that movie's
Yeah, I
The
would never do
Town.
that.
For me, that movie's The Town. I will always sit down and watch part of it if I stumble upon it.
Kevin Bacon prison movie Murder in the First. I don't really remember anything
Yeah,
about it. I just typed up Kevin Bacon prison movie. So maybe that's what you're thinking
Which
of,
one?
EB? Murder
No,
in the
what's it-
First.
what's it-
You've got Kevin Bacon naked in a prison shower.
You seem to focus on naked Kevin
It
Bacon.
wasn't necessarily naked, but it was just like trapped in like the vision I have. Is
I don't
like
have any file on that
trapped
movie.
in like a prison or something. Was he not trapped at the very, very end of Shawshank?
I don't know. Again, I've
He's
only
not-
seen it
I don't
twice.
think he's in
Bacon?
Shawshank.
Kevin Bacon is not in Shawshank
Who am I
Redemption.
thinking of then? Who was in Shawshank?
Tim
He
Robbins.
told you.
Timmy
Tim
Robbins.
Robbins and Morgan Freeman are your principals in the Shawshank
Are you
Redemption.
okay?
That's why he hates movie quotes.
I don't care. I mean, I saw it.
Wait, can
It
I
was
give
good
you a
movie.
quote, EB, or ask you a quote about that movie?
Yeah.
All right. How often do you really look at a man's?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's a major line in the movie.
In what movie?
In Shawshank Redemption.
Do you think I remember from 45 years ago that one line?
45 years ago.
I mean, that's a major line in the,
The movie came out when you were 10.
Shawshank Redemption? When did it come
Came
out?
out in like the 90s.
Like 95.
Yeah.
94.
Okay, he was
Yeah.
25 years old, not
Yeah,
10.
it's not his thing.
Okay, it was 30 years ago.
Well, the answer
I'm
is
just trying to think of
32
Kevin
years
Bacon.
ago.
I mean, he's been in a
If you want to watch
billion films.
If you want to watch a great movie that stars Tim Robbins, you will watch Arlington Road.
Yeah.
That's
a good
the
one.
That's the movie you'll watch. That's a great movie with Tim Robbins. You want to watch a great movie with Tim Robbins, you'll watch Bull Durham. Great
What's
movie.
the Kevin Bacon movie I'm thinking of then?
I don't know. You
It's
are
not
trapped in this
Shawshank.
Kevin Bacon.
It's not A Few Good Men. It's
He
not,
actually did a movie called Trapped, but I don't think that's what you're talking about.
it's not Mystic River.
No.
Why do you sleep on?
Describe the scene again. Kevin
I just
Bacon's
remember like the final
in a
scene
shower
being him,
naked?
Like, no, like in a prison cell.
Probably Murder in the First, because that has to do with prison. I'm going to guess that you saw that at some point, and it's now trapped in your brain.
Maybe. Could be.
Here's what I remember Kevin Bacon in.
No, he was
Footloose.
Kevin Bacon was definitely in a movie. It was a prison movie where he was sexually molesting the
Oh,
kids.
that's right. That's a great movie. What's the
What's
name
that
of that?
name?
Jason Patrick is in it.
Jason
Kevin
Patrick.
Bacon is in it.
Yep.
Oh, it's a
Can't remember the name of it.
It's a good flick. We're gonna find it. Now we're down the Kevin Bacon.
All right, so
wormhole.
Kevin Bacon was sent to Alcatraz. This might be it's Murder in the First.
That
You just
might
don't
be
remember it.
Might
That's
be
probably.
it.
I mean, I don't
what
remember
year
the
did that one
scenes.
come out?
Murder in the First
That might be the one.
came out in 1995.
Same time as Shawshank. Maybe I'm just getting them confused.
Yeah, what was the name of that
He's
movie?
a petty theft who goes to Alcatraz.
petty thief. He's a petty thief.
Yeah,
that goes to
sorry.
Alcatraz.
He was definitely in the River Wild. You know what? River Wild.
That's a good flick too.
That might be one of his top 3
I mean,
films.
he's been in a billion movies.
What's
Yeah.
the final? I'm gonna see. What's the final scene in Murder in the First?
Might be it.
YouTube it. God, what's
No,
the
it's-
name of that movie we're
I'm
thinking
gonna
about?
find
Kicks?
it, Rick. Just give me a second, and I will find it.
I know, but
Sleepers.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is it.
Sleepers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the final scene reveals that Henry Young, I guess that's Kevin Bacon, is exposing the brutality of Alcatraz. Is returned to the dungeon where he dies shortly thereafter.
Sounds cheery ending.
Murder in the First. That's the one I was thinking of.
By the way, the
So
Sleepers.
a rare movie you've seen.
Sleepers, pretty good cast. Kevin Bacon, Robert De Niro, Dustin Hoffman, Jason Patrick, and Brad Pitt.
Oh, I know. It's a great movie.
It's a good flick.
Mike Moore, you need to watch Sleepers. You'll love Sleepers.
It's a good one.
It's very depressing, and you're not going to make you chuckle at all, but it's really good.
What year did it come out?
96, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Anything before that, I get a little skeptical about.
I'm very wary of most black and white films. I'll be honest. I have a bias against most of them. It's just me. It's
Although
just me
you
being
like Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz / Wizard of Oz, yes. Goes from black and white to color. So it does both. It straddles the fence, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it was made in 1939. Like, I'm not going to be big on most movies made in 1939.
What are your guys' thoughts on Goodfellas?
Spectacular.
Nothing but great
It's
thoughts.
the dumbest question.
I mean, what do you think the
of all
thoughts could be? I
probably
mean, what
the-
do you think the thoughts could possibly
I mean, it's
be?
probably the greatest mob movie ever, and
Size.
I'm not a huge Godfather guy, but Goodfellas is.
I just
one of
wonder
the-
what's in the range of possibilities for Goodfellas. Like,
Have you
it's
ever
like
heard-
you're unanimous. Everybody's one of
Yeah.
their.
Do you know anybody who doesn't like Goodfellas?
Yeah.
Well, no, I just hadn't seen it for the longest time until a year ago. I just
Yeah.
slept on it.
Oh, okay.
But then I finally watched it, and I was like, "What have I been doing my entire
Right,
life?
what
Like,
have you-
this is literally the best movie I've ever seen."
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
You should watch it multiple times before you die.
The sad thing is, there's just nothing really that interests me at the movie theaters now.
I know. Good movies have died. They don't come out anymore.
Everything's
They're
just,
not. They're not created.
Yeah.
I don't know where they went.
It's just a remake, or it's a cartoon, or it's like a comic book.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's garbage.
I don't get it.
What are
The
your
best-
top
the
10
best-
movies out right now? Entertainment Guru.
I mean, I could get you.
Yeah,
you mean
just-
the
I'm
top 10
curious.
movies. Top 10 movies right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I could punch it up myself.
Right. I'm going to tell you right now. I got it.
I guarantee
top 10
there's
movies.
not any that
Project
should.
Hail Mary is pretty good.
All right.
You should
Devil
probably see
Wears
that.
Prada 2. Get out
I
of
saw
here.
the first one.
You know
Michael,
what? I'm
somewhat
kind of
interested.
intrigued on Devil Wears Prada too.
Oh, my wife wanted to see Michael. So that's
All
the
right.
Michael Jackson
All
one.
right, Super
Don't care about
Mario Galaxy movie.
Yeah, pass.
I'll never in a million years watch
My
that.
kid saw it.
All right. Project Hail Mary. No
Yeah.
idea.
Cake says
Ryan
it's good.
Gosling's good. Science fiction.
Out.
You're probably out
Looks,
of the
it's
science
so
it looks
not
terrible.
EB,
He
that
meets a
movie.
rock alien. It's so stupid.
Yeah, he meets an alien named Rocky.
Hokum.
What is Hokum? I don't even know what
Oh,
that is.
Hokum is definitely a butt scary horror movie starring
Not
Adam
interested.
Scott from Severance.
Animal Farm. Don't like animals. Lee Cronin's The Mummy. So a movie about a mummy. Nope. Deep Water. What is that?
Oh, that's about the isn't it about the shark attacks that
Yeah,
people
deep
get.
water plane crashes and they have to avoid shark attacks.
That's kind of scary. So I don't know if I want to see that.
The time, this is number 9. The time I got reincarnated as a slime, the movie. Are you kidding?
I have no idea
There's
what that
nothing.
That's actually a movie.
Here's the plot line. Rimuru and friends visit Celestial Emperor Hermesia's resort island after the Jura Tempest Federation's opening ceremony.
I don't know
You
what
know
any
what's
of that
funny?
means.
Is that we would have Kevin on right now, and he would be excited about all of it.
Of course.
He would just
That's his
he
thing.
would think it's like an amazing time in cinema.
Yep.
And then Hoppers is number 10.
What is that?
It's animated. I believe it's
Anime-
a Pixar movie.
Out on animation. What's the drama? That's tied for 10th.
The drama, I believe,
Oh,
is Robert Pattinson
yes.
and Zendaya.
Kelsey saw it, said it was pretty good.
Has a twist. I've heard there's a twist.
It's a love story.
Sexual content.
Out.
What'd you think, Wes?
Wesley
I'm
West.
not a big fan of the concept
because
What concept?
because it's just. I mean,
Like
I
a
can't
love
say
story?
it's a surprise.
He doesn't want
Are
to
you
ruin
out
it.
on love
He's trying to
stories?
ruin it.
Huh?
Don't make him ruin the movie.
No, I don't want you to ruin the movie. I mean, it's been out for 6 weeks. No one's going to see it.
Yeah, that's true.
The concept of a love story.
What is the concept that you're out on?
Just what she wanted to do. You know, just the current times. I just thought it was a bad idea.
Oh, okay.
It's very cryptic.
What
but
moved
that's
you to
good.
go see? Are you a movie nerd or something?
No, I'm not a movie nerd, but I went to go see it. I also saw
Zendaya.
Project Hail Mary. It was amazing.
Project
You
Hail
liked
Mary is good.
It was
So
amazing.
you're a movie nerd. You go to movies a lot.
No,
You go with the boys.
no, yeah.
I don't know.
You-
For,
yeah.
for EB, going to the movies a lot
know.
is like going once a year.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
if
twice a
you've
year.
seen 2 of the top 10 current movies,
Yeah.
you go to the movies a lot.
He
I don't know
probably does.
anybody
He probably
besides
does.
Kevin. Do you actually check to see what's on in at your local theater?
No, I went with my mom to go see it.
All right.
Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take your mom.
No, I'm not
Maybe
going
she wants to go to the movie.
Your mom
see
would
a
probably
movie. I
like
won't
it.
say no.
I take my mom to Nukes.
Lunch.
I take her to Nukes in Crofton.
Right.
Say you take her to Lido.
I take her to Nukes and I get the threefer.
I mean, if you're really smart, you take her to Pupatella.
Or
You
the
pay
Pick
Zeppy.
3.
You
Yeah.
pay $0.
I probably should, but I have to drive to Columbia.
Well,
Can-
then
can they
that-
put one in Crofton?
That would be nice.
Yeah,
That would be good.
that's not a bad idea.
Well, I might have to do Pupatella this week. I
I had it
haven't
last
been there in
night.
a few weeks.
Yeah, big shock.
Home run last night. That place never misses.
Well done.
Coming up next, Paul Taboni, the president of baseball operations of your Washington Nationals, here on the Junkies.
The Nationals lost 11-3 last night in Game 1 of their series with the Twins. Cade Cavalli tossed 4 innings, allowing 5 hits, 6 runs, only 3 were earned, and striking out just 2 batters. He was coming off back-to-back games of 10 strikeouts. And the Washington Capitals would choose 16th overall in the 2026 NHL Draft. They did not change their position after the NHL Draft Lottery last night. Washington had just 5 of the possible 1,000 combinations, giving them a 0.5% chance of moving up. Now, the Capitals also own the Anaheim Ducks first-round pick as a result of the John Carlson trade, so they will have 2 selections in the first round to kick things off. They're still waiting, though, to find out where the Ducks' first-round pick will fall. The Toronto Maple Leafs won the first overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office.
I'm not sure his mic is on. Did you have Cakes' mic on there, Wes? I don't know. I can't hear him.
I can't hear anything.
You hit something there,
Joanne?
Wes, buddy, and we can't hear anything. So I don't know if we're on the air.
I got nothing.
I got nothing in my ears. When he cut off the music, he cut
I got
off our
nothing.
ears.
Can you hear us right now?
They're efforting.
You can? All right, we can't
background.
hear ourselves.
Can you
at
hear
all.
anything in your cans, Cakes?
No.
Got nothing.
Our cans,
Nothing.
He hit a button when he cut off the music, and it cut off our cans. Just FYI.
So we
I
are
like the
unable
looks
to.
on their
All right.
faces.
If Paul, you think Paul can hear us?
There's 4
But
people
the
looking at
problem
the
is
board.
we won't hear Paul.
I know. I want him just to hold. Hey, Paul, just
I
hold
don't
on
know.
for a
Grab
second.
could talk to him.
It's kind of weird.
It was when he cut off the music, everything went away.
Yeah.
When you hit the music cutoff, which is a little too early, Jason did call that correctly. He cut the music off too soon.
Yep.
He then also cut our headphones off.
Yep.
So,
Are
I
we
don't know if it
presently
was. I
still
don't know
on
if it
the
was
air,
his.
do we
Maybe it
know?
was something else. But
so go find the guy that walks around like a
Sunspot?
duck and see if he can come in here and get our ears back. Because there's no way we can interview
someone
on the phone. That's impossible.
are we going over the air?
That I don't know.
He says we're on the air.
Drabs gave a thumbs up to yes. Clary is also saying on the air.
So we're on the air. Okay.
I got
We have
4
no
guys
sound coming
staring
back.
at the board.
This is weird.
Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, maybe a plane crashed into the tower, like the plane that clipped the truck and the light
Dude.
pole landing in
I
Newark
was in that.
International
Did you hear about
Airport.
that?
I was hear about
Tilt
it.
City.
I was watching all these videos of that one and other near misses.
I mean,
and apparently that was a different runway than typically used as a shorter one there at Newark. But I drive up to New York all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm always fascinated by the planes, and I always think it's an optical illusion that they're not really that close.
apparently they
are that
yeah,
close.
that is.
And they're clipping trucks and fences and
The wheels just clipped that 18-wheeler.
I mean, did you
Yes.
see? Did you see the dash cam of the guy driving like the bakery truck that it knocked? It just
knocked it over.
yeah, knocked it completely off of its
it was
wheels.
that was like an 18-wheeler. That
Yeah.
was like a bakery truck, but it was a big ass
Yeah.
rig.
Yeah.
And it was terrifying when you see the video of him, like his video.
Now, he
know.
wasn't seriously injured,
No,
was he?
but he did
No,
have to
he-
go to the hospital for some
Like
scratches
lacerations.
or
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
burns
He got, I
or
mean,
whatever.
just think about how lucky he was.
Well, I mean, how lucky are everybody on the plane, that
right,
didn't
right.
crash like into the highway and become a giant fireball?
They showed another one that happened a couple of weeks ago, I think. It was another near miss.
I mean, that's just
inches away.
That's just too close to have the highway that close to the approach for the runway. It's insane.
I honestly used to watch that and see it all the time and go, "Wow, that's pretty cool."
I mean,
and I like watching planes land and take off. That's
It
one
is
of my
cool.
things. I like
I mean,
that.
it's one
Now I'm
thing.
scared.
It's one thing when you see that video from I think it's St. Martin.
Yes.
Where
You think that's a one-off?
The people are on the beach and
the plane comes right over.
plane comes 50 feet over their head.
Yeah.
I know.
But it's not like if they miss, they're going to hit a major highway. They're going to.
No, it's
They might
insanity.
kill. They might kill a sunbather.
They'd kill people. I was there.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
I was in St. Martin and saw that.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I typically love watching planes take off and land. Really land. Landing is cooler. I don't know. The taking off is cool.
Man, when I'm not hearing you guys in my cans, like right now, the ringing in my ears is really loud.
It's loud.
It's like really loud.
Yeah.
It's my soundtrack every day. It's what I live with.
Yeah. It's crazy. It feels bizarre when
Now,
you can't hear yourself.
This video right here. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Yeah.
You're looking at St. Martin.
Is that real?
Yes, it's real.
It's real.
That's the resort.
That's
and it goes
legit.
right over their heads. They have those photographers in the water and everything. Yeah.
That's real.
Real.
No one's snorkeling nearby.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Look at that.
There's also somebody.
Look at that.
Somebody
They do it every
showed-
day.
That's crazy.
That's not a one-off.
How does I mean, look at that.
That's perspective. It's not that close to
I was
going to
say it can't be that.
That's what I was saying. That's what I
gotta be a
thought it
little
was
fake.
at Newark.
But it's
Like,
still
sort of an
probably like
optical
100
illusion.
feet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's way less than 100 feet. St. Martin?
Yeah.
Oh, it's way less than that.
I don't think that's true. But
It's probably less than
I
50
was there.
feet
I
above
don't-
your head. Like those wheels are probably less
Yeah.
than 50 feet above your head when you're on the beach.
I think so.
I would guess.
Certainly here in Newark, I thought it was an optical illusion, but apparently it is not.
The one thing that struck me when I was
That is
traveling to
nuts.
Aruba, now the landing isn't like that, but when you see Aruba, when you're approaching it, you can't believe how small it is. You look at it, you look out the window,
The
you're
little
like,
island?
you're like, that's the
That's
entire
Aruba.
island?
Yeah.
It's so
Is it
small.
really?
I never looked out.
I think you can literally drive from one side of the island to the other in like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
It's tiny.
Maybe I did some buggy thing. I don't know.
Do like an ATV tour.
I don't know. We did something. I was in some Jeep or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. On the sand dunes. That was some waste of money.
Yeah.
all right,
Did
it does
that.
say sunbathers can be as close as 50 feet
Yeah.
from the runway's edge.
Right.
During
if
the
it was
landings.
50 feet,
Yeah.
all right. They're clipping cars.
It's insane.
That's it. They got to shut
I just
it down.
can't believe these videos.
And then I saw a video because I clicked on a couple of them and I retweeted them. I'm like, this is insane.
Now you're in the
Then I
algorithm.
got in the algorithm,
Yeah.
and then it showed me like a Swiss airplane, I think, that was landing, and it had wind shear
Okay.
right when it was landing.
Yeah.
and I don't really know what wind shear
I think
is.
wind shear is when the wind is coming in from the side of the
crosswind?
plane, and
Yeah.
it makes the plane like teeter.
Dude, it was teetering. It was like
Yeah.
like 10 feet from landing,
Yeah.
and then it started teetering.
Hair's
Terrifying.
teetering.
It was like the pilot had basically lost control of the plane, but somehow just used whatever skill he had
Yeah.
to land it.
I would have an accident in my pants.
It was the most
That
terrifying
would-
thing I've seen.
I think I'd also borderline have an accident if the pilot was approaching on a landing and then all of a sudden had to pull up and just
Yeah.
keep going.
Yeah.
I've never had that happen before,
It's happened
but I
to
know
some
it's
friends.
happened.
Yeah, and it freaks you out.
It would freak me out.
How do you know that you're encountering wind shear? You only know by
I don't know. You're asking me a question I don't know
by
have the answer to.
Your plane
I'm not a
teetering.
pilot. Last time I checked.
I should have asked my buddy Captain Mike, who I saw last night,
Yeah.
exactly what he was asking.
Ask him.
Remember we had him on the show after the.
Yeah. Yeah, after was it?
Sully.
Yeah, no, it was after
no,
that
no.
helicopter.
It was after the helicopter.
Oh,
crash.
the helicopter
It collided
crash,
with the plane. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last time I
Awful.
flew from. That's it. I'm out on Reagan
I'm with you.
until they stop all the military exercises.
I active like
I'm
I
out
don't-
on Reagan.
I don't book a lot of flights, but when I do, I
B-dub.
check. I check B-dub and I check Dulles, and I
Dulles.
leave the Reagan box
off of it.
empty.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I heard somebody say something to Roger in the background because
Yeah.
I've taken one of the headphones off one of my ears. But during the break, before we were going to have Taboni on, it's my default. Every time I know we're going to have Taboni on, right before I check out Dylan Cruz's stats. And Jason goes, check out Elijah Green, who was another top draft choice by Mike Rizzo.
He was the 5th pick in,
So-
about 4 years ago?
22, I believe he was drafted.
He's been up to plate for Wilmington 117 times.
Yeah.
Guess how many times he's struck out?
60.
61. He's batting
I know, it was
183.
about half.
He can't hit. He
Was he a first round pick?
Dude,
He was
it
the
was like
5th pick. I think he was
overall.
the 5th overall.
A
He was
massive,
number 5 overall in 2022.
massive bust.
So, I mean,
if
we
I
love
remember
Rizzo.
correctly, didn't he have like a dinger in his first pro at bat or something, or like in his first game?
Maybe.
Remember?
Maybe, yeah.
And his
I mean-
dad's a professional stud NFL player. You think you got the genes?
Yep,
You
yep.
never know, dude.
Man, that just kills you when your first round picks, especially if they're top 5 picks,
Yep.
are both in the minors after 5 years, 4 years.
But
Yeah.
I think we all agree. I mean, it's just my perception, but it has to be based in reality that Major League Baseball draft picks in the first round they have the lowest hit rate of all of them.
I would imagine,
because
yeah.
you're projecting 5 years down the
But
road.
like, if he's still at A+ ball level,
He'll
4
never make
years
it.
in,
This will
like-
probably be his last year. They
yeah,
gotta
it's
cut him.
sad. It's just it's
terrible.
sad.
No,
He's never
hopefully he
hit-
got like $8 million or something.
He got paid.
He's never hit successfully except for in the FCL, which I guess is the Florida Complex League.
Yeah, like it's basically spring training league. It's
Yeah,
like a league they do down
They had,
around
like,
spring
the bullpen
training.
coach throwing. Like, it's a joke. It didn't work.
And
I mean,
you
that
saw,
sucks.
you
So
saw
sick.
Jackson Rutledge, who was the 17th pick in 2019.
Yeah, he just never really developed.
They
released him.
basically just cut him.
Yeah.
Designated for assignment.
Well, he pitched third of an inning this year, I think, for them.
Yeah, he's. I mean, I know
Love
he had
Rizzo,
injuries.
love what he delivered, and he would, talk about a decade run where they're
They
playoff
did.
contenders over and over, and they won a World Series.
Yeah,
It's
But
true.
These
It's all
are some
true.
serious
Some of
black eyes on the resume, especially if Cruz doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Cruz Green.
is not looking great. What did you
Well,
say? What is it? What is he hitting?
He's
Did you
relying on
ask?
scouting.
You asked if he was hitting 230 in AAA.
Oh, he was above that, but
He was.
No, he was
wasn't
two-
by much. I think Dylan
250,
Cruz
I
is
thought.
up to 250, but not much in terms of power
250.
numbers.
250's a win.
He's got
for
5
him.
stolen bases. Yeah, but it's in the minors.
I know.
Yeah.
It kills me that that no one cares about batting average anymore. It actually kills me.
It's a forgotten art. There aren't going to be any more Tony Gwynns walking through that door, EB.
You don't have to be Tony Gwynn, but you can be like Eddie Murray.
Yeah.
Like, 280, 290, 300 in that
I mean, if
range.
you hit like 320 these days, you're Ted Williams. I mean, you're basically that level.
I know. It just
Right,
kills
yeah.
me.
And if you hit 320 and you got power,
Yeah.
I mean,
And you're going to
like
make
Ben
you're gonna make
Rice for
40
the
million.
Yankees.
Now you're going to have to
Stud.
help me out, Jason, because I don't follow Major League Baseball like I used to. Dylan Cruz was number 2. A guy named Max Clark was number 3. Has he done anything with the Tigers?
I'd have to look up his numbers.
Wyatt Langford 4.
Yeah, I mean, Langford, he's with the Rangers.
I mean, obviously Skeens went number 1. So,
Yeah.
I'm just. It depends on how these other guys pan out on the Dylan Cruz thing. You just expect them to do better. I can't help but look every time we have Taboni on. I immediately go, let me look at Dylan Cruz's numbers. And they ain't
I
good.
have to tell you, I can hardly be a professional when I can't hear myself. It's so disconcerting. When you've worked for 30 years and you're used to hearing your own voice, when you don't hear it all of a sudden,
I know.
It's the most.
It's definitely weird. It throws you.
I'm completely thrown.
You're
All
shook.
right, get it together because scheduled next, if we don't get to fix the phones and we don't get
The
to
EP?
connect with Paul Timoni,
Yeah.
we'll do the entertainment page here on the Junkies.
I can't hear anything. All right, guys, EB here. This show is brought to you by FanDuel. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn $5 into $150 in bonus bets just for getting started. FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. It's everything you need all in one app. So don't miss your shot. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You want to kick off your summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach, Delaware. The date, put it on your calendar, make a note in your phone, do whatever you have to do. Friday, May 22nd, to kick off Memorial Day weekend, starting at 6 a.m. It gets going early, doesn't slow down all day. B. Mitch and Finley will take over at 10 a.m. It's all presented by our friends at Main Street Bank. We expect to see tons of listeners there in Dewey Beach in just a couple of weeks. It's looming. It's close.
You know what else is looming?
Yeah.
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day is this weekend.
And I am very appreciative of all mothers. Love
Sure,
all the moms
of
out
course.
there. It terrifies me just because I don't know how to get gifts. 40 years into this whole, I just don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
And then like TMZ has a story. It's basically
Paralyzed.
It's basically an ad.
Okay.
But it says celebrity inspired Mother's Day gifts.
Okay.
Okay. So let me go through a few. Well, I guess I'll make this part of the EP. You want me to do that?
Yes,
The entertainment
please.
page, of course, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the top dog over there. She's in charge. You can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. So, and I just look at these and I go, I'm a guy. I couldn't, like a guy can't pick these kind of gifts.
Okay.
So Gwyneth Paltrow,
Yeah.
she has her Goop Beauty Youth Boost Peptide Serum.
Can only imagine how much that costs.
Peptides are hot.
I'm sure it's not cheap, but I'm sure it's not outrageous. It looks like a small little bottle, whatever.
Okay.
I'm not going to buy my wife some sort of serum or lipstick.
No,
A guy doesn't buy that.
That's not a guy's territory.
Like a lotion.
Yeah, that's
No.
like that's
Right.
something like
That's
if
something
you
that
have,
maybe the daughter
yes,
would buy.
if you have a
So here's
daughter,
another
like,
one.
They'll buy that.
Jessica Simpson Women's Prisma Diorce Pump. Like a high-heeled shoe.
Okay.
I'm not going to buy my wife. I would have no idea. Like, first of all, she would never need a high-heel shoe unless maybe going to a wedding or something.
The only shoes I've ever
How
gotten.
can I pick a high-heeled shoe?
You can't. You shouldn't. The only
Right.
shoes I've ever gotten for my wife, literally, are from our pal Chris Farley.
Right.
Brooks,
Sneakers.
Brooks running
Yeah,
shoes.
right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
I would never purport
I let
to
her
know what
pick it
sort of
out.
shoe
She picks it
she
out.
would wear or that she would like.
Here's another suggestion for a Mother's Day gift.
Yeah.
Buy Rihanna's Fenty Beauty Pro Filtered Liquid Foundation. It's like a makeup thing.
No, that's a no.
A
It's another
guy
no.
is not going to buy
Nope.
a makeup thing.
Certainly
Here
not.
you go.
I got you.
Jessica Alba Makeup Remover Facial Wipes.
Now that is something that
You're going to buy that for as a Mother's Day gift?
probably not.
That's like
That-
an everyday
that-
thing.
You would buy that before you would buy any sort of makeup because makeup remover is just it's an easy. It's like a cloth.
I wouldn't
that-
even know what to buy her.
My daughter, my
when it
youngest
comes to
is
makeup.
16 years old. She'll be 17, I guess, in a month. Mm-hmm. She opens up her drawer.
Yeah.
There's more makeup in there than Kylie Jenner. Like,
Yeah. She's helping make
16.
Kylie Jenner.
She's a
and-
junior,
and
right?
them rich.
she's a junior.
She's a finisher in junior year.
She's like, I guess putting a little makeup on here and there. I can't tell.
Yeah.
For maybe a couple years.
I mean, the makeup industry is
What an industry.
By the way,
multi-$100 billion a year.
I think I'm
industry.
just going to get my wife some jewelry. I don't know if I'm going to get her earrings or a necklace.
Yeah.
You know, nothing crazy.
Okay.
Something that's probably under $100.
It's a good idea.
You buy something fake? I guess you could buy silver. I don't
I
even
don't
know.
know.
what
I
you
mean, you can go to a jewelry store and get something decent for $100. I would assume.
I have
I'm not
no
going to
idea.
spend $4,000 on a necklace.
What about concert tickets? Like I'm actually looking at
All right, give me
MGM
one.
National Harbor. This would be more for EB.
Okay.
Maybe he
That
would
would mean
buy
I
it
would
for his
have to
wife.
go.
Darius Rucker's coming to MGM.
Oh, get
My
some.
wife
I've
would love
seen
that.
Darius Rucker.
My wife would love that.
Yeah,
I
so
would
you
love
get
that.
tickets, you get 2 tickets.
Or
and
maybe someone could hook me.
that could happen
We have
too.
connections over
Yeah,
at
yeah,
MGM
yeah.
National.
You know,
Harbor,
at
what
the
I'm saying?
Anthem, I don't know her music.
Yeah.
At the Anthem, Madison Beer. She's the one that dates
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
Or at least used to. I don't know if there's still
Well, I'll
an
tell you
item.
what, if Ella Langley ever came, I'm going.
You're into her?
Yeah, I'll go with my wife. Doesn't have to go.
You're
I'm
big
going.
on Ella Langley. I
Oh, yeah.
never heard her name until last week.
That's my girl.
Didn't know she was a thing.
But I'm probably
She's
just
that
gonna-
popular.
Very popular. I'm probably going to get some earrings or a necklace or something.
I have an idea. I'm locked in on something, but I don't want to say on air.
It'll get back to her.
Oh my God, your wheelhouse cakes right around your birthday.
Oh,
Do you know who's coming to MGM?
Nope.
hold on. Is it a heavy metal act, hard rock?
It's not, but I'm pretty sure you're a fan of them.
Okay.
2 names.
Yes.
Think WHFS and think Easy. Those are
Oh,
my
I know
close-
exactly who you're talking about. Canadian rockers from Montreal. You're talking about Simple Plan.
Yes.
Oh.
Simple Plan, really good pop punk band. They've been around for a long time.
And where
too.
they coming?
MGM,
Oh, MGM.
August. I'm just saying that it's not jewelry.
Yeah.
But it's an experience, and you can buy tickets. It could be a
See, EB hates
Broadway show.
experiences
I'm
because
really
he-
big on
He wants to,
experiences.
he would then be part
And
of
even
the
for,
said
like, for your mom.
experience.
Because now
You're-
you've added to my.
You think your mom wouldn't want to go to a concert? I'm not rock concert,
You
but
understand
she
what
loves music.
What would it would
I know,
entail
I
to take my
understand.
mother to a concert?
Trust me, I know.
It's hard enough to take my mom to lunch.
I understand.
Like it's a thing.
I took her to
in and out
lunch.
of-
I mean, like, what sort of music is your mom into anyway?
Well, she loves music, but like look. My mom is up there, and it's hard to get around.
Sure,
Like
mobility is a huge issue.
I got just getting her up the stairs.
I
and
understand.
into the car. Do you know that?
I know the drill.
So I take her in the X5.
Yeah.
I can't get her butt over the seat, so I walk her to the door.
Yeah.
I turn her, and I just basically I can either lift her up, like wrap my arms around her legs and lift her up because I have to get her butt over the seat.
Yeah.
But that's a debacle because her head's flying around. It's so hard. She has to roll into my car.
I mean, we all have aging parents,
Yeah,
or
you
like
you understand.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're going through.
Taken to a concert
No,
is
it's
like
just- no.
incomprehensible.
No,
Yeah,
you
but
could
they
do
love it. I took my mom to see Dancing with the
I know,
Stars
but
at
she
MGM National
wasn't-
Harbor.
and your
my
mom's-
mom wasn't even into it. It was more for the Frasers, so you know.
She was way more mobile.
She was at that time.
Way more mobile. All right, speaking of music,
Just giving you an outside the box idea.
it's definitely outside my box. I had no idea, Cakes, that the Rolling Stones released a new album.
I heard something along those lines yesterday. I haven't heard any of the music, but I mean, those guys are well into their 80s.
They say they made the album in 1 month.
Okay.
4 of the songs, I guess, are older songs from older sessions, maybe older recording sessions that they
Okay.
put in there. But I guess there are some other ones that are newer. But they had an album release party with Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Ronnie Wood, those guys. The album is called Foreign Tongues.
Yep.
And I guess they had the party celebrating it yesterday.
I think they have songs with Paul McCartney and with Robert Smith from The Cure.
Okay. I mean, Keith Richards.
They're putting out new music, Cake.
And
Keith
that's
Richards
nuts.
is 81. I don't know how old Mick Jagger is, but he's got to be,
gotta be in his 80s.
or 79 at the youngest. I mean, he's
Yep.
probably into his 80s. They had to scrap their tour because Keith Richards couldn't keep up with the physical demands of a multi-month tour. Which
Who's
makes
in?
sense.
Are the original members of Rush still alive? I
No,
just
Neil
saw
Peart, their drummer, passed away, but the
Okay.
other two are still alive, and they're touring. I think they're hitting Capital One this fall.
they're hitting
2
Capital
nights.
One 2 nights in October.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nostalgia still
I'm looking
sells.
at Capital One's concerts. I don't think there are any that your mom would be into.
I mean, Bing Crosby isn't touring, is he?
And Pert was the silly drummer, right?
Peart, yeah.
Peart,
I think it's Peart, yeah.
He was the drummer.
He had brain cancer. I believe
Yeah.
brain tumor did him in.
Oh.
Sad.
Brutal.
Terrible.
But Geddy Lee's still
Geddy Lee's still around. Alex Lifeson, the
72
guitarist,
years old. Geddy
still
Lee.
around.
You know what doc I did recently watch? I watched it on my flight out to Utah, actually. Was the Noah Khan. Do you like music docs? I like music
my wife
docs.
is really into Noah Khan. The documentary is pretty
Has
good.
she watched it? Yeah,
she
yeah.
loved it. Yeah,
Yeah, he's a really down to earth dude. He's got, I can totally relate. He's got like low self esteem.
Yeah.
He's, he's always kind of anxious.
He was a high school classmate because he grew up in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
With my son's wife, with my daughter-in-law. They went to high school together.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 'cause,
Hanover
New
High
Hampshire's
School.
Tiny. It's small.
Hanover High School.
Yeah, it's
Hanover,
not a lot of
New
people.
Hampshire.
Dude, he's a stud. Like he has some amazing
He's
songs.
selling out.
Amazing
He's
lyrics.
selling out like Fenway Park and Nats Park.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
It's insane.
No, my daughters love him, and obviously I know his popular songs.
Yeah.
EB?
I'd asked to play it, but of course I couldn't hear it.
EB,
It was a waste of time.
EB and Bishbucks. I got your Mother's Day gifts. All right. For you.
For our
and this would be Hook Job, our guy Bernie over at Wolf Trap. Harry Connick Jr., July 3rd.
She would love that.
Boom,
Oh, dude,
done.
that just-
Contact.
She would.
Then that would be a freebie.
Yeah.
Hook you.
She would
That
love.
guy came to our commander's draft thing.
Yeah, Bernie's awesome.
He's a good dude.
And then for
Good
your mom,
people.
EB, I think she'd be
JP,
into
I'm
it.
not taking her to a concert.
Sting.
I can barely get her to the.
Sting. You think she knows one Sting song?
Yeah, she should know a couple police
No,
songs.
she
He's
doesn't.
great.
You think she knows?
He's great. He's a talented talent.
He's an
She
amazing
has-
talent. But I'm going to guess Mrs. Bickle doesn't know who Sting
Dude,
is.
she doesn't
know
listen-
he was a member of the
She
police.
doesn't listen
She
to
doesn't know
pop
Fields of
music.
Gold.
Okay, but
She doesn't know
she would
Dream of
enjoy
Blue
the songs.
Turtles.
She would know Chubby Checker.
She doesn't know
or something.
synchronicity. You think she knows what synchronicity
But she would
is?
enjoy the songs, his musical talent.
It would be the first time she heard him.
So she wouldn't recognize Sting.
You think she
You
knows
showed her picture.
Roxanne?
I'm not sure if I should.
She's heard Roxanne.
I bet you my mother's never heard of Sting.
We should call her.
She doesn't know who Gordon
We haven't had her
Sumner
on the
is.
show forever.
There's
She's
no
never even
chance she
heard.
knows who Gordon Sumner is, that he loves tantric
No,
sex.
but I guarantee you
Lasts for
she's heard
hours.
the song
We
Roxanne
can't
before.
call her. We couldn't hear
couldn't
her.
hear
I know.
I'm going to bet she hasn't heard Roxanne
All right, I
before.
bet you $1.
I'll bet you $1 too.
Well, we can't do it today, but
Jason,
yeah.
she's not heard it.
Roxanne, the song?
Do you know?
Where would she have heard it?
I don't know.
She
It's one of the
doesn't
most
listen to-
popular songs of all
She doesn't
time.
listen to popular music. She
I know,
doesn't
but-
listen to the radio.
But she would have heard
This is
it,
to
I don't know,
us.
in a store. I
Mrs.
don't know,
Bickle-
It wouldn't
somewhere.
resonate with her.
Somewhere.
Mrs. Bickle doesn't know how good King of Pain is.
Yeah, I know.
She has no idea how great that song
my
is.
mother's music references beyond like spiritual music and church music and that
So
sort of
she's
thing
never heard
would
Roxanne.
be Elvis Presley.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, Chubby Checker.
Yeah.
Fats Domino.
That
Okay,
would be my
that-
mom's
Buddy Holly.
era.
Buddy Holly.
Like, you know how your mom liked Lionel Richie? My mom would
Richie.
not be
She
able
did.
to
I guess
identify
so.
a Lionel Richie like song. Never heard it before.
I don't know. I'd be surprised. But you know her better than I do.
Where would she have heard it?
I don't know.
She spent her
In the
whole
car.
life in the kitchen.
When you
or at
guys are
church.
driving her around and you're playing the radio.
Did she listen
I
to
don't know.
WAVA back in the day? That used to be my go-to.
No. No.
Probably not.
But she would still have a good experience. I'm telling you.
It would be the first time hearing the songs. And
Part of the problem is EB wouldn't have a good
You
experience.
always talk
'cause
about
he's
how
gonna have
great
to
it
get
was.
her
You took
to
your
and from.
dad to
19
you took
people
your
have me-
dad to a Redskins game in a wheelchair.
yeah, that was
You could
actually
do the
easier.
same thing with your mom. She would remember it forever that she took her to a concert and she enjoyed the music and being around people.
You're thinking JP should take her.
Yeah, maybe I'll take
She's
her.
so desperate for her to
You
go
got
to the
such a great
concert.
idea.
He should take her.
You know what? I'll give you $100. You go take my mom to go see Sting.
All right.
A great bit.
I'll check my schedule. He's there 3 nights.
You document it.
Oh, if he's there 3 nights.
Well,
how
I know
much
this because
coin
you were
he's
saying
making?
before. He was talking about what the lunch is. I had a lunch with Mrs. Bickle several months ago. Pick her up over at Eric's house.
Pretty much go.
And I
every
had an appointment or something like at 2.
Yeah.
And it was 12 o'clock. Like, look, we were just going to I think we went to Cava. We went to something like that. It was fast casual.
Yeah.
I had to change the appointment to 2:33 because it just took so long in and out of the car. Which I did with my dad for
of
many,
course.
many years.
I'm not
But
saying
it,
you
it's
need-
been a long
and
time.
JP wants you to take her to see Coldplay at Northwest Stadium.
Right, go park a mile away.
I'm so sure.
He took his dad to a Redskins game.
Okay.
That was
You do it.
that was a big deal.
I understand. It's
And I had
boys,
my
big
brothers
deal.
there helping me. It
Okay.
was a
Yeah.
whole thing.
If you want to take her to a concert, you have to pull some strings.
Takes years to do so. I don't.
I know you don't, but here I'm giving you a semi-viable alternative.
Yeah.
You would have to hire somebody who's hasn't been popular for 20 or 40 years to come play at your house.
Right.
Just bring a guitar, do a 10-song acoustic set, and
That's
that's
it.
the concert.
Yeah.
Which actually would be pretty cool.
Hey, Beach Boys. Maybe she's into the Beach Boys.
She might
June
know,
7th.
She might know a Beach Boys
She might know
tune.
Surfing USA.
She's probably heard that.
She's
Barbara
heard-
Streisand.
When was that
she's heard-
popular?
She's heard the Aruba.
No.
She's heard.
She's never heard that.
Kokomo.
Yeah, she's heard
never
that.
heard
Kokomo's
Kokomo.
a silly.
Yeah, but she's heard of the Beach Boys.
Yes,
She's definitely
but
heard of the
She's
Beach
heard of their
Boys.
songs that were famous in the '60s.
Yeah.
Jason, I just hooked you. Harry Connick Jr.
That's money.
Oh,
What's the date? What's the date?
You'll get
July 3rd.
You'll get silly parking too. Like when the last
yeah.
time I went to Wolf Trap. Now I
VIP.
was parked at the circle right near the box office. They just waved me in with
Yes.
the pylons,
Yes.
like I was the pilot of a 747. It was silly.
Friday, July 3rd. Harry Connick Jr.
Might
hits
have to call
Vienna,
them.
Virginia.
That's a no-brainer for you. You
think
just
so.
got hooked. You just saved
Are we
$100. You're
Speaking
gonna buy
of
a
which,
cheap necklace.
Jason, you'll know this. Like it's a lock. We're off Friday, July 3rd, right?
I would assume.
Because July
'Cause July
4th,
4th is Saturday.
that'll be our July 4th
Monday
holiday,
3-day
right?
weekend. There you go.
Sarah McLaughlin, July 5th.
Oh, I like her.
Might just make it a Wolf Trap
Yeah,
weekend.
spend the summer at Wolf Trap.
Wolf Trap's like 20 minutes from my house.
A lot of good gigs there. Absolutely. And take great care of
Then
you,
go
too.
over to the Vienna Inn.
You know what else takes great care of you?
What's that?
Red Wing.
Yes.
The legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905. That's over 100 years ago by my math. They're expanding beyond shoes for the first time, too. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the junks with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, and graphic tees, too. I love my brown hoodie. It's super comfortable. And my brand new boots. Both are comfy to wear in studio during the show when I'm working around the house or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. Welcome back to the Junkies on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, and Monumental Sports Network. So EB's doing something very risky right now.
What am I doing?
He's eating a blueberry pie, and he's wearing like light-colored clothing,
Wearing a silly
head to
white
toe.
Johnny O vest.
I mean, you're wearing like white. You're wearing
know.
like a white undershirt. You got
It's worth
white,
it.
like grayish white pants.
You
Like,
understand?
you could definitely stain your whole fit with what you're eating right now.
I'm really watching what I'm eating. I'm really trying to lose weight. I don't really eat before 10, but Eddie gave us this blueberry pie.
Did.
So I've set aside the last 15 minutes of the show to devour this pie. I'm
Yeah.
going to do that every day this
Doing
week.
a good job with it.
It's so delicious.
It looks amazing. I'm just shocked that you haven't splattered some of it on
You know
your,
what? It
your
would
white
be worth
vest.
it to ruin my clothes
Probably would be.
for the delicious, sweet blueberry pie.
By the way, the Pro-Am has already started out at Trump for the Live Golf.
Yeah.
It's pouring out.
Oh, is it just?
I mean,
coming
it's pouring
down?
here, but I
Okay.
assume it's probably the same
Dude,
over.
where I'm going to play today. I'm playing with Squirrel and like one of his clients or something. It's supposed to be done by noon. At least where we are.
Oh,
Okay, maybe.
I know where it won't be pouring in the poker room because I'm seeing
right.
flops in about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
What's fascinating about you is
Yeah.
you rush there so much that you do your routine, right? You go off to the harbor part, right?
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
go into
go-
MGM. You don't use their food first. You go into
Yeah.
like a Mickey D's or something.
Okay, right in between MGM National Harbor,
I know where it is.
the casino, and National Harbor. There is I believe it's a Sunoco gas station and a McDonald's,
Right.
like right in the middle. And that's usually my go-to spot. I go there and I order my standard meal, hamburger Happy Meal with a side of 4 nuggets and a large Diet Coke.
What's your sauce? Are you barbecue?
I'm
or
a buffalo and a ranch guy.
You get two.
I get both.
I like to do that.
2 nugs go in the buffalo, 2 nugs go in the ranch. Any extra, dip my fries in, and that's a great meal. And then I bring my redneck guzzler to the poker room with me. I have a system, JP.
I know.
There's a method to my madness.
I think I'm kind of in the mood for burgers tonight for dinner.
That sounds like a great plan. You going to grill them yourself?
Well, I'd have to grill them inside because I don't have an outdoor grill right now. We threw it out because it was. Remember, it had the bird's nest in it.
Just because of the bird's nest?
Well, no, it was old and
Rusted
run down.
out
It was
and
terrible.
everything.
Was it a Chris
Chris Weber.
Weber?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it was a
Weber.
Chris.
Got Chris
Did
is-
you pick up on it right away, JP? Or
No, I'm off my game. Usually I would.
Come on, it's genius humor, EB. Come
No,
on.
I think it was
Work
minor.
with me.
I think it was a minor league. It
Okay.
wasn't Chris Weber, but
yeah.
I am in the
Weber
market.
is the gold
I
standard.
am in the market.
I think mine is
For another
just
one.
a char. It's
Char
called,
like char grill. That's a
it's
brand
one of those,
name.
it's one of those joints you get on Home Depot sidewalk.
Right,
You know what I mean?
of course.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
There's a chain.
$1.50.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good.
$200 good.
Right.
But I don't know how. For the life of me, I don't know how to travel those things from Home Depot to my
Well, I
house
know you-
without scratching up my
Probably
entire
try to get it delivered
interior
if
of
you
my car.
can. If you can have them deliver it.
I
And
haven't been
also,
able-
of course, build it.
oh no, I have to have it completely built.
Yeah, it's completely built.
What I've just done is just thrown it in like a van or SUV before, and it's just completely scarred up the inside of the car every time. I don't know how to transport them.
Well, they're big and unwieldy.
I
So
think
they're-
I'm going to
they're
get the
tough
Blackstone. I think I'm
deal
going to go to Home Depot or whatever and get a Blackstone.
Why do you need that?
What?
It's just going to rust out just like all the others.
Well, I need a grill.
You do need a grill. It is.
Just get a
It
car.
is
it's
almost
May.
summer.
It's May.
almost summer.
I know.
Like if you
I don't want to cook burgers
you
and
can't go
steaks
through
inside.
summer and early fall without a grill.
I agree.
I mean, what are you going to cook your steaks and burgers and brats on?
I can get a Blackstone original from Walmart for $224.
Sounds like a great deal.
What's wrong with that?
Sounds hard.
What do you mean it sounds hurting?
I mean, it's not a quality grill for $224.
Hey,
You
dude,
might be
why-
getting Blackstone's worst offering.
All right, I can get a Blackstone for $299 at Lowe's.
Did the
What do you want me to
listener?
spend? Like $2,000 on a
I'm
grill?
just saying, I thought that was a good brand, Blackstone.
I think it is.
It is.
I
Did
think
the
it's
listener come fix your Nub Zero?
Not yet, but he is coming. I canceled my other
He canceled the other
Sub-Zero guy. And when we told him, we had the Sub-Zero guy was scheduled to come yesterday, and he was just going to Band-Aid it. And we said, we got a guy who's been in the business 30 years, says he can fix it for under a K. He
What'd
said,
that guy say?
good luck with that.
That's what
A
he
lot
said.
of pressure on.
That's a 100% what
He
he
said,
said.
good
What's
luck
the
with
listener's
that. So
name?
how'd that make you feel? It's not going to happen?
I don't know.
He says he said 2 hours. He said he's gonna open the whole thing up.
So the guy, I think his name's Shane. He's
Okay.
gonna come.
Yeah, that's right, Shane.
Shane's
Donger.
gonna come to the house, and he said, I need the serial model and serial number. And he said, here's where it's located.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, well, my wife's busy. My son's at home. I'll call him. And I told him where it's located. That dummy for 15 minutes couldn't find it.
Oh, really?
So I said, I can't listen. I'm going to the golf course. I said it to you when I got home. I found it in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's on the label. Like,
seconds.
Where'd your son look? Did
So
you
I told
actually
him,
tell
I
him?
said, you
Where
gotta
did
pull
you
out
look?
the crisper drawer, and it's on the side. Okay. He pulled out the crisper drawer and looked inside the crisper. He didn't look inside the base.
He's not even a teenage boy. But
interior of it.
my son's like that too. Boys are like that.
15 minutes. He couldn't find it for the life of him. Could find no stickers, no
Not
nothing.
surprised.
I found it in 2 seconds.
Not surprised.
But then I took the drawer out so I could take a picture of the model and the serial number, and then I couldn't put the drawer back in because it's a whole trick.
It's Busto.
No, it's
That's
not
why.
Busto. There's
Like
a
lift it
trick.
up,
You gotta
slide
lift
it
it up,
in.
put it on like these
Yeah,
knobs.
yeah.
Or otherwise, it wasn't
I
close.
mean, that's standard.
Yeah, dude,
Right.
it was a tough trick. It took me and my wife to put it together.
In case people can't tell, we are not a handy group.
No.
We are not good at fixing
Yeah,
things.
But
Or
the
building.
pressure
So the
is
Nub
on,
Zero
the pressure's
guy-
on Shane.
Yeah.
When is Shane the Nub Zero
He
guy
said he
coming?
needs to order the parts.
Okay.
I sent him the serial number and the model yesterday.
But he hasn't seen your Nub Zero, so he's just
knows the
convinced.
model. He knows the
he's
model.
convinced that the issue.
He says he's done it a million times.
Okay.
He knows the model.
He knows it. So why does the other guy say good luck with that?
I have no idea. We're gonna find
He's a
out.
hater. That's why.
I don't know if
We're
I'm
gonna
rooting.
find out.
I don't know if I'm rooting for him or against him.
Hey, you need to hook up Shane Donger with a good tip too. Like if he hooks it for way under market value, you should light him up.
After I give him just $1,000 for 2
Yeah,
hours.
isn't that
of
going to
work?
be?
You
Isn't
give
that
him
going to be
a
put?
little-
Isn't that
give him
$1,000 tip?
Why?
I don't think
If
you
he
have to
owns
tip
the-
him.
I'm not
No.
into just like tipping everyone.
No,
just
but
to
if he
tip.
owns
I don't
the
want to tip
company.
everyone, but if you're getting a serious discount and he gets your fridge back up
He
and
told
running,
me he could do it in 2 hours. $500 an hour sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you tip the ice cream man? Because I had the ice cream man yesterday.
the last time I frequented the ice cream man was when my kids were probably 8 and 10 years old. So the answer is no. I've never tipped the ice cream man.
I'm at a track meet. That's now my new routine.
Yeah.
Ice cream man comes. Yesterday it was
Does
Brewster's
he
ice
ask
cream.
for a tip? Does he offer
Has
a
a
tip,
tip
option?
jar.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
got a tip jar. Okay. All right.
What do you tip the cart girl when she gives you, let's just say,
2 Gatorades.
a $10 beer?
Give her a
$1.
buck or two.
I always feel nubs if I say, take an extra buck for yourself.
Yeah.
Like, give an extra. That's 2 nubs. I have to give minimum 3.
Okay, that's fine.
But they literally just did this.
I know, but you,
They didn't even know
that's
what
how
they
they're
were
expected to give a tip.
At least at a
They're
bar,
expected
like
to give a tip.
they're pouring it and or they're cracking the bottle for or can
Yeah,
for
if
you.
you're exactly. If you're in a restaurant doing the same thing, I mean, she's basically the bartender on the golf course.
One guy
Just
had a
hook her up.
great excuse I was sitting at the bar having lunch, and he gave her the credit card. He had a whole lunch. He bought his boys lunch and everything. He said, "Sorry, I normally hook you, but this is on the work credit card, and I'm not allowed to."
Ooh,
not
that's a
allowed to."
great one.
So he said, "I'll get you next time."
Yeah, that's a great move.
And it was a pro move.
That is a pro move. That's,
He gave her zero
that,
tip.
That was not that guy's first rodeo.
Right.
You could tell.
0 tip
Well, he should be tipping
out of his own
out of
pocket.
his own pocket.
Of course. He said, "No, he'll get her next time." What are the odds?
It's kind of numb.
How's that
It's
blueberry
brilliant, but it's
pie?
also nubby.
It's so good. I'm going to get another quarter slice. I mean, this is.
You're going to get it? It's sitting right underneath your plate.
No, I know.
It's stuck in between your
This
teeth.
is enough sugar to kill a rhinoceros.
Pass the sugar.
But I'm just gonna have a little bit more.
I think you should. Have as much pie as you can handle.
It's a fruit.
Honestly, in 30 years of doing radio, we've never had this problem,
where we couldn't hear each other.
and it lasted for
This long.
an hour.
Yeah.
It's never happened before.
I think a plane must have crashed into the tower.
Something
and knocked it
serious
out.
happened.
What'd you do, Wes?
It wasn't Wes. It wasn't Wesley
See what
West.
happens? Valdez leaves for one day. Wes comes
wasn't
in.
Wes took on our show and Team 980 at
Wes
the
was
same
so
time.
nervous.
I'm
He looked
sticking
like-
up for the Hokie.
He
It
looked
wasn't
like,
him.
I'm going to get fired. Or something I
Is
probably
Wes the
didn't
guy
do.
that didn't
No.
come in on the snow day because his parents told him he shouldn't drive?
Yes.
Kind of nub. Kind of embarrassing, right?
Yeah.
Were you a little bit embarrassed about that one, Wes? No, you weren't.
He's fine with it. He's okay.
Your mommy said you probably
He's
shouldn't
Gen
drive.
Alpha. They're not embarrassed by that sort of thing.
How do you
By
rank?
the way, you guys didn't come in either. I'm the one who came in.
How do you rank the Hokies though? Because isn't Kevin a Hokie as well?
What do you mean? How do I rank them?
Yeah. Do you like
I think
Wes more than Kevin?
I don't know Kevin as well as Wes.
All right.
Which one's
Who's Kevin? I don't know who Kevin is.
Am I botching his
He
name?
does the news in
He
there
does
sometimes.
updates.
Yeah.
Is it Kevin?
Domenico or
Yeah.
I'm
I don't think I've
botching
met-
the
I
last
think the
name.
guy
I've met
Kevin.
this person.
I
You met
think he's
him.
better looking than Wes.
Why Wes looks like the
Mangione.
He
the
looks like
killer.
Mangione. Yeah, he does.
Looks just like him. He's a dead ringer.
Yeah. I'm not saying
Hey,
Wes.
Kevin, you got a nod
I'm
on
not
looks.
saying Wes is ugly.
All right, we got to get out of here.
Look,
B.
I'm shutting
Mitch
my
and
computers
Finley
down.
next.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? The Toronto Maple Leafs won the NHL Draft Lottery last night, so they get the number 1 overall pick. The Capitals will choose 16th overall in the 2026 NHL Draft. They did not change position after the Draft Lottery. The Capitals also own the Anaheim Ducks first-round pick as a result of the John Carlson trade, so they will have 2 selections in the first round. If the Vegas Golden Knights eliminate the Ducks in the second round of the playoffs, the pick will be the 18th overall. If the Ducks beat the Vegas Golden Knights, the pick will then move to, at best, 29th overall. And moving over to baseball, the Nationals lost last night 11-3 after a very tough 4-run, 40-pitch top of the 4th inning for Cade Cavalli. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What the back of my hand?
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and things are weird today.
Not necessarily.
We're gonna embrace this off the bat here.
We all took showers.
That's true.
Everybody should smell okay.
Yeah,
we're not gonna say good.
We're
okay.
good.
Yeah, we're gonna be good.
So for all those listening, we appreciate you. We hope it's working. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, I really don't know what that's going to look like. If you're watching on Monumental Sports Network, we see the feed right there. So something's going on with like the tech here at the radio station. Yeah. And all 5 of us, Brian, myself, Jeffrey, Stallion, and White Brian, all get to be in the producer studio. All of the fish are swimming in the same aquarium today. It's kind of tight quarters. You know what it reminds me of? Like when you're in college and everybody just has like a dorm room and you all end up hanging in the same room. So you're like smoking blunts on the same place where everybody's sitting on a bed where eventually you got to sleep and there's just beer cans everywhere. This is the radio version equivalent of that.
I wouldn't know
each other.
I wouldn't know anything about what you're talking about right now, Jeff.
Jeff does. Like we have one space for everybody, and we're just gonna make it work.
I wouldn't know a damn thing about what y'all talking about right now.
I watched a lot of sports last night, B.
Hey, you did too?
I did, dude. I was like making the time to. I really wanted to watch Lakers Thunder, and that came on at 8:30, right? So we got the kids down, had the TV on, watching. What was cool though, and I legit don't understand this. So the other game was Pistons-Cavs, and it almost felt like an NFL Sunday because I'm watching Lakers Thunder early on, and the first quarter of that game was awesome. And they were showing the score bug of the Pistons-Cavs game in the top right. And I was like, oh, I want to be able to watch that game, but I hate having to switch from just watching TV to a streaming service and go back and forth because you can't just change channels back and forth.
It's not that difficult.
It's a little clunky. It's not just like changing the channel.
Well, I just go back to what's called. I go to my favorite, boom, and I go from one to the next.
Right, but when you're launching like a third party to Peacock, it's not as simple as going from channel to channel.
On my setup, I go from NBA to NBC because I've set it up on favorites, so it's easy.
So what's cool, I didn't know this until last night, they're now, NBC Sports Network is back. Like when we all worked at CSN, remember there was the big national cable station? Yeah. Then they got rid of it for a while.
Yeah.
And now it's back. So I was able to just watch the end of Cavs Pistons on television and not having to launch a streaming app and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. So I watched the end of that game. I'm happy for the Pistons because that's a young team. If they had lost to the Magic, I think that really damages the psyche and all sorts of stuff. But now they've beaten the Magic. They're not a one team losing to an 8.
They need to be tested in the first one because like the thing about every time I always talk about you have to learn, I think people think I'm just talking. No. When you have a bunch of young guys like that, yes, the team is better, but you have to learn how to win. You got to go through those rigors before you get to being able to relax.
I'm also really glad I watched like 4 minutes of that game. That was just the right amount for me. James Harden he
continues to be who he is.
Right.
In playoff
He
games.
is just not built for the moment. I like Donovan Mitchell a lot. Cade Cunningham is certainly fun to watch. But again, I'm not going to pretend. I watched the last 4 minutes of it, and it was cool. That Detroit crowd was electric.
Oh, yeah. I watched a good bit of that one, of that game. I watched a good bit of the other one, too.
So then we had Lakers Thunder.
Yeah.
And, dude, at halftime, were the Lakers down like 5, maybe 7?
It wasn't that. It wasn't very much, but I think if you truly watched most of that game,
100%.
You understand one thing. Every time the Lakers got close, if you blinked, they were down by 12, 14 within seconds. Because that damn team of Oklahoma City, they know how to play defense. And the thing of it, everybody can play.
Dude.
Everybody can score. Everybody can dribble.
They won. What was the final? They won by 28?
20 plus.
Maybe not 28. I'm sorry. 108-90. 28?
Yeah,
18.
18.
Sorry. That was me mathing. They won by 18 in a game that was, you know how I feel about blowout basketball games? I just check out. Like, it's boring. I'm not into it, right? Like, the way, what was the Knicks Sixers, the first game sucked.
Yeah.
I had no interest in it. That game held my attention, but it also, you said it as we stumbled into the aquarium here. I can't imagine how bad this looks on any sort of visual platform.
It don't look bad. Look right there. It's cool.
Okay. I'll take your word for it, B.
Hey,
but,
man, sometimes focus in. The people listen. They don't see us.
Sure. But
I think
you said it as we walked in, it's going to be a sweep. Maybe it's a gentleman's sweep.
I'd
Maybe
say
game 3 or 4.
It could be, because like this is what I saw yesterday. So I thought about that old song. What's that song? I may not be as good as I once was.
Yeah.
I can be as good once as I ever
Toby
was.
Keith.
In that game, LeBron gives you those moments.
Yeah.
Here and there. But he can't string them together consistently for a whole game.
Right.
And I think when you look at Shea gives you that the whole damn game. Okay? If you go down the roster, they have other guys who give it to you the whole game. So it's going to be hard for that one superhuman to continue doing it against all those guys. And then, let's be real.
They had no answer for Chet last night.
The Met Gala outfit that was on the sideline, he's not even playing right now. And he's as good as anybody out there.
Can we quickly pause? Legit question.
Mm-hmm.
What is the Met Gala? Who are we benefiting? We're like,
The
why?
Met Gala-
Why is that thrust upon me so much?
I don't know.
I want way less Met Gala content.
I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you it's where people just put on the wildest outfits in the world and they show up and they have fun and I guess they raise money for something. I don't know. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculously priced.
Can you buy a ticket?
Yeah, if you got that level of money.
Right, but like, if you wanted to, say you're a hedge fund person.
Yeah, you could do it.
You could just buy a ticket.
Yes.
What's a ticket cost? $100,000?
Probably that or more.
You probably have to buy a table, and then a table's.
You can probably buy a table. Yeah.
See if you can look it up, boys.
If you have enough money, you can get anything you want.
But my question remains: who are they benefiting? Who?
I don't know.
What's the charity involved?
It may not be a charity. I don't know.
All right, this is how things are going to work today. White Brian has to hand me his computer. He's according to Google. No, you cannot simply buy a ticket to the Met Gala. It is an exclusive invite-only event managed by Anna Wintour. Who that is, I don't know.
Have to spend but this is nothing new than most things that go on in the world. There are things we can't get to.
Attendees must be approved. As of 2026, individual tickets cost around $100,000, and tables start at $350.
Okay.
Table sounds like a good deal. If a ticket's $100K,
yeah, I buy the table.
Table what? Got to seat at least 6 for a table,
6
right?
to 10.
Who does it benefit, or is it just for the benefit of Instagram?
But that's
and Snapchat.
but that's
and
the thing of it, though, Jay. Most things don't benefit anything. It benefits whoever put it together, and it's the people who want to be around themselves. They don't want the others around them.
Now, the Met, I believe, is the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I believe that's what the actual thing is. So maybe it's just a benefit for the art museum.
Could be.
I would like to enter a world where I do not get Met Gala content thrown at me ever again.
But the world is about that. We get stuff thrown at us every day that we don't want. And you know what you do? Pass by.
Yeah, I just kept it moving, and you kind of couldn't enjoy it because like the outfits are so outrageous.
The
I'm
outfits
done with
are
the Met
outrageous.
Gala. There was a dude.
I don't
there
have
was
a problem seeing some of the outfits.
Sure.
I mean, lack thereof.
There are some of them I support.
Some of the outfits show a lot of body, and I can deal with them.
Did you see the dude that had social media? There was a dude wearing like a black bird costume, like with feathers and stuff, and he had this like kind of peacock hat on with big black feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody on social said it was Travis Kelce, and it kind of looked like him, like at first glance. It definitely wasn't. But there's a moment where I'm like, Travis Kelce has really entered this celebrity world where he's wearing a peacock hat to the
When
Met
you're
Gala.
invited to this event, you got to get out there.
God bless him. Back to basketball, something I feel far more comfortable discussing. What's remarkable about last night, Chet, I think, was pretty damn dominant.
Chet is quick.
Yo, for his size.
Chet can go up, and the ball is coming out, and he hits the floor, and he's back up before the other guy can get close to it.
You know who had that ability? And I think he was a really cerebral player, and nobody remembers that because of all the other stuff. But Rodman.
Oh, yeah.
Rodman studied shooters. He knew where their misses
knew where the
went.
ball was going to bounce.
But his ability to jump fast, like he had a very legitimate serious vertical, but he got up and down and then back up so fast. Like Chet has that similar kind of pogo stick ability.
Yeah, yeah.
But watching that game last night, especially in the second half, because I laid the 15.5. It was a big number, right? So I was kind of paying attention down the stretch. It was never in doubt. When it was 10, you knew it was getting to 15. When it was 15, you knew they could get it to 20. They kind of called the dogs off late.
When they put the other guys in, though, Jay, did it make you wonder a little bit?
Got a little tight.
Yeah, but I can tell you this.
But then the other kid hit that 3 at the end.
I can see why a lot of the guys don't play.
Right.
Because they were shooting some bricks, missing the whole rim. It was funny.
If you had to look, though, the Thunder beat them by 18. Could have been 25. Could have been 30 if they wanted to press the gas late. SGA only had 18.
Yeah.
He wasn't even like doing his stuff.
But see, that's what I like about that team, and that's why I start to feel a little comfortable about what's being built here. Their guys down the bench can play basketball.
Sure.
And can affect games. I think in the NBA right now, like we went through that era where you just had to have three dominant players. Now you got to have players down the bench because when you leave, your best guys come off the court, you still need somebody that can hold it because we've seen many a games where when the stars sit down, you can have a 30-point lead and it just disappears. You don't want that to happen anymore.
I will say the best version of LeBron I think I ever saw was when Cleveland came back to beat Golden State. When he went back to Cleveland, they won that title. He had that block. Were they down 2-0 and then rattled 4 in a row off? Or was it
they were down 3-0 or 3-1?
Maybe it was 3-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that went 7, I think. That's the best LeBron I think I've ever seen. I remember the first time I saw LeBron was at the Capitol Classic. Like he was in high school. I remember reading about him. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated back when that mattered as a high school kid. I think as a high school sophomore. Like the fact that I know where LeBron went to high school speaks to his level of importance to hoops, right? St. Vincent, St. James. And
Well, he went from high school to the pros.
Sure.
I mean,
but there's very few players I can tell you where they went to high school. Kobe went to Lower Merion. Hell, what's the name of MJ's high school in Wilmington? I'm blanking on that right now. But
didn't Kobe go from high school to the pros?
Yeah,
too?
yeah.
And then who was the other dude from the Celtics? He left. He went somewhere else before he went to the Celtics, though.
Kevin Garnett?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he grew up in South Carolina, I think, and then moved to Chicago for his senior year of high school or something. Anyway, there's something incredible this is not the best version of LeBron we've seen. He's been better.
Yeah, but he's 41 years old.
There's something incredible about watching him do this now at 41.
I mean, listen, bro. I hear people saying that all the time. But when you're gifted certain athletic abilities and you have a dedication to do it, I'm not amazed by anything anymore. Because, see, society or sports society tell you you're done at 30.
30 is one thing. We're talking about 41.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, Jay. Sports society tell you you're done at 30. But there's been guys in all sports that have played beyond 30. There are guys in, like, hell, Tom Brady was doing it in the NFL beyond 40. We saw LeBron now is doing it. But when you are a guy who's dedicated to it, you can do stuff later on in life. If he was BSing around all this time, he'll never get to 41. Sure. So you give him credit for being a guy who was dedicated to keeping himself in top shape.
I'm just trying to take the time. The way LeBron's playing, it seems like he could play another 5 years. Who knows, right? I'm just trying to take the time to enjoy this period of them and him. And he played 36 minutes last night. The only dude that played more is Rui.
And like this is the difference between me and I'll say everybody in this room. We see a guy age. I mean, listen, as long as you're on the court and on the ice, you're treated as a dude who could play.
I agree with all that.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, you brought up Brady, and what Brady did was so incredible. But the examples of like what Brady did in his 40s and what LeBron is doing are incredibly rare. Like, I'm not talking about a 30-year-old and if the clock should be turned off. But this is incredibly rare.
I understand the rarity of it, but still, you are still playing and you still play at that level. You go out and you produce. I don't care if you're 41. I don't care if you're 30. I don't care if you're 25.
But there's very few people that could do it.
Very few could do it, but still, you judge those guys based off of the capabilities and what they've been granted and given, not based off of what somebody else was granted and given.
I agree with all that. I just think it's remarkable what he's doing.
He's a special player, but I'm not going to go crazy if they're losing. I mean, getting on the court,
they're going to get smoked.
Still, if you are that great, that's what I'm saying. 41, he's still that great. Win the damn game. And then you'll hear me do what you're doing. But when you lose the game, who cares?
I wonder what this series would be if Luka was around. I still think the Thunder would win. I feel like they could fill it up.
He'll score 20, but he might have a plus 25.
A minus 25.
Minus 25, yeah.
I think if Luka was in here, this is probably a 6-game series.
But he'll be back in this series.
You think?
Yeah.
Just for the LA-ness of it all?
No, I think they're going to bring him back because the way that they were talking yesterday, it seemed like he's out for another game, I'm thinking, and then he'd be back.
I also watched the puck last night. I watched the last period of Wild Avalanche. I don't know if anybody's going to touch the Avalanche. They are just a freaking wagon. Like, they've scored 14 goals in the first 2 games of this series.
Hey.
McKinnon. Hey, Roger, come here, brother. So my guy, Roger, chief engineer, making everything work. We're going to share a mic. Is that all right? I'll be honest, I've never been this close to you, Roger. But here we are. How's everything going here?
It's going funny here at the moment.
Yeah. Are we under attack? Is there like a cyber attack?
Maybe so. You know?
I was joking.
No, it's got to be something that normal failure, but I don't know. We have to try to narrow it down.
Roger, you're going to find it.
Yeah, we're looking for it.
There you go, baby.
We're on a hunt. Yeah.
Roger and Daniel, if those two can't find it, they can't be found.
This working up with the headphones in there, and you can go in there and use the room.
Dude, we're all in here. One big happy family. No big deal. Yeah, all right.
It's cozy. Yeah.
Shout out to Roger. Best guys on it, Jeff.
Hey, man, the protester came down off the bridge.
That dude from last week?
He finally came down. I guess.
Hold on, he's been up there the whole time?
Yes.
It's gotten wet, so I guess he worried about slipping, and he came back down.
Hold on.
The police went and got him down.
I got the update just now. Well, you know what? Why didn't he go get him before?
We need some information on that.
This is my problem with these people who interrupts everybody else's lives. Interrupt theirs. Go up there and get him. And people go,
I think you're concerned he's going to jump.
Okay. I mean,
he is jumping in water.
Let's get to a point, dog. People do stuff like that.
How the hell did he stay up there? We need to investigate this.
Yeah.
Roger, drop the engineering. Go investigate the bridge.
Sleep up there at night.
That's only a couple blocks away. Stallion, get on your horse. Go down there.
That's more than a couple blocks.
Let's figure out what's going on here.
Stay, jog there, come back, he'll be dead.
All right, it's B. Mitch and Finley. We're all in the producer studio. Roger and Daniel are working hard to try to get us out of here. It's kind of fun. It's certainly weird. Nobody go anywhere. It's going to be a hell of a day.
This sports update is brought to you by I-66. After winning the 2026 NHL Draft Lottery, the Toronto Maple Leafs now hold the number 1 overall pick in this summer's draft. Behind Toronto, the San Jose Sharks jumped up from number 9 overall to grab the number 2 overall pick. The Canucks entered the night with the best odds of landing that top spot. However, they slid down to the number 3 pick. Luck wasn't on the Capitals' side, so they're staying there at 16 overall. The Capitals only picked 16th in the first round, only once before in franchise history, but that selection of Tom Wilson turned out pretty good. The Capitals are still waiting to find out where their second pick in the first round, which was acquired from the Anaheim Ducks, will land. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 outside the Beltway is the answer that you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Real close. That's me and Roger right here. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. For the folks, the time travelers that are listening to us as a podcast in the future, appreciate you too, wherever it is. Spotify, Apple Pods, Odyssey app.
All that.
We do have a packed show lined up. Our guy Mitch Tischler set to join us at 11. Neil Greenberg set to join us at noon. Mike Garafolo,
Big Mitch.
NFL Network, set to join us at 1 o'clock. I'm also trying to track down a reporter that can give us real information on whatever is going on the Frederick Douglass Bridge. Apparently, this dude is now climbing down. Left hand up on this, I knew the dude went up there. I am blown away that he stayed up there. How do you stay up there?
He was up there a while. But
5 days?
But I remember.
How do you have food? How do you use the bathroom?
Hey, bro, game plan. Listen, when I rode a bike ride in Cambridge, Maryland one time. We on the way back, and they're like, yo, man, bridge shut down. This guy had climbed the bridge, the Bay Bridge. And then this girl was up there close. I'm like, hold on.
Were they
now.
like close?
So went up there to talk to him. So, so my thing was, okay, when I heard it was not his first or second time, I'm like, why do you after he went up the first time, don't ever allow that again.
Yeah.
Because we had to we ended up waiting because, I wasn't going to go all the way through Delaware and come back up.
I can see if the bridge was closed, just go to the jetty on Kent Island.
I went to
enjoy your
and
afternoon.
ate crabs and stuff.
Right.
But still, you're talking about a 5, 6, 7 hour delay. I'm like, when you mess up everybody like that, let's find a way to get you down quickly.
Remember when the protesters kept shutting down 695 right here? Mm-hmm. They'd walk out there and sit in the road.
Yeah.
Like at some point,
you can pick them up.
The greater good has to be more important than the individual.
You can put a handcuff on, lift them up, and get them off the road. Your mindset can't screw up everybody else's stuff.
Yeah, I don't. Well, we're going to try to find out what the heck's going on here. Because I have so many questions how you can live on top of a bridge for 5 days.
I don't think anybody can give us the answer but him.
Did he sleep? Yo, how wide is the top of that bridge?
Hey, bro, if you climb the bridge, you have a harness or something to help you stay up there. Because I don't think I would want to be laying on top of the bridge because I sleep wild.
I think that's why he got those ribbons. Like these big.
He had ribbons and everything. Like, and come back the next morning and be like, hey, I guess B-Bitch fell because I'll be splattered all over the damn road.
What's he protesting? Do we know?
He said he was protesting the presidency that's going on right now, the war in Iran, and global AI, to stop global AI because humanity is coming to an end.
Those are all legitimate topics worthy of discussion, right?
Just don't mess up the whole.
I wish it was something like inane. I wish he was just up there pissed off that the Nats traded away Trey Turner.
Nah.
Like, I wish it was just something so dumb that
then I might shoot him down.
All right. If anybody's watching us, if you're listening, you probably have no idea that we're having some technical issues, and that Brian and I are sitting in the aquarium with the boys. It's kind of fun. Feels like college. But if people could call, we're going to learn if we could take calls. So if you want to be a test dummy, you can call in and really say anything. We just want to know if we can take it.
Don't say anything.
We'll say most things. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. This is a straight up call us because we don't know if the phones work segment. I do want to transition to receiver, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
It almost feels like there's this conversation out there where it was Ayuk for so long, and I think people are recognizing this Ayuk thing is hardly cut and dry. There are a lot of layers to it.
Yeah, but I think most people have not moved away from that. They believe that in the end, he's going to end up here.
I agree. But now, I think largely maybe based on acquittal? Whatever. Yeah. Steph Diggs was charged with beating up his chef, and the court said, no, that's not it, right?
Yeah, I walked in and I heard my daughter listening to it, and they listened to her commentary. And as the young lady was testifying, it was broadcasting it, she was like, you just lost the case. This is a day before it was the next day when they just threw it out and whatever. She's like, then the young lady admitted that they.
So the chef was a woman?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that part.
Because at first she tried to act like it was just a dispute. Then she admitted that they had a sexual relationship.
Oh.
And right then Brill said, "Oh, you're done." Because the whole thing in the beginning was all about, no, we were just having an argument about this. No, we never did all. And then boom, now on the stage. Because at first you said no.
So then it's like you're lying.
Yeah.
So then how do we believe anything else?
There you go.
Yeah.
regardless, let's put this whole trial, the strangulation of the chef thing in an envelope and table it. I don't think Washington was going to sign Diggs. Now that he's acquitted from this, I don't think Washington's going to sign Diggs. If Adam Peters said, and he doesn't talk a whole heck of a lot on the record, younger, faster, stronger. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Like, Bobby Wagner's a veteran they loved. Doesn't seem like he's coming back. Zach Ertz is a veteran that's working himself back into what might be football shape. Doesn't seem like he's coming back. They just drafted a kid.
Yeah.
Like,
younger, faster, stronger don't mean that all 53 people are going to be younger, faster, and stronger.
Sure, but do you think now or even prior to this, Diggs was on their radar?
I don't think he was on the radar prior, but I think if you get to a point where a veteran guy like that can help you, it's a thought. I wouldn't just say 100% no, but it's a thought. You know, I had a chance to talk with his mom while I was in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I was with you.
And listening and talking with them, I'm like, you know, hearing a little, but like she was sure as to what happened yesterday was going to happen.
Right.
But you like, Steph can still ball.
He went for over 1,000 last year.
A lot of people that are a little older, they can't ball like they used to when they were young. He can still ball. So he's going to be helped by somebody. Somebody's going to be helped by him. Say it like that. And I don't know if it's going to be here. I doubt it if it'll be here. You know, because
that's where I am too.
Yeah.
I'm not ruling anything out. I'm not closing any doors, but I do doubt it. I did check with people I know in New England. By all accounts, Diggs was a great teammate last year.
Yeah.
Like, showed up, did his thing. Drake May loved him. I don't think he's going back to New England because I think New England is getting A.J. Brown. But, like, the Diggs thing is there's
how many people got hit in this damn game? Excuse me for interrupting. I'm just watching guys get hit in this baseball game here, man.
See, look who's getting distracted now. All right, Ryan wants us to try the phones, which I don't have access to. So Jeff, you're gonna have to pot it up. We're going to LB in Capitol Heights.
What up, LB? LB, how you doing, man?
Good, man. Great to be on the show. Enjoy you guys all the time. B. Mitch, one of my favorites.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I should be Hall of Famer.
Will
good
be.
Golf. Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, B. Mitch, one of my favorite players, man, all time. I'm a Commander. I'm a Redskin for life. I had the opportunity to play around golf with you at the club right over there in Woodmore.
Okay, cool.
And you definitely should be Hall of Famer. But getting to the point with the receivers that we have already, and I think if we can get him for a couple of years for cheap, Stephon Diggs would be a great asset with JD because he's a true route runner and a proven receiver.
All right, man.
All right, man. Appreciate the call. So the Diggs thing is now, I suppose, a topic, and obviously he grew up here, played in college here. One thing that I wanted to do that I did last night, it was funny, dude. So I started this Substack. Everybody go check it out. I wanted a place to write. I wanted to write again because I think it's good for my brain, which is often chaotic. And I've been enjoying it, right? So we did bedtime last night, and I had the basketball game on. I had Lakers Thunder on. But Lauren came downstairs out to the porch, and I had all the lights off, and I was just sitting there on my computer. Because when I started, it was like still kind of sunsetty, and I just was kind of like locked in. And Lauren's like, this reminds me of 10 years ago, just the way I used to be blogging all the time. But what I think is reasonable to do in this receiver conversation is, one, to look at what's here. Like, let's just pause. We live in a microwave society. Pause it for a minute, and let's look at what is here. And then let's look around the league at what other teams have and how they operate. And I think I think a lot of the receiver room angst is built around McLaurin missing time last season. And there's certainly I can't sit here and tell you that won't happen again. But I can tell you it was the first time it's happened, and he played the last 6 weeks at a high level. So, like, the notion of something lingering from last year, I don't see at all. Yeah. Because he played the last 6 weeks of the season.
Totally.
Is he a year older? Yes. Does that definitively mean there could be more injuries or he's going to slow down? I don't believe so. I can't tell you definitively, but I don't believe that at all.
Yeah.
So that's the top, right? They have one dude who has proven it at a high level. That's it. They only have one, period. Are there some teams that have two alpha receivers? Yes. Cincinnati, Philly has, Dallas has, the Rams, certainly. Like, in no way am I trying to sugarcoat this thing that the Commanders wouldn't be better if they could trade for Puka Nacua. Like, you'd love to add crazy talent to this receiver room. But I think there's a portion of the fan base that is overly skeptical of the receivers that are here. And I'll expand on that as we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, Brian, snapshot in time. We're not talking about Diggs or Ayuk or Jawan Jennings or Terrell Owens, like Randy Moss coming out of retirement. We're just talking about the receivers on this roster.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin, bona fide.
Hell yeah.
If you want to talk about injuries, you're allowed to. I don't think you should. He played the last 6 games of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They just drafted a kid in the 3rd round.
A-Dub.
71 overall.
Yeah.
He's a receiver. He's played the position for 4 years. He's silky in his routes. He separates.
Yep.
He catches with his hands.
Yeah.
Adam Peters had the opportunity. Adam Peters started that 3rd round receiver run. Like Washington had their pick of the litter.
I agree.
That's the dude they took. If you believe in Adam Peters, then you should believe in their evaluation of Antonio Williams.
I think a lot of people like Antonio Williams, but this is where we've gotten as a fan base, where we hear a name and we start liking it and nothing else will suffice. Instead of, once the person is drafted, go look at some film, go read stuff about them, which you can begin to learn more. No, you don't like them because they don't fit the name that you wanted to hear.
I tend to agree with you. And then there is some reason, if there is some skepticism on the drafting of receivers over the last 2 years, I could get it. Luke McCaffrey was technically a 3rd round pick, not particularly productive through 2 seasons offensively. He's proved to be a good kick returner, but the offensive production has not followed. To compare Williams as a 3rd rounder and McCaffrey as a 3rd rounder is unfair. Williams went 71.
How about
Luke went 100? That's almost a full round in between.
But still, who else was drafted in the 3rd round? The guy that we said is bona fide.
Terry.
So, if you want to compare him, what's wrong with comparing him to him? I mean, the people always want to be the most skeptic they can be, so they're going to choose the person that hadn't reached his potential. Well, hell, what if he turns out to be a Terry?
Dude, Amon-Ra St. Brown was a 4th rounder. Diggs is a 5th rounder.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but specifically because this team drafted a receiver 2 years ago in the 3rd, and now they did it again, I think it's worth pointing out some differences. Antonio Williams made freshman All-American as a receiver. This dude is a receiver his whole career.
Luke was a quarterback.
Luke was a quarterback at Nebraska, transferred to Rice, played receiver at 2 years at Rice. That's not playing receiver for 4 years in the ACC or the Big Ten or any of that. Like, to compare them as prospects coming out of the draft, I think is unfair. They really like Treylon Burks.
Yep.
Treylon Burks' biggest problem is health. And there's enough of a track record here, 4 years into his career, where he's never played more than 11 games. We don't know what's going to happen there, but they like Treylon Burks.
Yeah.
You've got Luke. You've got Lane.
He must have shown him something in practices or whatever to where
the way they talk about him.
They talk about him and they went and got him, signed him into a contract to come back.
Right. Jalen Lane has true speed. Were there some drops last year? Yes. Can you work on that? Yes. Is he the most polished route runner? Not yet. Maybe he can be. Mm-hmm. He's also already a huge help in the punt return game. And he was a 4th rounder. So, I am not trying to make chicken salad out of chicken feathers here. But if you look at the receivers on the roster, then you add, I think one of the biggest problems last year is you had the Terry injury, Luke injury. You had a lot of injuries. And the floor of that receiver room, Chris Moore, veteran journeyman receiver. He was 32 years old, I believe. Mm-hmm. He was the 5th most targeted receiver on this team last year. That's not good.
Yeah, it's not good. But the thing of it is, listen.
I think they tried to address that.
They tried to address it, but when Terry was healthy last year, he made plays that showed you why he's special.
Sure.
He could be that all year this year. De'Ami Brown left and everybody complained we shouldn't have let him go. He's back now. So where's that love for him when he left? He's back now, and we know he can stretch the field. He had a
Mr. January. He had elite playoff
He had
run.
a rapport with Jaden.
Sure.
And then on top of it, I believe if 5 is healthy and they take care of him properly and don't put him in harm's way a lot, that's all that really matters. But everybody now wants to forget the defense was not good last year. They've addressed that. And I think that right there, if that improves drastically, your offense is going to be better because you're going to have more opportunities. You don't have to play from behind, and you don't have to try to be so it was explosive. You can begin to settle down and run what you know how to run, and that, I believe, is what makes Jaden even more deadly.
To your point, in my article I wrote, the point is teams can win in many ways. Great quarterbacking tends to overcome most offensive challenges, like it did here in 2024. We're only 2 years removed from seeing that. In 2024, they won 12 games. Terry was the only 1,000-yard receiver.
Yeah.
There was nobody really that close to that. Ertz was huge for them. Eckler was huge for them. Enter this year, Chig, Rashad White. Maybe they'll be huge for them. Some stats I dug up, B. And perhaps this is cherry picking, but I am not discounting that the Rams had two absolute studs and made it to the NFC title game. Yeah. I'm not discounting that Seattle won the Super Bowl with the guy that played the receiver position the best in the league last year. Yeah. Having great receivers is awesome. However, I pointed this out yesterday. The Bears made it to the divisional round when 11-6
didn't have 1,000 yards.
Didn't have a 1,000-yard receiver. You want to dismiss that as Caleb or a weird coincidence? Fine. New England made it to the Super Bowl with only one wideout over 1,000 in Steph Diggs, and he barely got there. He went for 1,013. Mm-hmm. When you see these numbers, 1,013 and another number I'm about to point out, you wonder if the quarterback didn't know there was a little bonus in there if you got to 1,000. Because 1,013 sure seems like, I'll make sure we get there. Mm-hmm. The Bills have one of the best offenses in football. The leading receiver for the Bills last year had 717 yards. Mm-hmm. They didn't have a single pass catcher go over 750 receiving yards. The Broncos made it to the AFC title game and might have won had Bo Nix been healthy. Mm-hmm. They had 1,000-yard receiver, again, barely over, in Cortland Sutton with 1,017 yards. Mm-hmm.
But I think, Jay,
there are ways, if you have a good offense and what's David Blau going to do? Put him under center, run play action. You know what that stuff does? Create separation for wideouts.
Create separation, and I think also what you're basically
motion.
What you're telling me is the team approach works. See, most people automatically, because of Jackson Smith-Njigba, the yards he had, what Puka Nacua does, people think one guy gets it all done. But if that's the case, then when other teams take that one guy out of the game, somebody has to step up. And if you look at those teams that don't have the 1,000-yard receiver and those that just barely got over 1,000, then the rest of the guys, somebody got 700, somebody got 500. So that team approach still wins football games. That team approach gets you into the end zone. It gets you up and down the field getting first down, because now when a team goes to game plan for you, they don't feel like, if we just take the best guy out, we can win. Well, they damn, we got to make sure we cover everybody, because they throw the ball through every damn body. And I think if you look at 2024, I remember after almost every damn game what we did. Damn, Jaden threw it to 8 people, 9 people, 10 people. The fact that they were spreading it around is what we were enamored with. Now we just we got to go get one guy that can go get 2,000 yards. What the rest of the guys going to do, stand on the sideline?
If you look at the receiver room right now, I don't think it is the cause for angst that others do.
I'm with you.
When we return, Mitch Tischler joins the program, and we're going to try to go in the real studio. We'll see what happens.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? It'll be the Toronto Maple Leafs selecting first overall in the 2026 NHL Draft. The Leafs entered the lottery with an 8.5% chance at the first overall pick, the fifth best odds in the field. Now, the Capitals came into this year's lottery with the joint worst odds, only a 0.5% chance of winning and moving up a max of 10 spots. Luck, though, was not on their side, so they will stay at picking 16th overall. Sticking in the NHL, the Colorado Avalanche beat the Wild 5-2 last night to go up 2-0 in that series. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in DC. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're back in the major studio. Hearing myself a little funky, but that's all right. As long as everybody else hears me, we're good. Hopefully this looks a little better on television. Feels fine. I think we're fine. Joining us now, we're excited. Ruud is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Ruud Pro partner at Ruud.com. And Brian, what is it they say? If it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
Joining us right now on the Ruud guest hotline is our man, Mr. Mitch Tischler. Mitchell, how you doing,
What's
buddy?
up, Titch?
Doing fantastic. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. What's happening?
We could have used you, dog. We needed some of that flawless tech this morning.
You know my tech is always flawless.
Indeed. We're back in business, though. We're good. Let's start. Something you were maybe concerns too strong. I know the way the center position has unfolded this offseason was something that was on your radar. How do you feel now that the plan is to go with Allegretti and they drafted a kid that was a 3-year starter, 2 years at Wake, 1 at Michigan State, to be the backup? How do you feel about this O-line and this center position?
I feel okay about it. I think offensively, that's probably where I feel the most angsty at any single position is at center. I think Nick Allegretti, does a fairly good job most of the time that he's out there. I just think that too often he kind of gets beat cleanly, and when he's at guard, you have a little bit of a buffer between center and tackle helping you out there. To me, if the center gets beat cleanly, I think it puts your quarterback in a really tough position, and so I hope that Nick's able to step up and take over that role. I would have liked to have seen them address it a little more aggressively in free agency, maybe bring in somebody who had a little bit more NFL experience at center. But I do appreciate that at least they drafted somebody in the 6th round in Matt Golden, who has 1 year starting at center, was one of the best centers on that Michigan State team, one of the best offensive linemen on that Michigan State team, and hopefully he'll be able to compete with Nick, and the best guy will come out on top.
Do you feel that they may be having more belief in the guards now, which allow them to feel like, okay, Nick with his limitations can be, still be very, very serviceable?
Certainly, and I think you look at how much better this offensive line is today than it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and I think that can certainly help out Nick a lot. To me, I look at how this offense is going to look under David Blau, a lot more under center, a lot more play action, and the offensive line having to play some different roles than maybe they have in the past. And I'm thinking that this coaching staff thinks that this will play to Nick Allegretti's strengths, and certainly Nick's quickness and ability to kind of get to a second level, maybe pull a little bit, is certainly something that would be an advantage for him. But ultimately, he's a veteran. He's been there, done that. He's won Super Bowls. He's caught touchdowns. He's a guy who's been on the NFL field for a while. So I like that at least that they're rolling out a question mark-ish. At least it's a guy who has that veteran NFL experience.
What do you think happens at left guard? We think it's Chris Paul still? You think Brandon Coleman pushes? What do you think happens there?
I think it's going to be a true competition. I mean, these guys love talking about having competition.
You look at the type of offense that we think David Blau is going to run with the zone blocking, and maybe that plays into Brandon Coleman's mobility a little bit better than Chris Paul. But ultimately, I think that whichever guy ends up starting, I think they're going to be okay at left guard, and certainly having Laramie Tunsil out there at left tackle helps out that guard position a whole lot.
When you look at this team and the improvements that they made, for me, I feel like the improvements on defense will, in essence, help out the offense. I think a lot of times people think only help from offense comes from improving an offense. I think when the defense is better and don't allow – just look at the little record thing they've been putting out. When the defense holds a team to 24 or less, they're 12-0. When they let them score over 24, they're 5-12. So when you look at that type of thing, I think right there that shows you a good defense helps out your offense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, just the total change that we're going to see with Durante Jones running this defense, not just the players, but schematically and the different way that I think they're going to disguise some things is going to be a brand new game for, I think, fans watching this team play, watching this defense play. And then you add in bringing in K'Lavon Chaisson and Agape Owe and, Leo Chanel and all the Sonny Styles and all the athleticism that we're going to see along the front seven. I think it's going to be a big difference. And ultimately, even if this defense doesn't have to be top 10, but if they can improve to top 15 or so, they're going to give themselves a chance. And ultimately, I think the biggest question is how much pressure can you take off Jaden Daniels? I think last year the plan going in was Jaden's great. They're going to score 30 a game. The defense just has to, bend but not break. Obviously, it broke off in last year. But I think alleviating some of that pressure off Jaden will help the offense a ton, particularly as they start working in all these new weapons.
Brizoke last year. Talking with our friend Mitch Tischler. You can watch him and listen to him on the Beltway Football Podcast. You can give him a follow at Mitch_Tischler. It's rookie camp this weekend. We all kind of understand at most we're seeing, what do you think, 8 guys that make the 70? But what are you looking forward to? What do you want to try to check out?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the rookie camp is more about just kind of getting a feel for who these guys are. I think the most interesting player has to be Antonio Williams. I think that there's a lot of different ways that you project or hope that he can impact this team and help out. Certainly, you talk about the separation numbers from him in college, and you see the speed on the field. I think it's going to be kind of getting a feel for how does that speed translate from the college game to the pro game? How does that quickness translate from the college game to the pro game? And not that there's going to be a ton to really take away from it at rookie camp, but whenever we watch these rookie camps and even the mini camps and whatnot, there are players that just kind of stand out on a football field, and I'm curious whether his speed is going to stand out on the field, particularly surrounded by 50 or 40, 50 other guys who probably don't have as high of NFL ceiling as we hope that Antonio Williams does have.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Bill popped last year at rookie camp. Like you saw the feet, the quick. To me, I think Katron, the fat man, needs to be a capable short yardage back to be on the 53 coming out of camp. What do you try to watch for that with him in a practice session where there's no pads and stuff?
To me, it's about how quickly does he get his shoulders squared, kind of go to the line of scrimmage as they run some of these different kind of run concepts. And obviously, we don't know exactly what these workouts are going to look like, but Mitch was a running back at one point in his life, and you run some of these running back drills where they go through whether it's the sled or they go through the with the pads and whatnot. See how quickly and what that pad level looks like. I think you look at the feet, how quickly how quickly they move, but because there's no real contact, we think that Katron Allen's going to be able to step up and help out in the short yardage game, but because there's no contact, it's really hard to get a good feel for what it looks like. But I think kind of pad level, squareness at the line of scrimmage, foot speed. I think those are things that you can kind of key on for a running back that you think is going to play that role.
All the moves they made in free agency, what do you think was the most important one, or the one that will have the most impact on this team?
I think it's Afe Owe. I mean, JP, we talked about it on the Belly Football Pod a bunch, leading up to free agency. There were one of two guys that I wanted them to go get, and Afe was one of them. I just think he adds a dynamic edge rusher for you. And, you hope that Dorrance Armstrong comes back and picks up where he was last year, because I think he's kind of a forgotten man on this defense. And you add K'Lavon Chaisson. I think that getting after the quarterback is going to be such a big part of what Durante Jones wants to do defensively. And I think that adding a guy who has gone out and had a double-digit sack season can help you out so much there.
It's going to be interesting, man. And I think it's so bizarre in a lot of ways that you have the same head coach. So we're not approaching this as, if we were going into this offseason and it was a new head coach, you're like, man, who knows what this is going to look like? It's all going to be very different. There's so many questions. But having two new coordinators that are going to run things very differently than their predecessors, like, I don't think we know what we're looking at. You know what I mean?
I think this whole thing is going to look different, particularly, it starts with Dan Quinn as the head coach, but the way that we saw, the preseason and training camp run last year, I think is going to look dramatically differently this year from the head coach position, not to mention, what we're going to see both the coordinators running. I think, it's not a brand new team, but it's going to feel like a brand new team, I think, in the way that they go through things, and particularly with Dan Quinn talking about wanting to get more particular game situations in place for these two coordinators to get some work done in that preseason/training camp time frame. I think it's going to look a lot different, and it's going to be, it's going to feel like a new team out there. Jaden Daniels is going to be the one that's going to be running it.
Yeah, but I think all that is needed. We watched last year. It needed to change. It needs to be better. I think that change may be for the better. That's all I'm looking at. Like,
absolutely,
we got different people calling it, but hell, this might be a blessing.
Yeah, like, especially consider the defense was terrible, and they basically fired the guy around Thanksgiving. So, like, we knew that overhaul was coming. Offensively, it was a bit more of a surprise, but I think I don't want to knock Cliff because they were really good in 2024. The offense was really good, but in a copycat league, it always sticks with me that he's the one dude that runs his system. Like, nobody else, like, there is no. Cliff obviously has a tree of quarterbacks and coaches he's close with, and they all always say, like, yeah, we like to use some of Cliff's stuff. Some of Cliff's stuff is really interesting. Nobody else is running that offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw it get stagnant, and that was one of the criticisms of Cliff on the way in. I think it's going to be interesting to see with David Blau taking over how much of some of Cliff's system he keeps versus how much of his own. But ultimately, I think the number one biggest thing, getting some of these guys in motion pre-snap, trying to get yourself into good matchups. As much as I kind of questioned at the moment in the moment of time the Antonio Williams pick, I think some of his motion and ability to get in some different matchups, I think is going to be super helpful to him. And ultimately, I think all of that is beneficial for Jaden Daniels, who I think needs to get back from just straight dropbacks and get into some rollouts and some bootlegs and some play action stuff that we haven't seen a whole lot the past two seasons.
Adjustments, I think, is going to be key moving forward, and that's something we didn't see a lot of. If you look at most offenses, a lot of stuff that Cliff runs, other offenses run the same stuff. They just adjust it from week to week and run different things and different movements and come out of different formations where they end up doing the same things, but they make it look different. That's something he refused to do. And I think just something simple will make it even better.
Absolutely. I think on both sides of the ball, the Commanders last season were poor at disguising what they were doing. I feel like teams had a pretty good idea. Heck, JP, you and I sit in the press box and we see them line up and say, oh man, this is going to be this or this is going to be that. And, if you and I are picking that apart from, 100 yards away or whatever, that offensive and defensive coordinators on the other side of the field are doing the same thing. So I think that both sides getting into a little bit more disguise, trying to trick up what the opposing quarterback or the opposing linebackers are seeing on the other side of the ball, I think will go a long way to helping these guys.
Talking with our friend Mitch Tischler here from Monumental Sports. Check out the Beltway Football Podcast. Follow him at Mitch_Tischler, Tischler. When you look around the division now, Philly has been the prohibitive favorite for some time. Does it feel that way still? I mean, Dallas has made a lot of additions on the defensive side of the ball. The Giants got a real head coach running that operation. Washington maybe has gotten better. Like, what do you think when you think about the NFC East?
Yeah, I think really the big question in the NFC East is what does Philly look like? I mean, I think we can all agree A.J. Brown's probably not going to be there. I think he was a big part of that offense, whether he was actually getting the ball or not. I think just the threat of him being out there with his size and his ability to make contested catches and stuff did a whole lot for them. I question what that looks like. I think the Eagles O-line, which has been one of the best in football for a long time, has kind of started to come back to earth and be a little bit closer to average. I think that as I look at it today on whatever today is, May 6th, that I think the Cowboys might be the division favorite in my mind. I think the Eagles are going to take a little bit of a step back. You look at some of the losses on defense as well. But ultimately, I think all four teams are about as bunched up as they've been in a couple seasons since kind of the Eagles started taking the reins there. So it's gonna be a fun season. I mean, there's no pushovers in the NFC East anymore. You're not going to be looking at the Giants as kind of two easy wins or two planned wins anymore. I think Harbaugh helps them out a lot. You look at all the additions they've made on defense the past couple seasons. Obviously, they get Malik Neighbors back. It's going to be an interesting little fall/winter here because I think anyone in the NFC East could come out of there the winner.
Yeah, dude, the Eagles are really an interesting situation. Vegas, at least I'm looking at DraftKings, they still have the Eagles as the favorite to win the NFC East at plus 115, then the Cowboys at plus 225, Washington at plus 500, and the Giants at plus 600. If when the A.J. Brown trade happens, then you all of a sudden have two smaller guys in Smith, obviously, and then Mekhi Lemon, presumably, with a quarterback that just likes to throw these vertical routes with receivers, at least your top two receivers that seem like more middle of the field kind of guys. And I just keep circling back to the hit piece from ESPN that clearly people within the Eagles organization were in on. And I wonder, the pressure, as much as there are two teams in New York, the pressure that is on the Philadelphia Eagles at all times is so significant. And you just wonder if at some point the pipes burst, Or, hell, they win 13 games and go back to the NFC title game because they're loaded.
Yeah, I mean, they can't forget they have Saquon Barkley back there. And that covers up a whole lot of problems. But
sure does.
Yeah, I think the two kind of fast, quick receivers paired with a quarterback who has seemed hesitant to throw the ball into tight windows unless it's a bomb downfield. So it doesn't really mesh that well to me. Plus, I think you look at the O-line kind of, they still have an elite O-line, but it's not nearly as great as it was 2-3 years ago, particularly when Kelsey was there and whatnot. But it's going to be interesting because I think we overlook what's happening on defense with them as well. You lose a couple of key players the past two seasons, both up front and on the back end in the secondary. And I think that the sieve seems to be opening a little bit up in Philly. And I think it might be an opportunity for Washington or Dallas to jump through and win the division.
Mitchell, thank you for the time, buddy. Appreciate you.
Be cool, brother.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right. That's our guy, Mitch Tischler. Give him a follow at Mitch_Tischler. You heard us talking about the protester on the Frederick Douglass Bridge. He has come down. Juliana Valencia from
they go get him.
We're about to find out. Juliana Valencia from NBC4 has been on this story. She's over at the Douglass Bridge right now. She'll join the program next to tell us what the heck is going on here.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. The Nationals struggled in their series opener with the Twins, seeing a less than dominant outing from Cade Cavalli. The 11-3 loss dropped Washington to a 4-13 record at Nationals Park, which is the worst home record in baseball. 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen live to Game 2 of that series, Miles Michaelis on the mound for Washington. The Nationals also made a roster move. They signed right-hander Max Kranick to a one-year major league deal with a club option for the 2027 season. Kranick is recovering from right elbow surgery, so he was placed on the 15-day injured list. Now, to make room on the 40-man roster, they designated Jackson Rutledge for assignment. Rutledge was the 2019 17th overall pick from the organization. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I see what you're doing here, Jeff. Little Red Hot Chili Peppers under the bridge. Unfortunately, our story is on top of the bridge. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and we are really excited. Are our mics on, Jeff? Can people hear?
They are now.
Okay. It sounds a little funky to me, but that's all good. We're excited right now to go back to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome on Juliana Valencia. Juliana has been covering this Frederick Douglass Bridge situation for NBC4. Hey, Juliana, how are you?
Hey, JP, doing good. My photographer, Brooks, and I were driving back from the bridge. We saw it all happen this morning.
That's crazy.
So did they go get him, or did he just come down?
No, I mean, they were waiting, and negotiators, they were kind of calling to him from the D.C. police boat, but then it seems like he knew the forecast, and he knew it was going to be raining soon, because a little after 9, you see him pack up all the stuff, because he had a couple supplies to be out there almost 5 days, and then I was expecting kind of maybe a Spider-Man type situation, him propel down, but it was more so there's a latch, like a little circular latch on top of the bridge, and so he just opened up that top, and then he popped in, and then he closed the latch, and you didn't see him for some time, and so it seems from there must be some ladder inside the bridge, because then he climbs down, and you see him then pop out through another circular hole at the foot of the bridge, and that's where a fire truck ladder and like firefighters were waiting for him. And maybe listeners have seen the video circulating, but you see him received by the firefighters. They load him up, pull him down from that ladder truck, and that's when they load him on a stretcher. So really, he came down finally on his own. But DC Fire and police, they were definitely standing by waiting there.
So let's go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
This dude climbed the bridge on Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And has been up there. How wide is the top of that bridge? How can you live on a top of a bridge for 5 days?
I mean, more power to him. He says he intermittent fasting. He had brought a bit more supplies, because this isn't the first time. He did this in 22 after the Supreme Court's decision of Roe versus Wade. So it seems that this time he had a little tent with him. He had a portable charger. But I don't know quite the details about the food or bathroom situation, but 5 days, man.
Yeah, some people might have thought it was raining. It could have been something.
Yeah, but he came down after the rain, so, because, he ran out of water Sunday. But it's just, and before he comes down, he's waving at folks, and he wants to inspire other people to do peaceful protests, but we got to put it out there that this is illegal, what he did. But he hopes other people take a stand and do peaceful protests as well.
So when he did this in 2022,
mm-hmm. Yeah,
did he? So clearly, this dude knows how the bridge works. If he knows about these little latches and is able to climb on the inside,
shouldn't they put some locks on the latches?
Yeah, let's lock it up.
Right? Okay. So what I saw from WTOP that they spoke with DDOT, and that they had looked into maybe preventing this from happening again, but any of the mechanisms that they looked into, it would obstruct the functionality of the bridge. So it was, what I'm taking from that is then you couldn't have people who need to maintain the bridge get in there. But maybe now they'll put a lock on there.
It seems like a good idea.
Well, you put a lock, there's a key. So they should be able to still get
figure
into it.
out.
Yeah.
But
we are talking with our friend.
that's a tall bridge. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we're talking with Juliana Valencia here from NBC4 here in DC. You give her a follow on Instagram at Juliana E Valencia. So you mentioned this. What he did is illegal. What happens next for this dude? Like, is he going to jail? Does he pay a fine?
It seems, and even he's aware. He put it out on X. He's like, I'm probably going to jail for some time. Hope someone else can take over my account. Because likely, like, one of the charges, it is trespassing. And then you got to think the cost to DC taxpayers for the police and the safety officials who were out there the last several days. So that was a cost too. And then you had folks who weren't too pleased about the traffic, especially for the Nats game Friday. That was a bit of a lot. Friday afternoon, but he is doing this. For protests. So I'm putting it out there that it's he's voicing his opposition to Trump and the administration, the war in Iran, and what he calls the existential threat of the uncontrolled development of AI. So those are his kind of three pillars that he is protesting for.
So the question I would ask is this: at night, if he knew that latch was there, was he going inside the thing to sleep? Or was he sleeping?
Maybe.
Because when he went in, couldn't somebody have been paying attention to be able to swoop in and make sure he don't go back up?
Well, there are. I noticed at least on each of these little columns, at least on the side of the bridge that we were on, that there's these little circular latches for each of these kind of angles of the bridge. So I think it's just unsuspecting. No one's thinking they're going to come up on the bridge any day. So I think he this Friday afternoon decided to open up that latch and take the weekend to stand on the bridge.
So
last time it was only 28 hours, but this time almost 5 days.
That's crazy, dude. So obviously he's committed to his causes, right? His passion.
Yeah.
But what happened? I know Friday it was a big problem with the Nats game. I assume they closed the bridge, but they had it
closed down.
But at some point they opened it, right? Like cars were just driving around, or has it been closed for 5 days?
No, so they did eventually open it back up, and so by Saturday morning they only had the inner lane closed because they had like the police cars and safety vehicles there, but they had both right lanes open. So I guess they had 3 lanes open and that one lane shut down for 5 days, but they did have a lane shut down. Actually, I think all lanes were open this morning. Forgive me, but I know definitely Saturday morning when I was out there, one of those lanes was still shut down.
Did the police and maybe medical personnel have to monitor this 24/7?
I think so, because I was there Saturday morning and you had a police boat underneath, and so I'm sure there was even overnight. I'd imagine that there had been officers standing by, because if something had happened, he'd fallen off the bridge. It seemed that's why they had that boat there ready for rescue just in case.
Will anybody get to speak with this dude? Like, will he do a press conference or something?
He would love that.
Our Jackie Benson with News 4, she spoke with him on Friday afternoon over Zoom. So he's been doing some interviews.
He had Zoom on top of the bridge.
He didn't even Zoom on top of the bridge.
What kind of Wi-Fi he got?
Wow.
I guess he had strong Wi-Fi because he was on top. He was high up there. Good Wi-Fi.
I apologize to JB. I didn't know she Zoomed with this dude. At what point, if this dude, because people have been sending me the tweets, so he was tweeting from the top of the bridge.
Yeah.
Now he's Zooming from the top of the bridge. He was smart enough to pack, a portable charger and food.
Intermittent fasting.
Is there?
Yeah, intermittent. He prepared, and I'll tell you, Flash DC, the protest group, they actually had a pack of supplies, and they told me that on Monday they had tried to they wanted to use a rope system to pull up the supplies, and then DC police were kind of like, if you want to give him the supplies, he can come down and get them, but we're not letting you pass to lift those supplies up to him.
No, and they shouldn't. I don't know that you have the answer to this, but I know for Brian and I, we are joined right now on the Rude Guest Hotline by our friend Juliana Valencia, NBC4 reporter. You can give her a follow on Instagram at Juliana E. Valencia. She's been covering this Frederick Douglass Bridge situation where the dude has finally come down, and I assume is at least going to spend a night in jail.
Please don't go back up there, dude.
Where the radio station is right by Nats Park, and there was a period of time where there was a group of protesters like locking arms and sitting down on 695 right by the office, shutting down the road. And at some point, they kind of were able to stop that from repeatedly occurring. How much, like, if you are in the protester community, is this viewed as a success, and will others try to do it?
Well, I think that's the big point where they want us to express, like, hey, guys, this is still illegal because, I mean, from the protesters' perspective, it seems that this was a success because he was up there long enough that it got out there. It was not only local coverage but national coverage. But we do got to put that disclaimer out there that it did cost DC taxpayers money having this situation because we do have to make sure he stays safe because that is still a very scary thing to have a living human on top of a bridge that is so tall, you know?
Can I ask a question? B made this point earlier this morning. At what point do we not have to make sure he stays safe? At what point is he foregoing his rights to safety guaranteed by the government when he's doing something that is clearly illegal? Is it a week, a month? I don't know.
I'd say that's up to DC police because I feel like if they decided not to and something happened, maybe that's a bigger headache for them.
We live in a world run by lawyers and insurance companies, so who the hell knows? But
what's worse? Is it negligence? Like, are we going to get pinned for that?
Right, exactly. Well, Juliana, I really appreciate you making time for us on short notice. Tell Brooksy, can Brooksy hear us?
Yeah, he can.
Brooks, how are we feeling about Kentucky hoops this fall?
I wanted Brooks to go on top of the bridge and shoot it.
Well, first of all, B. Mitch, I'm not going on top because I'm not trying to get in trouble by NBC4. Second of all, JP, I'm a little frustrated with Kentucky because back in the day, everyone wants to go to Kentucky. But now we got transfers. Don't even want to come to Kentucky. I was like, what's going on, Pope? What's happening?
Y'all better use some of that Derby money and pay them.
We had a $22 million budget and didn't even make it to the Final Four.
Not enough.
A $22 million budget and didn't make the Final Four.
Not
Someone's
enough.
passionate.
Not enough.
Meanwhile, Calipari's doing great in Arkansas.
He got a $35 million budget.
Yeah, they got chicken money, dog. For people that don't know Brooks Merriweather, longtime photographer, used to work with Brian and I at the old CSN, now at NBC4. One of the funniest, kindest people. Brooks, I didn't expect to get your take on the bridge protester, but since you can hear me, what do you make of all this? How do they stop this in the future, Brooksy?
First of all, I was still in awe when I got there, and I'm filming. I was like, wow, he's been here 5 days. The first thing came to my mind, how does he pee and poop?
Hey, the rain started earlier than people thought.
That's what I thought. And then I told Juliana, I was like, okay, when does the Spider-Man movie come? It's about to be very dramatic. He's about to have the rope, and we're about to be in awe, and I'm about to have this great, dramatic Hollywood video. And it didn't happen. I saw none of it.
He just chilled up there. Yeah, the fact that we don't even get the payoff of him climbing down, that he's able to enter into the...
Brooks was standing in the rain for hours waiting for get that perfect shot.
He better make sure that was rain.
I'm positive it was rain where I was standing at B.
That's what you think.
Well, like any good reporter, Juliana, I know you stood there side by side in the rain and did not sit in the car like I would have. I would have been standing right there with my guy.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I did? We're right by Salt Line, and so I look at the camera at Salt Line, and I'm like, I'm gonna put this back, and I grabbed a chair that they had stacked up, and I put it underneath the shade because I wasn't trying to get rained on.
Hey, thank you guys. Great work. Really appreciate you giving us your perspective from being over there.
Thank you. Good to hear you guys.
Appreciate it. Take care, brother.
That is
Juliana.
Juliana Valencia, along with Brooks Merriweather from NBC4. They were on the case.
He better make sure it was rain.
I can listen to Brooks talk for hours and hours. Nobody go anywhere. It's P. Mitch and Finley.
My Lord.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the fan. Brian, we got a new scam alert.
What's that?
Have you been getting these? I've been getting emails. Now I'm getting texts.
About what?
I've gotten this from 4 different numbers today. Hi, I am Leslie from the Confluent Talent Team. We are currently seeking remote contributors for a new initiative.
Oh, yeah.
Role, Partnership Evaluation Associate.
You know what I do with them? Erase before I must get to that as far as you got.
I have been too. I just wanted to point this one out.
Delete.
And I report the spam. But it doesn't matter because it's all coming from like an email address now. Have you been getting... I get ones... It's crazy because clearly like some bot out there is like at least skimming some part of my profile or LinkedIn or something. Because I now get emails. Think about like the biggest companies in the world, right? Pepsi, Nike, Gillette, Chevrolet, like whatever, right? I get emails that look like they're actually written by a person.
Yeah.
That are like, we've seen your skills and we'd like to talk to you about becoming the head of corporate PR for Chevrolet.
But see, the thing about that, they always want you to call them or give them a yes or no answer, but they never ever say that they can reach out to you.
But Doug, I have, like, the bots or whatever are still just so dumb. Or maybe the people are so dumb that sometimes they actually buy into it. There is no...
The second thing you said.
There's no manner in which I am apt to be the head of corporate PR for a Fortune 100 company. Like, it's just so stupid.
Don't shortchange yourself, bro.
Maybe.
You could be.
Do you know the other scam alert I wanted to offer the people?
What's that?
The one I've gotten a couple times now, to the point where I actually ignored a real one and my buddy had to text me. Have you gotten any fake Evites? Like, oh, Billy's having his 50th birthday. Click here if you can RSVP.
Well,
and I'm like,
let's be real.
I'm not sure I know Billy.
But let's be real. If people send me an Evite and I don't know you, normally when a person send you an Evite, they've told you they're going to send you an Evite. Or you know that they have a party coming up, so they tell you. If I just get an Evite out the blue, Johnny is going to be having a party.
Johnny's going away party.
If I got JP's having a party, and I know you're not having a party, I'm going to do like my grandson says, delete and throw it in the trash. That's what I'm going to do.
Have you gotten the fake Evite, Stallion?
Oh, he's answered all of them back.
Oh, yeah. No, I've gotten so many of those recently. I'm getting calls now. Like, it's honestly, I feel like it's the worst it's ever been.
Jeff, is that tricky if you've been getting them and you do all these gigs, a lot of times you might be getting invited to this kind of stuff.
I don't open no email. I don't automatically know the name or haven't got a heads
This is
up
a text, though.
Oh, if I don't know the number or it look crazy, I don't respond.
And they've gotten so good to where they will send a number, Jeff, that is damn near the same as someone that you know.
Dude, so what's funny is I got so many of these fake texts, Evites, that my boy Bernie legit was having a 40th birthday party, and I just never responded because it came from his wife, and I was like, I don't know about this. And and then, like, he finally texted me. He's like, yo, I'm not sure if you got the Evite, but we're having a 40th birthday party. And I was like, oh, my bad, Bernie. I thought it was nonsense. You know what I mean?
I also troll scammers too. Like this one guy, he kept calling me and I was like, yo, I can find your IP address. And I just said, you're somewhere in Maine right now. And he got shocked. I took a total guess. He haven't called me back since.
Yeah,
but sometimes
I
I'm
think
just say,
engaging with them is dumb.
if you engage with them, Jeff, some of them, that's all they need for you to do is stay online with them, and they are getting your information.
Yeah,
So
but I
just-
don't say certain words either. Like you will never hear me. Nah,
It ain't about the word. It's like they could get, just like you could find their IP address, they can find your stuff.
Oh, I invite them. I invite them.
Speaking of, I obviously didn't go to this party. Happy birthday to Bernie McKeever. This is a little late, but I hope the party was a tremendous success. All right, nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins the program next.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Houston Astros are going to be without shortstop Carlos Correa for the remainder of the 2026 season. Correa injured his ankle while taking swings in the batting cage and met with a foot specialist this morning. It was determined that he would need to have surgery on his left ankle and will be sidelined for the remainder of the 2026 season. And Ted Turner, the former owner of the Atlanta Braves, the Atlanta Hawks, and World Championship Wrestling, has died at the age of 87. His company, Turner Enterprises, announced his death. Turner was a media mogul and cable television pioneer who founded CNN, TBS, and TNT. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia and Ozzy Osbourne in your headset means time to talk to our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg. Greenberg joins us from the Rude Guest Hotline. What's up, Neil? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, trying to fend off allergies. How you doing?
Allergies been getting me too, man.
That's not gonna work.
I hope everybody can hear me and B because we can't hear each other, but we're gonna keep it moving. So Greenberg, last we saw you was at Spanky Shenanigans in Leesburg, and you have launched your own Substack now, Fancy Stats Substack. How is all? Oh boy, I definitely hear that. All right, Neil is gone. Are we up? Okay, I'm gonna keep talking in case anybody can hear me. I don't think they can. The Comrex dropped. That's the issue. Check. The Comrex dropped. I just reconnected it. Are people listening to us? Maybe we should go to commercial if we can. I think we're still on Monumental, though, which is pretty awkward. Joey, if you can hear us or see us, I recommend you go to commercial, pal.
Let's go.
Are we up? This is...
We've got Twins and Nationals Game 2 of the series tonight at 6:45 p.m. As always, listen live right here on The Fan. The Nationals lost 11-3 last night, dropping their record to 4-13 at Nationals Park. That is the worst home record in Major League Baseball. But the 11-3 loss also means that the Nats have only scored a combined 7 runs over their last 4 games, so they are starting to see that red-hot offense simmer. And more MLB news. Astros infielder Carlos Correa has suffered a torn tendon in his left ankle and will undergo season-ending surgery. He told reporters that he suffered a complete tear while taking swings in the batting cage and estimated that his recovery process would take anywhere from 6 to 8 months. Moving over to the NBA, your scores from last night, the Pistons took a 1-0 lead in the series, beating the Cavaliers 111-101, and OKC beat the Lakers 108-90 in Game 1 of the series. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, folks, we're going to try this again. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg from the Fancy Stats Substack. What's up, Greenberg? How you doing, man?
How are you?
We're good,
We're
man.
good. I think. We'll all kind of find out together. How is the Substack going, dude?
Substack's going well. My voice is not due to allergies, but Substack's doing good.
The rain might help you today.
I'm sorry?
The rain may help.
Yeah, I hope so. It can't get any worse. Like, the pollen is like 1 inch thick on the cars. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, Substack is good. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss anything.
Okay. Dude, if you're sick or whatever and you need to go, like, just go. You tell.
No, we're gutting it out. I'm a gamer.
Okay. Dude, I want to start with the puck, if you're all right with that.
Sure.
It's getting harder and harder for me to see any result but Colorado beating Carolina for the Cup.
Well, Colorado's not losing, so it's not a bad idea. They just look completely dominant. Nathan McKinnon is looking really good. It's funny because there were so many people down on him a couple of years ago, and here he is, just lights out for Colorado. Let's face it, Colorado's quick. They're really good at moving the puck. They're deep, and they're exposing Minnesota's injury issues. And also, Minnesota's struggling on special teams. So, yeah, it's tough to see Colorado losing this. And, like you said about Carolina, I mean, they just completely controlled the series against the Flyers. They're 2-0, another overtime win. They got the forecheck, the depth, the defense to make a big run here, too.
It's remarkable. Watching them in this series against the Wild, they can just score whenever they want to. Locally, the biggest question is kind of what's going to happen with Ovi and the Caps. It's crazy to see the Flyers are into the second round of the playoffs because that easily could have been Washington. I know it's not. I'm not making excuses. But what do you think happens with Ovi and what this team looks like next year?
I think waving off the Penguins of the farewell line was a signal that he's probably going to try to return for another year. That's my guess. I think at this point you have to let Ovechkin write his own ending, and that can constrain the team a little bit because you're going to pay him what he wants. But there's a lot of young talent with Washington. Like you said, it very easily could have been them and not Philadelphia in the playoffs. So I think he's going to come back for a year. I think that's what the fans want. The fans want to know with some certainty to say their goodbyes. And I think if the upside with the youth movement in Washington kind of comes to fruition, I think that they could be a playoff team. Whether they're a cup contender, we have to wait and see. But a lot of talent there. And, I saw some rumblings of getting the other Connor Mick player, maybe Connor McDavid to Washington, which, obviously...
Whoa. back the truck up here. That's a rumor now? Is McDavid?
I've seen that in a couple places. I don't put much stock into it, but you want to talk about making a statement. I mean, if they can somehow finagle that would be obviously pretty big, but I don't see it happening. But it's fun to think about that, they have the second best Connor McPlayer on the team as well.
So you think this is a 1-year deal, one more, and then that's it? And I think if he's coming back for 1 year, fans that sit up here and say, we want to know, just start giving you love right now, because next year we're not going to hear this again.
Yeah, I mean, so he scored 32 goals. I mean, this wasn't a 5-goal season. He played 82 games. He scored 32 goals, had another 32 assists. I mean, he's 40 years old. If he wants to play, let him play.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I or anybody to say it's time for him to hang it up? I mean, 30 goal scorers don't grow on trees. He brings people into the arena.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, he deserves to write his own ending. And if he wants to play, if you're the team, you just have to eat it, because.
But see, that's the question I asked though. He scores 30 goals this year. You gonna play that? You have to play. The team has to play that game again.
I learned a long time ago not to bet against him.
I'm just asking questions because eventually it gets to the point where you got to make a move about the future and not about a person.
I understand that, but in my opinion, the organization is kind of at his mercy, and if he wants to come back at $10, $11, $12 million a year, that's a pill that you got to swallow.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg. Check out his Fancy Stats Substack. All right, let's switch to the hoops. Can anybody beat the Thunder?
The Colorado of the NBA, probably not.
Right.
They're legit. I'm looking at projections that give them a 54% chance to win the finals.
Yeah.
That's a huge number for
54% to win. Wow.
Yeah, to win the final. That's a huge number. I don't know if I would put stock in that exact number, but directionally, the next best team is not even half that. It's about 19% with Detroit. So, directionally, you got to think that it's going to be Oklahoma City this year.
The Lakers have no shot. Do you think the Sixers are back on tonight? They got boat raced to game one. Beamish and I both kind of expected that. I thought their legs would be exhausted, just kind of gas coming down the high of game 7 in Boston. Do you think Sixers-Knicks can end up being a good series?
No, I think the Knicks are playing too well. I'm sure something awful will happen and the wheels will come off that bus. But this is a Knicks team that, they're just dominating Philadelphia. The way that they dominated the Hawks in the last 3 games. This is a team that seemingly found another gear. 137-98, that's a show. And that's coming off a 140-89 win against Atlanta. Like, you say to yourself, okay, they can't keep blowing teams out, but, here they are, 4 games in a row, complete laughers. I think New York looks too good.
Yeah, they've been really good. You think the Knicks could get to the finals then?
I do, and that's just not homerism. I think that they found it. We talk about the unquantifiable, the intangibles, or whatever it is that you want to call it. They have it right now. And in the NBA, that can carry you through the series. I don't know if they can beat Detroit. Not sure that they can.
Is anybody in the East capable of beating OKC?
It doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't look like it. But I tell you what, though, if for the Knicks to even just get in there, that's such a huge deal for this franchise. Which, let's face it, they've been struggling quite a bit, and we haven't. This is something that they need. I think. They just need to be able to break through.
Let's get to football, because you had a tweet that I found pretty interesting. If you're interested, you can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg. Data analytics, sports writer, stats geek, not nerd. Now for the fancy stats Substack. Was at the Washington Post for a very long time. Explain to me this thing you're saying about the price that Vegas has set for the Eagles to win the most NFL games this coming season, where you see it and why there might be some value there.
Yeah, so there's a price out there for the Eagles to have the most wins in the NFL next year at $1,400. I priced that at $1,230. So there's a little bit of an edge there, about a 1-2% edge, and that's just modeling the season. But let's just look at it, from the top down. Eagles, 10.5 wins, win total, same as the Lions, Packers, Seahawks, 49ers, Bills, Chiefs, Chargers, right? Like, they're all in that mix. You have the Ravens and the Rams a little bit higher than that. So it's probably going to be one of those teams. Why can't it be the Eagles? I mean, they're in a division with two teams that aren't expected to be very good, in the Giants and the Commanders, which we can have a conversation about. The Cowboys aren't supposed to be really good. They're supposed to be like a middling type team. So I think that, you look at, where they are relative to the landscape of the NFL, and, I think that price is good. I mean, now's the time to be shopping for NFL futures because we're right after the draft, we're after off season, all the feel-good stories are out there, but we really don't know what to expect. So, I think the Eagles are slightly mispriced on that particular future.
Do you not have any concerns with the Eagles taking a step back? I mean,
A.J. Brown leaving.
Hurts was bad. A.J. Brown
Possibly.
leaves.
I mean, I got tons of concerns. Look, if we didn't have concerns, it wouldn't be plus 1,200.
Right.
It'd be plus 500. So, yeah, of course, there's concerns about everything. There's concerns about, the Broncos taking a huge step back because they did so well in one-win games. There's concerns about the Chiefs, last year not being a blip, right? Like, they have a 10.5 win preseason win total. The Bills could get injured. The Ravens, Lamar Jackson could get injured. I mean, but again, that's why we're getting 14-1. If it was a layup, it'd be 3-1.
You said something. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg, Fancy Sats Substack, longtime guest, us, the Junks, everybody here on the station, longtime writer for the Washington Post, now running his own Substack, where you can get all the great betting information, fantasy information. You said something that I got to circle back to. You don't think Washington's going to be very good.
I'm looking at like where the betting markets are, and I have Washington at number 23, 2 points per game worse than an average team on a neutral field.
Why?
I have them with the Giants, the Saints, the Falcons, and the Titans. Now, a lot can, look, if Jaden's healthy, if they get some wide receiver help, if, the defense is better after the draft, there certainly could be some improvement. But I think right now we're looking at them as being in the bottom third of the NFL.
Could this be a situation where, looking at what they did last year, just like what they did in 2023, and having something like a 2024 season?
Well, you probably got to look in the middle, right? It's if they weren't as good as they were 2 years ago when they made the conference championships, and they certainly weren't as bad last year with all the injuries, so they're probably in the middle. But where's that middle? 8-9 wins? That's going to put them kind of like average or below. So I think that's kind of where the market's pricing them right now.
That's interesting. Do you think the Cowboys? I think we don't honestly know what Washington's going to be because you got two new coordinators. Like there's so much unknown. I think they've done a lot of positive steps, specifically on defense, to address problems. We don't know if those problems are fixed, probably till Halloween. How do you think Jaden Daniels, though, could flourish in a new, different offensive system?
It could be great. It could be exactly what I said 2 years ago, where I believe the upside is higher than the downside. Because let's face it, it's really hard to only win 4 games in the NFL, and I don't think Washington's there. I think their floor is probably 6 or 7 wins, but their ceiling is easily 10 wins, 11 wins, if everything works out, just like we talked about 2 years ago. So that's kind of where I'm looking at it. You got to remember, these are just projections, and like you said, nobody knows anything. We're all guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's guessing. But you got to be able to make those adjustments quick, and I think the way to make the adjustment early is to bet on optimism for Washington, but just make sure you're getting a fair price because, right now they do look like a bottom third team.
Okay.
What do you think of Dallas? The offense obviously has been able to cook, but you've got maybe this lingering George Pickens thing, and they tried to get a lot better on defense, but will it work?
I have Cowboys as an average team, them and the Bucks. So I think that they're probably 8-9 win team. And, like you said, if their floor is probably a lot lower. Their ceiling may not be as high because we kind of know what we get with Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
But the floor is pretty low. So I would go the opposite way with Commanders. I can easily see us in whatever it is, January, talking about these two teams reversed, and obviously Washington being the better team. And I would bet on Washington being the better team. But going into the season with everything that we know now, Cowboys project a little bit higher.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I saw the NFL schedule. I don't know if you guys saw this. Last night during one of the basketball games, it must have been early in Lakers Thunder, the NFL ran a schedule release promo for May. They didn't even announce the date yet, and it got me fired up.
Just get ready.
Just watching it. It's going to be, it's by far the behemoth of the sports world, and I think it just continues to grow and grow and grow, and I don't know where it kind of goes next, obviously.
It's going to keep going forward.
Yeah.
Well, it's the only schedule release that has a 3-day news cycle because they drip it out, it gets leaked, and then they drip it out, and then you have all the analysis afterwards. It's like a 3 or 4 day story just on the schedule.
It's crazy, dude. Let's do a little baseball just while we have you, and I know you can talk about anything. I don't know if we're encouraged, but at least the start of this Nats season has been a little bit more fun than maybe expected. What do you think of what Washington is and isn't doing, particularly pitching?
They're playing well. I mean, they certainly look like they're ahead of schedule. I don't think a lot of people would have had them a 3-game lead on the Mets at this point, or kind of neck and neck with Philadelphia. So that's great to see for them. The young talent looks really good. I think they're a fun team to watch with, C.J. Abrams and James Wood just crushing the ball, and they got some younger guys ready to come up soon. I think that it's good for baseball. It'd be better if more people were paying attention. But I think that the fact that they're, competitive in the NL East, I mean, Atlanta's kind of in their own class, but, they're competitive with teams that are spending literally hundreds of millions of dollars. That's a really encouraging sign. And, I still think they need to make the decision of, are they going to be a spending team and be competitive that way, or are they going to be a team that tries to develop and trade those assets into the pieces they need to be competitive? That we'll wait and see. Obviously, it doesn't look like spending money in the MLB is really paying many dividends right now. But they're certainly one of the surprise stories this year.
Well, Greenberg, they seem to have bats, but their pitching seems to suffer.
Yeah, and that's what you use the money for. I think,
yes.
Being able to draft young hitters and then finding pitchers that are already established is a pretty good way to go. But, the bats are controlled from a cost perspective. They're probably going to all start to peak at the same time. I mean, James Woods, 23, C.J. Abrams, 25, Garcia Jr., 26. You got, those guys, Brady House. I mean, they're all going to start to, peak at the same time. So if that happens, average pitching, I think, will be more than enough to make them a pretty strong contender.
Are you more surprised by the Phillies being bad or the Mets being bad? And I know one of those matters more to you personally.
Well, I'm never surprised that the Mets are bad. I'm surprised, though, that teams that are spending so much money are this bad. I think that's good for the sport because it shows that you can't just buy your way to a pennant. But the Mets are, I think, a bigger surprise only because they stink. Like they're not even good. They're not even fun. They're just bad. And to see, I know they got some injuries and all that stuff, but you spend a lot of money, man, and you're in the biggest market. You can't have 13 wins. I mean, you can't lose. You can't have double-digit losing streaks. They're just.
Have they done that twice?
Yeah, they're not good.
Yeah, they are an embarrassment. Philadelphia's playing bad. Mets are an embarrassment with the amount of money that they spend.
The Phillies have responded since they fired the Skip. Like they're like 8-2, 7-3 in their last 10. The Phillies have climbed up out of the gutter and now have the same record as the Nats. I do fear a little the Nats, the bats are getting cold, and you're gonna have ups and downs when you're relying on your offense and when your pitching's that bad. I do worry a little about there's gonna be a rough run at some point for the Nats.
Yeah, but this isn't the contending year. So the way to think about it is get the experience, and again, they're gonna start to peak at the same time. That to me, like the window over the next year, 2, 3, I think is going to be really exciting for this team. Enjoy what you have now. Don't expect much. But again, I really do think that this core is going to mature together, and that's going to be very difficult for other teams to contend with.
If they ever pay money to keep real players around. That's the giant caveat to all of every Nats discussion.
But you always got to believe they will, because the other way
they haven't
works.
been doing it.
Yeah, I don't know if I do. I hope to be wrong.
I mean, it's okay to have that type of wishful thinking, but they haven't done this since what? 2019?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. But, again, you have the cost containment.
If you get it. If you
get
a cap, that could change a lot. Greenberg,
but even controlled, like they're controlled salaries, arbitration, that sort of thing.
Right. I want to let you go because I know you're going through it with the allergy stuff. Last thing, we are only a week out from a golf major. Aronimink, they're going to play the PGA Championship in Philly next weekend. And I think it's going to be really interesting with Rory, Scotty, Fitzpatrick's playing so well. I know you bet on golf. Have you started looking at what you're thinking for the PGA?
That's my next thing after this phone call. I don't start yet, but Adam Scott looks interesting. At what is he, plus 3,300? That's something that I'm looking at, and that's probably as far as I've gotten so far. But I do think that you probably get some pretty decent odds here because all the players, you can make a case for a lot of them. But like I said, Adam Scott at about plus 30, about 30 to 1 or so, I think is starting to interest me.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it, dude. Get some rest. Get some hot tea. I don't know what you can do for allergies. I suffer.
I don't know either. I'm just gonna move
whiskey. Listen, when in doubt, just get wasted. I mean,
that
you
don't
might
help, man.
You might still be sick, but it will feel different.
No, it won't. Not when you start coming through.
Thank you, Neil.
Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Take
Love
care,
you
man.
too, brother. That's our guy, Neil Greenberg, playing hurt, man.
You trying to get the man to be feeling worse.
He would feel worse tomorrow. He'd feel better today.
You got to fight through it.
All right. Studio update. Per Stallion, we're taking this to 40, which kind of makes it the longest segment in B. Mitchell Finley history. And then we're moving back into the aquarium. You don't have to pot up. Your guys' mics are just constantly hot anyway.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell.
I mean, I don't know what's going on at this point. We have our old engineer, Tom, who was
Came out of
retired.
retirement, B.
There you go.
Like Willis
Hey,
Reed
Tom,
coming out of the tunnel.
we know you retired, but we need you in now.
I mean, it is.
Get here.
We've had some wild days at the radio station. I don't think anything's going to top this. Like, the movement of what is going on. I don't know, man. I don't know.
So we're doing a remote tomorrow at Rude, Jimbo and Jim's
That'll
place,
work.
right? At T-Stats. We're going to be in better shape tomorrow from the parking lot of HVAC distributorship than we are currently in the studio.
1,000%.
I pray.
That's true. I guess we still got to connect to something here,
be
right?
thankful. Be relaxed a little bit. I'll mess up my food.
Yeah, Donnie, get to work. Stop asking B-Mitch for beer.
Yeah.
How many people ask you for beer all the time? You obviously made your own beer. It's
Everywhere
very
I go.
good. Does that happen a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Do people think you have...
Yeah, I got ride around with it in the back of my damn truck. I mean, what the hell?
Like, when's the last time you even had some? Like a case or something?
Like a whole case? I don't just ride around with a case.
That's what I'm saying. Like, even
I was drinking it at Chow not long. Not long
they
ago.
carry it?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Just as we kind of get done with this, and we were talking some hoops there with Greenberg, I want to do this Price is Right bit, but let's just do this real quick. Do you think LeBron is done after this year, getting to play with Bronny, realizing, I think this series against the Thunder will be a real eye-opener at how
Maybe.
far away they are from a title?
I think he will be. I think it's getting to the point where he is going to realize, well, yeah, I can still have these moments of greatness, but I'm not the guy that I used to be where I could do it for a year. You know, and I think that's where athletes get. You can always get to a point where you may play a great game, a quarter, a series, whatever. But can you do it like you used to? Because we see guys all the time, we go, man, did you see what he did? But we talk about that one moment. But I'm like, the game was 4 quarters. You know what I mean? So you get to that point, and there are people who can walk away, and there's those who can't. So you never know. Which one is he going to be?
I do not. I don't think he's walking away.
And let's be real. The longer he plays, those moments are going to begin to dwindle. And you're going to see guys like the younger guys coming up, they're going to want to make their name off of you. Father time don't lose in sports. I don't give a damn who you are.
You know who was very lucky social media didn't exist during his era for a number of reasons? Who? Michael Jordan.
What?
One, if Mike was going out like he was in the era of camera phones and Twitter and Instagram, probably would have been some stuff on the streets that wouldn't have been great for him. But the other reason...
I think there were things in place when he was going out. But the thing about him, he went to a casino in an area where everybody wasn't.
Sure, but people would have seen him walking through somewhere.
But still, I'm walking through the casino and I go out and I score 40 on somebody who says anything.
Here's the other part of why MJ is lucky that he wasn't in the social media era. And it's to your point about LeBron. By and large, I would say 98% of the Michael Jordan content we consume, and I get a lot of it. My Instagram algorithm knows that I will click and share just about all the MJ stuff that comes through, right? He's my favorite athlete ever, and it's not even close. But when MJ came back as a Wizard for not one but 2 seasons, there were young guys going at him because that was their chance. And to your point, they knew that he wasn't the same guy that he was previously.
Yeah.
He hadn't played for 4 years.
Yeah.
And like, if that starts happening to LeBron, say next year he holds on and defensively he's not the same guy, whatever it is, or he's flopping that much more, which seems impossible, but who knows? But like, the LeBron decline with the way social media is and the way LeBron is such a polarizing figure will be so magnified and intensified everywhere you look. Like, it'd be Stephen A. every morning. You know what I mean? And it won't then be the MJ LeBron debate. It'll be like, is LeBron cooked? That might be particularly annoying.
But the whole thing of it is, you live in a generation you live in, and it is what it is. But we knew back in the day, when you stepped on the court, nobody gave a damn about age and all that. they were trying to harm you. They wasn't trying to be your friend. Flopping wasn't the big thing. So it's a different era, and he's still bald.
Sure. I meant to ask you this, too. Did you see when the Celtics got knocked out of the playoffs, and it was technically an inside the NBA night? So it was Barkley and Kenny and Ernie.
Yeah.
And you know how inside the NBA goes hard.
Oh, I saw the boat.
So they had the Celtics boat, and they had Vrabel and Rossini.
I
on
saw
there.
that.
But this is not Turner anymore. That was on ESPN. I applaud like the creative integrity with which Inside the NBA gets to operate even within the ESPN platform. But I was damn surprised they ran that, dude.
I'm not surprised because listen, bro. When you hire certain people, you hire them because of who they are, and you know you got to deal with some stuff. We sit him and say we look at that as something rambunctious when this dude right here is on TV every damn day, and he says some of the worst stuff in the world.
The difference to me is it's not something that Barkley said or McAfee said or whoever. It's that they had the graphic of it.
But
it was like
they have the graphic,
it was premeditated.
But this is what they've been doing since day one. They never change who they are. So when you hire somebody like that, at one point I used to have in my contract, I'm hired for my opinion, not yours. Because people will hire you because of how you are and then try to fire you for how you are. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you don't want to hear a true take on something, don't hire the people that will give you a true take.
Quick break. We are excited to have Mike Garafolo join us at 1 o'clock. Yeah. With all the engineering collapses, this is Roger's song today. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, dog. You're listening to me, Mitch and Finley. Appreciate you. If you're watching on the Monumental feed. Did I get hot or did it get warm in here?
I'm cool, man. I don't know.
All right. Yesterday
you having hot flashes? Dog?
I might be, dog. Yesterday was Cinco de Mayo.
Going through that period?
I don't. I'm gonna keep it moving. Yesterday was Cinco de Mayo, and I wanted a 6-pack of Corona. I got a 6-pack of Corona Light, actually.
Okay.
And as I was walking into the liquor store, I thought to myself, and I went to Talbert's on River Road, if anybody's familiar with that. I don't know what the hell a 6-pack of Corona is going to cost me, right? So then I thought, let's do Price is Right style. Everybody guess I bought a 6-pack of Corona Light at a beer store on River Road. This is not an expensive place, not a cheap place, just kind of a regular place where people play Keno and like smoke cigarettes in the lobby. Like it's a very, as far as Bethesda goes, Talbert's is the most keeping it real liquor store we got. 6-pack of Corona Light. Can't go over. Price is Right rules. Stallion, what do you got? And no Googling, White Brian. I don't know what you're looking at, but you're not allowed to Google the answer.
So, 6-pack of Corona.
Light.
Corona Light as well. That's key.
I assume they cost the same, but I'm just providing all the information.
You never know. Ah, man. Hint of lime in there?
I sliced the lime.
Okay.
When I got home.
Okay.
But I didn't buy a lime. We had limes at home.
I'm going to say that this 6-pack costed you $17.99.
$17.99. Jeffrey?
I was going to go $20 even.
White Brian?
$12.99.
Brian?
$15.
White Brian almost nailed it. $13.51.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That's $2 and something a bottle.
Yeah, with the way like prices and stuff are now, I don't know if that was good or bad or what, but it seemed pretty fair.
What the price is.
I thought it seemed pretty fair.
It's fair because if you go buy those same 6 at a baseball game, you're going to pay about $45, $50.
Hell yeah, you will.
Yeah.
Now, in an effort to keep this going, because we want to do Price is Right games, I'm now on just Walmart's website, okay? I wear Old Spice deodorant. I have for probably since high school. That's my go-to deodorant choice. How much is a single piece? This is what I buy. Old Spice, Pure Sport, antiperspirant, and deodorant. The regular size from Walmart. Stallion.
I'm going to guess $3.29.
Jeffrey?
You only buy oils.
Jeff, do you wear regular deodorant?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Congrats.
Probably about $5.
Dub B.
$8.99.
Damn. Expensive deodorant he's buying.
Let's go $6.55.
Walmart.com, $4.47. I feel like when you buy it at the store, it's actually more than that, but there you go. You got any item you want me to check out, B? Food?
I will tell you this much. My local Harris Teeter that I was at the other day, I guess probably shouldn't name establishments, but maybe it was just a local grocery store. 1 pound of cherries. How much do you think it was without the membership?
1 pound of cherries?
Fresh grown cherries that you
probably
get.
$8.99.
I'm going...
You will not believe
I go
this
through
price.
a ton of strawberries and grapes with the girls. That's like their go-to.
Were they organic or regular?
Regular.
Or were they Rainier or the regular cherries?
Just regular cherries that I would get.
What'd you say, $8.99?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go $11.99.
Okay.
$11.99 a pound.
Jeff?
I'm going to go $9 a pound.
WB?
$10.99.
You guys will not believe this. You were not even close. It was $31 for a pound.
Hold on, man.
No,
hold
I
on. You know
swear.
what though? What I learned too, you gotta be careful. Those they tell you what it is per pound, and then when you go to check it in, that bag has more than 1 pound in it.
Well, yes. So here's what
If you pay $31 for a pound of cherry, you should be shot.
Come on. Knowing me, do you think I was in the self checkout? What do you think I did?
But then
Just
you
left them
waited.
on top of the gum.
You waited, right?
Oh, no. I called over the person. I said, this can't be right. And he was like, oh, if you put your membership card in, it'll go down to like $11 or whatever it was.
Nah, it's not $31.
That is
That's insane. And I swear to God, I should have taken a picture of it the other day, but
I've never
stopped.
seen it like that. I go to Giant, Wegmans, all of them. I've never seen $31 a pound for no damn cherry.
That's crazy.
Something must have been wrong or something, but it was
No,
$31.
they saw.
Can I ask you a quick question?
They saw a dummy all over your head.
I think he just messed something up. Don't you?
Dude, no.
100%.
I scanned everything. I scanned everything I had to.
I find it incredibly hard to believe that you did things correctly and it was $31.
I have never in my life seen
You know what I'm about to do?
$31 cherries.
About to pull up Harris Teeter right now, and let's go to the cherries.
Yeah,
Go to the cherries. I'm telling you, because I actually used to be a cashier at Wegmans back in the day.
How much money did that place lose when you were a cashier?
Oh, so much.
How much did you give to people?
So many.
According to Harris Teeter's website, a pound of cherry. I think Stallion just screwed something.
Yeah, he did something wrong.
Dude, I'm telling you, I scanned the bag.
Bro, we not
and then
gonna
you
believe
weigh
you.
it. I know you're not going to believe me. I'm just vouching for myself here.
I got one more because this price has blown me away when I've been in the store to pick it up.
All right, let's hear it.
Regular pack of bacon. Not organic, not,
I always buy the extra thick.
$10.99.
I always buy the extra thick.
Okay, but it's still, like I'm saying, the regular size.
All right, regular pack. $8.99.
$14.99.
Are you serious? No wonder you paid $31 for cherries. B about nailed it, but went just over. White Brian?
$5.99.
It's more than that, dog. It floats around $8. According to the Walmart website, I'm on $7.28 for just a regular 16-ounce slab of bacon from Oscar Mayer.
Dude, I'm telling you, like where I live, I think things are just way more expensive.
Bruh,
like in Arlington,
it ain't that much more damn
dude.
expensive.
I don't know.
White Brian lives in D.C.
Where are you shopping at?
White Brian lives in a bougie ass
Look,
part of D.C.
Harris Teeter. Cherries. $9.99 a pound.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I guarantee
You
that bag of
messed something up.
That bag of cherries you had 3 pounds of cherries at least.
No, I before I even weighed it, I scanned it.
No, man, no.
Yo, Stallion's an idiot. Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, joins the program next.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. It will be the Toronto Maple Leafs selecting first overall in the 2026 NHL Draft. The Leafs entered the lottery with an 8.5% chance at the first pick, which were good for the 5th best odds in the field, and now they have the chance to select Penn State phenom Gavin McKenna, who's expected to be selected first overall. The Capitals will select 16th in the draft, a spot they've picked from just once before in their history. That was back in 2012 when they took Tom Wilson. So I would say that one worked out pretty well for them. Tonight, 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, Miles Michaelis takes the mound for Washington in Game 2 of their series with the Twins. Make sure you tune in right here to listen live. Do you want a degree, certificate, or a new skill? If you live within 6 miles of MGM, the local impact grant means that you could go to PGCC tuition-free. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and to enroll today. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Only 106.7 The Fan. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitchell Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And B. Mitch, what do they say if it ain't rude?
If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Really excited to welcome in Mike Garafolo from NFL Network to the show. What's up, dude? How are you?
What up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you,
bro.
Man.
All right, good. What's happening?
Well, dude, thank you for making time. There's obviously plenty to talk about, but you also just broke news like 4 minutes ago. The Eagles are promoting Adam Berry to their assistant GM role. What does that mean for Berry to now be Howie's number 2? And how fast until you think he's running his own team?
It means that he outpaced his brother in Philadelphia because Andrew Berry was never assistant general manager. I just checked. I was like, what was Andrew's last title when he was in Philly working under Howie Roseman? So it looks like he's edged him out in that regard. And I'm about to, as soon as I can pull over here, post another clip or a clip from 2 years ago. We had Andrew Berry on with us on NFL Network, and he just was super highly complimentary. It's funny, in that clip, I tell the story. I was covering a Browns game a couple of years ago, and here comes Andrew Berry, or at least I think Andrew Berry, walking by me in Browns gear in the airport the next morning. And I was like, it's kind of weird for him to be on this flight back to Jersey wearing Browns gear. And I go to say hi to him, and he just walks right by me. And I was like, well, that was incredibly rude. And then a couple of minutes later, I get a text from an agent who was at the game, who was on a different flight. He goes, just assaulted Adam Berry in the bathroom, thinking that it was Andrew. Turns out it's his twin brother. I was like, oh, no way. He's got a twin brother who works at Goldman Sachs. So
that is hysterical. Because the story I was going to tell is, I remember the first time I saw Adam Berry in the press box during a Commanders-Eagles game, and I was like, why the hell is Andrew Berry here? Like, the Browns have a game. Why is the GM here?
Twins.
It's crazy. That is crazy.
People should have full disclosure. Let you know that they have a twin brother.
Yeah, he's got. And you know, if they're both wearing like team gear, where they haven't been to the same place at the same time, forget about it. You'd have no shot of separating them two. So no, but Adam is on the rise, and I think in short order we're going to be talking about him as a general manager candidate, particularly since he's got this step, which the Eagles have had a lot of turnover in the front office of late. And so there's still some more shuffling to come too, but Adam Berry gets the promotion.
Well, dude, I appreciate you making time. I DVR the Insiders every night. I think if you're a real hardcore football fan, it's the best like insight and guess and analysis. And it was I don't know if it was this week or last week. You guys had Adam Peters on, and AP doesn't do a ton of talking, but he seems pretty fired up about this draft. What'd you learn from your conversation with the Commanders GM?
Well, Tom had the conversation with him, but he was. I think it was Tom and Judy, if I'm recalling correctly.
I'm looking at it on your Twitter.
You're right. I mean it's Tom's the one with hair. No, but they. I thought they had a really good draft. I thought he handled it this offseason and everything that they needed to do to start moving this thing in the right direction. And I think he's also learned that there's more to being a GM than just picking the players and playing fantasy football. And he's certainly had some help with Dan Quinn having been a head coach before and working with a general manager and Thomas Dimitroff way back with that I thought did a really good job of managing the finer aspects of being a GM as well. So, I think it's an important year for everybody inside that building. I think that there's more of a confidence from Adam Peters in what he's doing, which is not to say that he hadn't done a nice job. I mean, certainly the roster that he put together 2 years ago to get to the NFC Championship game, but then you realize like there's more to sustaining it than you realize. I think there's more of a confidence in him and what he's doing and what the whole operation is doing right now.
So going forward, all right, you have Mike on hold? All right, we're having more trouble. We just lost our ability to hear Mike there, which is a bummer because I'm really excited to have him on the program.
It just died.
He was still talking. I could hear him.
Yeah, we heard him from in there.
Through the studio. Why don't you try to go in there and see if you can talk to him, B, and I'll just kind of dance until you get in there. Brian's coming in to ask Mike a question about what Sonny Styles' impact could be because he should be able to hear him from the studio. Mike, if you can hear me, I very much apologize about our technical difficulties because it's been a heck of a day. B, assuming you can hear him, go ahead and ask a question.
So, Mike, listen, the whole thing, when you look at the Commanders, okay, and you watch them and what they've done in this offseason, how do you think that they've fared?
I think they've got themselves some really talented players, certainly via free agency. I mean, I like the moves. I thought Chig Okonkwo at a good price because I think he thought he was going to wind up getting a little bit more. Still a really good deal for him, but I thought that was really good value. I love the Kayvon Chason because I think the Chason deal was. You remember the specifics on that one? By any
he
chance?
got like $10 million, I think, or so, one year deal.
It's 1 year, I think, about 8.
Turned down 40, I think,
Yeah.
for the Saints.
So here's what I like about that because I likened it to Hassan Reddick when he signed a 1 year deal at one point because it was like, oh, you did it for 1 year, that's great. Now prove that you can do it again. So you get the player, he gets rewarded, he's feeling good, but he also that was a really good deal for them and a chance to really hit extremely well on that. The Odafe Owe one was another. So look, they needed to get faster and younger and better, obviously, in a lot of places. And those were the 3 deals that really stood out to me this offseason. And I know there's a ton more that, right now off the top of my head I'm not remembering. But I just remembered as these were coming in, I was like, okay, yeah, that's exactly what they needed. That's exactly what they needed to do. And just improve the overall speed and youth on the roster, and I think they've done that.
We're talking with our friend Mike Garafolo from the NFL Network. Watch The Insiders nightly on NFL Network. You can give him a follow at Mike Garafolo, Garafolo. Because we have you and because you're so wired in around the league, I want to zoom out from just Washington. I believe you got to talk with Joe Shane too. How much do you think the Giants have raised the floor of the operation there? And how quickly can they maybe not be a playoff team, but they were just dysfunctional and bad. Like, can they turn that around right away?
Yeah, I mean, they're a talented roster. I mean, look, that's part of the reason that Harbaugh's there is, he was looking for the right landing spot. And I know early on people tried to connect him to Miami, particularly when all of a sudden they were interviewing guys with connections to him. And I think he realized what a build-up that was going to be, whereas Giants, you come in, particularly if you like the quarterback. Like, if you look at the quarterback position, you say, okay, that's the guy. Same thing as looking for a new head coach tomorrow. You'd say, oh, man, I've got myself a quarterback already in place, plus some guys around him. That's sort of what the Giants situation was for Harbaugh. So as much as, I think a lot of people, you mentioned Shane, a lot of people, Harbaugh's the new man in charge, and Shane's just kind of doing whatever he wants. First of all, I don't agree with that. I know that Joe Shane still has a lot of say in that building as the general manager, even if Harbaugh has final say. That's number one. And number two, he did a good job putting talent on the roster to lure Harbaugh there in the first place. So I think it's got one of the potential. You always look at the teams with first-year head coaches and say, who can hit the ground running? obviously Harbaugh with his experience certainly would be a guy that you'd look at for that, number one. But also, too, the roster and the way that it's constructed. And adding DJ Reader after trading away Dexter Lawrence to get yourself Francis Malinois, that's chess. Like, you're playing chess as a front office and a general manager and a head coach would say. So I like what they've done, and certainly John Harbaugh has proven himself to be a consistent winner. I find it hard to believe the Giants are going to turn in another season equivalent to what they've done the last couple of years, minus that one playoff year. But I think they're going to be a real solid team this upcoming season.
We talked about the Eagles earlier, and the Eagles have been the cream of this division for a long time. And when you look at them now, A.J. Brown possibly leaving sometime in June. Will you see them falling back or staying ahead of the pace?
Oh, it's such a hard one because like I'm saying, I like what Washington did. I like what the Giants did. If you ask me about the Cowboys, I say, I kind of like what the Cowboys have done too. So it's like everybody can't be better. I mean, I guess they can to a certain degree, but I just feel like I still think Nick Sirianni is a really good head coach. I've had guys on that staff tell me like he's the best head coach that I've been around, and I've been around a lot of them. So I don't think he gets the due respect in that regard. It's a front office driven team. Howie is really good at what he's done. Same thing as I could say for the Giants. Like, there's talent on that team and there's depth on that team. And the defense is going to be really good with Vic Fangio. I just think it's going to be a tightly balanced division, a tightly packed division. And for as bad as things were for the Eagles offensively last year, to win as many games as they did, to host a playoff game, to be on the verge of really having a chance to win that game. It's not like they got run in that last game. It was just that last series down toward the goal line that stalled there. The unknown there is the offensive coordinator. I know they feel really good about what Sean Mannion has done early on, but you're also asking him to teach an old dog or a few old dogs some new tricks, and that's the real question mark in my mind. So I think they come back to the pack a little bit, but if you're looking at this Eagles team and saying, they're going to be 4-13, I think you're just sadly mistaken. Like, I just don't see a 4-13 team in this division. I think it's going to be a heck of a race in the NFC East.
I do too, man. And I think the Cowboys are going to have something to say about it. I think there are kind of two big questions. They're trying to overhaul this defense. They hire a really young new defensive coordinator. How much better can that defense be? Let's start there.
Just marginally better is going to get them in there, right? I mean, it's just that's all they sort of need to be. I don't think they're going to be a dominant defense, but you've got more time with Quinnen and some of these other pieces that you've added to kind of gel together with a full off season. I think that always helps, and certainly when it's a new coordinator and you're merging with what he wants to do with what these guys are capable of doing. So I think you're going to see growth. I don't know how you don't see growth on that side of the ball. I don't see them as a dominant defense. I think they still need help. And still need some more depth and still need some more pieces in the secondary, but certainly accomplish that via the draft. So I think they're marginal. I think they're a middle of the pack defense, but frankly, based on what they did last year, that's enough of an improvement to make them a winner overall.
What's going to happen then with Pickens?
I think he plays. I think he plays out the year. I do. They're talking like they've got no interest in trading him. He signed the tender. Could there be another run at this? Could there be another, training camp? Could he get traded and get a deal? Possibly, but I don't see that in large part because a lot of teams that would spend the money to the draft capital and the money on top of it, a lot of that budget is gone. Frankly, and this is what you'll remember, a couple of years ago we were tying Ayuk to the Commanders potentially.
Sure.
There was no money in the budget to get that done at that point. And so that's why it never felt like he had a shot to be in Washington. I felt like Pittsburgh was a realistic possibility, and they did have the money in the budget. But that's such a big part of it when you're making these deals after March, even after the draft. So I think that would be a stumbling block. I just think Pickens plays out this year, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
Well, what do you think about Ayuk being in Washington this year?
Since you brought him up.
Because it seems like that's a deal that's just going to – it seems like they're just waiting for it to happen. And
if Brandon Ayuk is listening, okay, here's what you do. Show up for work. Go ahead. Show up for work.
Yeah.
See what they do then. See if they want you to re-tear your ACL on their property and then have to pay you all that money that they got the guarantees off of. Go ahead. Go do it. I don't know why he's not. I mean, I would have been there day one of off-season workouts. Okay, you know what? All right, we'll let you go. So, I think he's certainly got the chance to be in Washington if he can get out of there in short order. I don't know what the 49ers are waiting on. I mean, the minute they try to trade him, he says, no, I'm not redoing my deal. And no team has taken that deal on, I wouldn't think. So, now there's no guarantees, so you could take it on and say, all right, we'll try to rework it then. But I think they're just holding him hostage out of spite, kind of the way that he held them hostage.
I 100% agree with that.
Do you think that ends, is that like a post-June 1, they finally just, Friday afternoon news dump, they just finally are like, I'm done with this? Or do you think it goes August, September?
Maybe leading up to training camp. But then he'd have to, I mean, there's mandatory stuff starting in minicamp, right? So at some point, he's got to show up. They've given no indication of what they want to do. They've at least. Now, here's the other part of this, and I saw something out there. I know this to be a fact. There was something out there that said that Brandon Ayuk's agent dumped him. I can't remember who posted that. That is not true. I know that Brandon Ayuk's agent, Ryan Williams, who did the deal, which is now turning out to be one of the better deals in NFL history. He has efforted to be Ayuk's agent and to give him advice. I know that. Now, my advice to him, again, would be to show up, but I don't think that Brandon Ayuk has taken a lot of advice from a lot of people along the way, including those who warned him, if you don't show up, they're going to take your guarantees away. And for whatever reason, pride, don't know what else.
I don't know what that means.
He didn't show up, and he got those guarantees taken away. But I know that Brandon Ayuk's agent, who is still listed as his agent, Ryan Williams, did not abandon his client. That is not true at all.
Well, I've seen a lot of people get their guarantees taken away, but I've never seen a guy not want to fight for it.
Not fight for it.
And that right there baffles me totally.
Yeah. Well, he not only did he not want to fight, he had warnings along the way. Like, this is coming. They are going to take that money away. And it wasn't like $2 million. Not that I shake a stick at $2 million. It was a lot more than that.
Right.
And I just don't know why all those warnings and all those posts along the way didn't get him to. He's a very. I use the word again. He's a very prideful guy, and that's great. Like, if you're a professional athlete, you've got a lot of pride in yourself. That's great. But to paraphrase Pulp Fiction, the night of the fight, that's pride messing with you. Like, don't let it mess with you, and don't let it mess with your money. And he did.
Yeah, man. 25 mil, right? Like, that gives me real pause, dude. Just if you're unwilling, unable to make something work for $25 million, dude, I just don't know how it works here. You know what I mean? Just to go full circle with it, Mike, in your conversations around the league, I'm with you. It seems like every NFC East team got better this offseason. Is Washington viewed as, like, last year coming in, they were like a hot team with this hot young quarterback. Then everything kind of takes a step back. You get all these injuries. Well, how is Washington viewed around the league at this point?
Yeah, I mean, people always remember what they saw last, right? Even though, and when I say people, I sort of mean, the personnel people I know are impressed. I mean, I don't know the word to use, but they see what they're doing in Washington, and they understand it, and they appreciate it, I guess you could say. And I know a lot of people, last year thought that maybe they made a few of the wrong moves, and put themselves in a position where all of a sudden they were a little too old and slow looking. And now it's like, okay, like I said to you, injecting that youth and injecting that energy and injecting that speed right now. They tried to go for it last year, right? Yeah. Like we've got the rookie quarterback. We're going to be able to kind of extend ourselves because he's on his rookie deal, even though it was a number 2 overall pick deal. We can go for it and make some moves for some veterans and some guys that when it's time to re-up Jaden, all right, well then we'll move on from those guys. It just didn't quite work out the way that they had hoped. And now it's a different approach. So I think a lot of people think that they're going to be maybe not all the way back to where they were a couple of years ago, but certainly better than the team that we saw last year. So that's definitely the impression that they're getting around the league for sure.
Okay.
Hey man, thank you for making time for us. Seriously, appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Thank you so much. See you soon. All right.
All right, man. Be cool.
Take care. That is the great Mike Garafolo, NFL Network. Give him a follow on social. I do. Mike is one of we always talk about when we hear all the rumors and stuff. Garofalo's one of them that when he says something, I'm paying attention.
Yeah. Totally.
Always.
There are a lot of people that say things, they don't ever come to fruition.
When we come back, we have major breaking news out of the NBA that is absolutely going to swing a playoff series. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. The Philadelphia 76ers will look to even their playoff series with the Knicks without one of their biggest stars. Center Joel Embiid will reportedly miss Game 2 due to ankle and hip injuries, according to ESPN. This news comes after Embiid scored 14 points in 25 minutes during a blowout 137-98 loss to the Knicks in Game 1. Speaking of your NBA scores from last night, the Pistons took a 1-0 lead in the series, beating the Cavaliers 111-101, and OKC beat the Lakers 108-90 to go up 1-0 in that series. Nothing pairs better with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka like a day on the golf course. Made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, there's no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21, please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, man. Philadelphia 76ers got drilled game 1.
Yeah.
By the Knicks.
What, 30 plus?
And now
39 points, something like that?
And now Embiid is out tonight.
Did you not see that coming?
Yes.
I mean, he was limping early in the game, and he was hobbled after, and he don't seem to be the guy that I know that's going to gut through much.
No, dude. The line has already jumped. The Knicks were 6.5-point favorites. Now they're 10.5-point favorites.
Lock it in. You should have had locked in at 6.5.
You'd be in a lot better shape.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Joel Embiid, it's funny because I listen to Pardon My Take, our friend PFT Commenters podcast, and they have like this one super loud like Sixers fan, Philly fan, Eagles, Flyers, all of it, right? And after the Celtics game, and I get the rush of winning a Game 7 in Boston, but it was also winning a Game 7 in Boston where their best player didn't play. And people are like, this changes Embiid's legacy.
What legacy? What did he win?
Because they won a Game 7 in Boston.
No, it doesn't.
And to me, it's like, it's the first round.
Yeah, it doesn't change no damn legacy because, I mean, he has ability where that should have been happening. That he should be like in the playoffs perennially, but no, he has a tendency to get hurt a lot, and then when he's not, he doesn't really gut it. You know, it's like he tries to be he plays cautious, and as I told my family at one point, he's like, "Man, why do you play so crazy and reckless?" I said, "When you start playing cautious, that's when you get hurt," and he stays hurt. So maybe if he just changed up his approach.
At this point, he's 32.
He ain't changing.
Yeah, like this is just...
He's an old dog. He ain't going to get no new tricks.
This is just what it's going to be with Joel Embiid. The most games he's ever played in his career, regular season, 68. The most games he's ever played in his career, 68 games.
Okay.
They play 82.
Mm-hmm.
This year, he played 38 regular season games. Last year, it was 19. The year before that was 39. Like, good player, certainly. I'm not knocking him, and maybe it's just unfortunate. Sometimes, when big men get problems, it's harder for them with their size to overcome them. But, like...
There's been dudes in this league been bigger than him, dude. They got through stuff. I mean, the whole thing is when you have that level of ability, I don't make excuses for you. I've watched guys come before him that probably had less ability than him and got more out of their body than he does.
When he's been good, he's been very good. But it's so rare to get 60
you ever notice
games
when we say when somebody is healthy, when they've been good, that's a stretch because they normally not good.
He missed the first 2 years of his career.
Yeah.
He was drafted in 2014, didn't play till 2016.
Okay.
Like, do the Sixers have any chance to you now?
No. Not if he's not healthy.
No.
But
and they're not
then
even
again, like
saying it's his
sometimes
knee. They're saying ankle and hip.
Sometimes when we think stuff like that, you get a backup come up there like, this is my opportunity, you never know what can happen. But I don't think so. Not based off of what I saw the other night. No.
Yeah, so the Joel Embiid news just broke. I feel like the Sixers, man, just have they just can't do it. Like, just stuff always goes wrong. I don't know if you have to tear that thing down and start over. I have no idea what Embiid's contract is like.
They've done that long enough to get all that stuff in place. You just went through what? How many years it took them?
I mean,
They
the
can't go there
process
again.
and everything.
Yeah.
Because Joel Embiid is good, he gets the Supermax. He's got Jesus. This fall begins a contract extension for him that will pay him close to $300 million over the next 3 years. All fully guaranteed. Money's getting paid one way or another. I'll never understand with a dude that gets hurt like him. It was September of 24. They agreed to a 3-year, $192 million extension that pays him through 28-29. Good work if you can get it, dude.
Hell yeah.
His career earnings will be $500 million.
Ed, have you not been listening to the show all day, Ed? Ed just walked in and found out, whoa, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, Haney, it's been a day, dog. It's been a day. For all the Chris Russell nonsense we hear about the resources that go to the Fan versus 980,
Lie.
I don't see anybody over on the 980 side of town having to run between studios in the middle of a segment.
We made it work, though, bro. That's the whole thing
We got
about it.
25 minutes left of this program, dog.
Make it work, baby. Make it work.
I wanted to take a minute with you. So Live Golf Virginia starts tomorrow at Trump.
Yep.
Hopefully they're playing the Pro-Am today. I know we got a ton of rain. It seems like it's kind of
should
clear
be good
now. Obviously things are going sideways for Live. The Saudis are pulling out their money at the end of the season.
Have they said it for sure?
They haven't said it,
But that's how it seems.
It's been reported in like the Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times.
Okay.
And now you've got what tells me it's officially happening is John Rahm has re-signed his deal with DP World Tour, has agreed to some sort of agreement. And now Bryson DeChambeau has spoken. And I find his comments
annoying.
Yeah. I think Bryson, it's tough because I got to meet him and hang out with him one night, and he was pretty cool. Like, in person, he was very cool. I wonder how much he's able to kind of turn it on and off for the cameras. Or not for the cameras, just like for the public versus, kind of who he really is. But DeChambeau, I found this rich, Brian. DeChambeau has said he's not sure what he's going to do going forward because he might just focus on growing his YouTube channel rather than just playing in the majors, of which he'd be invited to because he's won some. But I found this pretty rich, B. Bryson DeChambeau said, the egos need to get dropped. Everybody needs to come in with a level-headed playing field with an opportunistic mindset to grow the game of golf. That's why I came over here. That's why I do what I do on YouTube. Can we stop with the grow the game of golf
He has
nonsense?
an ego himself.
Yeah.
One of the biggest. He has an ego so damn big that he tells the people that's been making clubs for hundreds of years that he's better than them.
He said at Augusta it should be a par 70 for him. Last I checked, he's never worn a green jacket.
And last I checked, he faded dramatically in that tournament this year, did he not?
It was last year where it was him versus Rory,
But
and then he
this
just
year
totally
he
fell
faded
apart.
dramatically.
He didn't make the cut this year.
That's what I'm trying to say. So why should it be a par 70 for you?
Doug, if Bryson's focus is...
He might want to be careful about knocking that place.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they don't have to invite you, they will stop.
He has 2.7 million subscribers on YouTube.
Okay.
He is making a lot of real money on his YouTube page.
Okay.
The reports are $300-500 million when he went and signed with Liv.
Okay.
He has made outrageous money.
Mm-hmm.
But if the PGA Tour wants to hold him to some level of the fire to rejoin, they already gave him the opportunity. They remember that they created this completely nonsensical, out of thin air carve out. They said if you've won at least 2 majors and remain in the top 100 world golf rankings, we'll let you back in.
Yeah.
Koepka was like, done, I'm in. Because they carved it out just for
those type of
Bryson, Koepka, Rahm. And Bryson said no. His contract's not up till the end of the year with Liv.
Because he thought Liv was going to continue.
But he finally said, DeChambeau, before last week's announcement, DeChambeau believed the PIF would finance Liv Golf through at least the 2032 season.
Yeah.
He said, I was completely shocked. I didn't expect it to happen. A couple months before, it's like, we're here until 2032. We've got financing until 2032. And so I told everybody that's what I was told. And then, I haven't had any communication. And unfortunately, things are moving on in a different direction.
Yeah. Because when that PIF decides not to fund, I don't know if they get all their money, Jay. I hope
you
they
got
do.
a lot of it
but
already.
let's be real. You heard me talk about the first job mentality. If he's not playing on some level of tour, some people stop following him.
I had a friend that took a contract to do some work for the Skins at the very end of the Snyder regime.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked me, he's like, listen, I've heard a lot of things. Is there anything you know? And I said, I don't know anything, but get paid up front. Look, I know.
Best advice you could have gave him.
The audacity of DeChambeau to say this. If we have a great business model and they're very interested in combining forces, that's the kumbaya moment, right? The Live people have to stop pretending they have a great business model. They had an unlimited mountain of cash from the Saudis. That's how it all worked. They weren't making any money. And now the mountain of cash has been moved. They don't have access to it anymore. Do you think there's a viable way? Because the CEO, Scott O'Neill, and I get it, man, he's in complete scramble mode trying to figure something out on the fly. He's basically us doing this radio show all day, but with millions of dollars at stake. Keeps saying like these franchises are worth money. You were in professional sports. You've worked in sports media now for 20 years, whatever it is.
More than that, Jay.
Is there a Live franchise that's worth? Because what they keep saying is, we could sell the teams. And they're trying to separate the player salary from the team.
If you don't have a Live, where the hell those teams going to play? You get where I'm going? They keep saying the franchises, the Live franchises, the little groups they've made. If there is no Live, where the hell do they play?
Not to mention, they're trying to say the valuations of these teams are significant because people will buy the merch. And maybe the South African team and the Australian team and the Korean team, maybe there's a real national pride surrounding that.
How much Live stuff have you purchased?
0.
I end up getting one head cover, and I gave it to somebody for a putter. But I'm saying, like,
even beyond that, they're trying to separate the values of these teams from the salaries of the players. You think these dudes are going to play for the team when they're not getting paid?
No, but
all
Jay,
of it is just.
Jay, you're missing the whole point. If the teams, where the teams are going to play? If Live shuts down, where they playing? The PGA Tour ain't letting them play.
Right.
And if you say, we got Pegasus 4 coming up this weekend, y'all want to watch them play golf? No, nobody going to watch them. We want to see you play against all the best in the world and come out on top. So what they're saying is like, right now, the 5 of us decide we're going to now just go out here and sell merchandise because we have this show. But we're not going to be on this station or no other station, and we're going to make money off of it. You really believe that?
Team Ripper. Bubba Watson, Peter Uihlein, Matthew Wolf, and B. Campbell. Bruce, Brian, I'm not sure.
Okay. B.
What is that worth, like, to the sports marketplace? When none of them would have a tour card. They could go earn it.
If
but
the PIF was still putting a lot of money in and you had a league that would be staying there, it would be worth something.
I'm sorry, that was the Range Goats.
But if the PIF is not putting money in and there's no longer that league that you play with, you're not getting paid.
I wish him luck. I would love to see Bryson back on the PGA Tour. I just like when all the best are playing at the same places. That's what particularly makes the majors so special. But this is just like the lack of reality is just astounding to me. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. We made it. Look, Mama, we made it. I'd love what has the chat been saying today as we've been kind of all over the place. They don't care. They're kind of in their own world anyway, man.
Nah, they have their own show during our show.
What have the comments been like, Dub B?
They are very confused, and then they just talk about how much they hate golf.
Great.
Why y'all talking about that?
The chat does its own thing.
You know why they hate golf? Because they suck at golf. They should try and play it sometime.
I don't think that's true, B. Because I love golf and I suck at golf.
Well, Jeff, I mean, you're just confusing.
I love and hate golf.
I'm just saying, like, man, you gonna play, you hit one good shot, you go back.
Yeah, it's drug.
But
Search
Jeff
for
keep
that
going
high.
back.
Search for that high, baby. We're all searching for a high tonight. I think I'm 2-0 on the week. Let's make some bets.
I'll gather around. Well, damn, what's going on? You already wearing it?
White Brian's got the hot dog hat on.
Why you have it
Here,
on,
you can
Brian?
just
What
share the
happened?
mic with me, dude. We can just operate here.
like being
B
close,
gets his
huh?
own mic. Jeff and Claire
like
get
being
one,
close, don't
and me
you?
and White Brian get one. Yeah, I've been like cheek
Tom
to cheek
on
with
you
a number
today?
of men today.
It's been a lot, JP.
Dub B, I'm 2-0. That's all I know. What
I'm
else?
2-1.
The Lakers made me wear the hot dog hat. Jeff lost. Ryan and B. Mitch won.
All right. And did B win his parlay?
I didn't do a parlay yesterday.
What'd you do? It's very rare when you don't do a parlay.
I didn't do a parlay.
So you took the over in Lakers Thunder.
I lost.
Ooh.
You can't count, bro.
If he says he lost,
It
I'm
was
going to take his word.
213. The score was 100 and something to 90 something.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, you lost. All right, I'm
Oh, Ryan goes away for a whole show yesterday. He
No,
wore
I'm
it
not.
for 5 minutes.
How far under was B's over?
About 15, 20.
That's you, dog.
Ryan got to wear the hat. He didn't wear it yesterday.
I wore it yesterday. I wore it.
Yesterday, he was supposed to wear it the whole show, remember?
We said the whole first hour, I think.
And he wore it for the first minute.
No, not
And
true.
took it off.
No. I wore it for the full
Well-
segment. It's you. I won yesterday. I beat my cold streak.
No, you blew it the day before.
The day before.
And you were supposed to wear this thing the whole
But
damn
I hit-
time.
I
don't
bet
think it was
last
the whole
night-
show, was it?
That's what we said. You whole hour.
Yeah, the whole
He
first
wore it-
hour.
He didn't wear the whole first segment.
Hey,
That is true. You kept taking it off. He was like worried about his hair.
So,
Why?
like, look what I do. On one, off.
Oh, come on. Boo.
You didn't miss your bet by a lot. dude.
Hey, my question is, if you don't live up to what you were supposed to do, I'm not living up to what I'm supposed to do. I play it like that all the time.
All right.
We said the first hour, and you wore that thing for about 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're even now. You didn't wear the hot dog hat today. I didn't wear it yesterday. We're
You know
even.
The
Y'all
real,
gonna wear it again though. Don't think y'all off the hook.
you know who the real loser is in all this? White Brian, who never had to wear it and wore it for the bulk of this
First
segment.
of all, the reason White Brian should have to wear it, he said I won.
That's true. I'm taking these headphones off. I don't hear a damn thing.
I'm the honest guy. I could have sat back and say, I won. I could have played it up on you.
We're all in the same room. I don't know. It's been. Let's
I
make
got my
some bets
bet.
for
Yeah,
this
I got my
evening.
bet ready.
All right.
I'm taking the Dodgers -1.5, and I'm taking the Timberwolves +10.5. That is a crazy number.
All right. What is the Dodgers -1.5?
It's like 1 something. Let me pull it back up.
I'm pulling it up. 128. You're fine. Shohei was pitching last night. I was watching that. Did you see the one? Altuve struck out on a swinging on a strike 3. The ball was like 2.5 feet left of the box.
I saw that.
It was
and
an unbelievably bad swing.
You know, people on social media started clowning. They said, could he have hit the ball with himself if he was connected to the bat? I was crying laughing.
That's funny.
1 minute.
All right, Jeff, you can just say it. We're all here. Jeff's still talking down our ear. I'm sitting across the table from you, pal. Stallion?
I'm going to take Twins money line tonight against the Nats. I think the Nats are going to be entering kind of their cold streak at this point. So I'm going to go with the Twins on the money line, minus 136.
Okay. Twins money line for the Stallion. B, anything you like tonight?
I want to take the damn Knicks, but I don't know. Nope. Go ahead. I'm going to jump on this one.
I don't know what that was. I'm taking the Ducks puck line tonight. Ducks plus 1.5 tonight in Vegas. We got to thank everybody that listened to the program today. I don't know what White Brian or Brian's bet is.
I'm going to take the Padres.
The Rockies and the Padres. There you have it. Thank you to Mike Garafolo. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Mitch Tischler. Grant and Danny up next. You made it this far. You owe us a studio.
This sports update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical. 6:45 p.m. is first pitch between the Twins and the Nationals. The Nats dropped last night's matchup in Game 1 of the series 11-3. The Washington Capitals will choose 16th overall in the 2026 NHL Draft as they did not change their position after the NHL Draft Lottery. Washington had 5 of the possible 1,000 combinations, giving them just a 0.5% chance of moving up in the draft. The Capitals also own the Anaheim Ducks' first-round pick as a result of the John Carlson trade, so they will have 2 selections in the first round. The Toronto Maple Leafs are the winner of the first overall selection. And over in the NBA, Joel Embiid will reportedly miss Game 2 due to an ankle and hip injury. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fully Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's May 6th, 2026. You are listening live to The Fan. We are in the Navy Yard in Southeast DC, bringing you the G&D program all the way up to 6:15 and Nats baseball tonight. Danny, you and I got over to the ballpark yesterday to watch the Nationals finish a distant second behind the Minnesota Twins. Oh, yeah. But it wasn't all bad. You did eat a lot of ice cream.
Yeah, at least that happened. I'm disgusting and gross. But yeah, my streak continues. That's 5. That's count them 5 times I have done postgame this year, and 5 times I've talked about a Nats loss. I am 0-5 on the season.
So you have seen a lot of losses.
Yes.
And you've made that clear that you think you're the problem.
I don't know that I am, but here's what I know. I've done postgame 5 times. I've got 5 losses.
Right, but you're obsessive over the fact that when you do it, they lose. And to that, I would say they lose at home all the time.
Yeah, they're 4 in a million at home.
It doesn't matter if you do it or I do it or anybody else does it. They lose. That's what happens.
Reminds me of that primetime discussion for the then Redskins. Like, why are they so bad in primetime? It's only slightly worse. They're bad all the time. They're bad on Sunday, Monday, Thursday, Tuesday. You pick a day.
That was the best. Everyone would say, man, this Washington team hasn't won They've won once in the last 7 games on Monday Night Football. And I'm like, yeah, and once in the last 6 on Sundays.
Uh-huh.
If you're really bad at home, you're probably bad on the road and maybe on the moon. Now, the Nationals are a little bit different because they actually have played really well away from Nats Park. They're 12-7. They were tied for the major league lead in road wins when they got home to start this homestand with the Yankees. And they are the inverse. They're 4-13, just a crazy bad record at home. But I guess that's my point, Danny, is it's not if they were 13-4 and they were 0-4 when you were there,
they'd be crazy.
That's interesting. That's notable. You just happen to work post games when they're at home, and they always lose when they're at home.
Yeah. And I think they're 2-4 for you, like 2-5 for Tobes, something like that?
Ish.
Yeah.
I don't know what the exact numbers are. I don't have our standings. I don't think they're overly interesting to people. It's kind of my take. But yes. I mean, we have combined as a trio, as a threesome, if you will.
I will.
We have 4 victories at Nationals Park so far this season.
I'm not pulling my weight. I am in the ice cream department, though. I did that last night. I'm embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I had a huge amount of food because I was starving myself all day because I was like, I'm going to have a nice meal at night. I had an enormous amount of food, and then I went back 3 different times for ice cream. 3 different kinds of ice cream. Like I did one with cookie toppings, one with candy toppings, one with like a caramel topping.
Did you have cookies too?
Yeah. It chopped up in the ice cream.
It was stunning, the display you put on last night. When Danny plopped down, what'd you do after the show, by the way? Like, did you take a while before you left here?
No.
Okay. So when you got there, I guess you did Red Box stuff. That's probably what it was.
So I go and I park, and then I walk around, get connected on the Red Box, talk to Vic, then saunter my behind all the way upstairs.
I feel like you plop down like top of the first inning. You get to see
right in time for first pitch, yeah.
And there are I called them entrees. There's like 3 full meals that you were eating. Like I don't remember what they all were, but it was just spread around you like a feast.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, my guy's putting in work today.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 3 bowls of ice cream.
3 different times, man.
Good for you, though.
Is it?
Take advantage of the all-you-can-eat opportunity over there.
And I did.
And you did.
All I could eat, I ate. God, what a gross monster I am.
If they got a hit or a run for every plate that you consumed, they would have been cooking with grease last night.
I'd be doing a post-game interview, shucking and jiving, hanging out on the field, getting some splash from a Gatorade bath.
Yeah.
Would have been fun.
But if you went to the Nats game last night, sorry about your luck.
Yeah.
That was not the one to be at. There haven't been a lot that have been the ones to be at so far, but they're coming. Maybe tonight.
Maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
I'll be over there this evening. Your boy is starting to get pretty excited about the NBA draft lottery. Sunday, we're going to find out what pick the Wizards get in the lottery. This is the biggest day for basketball in this city since Game 7 against the Celtics. And that was the series when the Wiz were on the verge of the conference championship. It was right after John Wall had jumped up on the scorer's table in Game 6, one of the iconic and legendary moments in the history of basketball at Capital One Arena. In fact, if you make it specific to basketball, you take the Caps and all the other cool things that have happened, they're out of the equation. I don't think there's a higher moment than him in that Game 6, that close to the conference final, jumping up on the scorer table. The only thing that would come close to me was when Jordan dropped 50 at home. Do you remember that?
Of course, yeah.
I don't know if it was like New Year's Eve, but it was right around New Year's. I want to say it was against the Hornets. I remember what I was wearing and where I was sitting when it happened in my living room, the house I grew up in on 12104 Ward Road in King George, Virginia, charting that game as he was dropping a 50 burger. I think he scored 51. But that was a one-off. That was just cool because it was Jordan. They were wearing teal. They looked awful. Like, everything about it.
All of it was dumb.
Not that interesting. Other than it was Jordan playing for my team. I think John Wall on the scorer's table is the best moment in the history of the building.
Yeah, that's high water mark. I mean, the Gennaro Pargo explosion and Gilbert Arenas' shot, that was only in the first round. That John Wall 3 was like the Jason Worth home run, right? Season-saving type moment. We got a shot at winning the series before they got Olenek.
We were told to pack our patience today because there's a lot of things at the studio that just behind the scenes and everything that are crazy. They mentioned Finley. I walked in. They were broadcasting from a closet at some point. I'm like, what? Is this a coat closet?
They had
What's
2
happening?
tin cans, and they were yelling.
And so I'm on board. I'm team pack your patience. We are team players. One thing I didn't prepare for, though, was how hot it would be in this studio.
Yeah.
Because I was like, mics are all going to be hot. Everyone's going to get fired by the end of the day. Like, that part I can get. But I didn't realize, and I think it's just because JP and Brian didn't have the ability as normal temperatured people to fix this studio after the iguanas that lay on the rocks that are the sports junkies.
So now remember Monday we were saying nice stuff about them, and we love those guys, and congratulations.
For all 30 years of their show, they have both entertained the masses and had this room be 90 degrees.
The nice time's over. These are pod people who are aliens, who are incorrectly temperatured. I prefer it a little warmer. No, it's not that. The thermostat was actively set to heat, and 76 degrees was the desired temperature. In other words, if it got down to 74, heat ignites, turns on, and blasts hot air on you. That's psychotic.
Are they
psychotic
all that way, or is it just... I've always thought Eric, who admits that he's constantly cold and needs it to be hotter, I know that he sleeps at night on a heat rock with a lamp on top of him.
Yes.
Like a lizard would.
Yes, and he could change color if there are predators around.
Right. But are all 4 of them... like? Imagine doing the show with him and being you or me.
I couldn't.
You would just be... It would be like sitting in a sauna all day long.
No. So I think JP doesn't mind for some reason, which everyone should mind. The minding should be happening so hard. It's like if you're cold, I can only be so naked here in the studio. There are rules. HR governs that. If you need a sweatshirt, put one on. You need to wear some mittens, put some mittens on. You can punch up the colors with your mittens.
Hoodie.
Yeah. I mean, base layer. Get that long underwear. Get the thermals. Whatever you got to do to fix it. You can't subject us to this. But the sneaky villain, and I know he's very corporate and he holds my career in his hands now. I mean, this guy has climbed up the ladder. He's one of the big bosses. The sneaky villain here is Drab.
Yeah, he's a hot...
Drab is wrong. His body is wrong. It doesn't produce the cooling agents that the rest of us do. He needs, or the heat, whatever it is, the opposite. He needs it hot, so he doesn't produce the heat that human beings do.
Right.
Space alien.
So just add that to the list of packing your patience.
Yeah, I packed it.
I think it's going to get cooler, though. We'll just adjust. And
you feel a little breeze? I got a little Drew going.
But back to the NBA draft lottery. Sunday, it's going to be at 3 o'clock, right? So I'm multitasking here because your boys got Nats baseball. Should be wrapping up. They're playing the early game. They're on Peacock. They're starting at noonish or something.
I'll definitely be able to watch it.
So there is a chance that they will be done right before the lottery. I think our guy, Ben Strober, is going to be doing a broadcast with Linnell on this station, both stations, all over the place. Not really sure. Depends on when postgame ends. But we're going to have you covered on the Fan for what is a momentous day. But I've been thinking about this a lot. I'm very excited. I'm starting to get nervous. It feels good to feel something as a Wizards fan.
Yep.
But this is years in the making in a lot of ways. This draft class has been known as particularly special for some time. And the idea that at 1-1, if it was me, I would just take A.J. DeBonsa and not think twice about it. But you can completely change the complexion of your franchise. So what is at stake here on Sunday? I honestly think it is the difference of the entire vision and plan put forth at the very top from Leonsis, Winger, Dawkins, this crew, and it's been executed proficiently over the last few years.
Yep.
This is the final nail to complete the project as far as I'm concerned. It will take a little more time because now everything's got to come together. But adding the player at 1-1, like the Bonsta, it went perfectly, swimmingly. You can't ask for a better situation. If the Wizards thing happens, though, and they're picking at the bottom of the top 5,
yep.
If they're picking, worst they can pick
5
is 5, and that's still the highest percentage chance, right around 50%. But if you look at it, more positively, I know you will be, Danny, as an optimist.
Long time.
Former president of the King George Optimist Club, Danny Rouillet with Dennis Paulson. 52% chance they're picking in the top 4, 48% chance they're picking 5th. So you're going to look at that and say they're going to pick 5th.
Every Wizards fan knows, intuitively.
The way it's being described to me, as I ask smart basketball people, is they've got to get into the top 4, basically, is where they want to be. As high as possible, obviously. If they're 1, that's great. It's 3 players, then a drop-off, then a 4th, then a drop-off, then a 5th, is I think how the Wizards might have their board based on speculation. But I say all that to say we are 4 days, no hours, and 47 minutes away from finding out where they're going to pick. There has not been a day this big for basketball in this city in what year was the Celtics series?
It 17? Is that how long ago it was?
We're going on a decade.
Yeah. This is a potentially transformative moment. And a number of things I want to bring up. It will basically decide if a lot of the pain for a lot of people, and it's the wrong approach, but this is just, it's a results thing where you want to tune in and see the good result. This will decide if the pain was worth it to a lot of fans. Now, again, I think that's incorrect.
That's a good point, too.
My view of it is not. It's your best chance. I've done 46 years of the other way. The Bradley Beal treated as a superstar, win 37 games where he's playing 40 minutes a night. I've done that. Good on that forever. Thank you. Try to be great. Not try to be okay, not try to be the 9 seed.
The process was still correct. It's the equivalent of you decide you're going to get your son pitching lessons, and then he pitches in a game, and he doesn't pitch as well as he wanted to.
Yeah, or you get shelled, yeah.
It doesn't mean that you did the wrong thing.
Like in swingers, you double down on 11, baby, and then you lose the hand.
You're probably still better off having done it that way.
This is the process. This is what happens. It's your card counting, and this is the best way to count cards. Even when you're counting cards, by the way, you still lose the hand of blackjack all the damn time. That's the part they don't show you in the movies, right? Where they glamorize counting cards, you lose plenty. Your odds are better, you go for it. That's what this is. This process has led to the best chance for a team that has been a joke, quite frankly, in league circles forever, for my whole life, to not be one. That's what's at stake, and that's what's on the line here. Now, even if they get wizarded, which every Wizards fan intuitively in their heart knows means the worst possible pick is the one that they are going to get, you're still in position to get a guy that's going to help you. It's just not DeBonsa, it's not Peterson, it's probably not Boozer, right? The 5 spot's a good spot. It's either Caleb Wilson or Darius Acuff or maybe somebody that they end up liking better. That's still good. That still makes you a better basketball team. It's just not what it could be if you're in that 1 or 2 spot.
Yeah, I do feel like the floor is higher than it normally is.
Agreed. With this draft.
When we're doing this routine a year ago and Cooper Flagg was the possibility, but it was not this class behind him, it was a way bigger letdown. Like when you found out the Wizards got the 6th pick before they went to commercial, that's a turn off the TV and don't watch the rest because you're heartbroken draft.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Now, it ended up working out because the guy that I would have wanted, Trey Johnson, fell into their laps as it was, but it's still a massive difference than this year where as bad as it can be is 5 and you're going to get a really, really good basketball player. But there is the chance that you can kick this thing into overdrive and really hit the NOS button here if you get the number 1 pick or you strike gold at number 2. 4 days from now. So here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to run a quick simulation to see which pick the Wizards are going to get.
Mm-hmm.
I've done this like 100 times the last few days. I always end up with them getting the 4th pick. I don't know why that is. Every time. We're going to do it here. We'll see if it's 4th.
We'll see what happens.
But let's see, Danny. This is what's going to happen, okay? So we don't even need to wait. We're just going to find out right now. Are you ready?
Yes.
The Grant and Danny radio program, Wizards Draft Lottery, simulation. They have a 14% chance at the number 1 overall pick, the highest in the NBA, tied with the Pacers and the Brooklyn Nets. So, Darius, without further ado, which pick, as I run this simulation, will the Wizards get? They got the 4th pick again.
Yeah.
I don't know how this happens every single time. I'm not joking. Last night I did this like 17 times. And it was kind of like 3 minutes later, I'm like, all right, I'll wait an hour. Every time I did it, they got the 4th pick. Brooklyn, number 1. Memphis up 4 spots. Good for them.
Isn't that fun?
Number 2. The Utah Jazz got the 3rd pick. All of them moved up. And then the Wizards, shocker, moved down more than anybody else to number 4. The Pacers, number 5. Let's try one more time, Darius. Let's do this one more time. I'd like to get something for once that isn't the 4th pick in the draft. I can't believe this. It's not the 4th pick. This happened. I'm going to turn it around and show it to you, Danny, because you're not going to believe it.
Okay.
Where are the Wizards?
Wizards are 5th. I did it 10 times.
They got the 5th pick this time.
Yeah, I did it 10 times. The Wizards got 10 7 times and won twice when I just did it myself.
What do you mean 10?
Like I simulated it 10 times.
Yeah.
The Wizards got the 5th pick 7 times.
Okay, you
when
said
I did
10.
it.
So 5th pick.
Yeah, 5th pick they got 7 times.
Yeah.
So the boning is coming.
I don't know why I feel this way. And I know this means nothing. You're just going to be like, oh, you're being positive.
You feel good?
The same way that I'm going to dismiss you and just say, oh, you're being negative. I feel great. I actually think they're going to win the lottery. I don't know why I feel
Because they finally did it right?
Yes.
In other words, yeah.
Everyone's like, that's never happened. First of all, they've never done the thing they were supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Why would the basketball gods shine down on you when you just kick them in the ass all the time by doing terrible things, having terrible players, pooping in each other's shoes, going into jacuzzis, doing all the stupid things with stupid players? When you're building your franchise around Nick Young, you don't deserve to win a lottery. Why would the basketball gods shine down on you? They've done it correctly. Will Dawkins, Michael Winger, Travis Schlink. This has been a well-run operation. They have cleaned the home. They have vacuumed. They have dusted. They're going to pass inspection, man. I think they're going to come in here, and our number's going to come in, Danny. I think we're going to get more for our house than we think here. Now, worst case scenario. I'll give you my worst case.
Okay.
I think they will be in the top 3.
That's your worst case?
Worst case is I don't think they end up 4th or 5th. What I really want, the thing that would be the biggest kick to the shins, is I think the way it works on TV, so it's 14 teams in the lottery. 14 to, I think, 6 is before the commercial break, or is it 5? Strober's saying 5. I just want to have the juice after the commercial break. Last year, I was already screwed before the commercial break.
Oh, yeah, you were.
That commercial break, it's like 2 minutes where the whole world is in front of you.
Yep.
Your heart starts beating. You get those palpitations, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, sure.
If they announce 14 through 5, and the Wizards, we would now know, are a lock to be in the top 4, now we can all kind of go, oh my goodness, is it happening? And even if they end up 4th, it's just 4 more minutes of that sweat. That's absolutely awesome. But Strober, you got a show with Linnell, so you guys will be watching very closely live on air and reacting in real time.
So you need to pay close attention to what's happening in real time, because if you see one of these teams like Golden State, who's supposed to get 11, drop down to 12, that means whoever's 11 jumped into the top 4. And they're going to announce that stuff as it happens.
Yeah, it's the one thing they do, because they don't say much, but they're like, oh, the Thunder are 6, so that means this team is now in the top 3.
Yeah, somehow the Spurs again will jump up 71 spots to get the number 1 pick.
You have to hope everything plays straight up throughout the entire lottery. Like, if you get to 6... So if the Pacers come up at 6, which means their pick would convey to LA, I think that guarantees the Wizards would be 5, by the way.
Guarantees?
I think most simulations I've seen, like ESPN has one where it literally goes like and shows the percentages each time the number comes up. And if the Pacers got 6, it says like 5, Washington 99+%.
Wow. So I need you to write these down. Or I need to get these before this weekend. So if the Pacers are 6, you're saying basically we're 5.
I think so.
Okay. Is there anything else like that? Where if this happens, then I know what the Wizards are?
Well, I think also if you saw teams like Sacramento and Brooklyn fall as well, I think you might be in a similar situation because it goes in reverse order because they do the top 4 first.
So I get the one that as soon as someone moves up, it screws me. That one's easy.
It ruins everything.
Yes.
And again, they want more of that, by the way. Keep in mind, the fix for this is they want more of whatever that is.
Who are they going to send to sit there? They have not announced this yet. Who's the right person to send to be there for this? Like, I would think you would want to go with whoever you'd consider to be like your lucky charm or whatever. Matt Adams, the former little-known Washington Nationals player who was on the 2019 World Series team, was sitting at the lottery as the representative for the Nats when they won the number 1 overall pick. I'm not doing a bit. Why not send Matt Adams for the Wizards? He's won the lottery once. He's 1 for 1 at this. They had a very slim chance of winning that lottery, and he, threaded the needle for him. What if the Wizards just sent Matt Adams?
I don't hate it. I mean, whatever you got to do. Seriously. Whatever you have to do. My first thought was Irene Poland, last time they won this lottery, was the person who did it before they passed control of the team to Ted Leonsis. She passed away a few years ago. Send the 2 sons. Send the 2 Poland children up there. Anything to give me some good energy because they fall every year. Not hyperbolic. They fell 4 spots last year. They fell to 8th in 2023 despite having top 3 odds. It's historic. They fall. Whatever the worst thing they can get is, that's what they get. That's why having the number 1 best odds to guarantee me the 5th pick was so important.
You know what would be great? I just thought about this. What if we went? What if Ted Leonsis called in today and he's like,
I'll go.
Hey, Grant and Danny, we want you guys to represent us today. And so it's all these people in suits, and then it's just us sitting there and like the deputy commissioners shouting us out and like, Grant and Danny do a radio show in Washington, D.C.
And they're here.
Not really sure why they're here. Well, the Wizards win the lottery. We would be heroes.
Heroes.
You can be heroes. Can you imagine?
Just for one day. Yeah.
They'd be talking about us for years. What's on the line here? That's my question. How big of a deal is this lottery for DC Sports and for the Wizards? I think it's so much bigger than the Wiz, to be honest. I think it's a landscape of the sports scene in the city thing because the Wizards are so dead in terms of interest and fandom and intrigue, even as they've done this thing so well. Winning the lottery, getting 1-1, getting a superstar in the making like a DeMonsta, it can change everything. I said it last year with Cooper Flagg. Let's get into that next right here on Grant and Danny, 4 days out from the draft lottery on the Fan.
NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. Sixers and Knicks, game 2 of that series at 7 o'clock. New York leads the series 1-0. Sixers going to be without center Joel Embiid tonight, dealing with an ankle and a hip injury. Timberwolves and Spurs, game 2 at 9:30. Minnesota leads the series 1-0. In hockey, the Canadiens will take on the Sabres, game 1 of that series at 7. Then game 2 for the Ducks and the Golden Knights. Vegas leads the series 1-0. That'll begin at 9:30. In baseball, Astros third baseman Carlos Correa is going to miss the remainder of the season after he tore a tendon in his ankle that's going to require surgery. He's going to be out at least 6 to 8 months. Nationals recalled right-handed pitcher Zach Kent. Kent was claimed off of waivers from the Twins on Sunday. They sent Andre Granillo to AAA as a corresponding move. The Nationals take on the Twins for Game 2 of the 3-game series at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis set to start for the Nationals. Bailey Ober, the tall righty, goes for the Twins. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to the Fan. So I'm going to stop short of saying it's mandatory for the Wizards' place in DC sports for this lottery to go well for them, because I think that's probably overstated based on the quality of the draft. I think a guy like Darius Acuff, the point guard from Arkansas, is an incredible player, 24-point-per-game guy, 7 assists, can fill it up, and maybe you get him pushed a little bit down the board, and if you're the 4th or the 5th pick, you still end up getting him or Caleb Wilson, some of the guys we've talked about. But the top 3 picks, where everybody wants to be, that tier, A.J. DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, the National Player of the Year from Duke, they're going to come off the board. They headline one of the great draft classes in a long, long time. Where I'm at on this, though, Danny, is we're 4 days away. The countdown is on. 4 days from the Wizards finding out their fate in this draft class, whether or not people are going to say that what they did was worth it. You just made the case. You think there's a lot of people that'll say they never should have done this if they end up with the 5th or whatever pick. I just bumped into Chris Russell in the hallway.
He's who I'm thinking of.
I was getting a bottle of water, and I'm like, dude, 4 more days, Wizards. He's like, oh, yeah, what pick you think they'll get? I think they're going to win the lottery. He's like, I want them to get 5th. I'm like, why would you want that? And his big argument is he hates tanking.
Yeah.
They deserve to not have something good happen, which is completely incorrect and wrong. But he believes that if they don't pick in the top 3 or the top 4, it's egg on their face. It's I told you so. It's what you deserve for not trying to field a winning roster. It just fuels my fire that much more that I hope this goes right, because they do deserve it. They finally did the right thing. Please reward them, basketball gods.
Yeah, that's part of what's on the line.
Forget basketball gods. Sorry. NBA, who rigs this thing every year for whichever team they want to. Make it the Wizards this time.
Yeah, come on. We turned our homework. Is it right?
Wink, wink.
Yeah, the Spurs did their thing, I suppose. I don't know what they did so well. Or the Mavericks did so well with the terrible trade, so now they get Cooper. But that's part of my... Now, I know this... You know, you and I are different than a lot of folks. You're just fans. You want to tune in and see good things happen, and you want to win. But because I'm in this seat, fortunate enough to be here, part of my rooting interest has morphed to I already know what I'm going to get yelled at about. There are people like our boy from the Rooster Radio Network who are lying in wait, hoping for a bad thing to happen to the Wizards. They want the Wizards to get the worst possible pick. They've got the, see, I told you, we'll hope you're happy now. They've got it holstered, and they are ready. They've polished up that firearm, and they are ready to shoot that thing into the sky. They cannot wait for the bad thing to happen. Even though, again, you know, you look at the 76ers process, quote unquote, that everyone makes fun of. It was correct. Sorry, it was their best chance to win. You look at what Oklahoma City did. They have to get back their championship because they tanked for a little while. Everybody under the sun who was built, and they aren't one of the cool cities, the cool teams, where you just get LeBron because he feels like it, Miami, LA, whatever. When you don't have the legacy, you have to do it this way. Or you can lose forever. Whichever one you like. You want to lose forever, Godspeed. They've finally done it. And if it doesn't go well, I still understand that. But the rubes and idiots who cannot process these things won't understand it. And it's going to be endless and exhausting.
I just want people to care about this team again.
Yeah.
At its core,
that's what's at stake.
What we talk about every single day on the show is our best guess at what the most people, not narrowcasting, broadcasting, right? what the most people want to hear us talk about. And that's almost never the Wizards at this point. I just want to get to talk about them on the show all the time and have them be relevant and cover playoff basketball. And because let's face it, our engagement, our interest, Danny, we only get so many gigs on this hard drive. There's only so much RAM that we have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if the Wizards become a team that we just talk about less, our interest in how locked in we are changes. I want to get back to living and dying with every possession in every game. That's really, really fun. But I do feel like that's on the line in some way on Sunday. Because if this goes badly, it's kind of more of the same. And it sets you back. I think it'd be overstated because the draft's so good to say more than a couple of years. I've heard people say it could set them back a decade or whatever. I don't necessarily buy that. I think the draft is very special at the top. But it is the difference between them being an it team as soon as next year, maybe, and several seasons of having to kind of lay and wait and figure out what the next move is. Here's the example I'll give you on interest, because it's everywhere we look. I mean, all of our signs point to, like, there's not that many people that care right now. But you know Kevin DiDomenico.
Yes.
Update anchor, does a lot of social stuff for us over at the Nats games. If you guys follow the 106.7, the fan channels during the baseball season, you've seen him a lot. He's a handsome fellow who's over there at the Nats game doing a lot of good work.
Yes.
Last night, so he does a thing every night. I'm sitting next to him in the press box, and he leaves for a few innings, and he goes and makes the rounds in the crowd. It's just an opportunity to go touch DC sports fans, where he asks a question. A lot of times it's about the Nats or another team. Who should the Commanders take at 7? You know, what grade do you give Blake Butera so far? Like, whatever it is, right? His question last night, very easy, very simple. This is a layup in the layup line. Who should the Wizards take at number 1 overall if they win the lottery? Danny, he couldn't get one person at Nats Park. He asked 7 or 8 people, walking around, stopping people, awkward interactions. When he said, I want to ask you a question about the Wizards, he either immediately got turned down or was like, I just don't know enough about it. DC sports fans, wearing sports gear, Nats or Commanders or otherwise, at the game. It's the first time all season that's happened. When he's asked about the Capitals, when he's asked about Ovechkin.
Everyone's got an opinion.
When he's asked about, the future of the hockey team. When he's, I don't know, is there less in the Venn diagram of like Nats fan and Wizards fan than Nats and Caps or Nats and Commanders? Maybe. But his point was he came back up and I'm like, how'd it go? He's like, it didn't go great. And I'm like, oh, what happened? He's like, I didn't get anything. I mean, so you only got a couple answers. No, like literally anything. Not one person could answer the question. I don't know if that's a sign of the times in basketball or what that is, but I definitely think it's indicative of the temperature of this city right now.
Oh, yeah.
And that has to change. I don't know how to change it, but I know one big help would be hitting the lottery.
And having a superstar at the top of the board that's going to go on all the programs.
Can I interest you in A.J. DeBonsa?
Yes, you can. But the Nets are going through something similar, to be honest with you. You can just look at that. I mean, look at the attendance drop. Look at the fans are kind of going, I understand all the stuff you guys are doing. That's great. Nothing but losing since 2019, and it's miserable. It's not fun.
But the Wizards are so much further along.
And the Wizards don't have 2019. The Wizards have no 50-win seasons in my lifetime.
True.
The Wizards are a punchline and have been. Now, not this group. These I don't mean to imply Dawkins, Winger, Schlenk and company. They know what they're doing and they know what they're about, and I'm here for it, and I love them. And I mean that. I love them. Whatever they need from me, I'm happy to help you. You need something, trash taken out, floor swept up, latrines cleaned, call me. I will be there.
Pickleball lessons?
If they wanted that, Grant, I would do it for free, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'd only ask a little ice water in return.
But you agree with me, the fan base would change considerably overnight if they hit the lottery.
Sorry to get back to it. I was doing shtick. I think it might take a little bit, but that now the car started. That's the beginning. That's the lightning strike. If it finally happens where people are talking about you in a positive light, where, hey, look at this. It's not just LeBron on the podcast. It's not Anthony Davis kind of under duress. This is now look what happens to this team. Now, and the superstar comes, and it's not not to pick on anybody, but it's not a Zion situation where the excitement gave way quickly to, oh my God, how do we get out of this, right? Where this is a truly potential transforming moment for a fan base that has been eroded, that not that long ago was marketed. Come see the other team play, come see the other team stars, or the gimmicks and nonsense for so many years. This would be a reason for basketball fans here to unite around this team and have real interest for the first time in a long time.
All right, one last time. Let's see if we can swing the momentum. We've gotten 4th twice and 5th once. Let's hit the simulation button here, and let's see what pick the Wizards are going to get based on this sim of the lottery. People think I'm making this up. They got the 5th pick again.
Yeah.
It's every time.
Yeah, I did it 10 times. They got the 5th pick 7.
Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. Not a bad little player.
I like him fun.
6'10" freshman, 19 years old, 22-11. But he's not AJ DeBonsa. He's not Cam Boozer if you're into that kind of thing. I'm not a big Darren Peterson guy. I've got my questions. I think he's going to score a lot in the NBA.
He's the ultimate get you fired guy. Where if you pass on him and he's a superstar, or you take him and now you're like, is he playing tonight? I have no idea. He scares the hell out of me.
That might end up being what really happens. That's the most Wizardsy thing. It's like you can't be upset that they got the 2nd pick, but then you're probably got to take Darren Peterson, and then it goes the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That might be the most Wizards of the luck to play out. More on this later with David Aldridge, who's going to join us at 5. I want to take the temperature on the fan base in town with him and what's at stake on Sunday. Next, though, NFL referee news. Sounds like we might not need replacement officials after all. We're Grant and Danny. Huge day in D.C. The guy's off the bridge, so that's good. Tax dollars aren't being wasted anymore to watch him like a hawk. He's down, so hopefully the world's fixed. I think everything's better now, right?
He solved it. Congrats to him for everything.
We got to the bottom of that, so that's good. Toby asked me before the show, I thought this was an interesting question. He said, who would last the longest on the bridge of us, like on the show? I will tell you, I would be the first one to come down, I think. There's a time in my life, probably when I was like Strober's age, before I got my first bout with anxiety, which I now take medication for, where like nothing ever fazed me or bothered me. And I could have just sat at the top of a bridge for 7 days, no care in the world, just put my toes up, as long as I got food and water, whatever I need. Nowadays, like the first time I feel something like in my rib cage, I'm like, oh my God, I need to get to the hospital. Like that's kind of how my mind works. And I'd be like, okay, I'm dehydrated. Something terrible is happening. I need to get down because like death is imminent. And that's just how now my entire psyche is. So I have no ability to win a competition like that at this point. Like who can keep their hand on the car the longest? And like 9 days has gone by. At 24 years old, I'm beating anyone in that every single time. Willpower of a million men. Today, you will beat me in any challenge.
Yeah, today's not that day.
So I would come down first, I think.
Where are we residing?
The same bridge that guy always gets up on.
But
every
what
4
part?
Years. Don't know. What is where are we getting?
Are we going up? If we're going up high, nope.
You're on top of a bridge.
I already quit. I'm not doing it.
Oh, so you're not even going up?
Nope.
But so in a hypothetical where we're all up there, you're coming down first.
Instantly. I'm calling for help, crying. I cannot get up there. Cannot be up there.
Sice,
No
so
second.
I beat you.
No, 100%.
That's fantastic.
0 seconds. Heights or death. Panic. Everyone should panic. You're up that high, you could die instantly. One false step, one false move, you sneeze too hard, you slip. Who knows? Death. People should be so afraid. Heights are terrifying.
He was
Snakes
up there for like
and heights are terrifying.
6 days, like sleeping and everything to the comfort of this person.
Wrong on that. I can't handle that.
He brought a bed and a tent. You
He
know,
was,
this guy.
he was literally right next to the fireworks on firework night on Friday night. Like the fireworks were being fired on the water.
I am sneaky jealous and annoyed. He had great views of everything.
That was awesome view. Yeah.
Best view, like looking out over the water of a fireworks show. He just has the unimpeded, amazing view of the monument and the Capitol for days. Like, a little bit annoyed by that.
Watching planes take off from Reagan.
Yeah. You think I don't go over to Gravelly Point every now and then for that same view? This guy just gets to break some laws and just, like, look, can we shuttle you up any, like, Ruth's Chris? Can we get you a steak? We'll send it up to you.
He had a view of the DC Defenders game on.
Do you think he could see the field?
On the other day? Probably not. Probably not to see the field. But
that would have been silly if he
yeah.
was watching the game from up.
Actually, he could probably see the big screen.
I would
there.
think so.
Yeah.
Because that one corner is open, open air. Very possible. Maybe he's just a defender's mark. Maybe that's what the whole thing was about. Darius, how long are you staying up there?
I'm not afraid of heights, so I'd get up there. I'd enjoy the view and everything.
Me, though, where like you listen to your body and get worried about a lot of things.
Yeah. So I think I'd be up there longer than you would. Definitely longer than Danny, obviously. But I would get bored. That'd be my thing. I would just be bored at some point.
Somehow this guy had a phone. He was on Zoom doing interviews. He had something that allowed him to recharge his technology. So you might be less bored than you think. You could play video games. You probably bought an Xbox up there and plugged it in somehow. He gets up there every 4 years because there's no real punishment, it seems like. So he'll be back up there in 4 years. Maybe next time he'll take another, device.
I think I could do a day, maybe. And that's about it. I after a day, I'd be like, nah, I'd rather just go back home now.
Tobes?
I'm kind of in the same boat as Darius. I think I could sit up there. I think the issue is the boredom. I think, after a while of sitting and watching shows or talking to people on the phone or playing games on your phone.
Rip through a season of DTF St. Louis on HBO Max and now you got nothing else to watch?
Yeah, I don't think I can do much longer. I could probably do maybe like a day and a half, but after a while it's like, all right.
But you're having zero issues with looking down at the ground in the water.
I'm just not going to look over there. I'll enjoy the views, but I'm not going to look down as much as possible.
That seems impossible.
Down is down, bro.
Toby's
you know what
forgetting
I mean?
the part where he's on a bridge.
No. You could go inside the tent, and you can't see outside. He had a tent up there.
But how wide? I mean, it's not like you're just living in the tent.
Yeah, but I mean, once I got accustomed to being up there, which would take, an hour or two, I think I'd be fine.
How stable is this tent? What's it attached to?
I have a lot of questions about the tent as well.
Yeah, I don't know what it's attached to, but I think I'd be fine.
Okay. Now, Strober would win this thing in most challenges with our show, I think.
I think so.
Very young, very in shape.
Yep.
I don't think his body's breaking down on him while he's up there. He could probably go weeks.
Do you have any plantar fasciitis?
No.
Oh, do you have jumper's knee?
No.
Oh, is your back sore because you slept?
No.
Oh.
Are you afraid of heights?
No.
So how long could you get up there?
He wins.
So I think I know what I'm doing. I think I'm bringing my fishing rod, Anacostia River. I'm plucking catfish out of it all day. I'm having a blast up there. They're probably going to make me famous. Like, look at this guy fishing on top of this bridge. We've never seen a strategy like this. They're going to make a TV show out of me. It's going to be great. It's going to be life-changing.
Imagine how long it would take for him to reel up a fish from hundreds of feet up like that.
Don't eat those fish, I'll tell you that.
Not right now.
Not in that river right now. All right, so Strobes wins. I think that challenge is the way it works. By the way, catastrophe averted, Danny. You and I said, let's take a deep breath on this. It was pretty early. Everyone was panicking that we were going to have replacement officials. The report last night from Adam Schefter and a few others was that major progress has been made, and it seems like a deal is nigh.
So I don't want to take any kind of credit. I didn't do anything. I just said it out of my business. That one I saw pretty clearly. That was the NFL going, we'll turn this car right around when the hotel was already paid for.
It was also so far away.
Yeah.
If that story came out a week before preseason games, that they're nowhere near a deal, maybe. But when that happens that far away, you kind of feel like there's a lot of time for us to bridge the gap. It's also one of those things where it's like, I'm not losing sleep over this because one way or the other, the games are going to happen.
Uh-huh.
So I'll just sit here and let whatever happens happen. The grown-ups can deal with those issues. But a lot of people were very nervous and worried, and I just felt like it was an overreaction.
I was never one of them. That I can't do the alarmist when it's time for negotiating thing anymore. Having gone through enough of those, not like you and I personally here, but just in sports, you observe enough stuff. They're not missing anything. They were always going to be fine. That literally to me was the deposit's already been made. We're on the way to the hotel. We're going to this vacation. The airfare's already paid for. I'll turn this car right around. No, you're not, Dad. It's an empty threat.
Quarterback aside, who is the most important person in the building for the Commanders this football season? That's next on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The Nationals taking on the Twins for Game 2 of the 3-game series at Nationals Park tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Miles Michael is set to start for the Nationals. Bailey Ober starts for the Twins. The Nationals also making a roster move today. They recalled reliever Zach Kent, who was claimed off of waivers from the Twins on Sunday, and sent Andre Granillo back to AAA. In the NBA playoffs, the Sixers taking on the Knicks. Game 2 of that series tonight at 7 o'clock. New York up 1-0 in the series. Philadelphia going to be undermanned. They're going to be without Joel Embiid tonight, dealing with an ankle and a hip injury. Timberwolves and Spurs Game 2 to follow at 9:30. Minnesota up 1-0 in that series. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad.
They are wonderful. They can help you with so many things like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I think it goes without saying that Jaden Daniels is the most important person in the Commanders building as it pertains to their success this year. And it's a cop-out generally to go with the quarterback. It's just too important a position. They're involved on every single play. And when you got a guy the quality of Daniels, who was the number 2 overall pick, played at a level that was close to that of an MVP a couple of years ago, I think it just stands to reason that you could always start with the quarterback in that conversation. But I wanted to actually broaden the scope a little bit to other people, players, coaches, front office execs, whoever, who are sneaky, really, really important to the well-being of this team in 2026. And my logic on this, Danny, is the guy that I actually think most be the important person in the building other than Daniels is someone that you probably wouldn't rank anywhere near the top of the list if you asked someone to just put a collection of names together. It's David Blau. I actually think that if one person, I only get one, and I get to say they are a slam dunk, have a huge year, end of the season, we all think they're a superstar, and we love them, and they're the next great person at whatever they do in the league. Who is it best for Washington if, that explanation fits someone at the end of the year? Other than Daniels, I think the answer is David Blau, both because of the direct correlation of what that would mean probably for Jaden Daniels, but also the offense, where you have worries about the wide receiver position. Not anymore. This guy can scheme him open like he's Ben Johnson and Kyle Shanahan. You have worries about Antonio Williams or Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane. He elevates them all just like Daniels would. I think Blau is sneaky, and maybe it shouldn't be sneaky, but I think he is, in an underrated way, super important to make this entire thing work this season.
I agree with that. He is critical. And another part of this equation for me, I think I harp on this kind of stuff, I think, more than you do. You're much better at kind of turning the page. The process that led to him was inadequate. Now, again, I like him. I'm glad he's here. They didn't care. They were like, we got a guy. We're not talking to anybody else. You better be right. That guy better be a wonderkid. That guy better be a superstar, and it better be now. I don't have time to wait. You guys maybe think you do, but I don't have time to wait. So if you don't want a bona fide expert that's kicked ass across this league, and you go, neophyte approaching, without any experience anywhere near that level to be in charge of the most important thing going on, which is that quarterback, you best be right. I'll take a different tact. The offense was not good last year. I'm not telling you it was. There's no question about that. That's obvious. That's intuitive. No Terry McLaurin, Jaden Daniels not himself, injured a bunch of times, under-talented in a lot of spots, yada, yada, yada. They were still They were still fine, middle of the pack. Defense, all-time bad. Only 10 turnovers, a few more than the record setting for futility Jets. Third worst in yards per play. I think fourth or fifth worst in points allowed. A disaster. Terrible. Embarrassing. All the resources were committed this offseason to that side of the football. I think the plan is you don't have Jaden Daniels do Jaden Daniels stuff anymore. You make him caretaker Craig, run the ball, check it down. I think the defense has to be really, really good. Way better than they've been over the past.
Who's in charge of that? Durante Jones. I think if this team's going to win games, it's going to be more, 20-17 than it was 30-29, as it was a couple of seasons ago when they went to the NFC title game. But the way that they've done this offseason, where, again, 90% of their salary cap allocations came to defensive players, and Chig Okonkwo was kind of the lone rep on the offense with, $18 spent on a couple pass-catching running backs that are readily available. They went big on defense. The guy in charge of that needs to be, savior's probably too far, but taking the way worse group and making them passable, acceptable, and even, dare I say, good. Give me Durante Jones.
Durante Jones is a great answer, too. He would be on my short list. It's the exact same way of thinking. As Blau, you're just going to the other side of the operation.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think because you've got Jaden Daniels on offense,
that would tip the scales, I think.
It's that much more important that you got Blau right. But your answer in Durante Jones, your description was based on helping Daniels, right? So that makes sense. They were, this Washington defense in 2025, dead last at allowing yards per game, 384.3, which is the old metric for defensive rank, essentially, which would be 32nd in football. But in yards per play, they were 30th at 6.02. In rushing yards per play, they were 27th. In passing yards per play, they were 31. So you don't need the offense to make as big a stride as you need the defense to make. Blau can just kind of keep everything together, and you can be about what you were last year with more health and still improve and be good enough on that side of the ball. The defense, to your point, is where you got to make some major improvements. The status quo was unacceptable. And that's why 10 of the 13 free agents that they signed that are likely to contribute are on the defensive side of the ball. It's why you took the defensive all-world stalwart at number 7 at the top of the draft, right? I get it. Durante Jones, really, really good answer. From a player standpoint, who would you roll with on this? Because a guy jumped out at me right when I started thinking about it, and I was like, oh, that's got to be the answer. But I wonder where you would go.
McLaurin is my answer.
Yes.
So I know that both sides of my mouth here, I just went on about the defense, but I saw what it looked like when he's not on the field.
Well, at some point, I'm sure during training camp or whatever, we're going to do the topic that we always do, which is like the ranking the players who are irreplaceable. And right now at this moment, a world without Terry McLaurin looks pretty bleak in terms of pass catch.
I saw it, and I don't want to go back.
You have to have him on the field, and there is some pressure, not just that he plays, but that he is the Terry McLaurin who got the $30 million a year deal, that got the extension from this group too. Him just running around and getting cardio is nice because he'll take some attention, he'll bracket some coverage, he'll put some safeties over on his side of the field based on his track record and his resume. But you need him going out and catching 7 balls for 123 yards and a touchdown. Now, you need some of those elite level sideline toe tap plays, the end zone routes in the red zone that he makes the catch and keeps his feet in bounds like he did to beat the Bengals on the dime from Daniels. Like, you need that kind of Terry McLaurin production again.
To me, the thing that I've harped on all offseason, and I understand, and they tried, and they weren't successful. I don't blame them for not being successful at it because it's slim pickings. But I saw what it looked like when they were playing bad defenses that were bad at the time, came into the game against Washington performing poorly. That's yards per play. That's big plays. That's giving up points, etc. Think of Dallas. Think of a number of places. And they couldn't muster anything on offense because no one was threatened by any of their players. To me, it's nice to have speed at running back. If there's 8 guys in the box, that doesn't matter anymore. Nobody was going downfield, and no one could go downfield. Terry McLaurin can. It's not what I would have him do all the time, but he's now their most capable downfield threat. That's not just 50-yard bombs. That's 20 yards and working back to the quarterback. That's deeper square ends and the entire route tree, contested catches. The ability to chunk yards they lacked for months at a time without McLaurin. I do not ever want to see that again. I don't want to go back to a place where every millimeter is schemed up and a holy war just to move the ball at all, which is what it felt like for a huge chunk of last season because they were so devoid of impactful skill guys. Zach Ertz, nice player, but that's not explosive. They had no explosion. He's their most explosive player on offense right now, and it's dire straits if he's not out there.
I have a hard time picking another player on offense as the answer to this question. Like, I don't think anyone on the O-line works. That's not to say...
wouldn't work?
I don't think so. Tunsil's awesome and really, really good, and you need him healthy because if he's not healthy, then you got to go down the depth chart. But Brandon Coleman was the starting left tackle when they made the NFC Championship game. He's kind of waiting in the wings. I don't think that would be a huge deal. It'd be a big drop-off, don't get me wrong. You'd rather him stay healthy. Guard, it's either going to be Paul or Coleman. Center, Allegretti. If he's bad and the center position is bad, the Commanders told you this offseason they think it's the least important position on the offensive line. So that shouldn't make or break your season. I think there's a conversation to be had on Josh Connerly at some point, which is to say, as high as I am on him long-term and as much as I think he could be awesome, he's got to be a lot better this year. Jay Gruden, as an example, when I talk to him, is still in the "are we sure?"
Yeah, I don't get it
mode
view. Yeah,
with him. That there are people around football that feel that way, but there's nobody on the O-line that I would say a case could be made as the most important player on the team. I think Terry is that answer. Maybe Antonio Williams, honestly. The difference between Antonio Williams being outstanding and catching 60 balls as a rookie and then being able to say, I told you so.
That's a good one.
And David Blau being able to draw things up and kind of build things around him in the image of the player that he thought he was drafting versus him having that Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane first season where you're like scratching your head going, you're pointing, you're doing the Leo meme like, that's him, right? That's the guy on the field.
This is the guy we thought? Yeah.
There's a big, big difference in what this offense could look like.
That might be the second answer because of the position group. Again, I don't care much for who they have at the receiver spot other than McLaurin.
So this then becomes just an indictment against how we feel about receiver if both of the guys we're picking are wideouts.
Yes, but if they're right about Williams and he's not quote unquote just a slot guy and he's in there in two receiver sets and is capable and good,
making plays after the catch, going for 100 yards in September in a game,
then their solve and their fix, their plan for a couple of years wasn't good. Then this one was good. That opens a lot of things up. That changes a lot of options for this offense. They're way more versatile now.
Okonkwo's probably high on the list.
Yep.
Higher than any running back. I think it's a big deal if Bill breaks out and goes for 1,100 yards or something. But with Rachaad White, drafting Katron Allen, having Jeremy McNichols, I don't know if Ford makes the roster or not, but he's been around kicking it in the AFC North. I just think that the importance of that position, you can figure that out. Flipping to the defensive side of the ball, there are some names I think that stand out. The question, if you're just joining us here on Grant and Danny, is, other than Jaden Daniels, who would you say is the most important person in the building for the Commanders this season? If you could fast forward and know that one guy had a 10 out of 10 performance review campaign where you now know, I got the best in the league at this, who is it? I went with David Blau. Danny went Durante Jones. We're now dabbling into the player side of things, and we both think McLaurin could be the answer. You can call us, 800-636-1067. Let us know what you think.
So looking at the defense, it might just be Owe, and I know that's cheap and easy because he wasn't cheap. It took a lot of money to sign him, but we have a guy that can win one-on-one. If that happens, it makes scheming and everything else easier. In other words, you don't have to overcommit a whole bunch of resources and complications and I know that's part of what Durante Jones presumably is going to do, is to mix and match potions and, have that town hall defense where 7 guys are standing around. We don't know who's coming or going. But if there's at the end of the day, there is a moment where the pass rusher must beat the pass blocker. That's been lacking here for a while. Right?
I have Owe way lower just because of the number of guys they have at the position now. If Odafe Owe's not getting home as often as you'd like, which is possible, hopefully Dorrance Armstrong is playing like he did last year. Maybe you're getting a lot out of Caleb Von Chason because you're only going to have maybe 3 of those guys on the field at once, but you've got down the board. You can move Luvu to that position. You could have Leo Chenal off the edge. I know Logan's been talking a lot about the possibility of Sonny Styles as a pass rusher, off the edge in that Van Ginkel role possibly. Charles Omenihu and Dietrich Wise, more run stuffers, but they suddenly have a lot at that spot. You paid Owe a lot of money,
and that's kind of my point. Yeah, is the idea of the high ceiling happens, it frees everyone else up.
I think I would go Styles because there's nobody else with his skill set. To me, I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, what am I if this guy's awesome versus if he's not? So start with Odafe Owe. I just kind of went through it. If he's not, there's still pretty good chance I'm okay. If Sonny Styles doesn't deliver the goods, there's nobody else like him. I think their plan for him is he's going to play on the edge. He's going to play in the nickel. I'm not saying all the time, but he'll play some in the nickel and run with tight ends or backs or whatever. He'll play the green dot Mike linebacker. He's going to line up at safety from time to time. This is positionless freak football. Kyle Hamilton, Eamon Worry, it's different position, but that kind of roving element. And there's no one else on the team that can do some of that stuff. Like if you're talking about the Van Ginkel, I'm in the slot and turning and running with someone, kind of defender, but I'm also going up the ladder to bat a ball on the edge and rushing the quarterback and getting 7 sacks or whatever. Like that weird skill set. I think that's what they're envisioning for Sonny Styles. There's nobody else that can do that. Leo Chenal can do some of it. I think he'll be able to give you a little bit of that. But it's the equivalent of like running a radio station. Who can't you operate without? Like Vic Ferreira. You know what I'm saying? Like, he produces every Nats game. Like if someone has a problem, they're calling him, and he's got some weird password to some login, and he's fixing something. And like Slick Vic's not around for a week, people are screwed.
People are screwed.
And that's, to me, that's the Sonny Styles. Like he can do a little of everything. He's producing Charlie and Dave. Sonny Styles is.
Sonny Styles is. He does that. The Styles of all things. So
he also hates all the good pitchers the Nats have.
Yeah.
Every time a pitcher throws over 95 plays for the Nationals, Vic hates that guy. So that means Sonny Styles not a fan of velocity.
No, he doesn't enjoy it. Let me go down this road. The mirror image of receiver, where I'm going, this is a bad position group. What is that on defense? Corner, right? There's not a lot of trust there.
Yeah, I was going to work my way there, too.
What if I go either Sanders or Amos, pick your fighter there, where if they're good, my God, it solves so much, right? And I know the importance is still faded down a little bit maybe in this scheme, but still, you got to have a corner. You can't just put a mannequin out there. You need a warm body. But if those guys are good at the corner spot, then this thing we look at as a weakness, and it's fine, or even plus, where you have invested elsewhere, aka the pass rush, that defensive front, that front seven, that all of a sudden opens up a lot of possibilities for a defense to be okay.
Well, Trey Amos, I think he's in a very similar bucket to what I just tried to describe with Josh Connerly, which is showed a lot of promise. In the case of Amos, I thought he was pretty good. Connerly, I think it was like the way he moves, the athleticism, the way he operates, the fact that he's actually pretty good in the run game, like with angles and positioning his body and some of that stuff. You can dream on him becoming a great right tackle. But he's got to make another leap. We just count our chickens when we see someone has a little bit of potential, even if they're not great. If they look the part, I'm so guilty of this. I do this all the time. The example I'll give you is San Ristil. I thought San Ristil was awesome in his rookie year. He had a louder, better, more impactful rookie season than Amos did. And he had a louder, better, more impactful rookie season than Connerly did. And so I just put him in Sharpie, star, no problems, let's keep it moving. Guess what? Year 2, he takes a step back. We're banking on the step forward. What if he's the same this year? If Connerly is the exact same this year, at the end of year 2, we're having a very different dialogue about him. He is a fringe average. Last year, he was probably a little bit below average, like right tackle. That's very different than 10-year answer we're paying a bunch of money to be our star right tackle in this town. Yeah? Same thing at corner. What if Trey Amos, who he played a little bit and got hurt, and everyone's just assuming now he's a corner one? There's just a lot of eggs in that basket. At some point, we just decided along the way, like Trey Amos, Sharpie, he's the guy. I think we're arriving a little soon at that destination. I really like Trey Amos, like everybody else does.
Yeah, we've done that before.
But it happens, I think, everywhere, and especially here, where we just go, well, you just bank in the growth for year 2. It doesn't always work that way. And Moore's asked of him. Now, I think that this scheme, Moore's asked of him, meaning his role, he's going to the one position. He's going to cover CeeDee Lamb and A.J. Brown or whoever else, Malik Neighbors or whatever. But this scheme's going to help him a lot. And that's where I feel pretty confident, because you ask very little of the corners when you're getting after the quarterback like they're going to. And that's where I feel like it's going to work. But in last year's defense, if he just became the number one based on his rookie season, the conversations we're having are not satisfactory to me.
Agreed.
There's way more poking and prodding that needs to be done here on Amos and probably on San Ristil.
Yeah, it's rookie deal. Hey, or as a rookie, hey, we showed some things. That's a check mark. It's not, oh my God, this guy can't play. But now you actually have to play.
But you get what I'm saying on the young guys?
I totally do.
Like, I feel like
we do this all the time in all sports. As fans, we go, well, you got, and you start listing guys that you have. Are you sure? Are we sure he's a dude?
Yes.
Like, I saw some nice things like you did, but are you sure?
And I am culprit number one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm doing this currently with Josh Connerly. If someone were to say to me, State of the Union on the O-line, I would file Connerly into they've got their long-term right tackle. But that's a little bit aggressive based on what happened last year. And it's also some assuming from me. Josh Connerly's got to show some real growth. He's got to be a lot better this year than he was last year. And I think we're expecting that. But it's not just clockwork. It's like Tommy John recovery now, or coming back from an ACL. You just assume, fast forward 12 months, call the pitcher, and he's telling you he's rehabbing in Rochester, and he'll be at the big leagues in a week. Sometimes your arm barks and you get shut down after 7 months. Weird things happen.
Right.
But Amos and Connerly are both in that category for me of, we've just decided you don't have to worry at all about this corner position or this tackle position because you got these guys. They got to show a little more. All right, let's get to the phones on this next. 800-636-1067 is how you can join us. Take Daniels out of the equation because it's too easy and it's a cop-out. Most important person in the building for the Commanders to get back to the playoffs next year is who? I'm going Blau. Danny's going Jones. We got the coordinators covered. G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their absolute pinnacle. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, whatever you like, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not a Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. Fanatic set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So do what I do and bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD Visit. MDGamblingHelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In baseball, the Nationals have recalled relief pitcher Zach Kent from AAA. He was claimed off of waivers from the Twins on Sunday. They've sent Andre Granillo to AAA Rochester. The Nationals taking on the Twins for Game 2 of the 3-game series at Nationals Park tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis set to take on Bailey Ober. Also in baseball today, Astros third baseman Carlos Correa going to miss the remainder of a season with a torn tendon in his ankle. In hockey tonight, Canadians and Sabres, Game 1 of that series at 7 o'clock. Game 2 for the Ducks and Golden Knights at 9:30. Vegas leads the series 1-0. NBA playoffs, Sixers and Knicks at 7 o'clock. Game 2 of that series. New York leads 1-0. Joel Embiid going to be out tonight for Philly. Timberwolves and Spurs to follow at 9:30. Game 2 of that series. Minnesota up 1-0. Prince George's County grads, your tuition at PGCC could be completely covered. The PGCC Promise Scholarship pays for your tuition and fees. No debt, real support. Don't let money stop you. Visit pgcc.edu/go/promise scholarship and see if you qualify. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Coming up in about 18 minutes at 3:45, our double play, what's going on in our lives. Nothing to do with sports. Little over a half hour from now, your Beltway Blitz on the teams in town you care the most about. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Question at hand, who's the most important person in the Commanders building and getting them back to the playoffs? Take Jaden Daniels out of the equation. Too easy. I'm going OC David Blau in year one with his new role. And similarly, Danny's rolling with defensive coordinator Durante Jones in the first year of his new post. You could go with a player, you could go with somebody on the sideline or in the suite level in the front office. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, boys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm going architect here because it's all about players. Let me run through this pretty quick. With Adam Peters, remember he had 6 picks in the top 100 in 2024. Jaden was a home run. But Johnny Newton, Ben Sinnott, and McCaffrey, who were the other 3, they're all question marks. And then Samuel and Coleman, who were also part of that 6, they need bounce-back years. So you're talking about 5 of the 6 top 100 picks, major question marks. And then, we cut a 5th rounder, Hampton, and Jean-Baptiste, sure, he's a 7th rounder, but has only done – so you look at that 24 draft after Daniels – you got to scratch your head. I'm going to get to a point here. You look at last year's draft, Connolly looked good, Amos looked good, Elaine as a punt returner looked good. We didn't see much from Madrano, and Costume Merritt for 7 looked great. So, 25 draft coming into the second year of those guys as NFL players, that looks really good. But as you were just saying about Connolly, Grant, we can't sort of write that in Sharpie. We got to see it again. But here's my thing, and somehow it's still under the radar. The college scouting department has had one departure from the Bruce Allen and the Ron Rivera regimes. That's Kim Gribble, who went to Pittsburgh. But all the college area scouts were all holdovers. They were not handpicked by App. I mean, he did bring in Lance Neimark. He brought in another senior executive for the personnel. But
yeah, the guys that they answer to have all changed. They're doing the work. They're on the ground. They're putting together some of their reports, and clearly he thinks highly of enough of the people in that operation. But I do think the way that things are done now, especially in a more analytically forward organization, which they are, I don't want to downplay the scouting because it is important, but I think they would tell you that what's done in the R&D departments, when they're looking at their RAS information, the time that they get with players both at the combine and the 30 visits and their top golf thing that they do, the stuff that is happening with Peters and Newmark and Sosna in the highest level of the front office, I think they probably would tell you that's more important than just the scouts, boots on the ground that are spending 8-9 months helping put together the board.
It's a piece of the puzzle. How big a piece, I think, is really, really hard to quantify, kind of to your point. But I think Kevin's point to me, though, is salient. When you don't have a great record here of drafting impactful guys where you reached a couple different times and those guys haven't fulfilled their promise in some pretty key spots. I'm not holding people's feet to the fire for 5th, 6th, and 7th rounders. Anything you get is a bonus, and that's that. But, when you start doing the Coleman has been replaced, and Sinnott and Johnny Newton, and you kind of start adding up, you go, yeah, it's not great. So the holdover scouting department, that's a question. It may be answered the way you said. It could be the greatest scouting department of all time, and their stuff was ignored from by Bruce Allen and company for so many years. We have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing what Kevin's saying, because I think it's actually true that more often than not, you would, over time, and certainly through 3 years now, you would have brought in some of your own scouts and done some of those things. But two things. One, he obviously thinks they do a pretty good job, or else he wouldn't keep them. That's number one. Number two, it is my belief that in this era now, in 2026, again, it sounds like I'm downplaying what is an important part of an organization, but I think that that's a lot of the work that is like the getting everything ready for January when the big decision makers now dig in. And it was not an area scout's decision to draft Ben Sinnott. They're going to give you reports. They're going to sort through some things, but Adam Peters is watching that tape, and Lance Newmark is watching that tape, and your coaching staff is heavily involved. And those people are way more influential, I would say, than the scouts that most of the fans listening, wouldn't be able to name. But Gribble, to the point of Kevin, did leave now in Pittsburgh. And Tim Gribble, for 20-plus years, was in the organization and had worked his way up to being the scouting coordinator. The only thing I'd say about Peters as the most important guy in the building this season, he was the most important guy in the offseason. The hay's in the barn for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have an Ayuk decision coming up, yay or nay. You're going to bring in some players as it goes, but it's really minimal. Taking the salt off the table, putting a different pepper shaker on the table as the year goes on. Think about like Paul Taboni right now. They're making minor roster moves every day. They're calling a reliever up. They're doing this. They're doing that. But for the most part, you're sitting in the 200s with everybody else watching, and you're hoping.
And if your point is, these are all his decisions, and we need to hold him accountable for that. Yeah,
definitely.
Totally right. But I think it's just a different way of looking at the same thing. Meaning like, okay, this is the group we have assembled. The group should have been assembled differently. Yes, Danny, we got that. But look over here. This is the group. Yes, but the group should have been assembled. We understand. But now we're dealing with what is. And here's the group that's here.
I'm picking up with when training camp starts in July on.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Peters' work is done. We'll grade it A through F based on how it all goes down. But from this moment forward, like, who's most important? And I would slide him down the list because there's just not that many moves to be made. I mean, if he has a big trade deadline, he could help out, but that's not really a thing generally in football. Jim's in Bethesda. What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys. Assuming at least a handful of tight games this season, outside of JD, the most important player will be the kicker. So I give you Moody or Stevens.
That's funny, but I don't hate that.
It's actually not as crazy as it sounds.
It's going to, like...
It's going to come back and bite them at some point if they don't have a stable thing.
The top of the heap, the top of the list, obviously a kicker's not important enough to be there, but he's right. There's going to be multiple games decided by the position, and it should be way higher on the list than whatever you were going to put them at naturally. And I've said this already. I have no reason to be anti-Jake Moody, really. I mean, I don't dislike the person, the guy, the kicker, whatever. He was someone who had success enough in college to be a third-round pick. But he has shown no ability to consistently make field goals beyond 50 in the NFL. And I deem that to be a disqualifying element of his game. I think it is a prerequisite to be able to boot the ball routinely from 50 to 58. And that's something that, for better or worse, Drew Stevens has shown he could do as a 4-time All-Big Ten kicker, known for his big, strong leg. He'll be at training camp, and he'll have a chance to compete. Let's go to Donald in Stafford on G&D. What's up, Donald?
Hey, this is Jeff in Stafford, guys. First time caller, long time listener. My name is Jeff, not Donald, but I am in Stafford.
You can understand, though. Jeff and Donald sound a lot alike.
It's very similar. Rolls off the tongue.
One syllable,
very
sounds
similar.
the same.
I can see how he made that. Yeah, my pick is Laramie Tunsil. JD5 is obviously most important guy in the building with this season. And if we can't protect him, we're going to have a repeat. Injuries and whatnot. We need Laramie Tunsil. Plays top game. Keep JD5 upright. Thanks for listening.
So I agree with that, obviously, as anybody should and would. But Jaden Daniels never got hurt standing in the pocket throwing the football because he got hit from the blind side. Not one time. That was not how he got hurt. He got hurt 2 years ago in Carolina, falling forward on a 45-yard run way out of the pocket when he was scrambling. He got hurt against the Seattle Seahawks on an option. He had to throw the football into the end zone, which Dan Quinn, I don't want to say threw him under the bus, but made pretty clear he probably should have thrown at one point in a press conference, and he got hurt out of the pocket running. He hurt his hamstring against the Dallas Cowboys running or trying to break down to move and leave in the pocket, if you remember.
Yep.
Was there another injury? The Packers game. He got hurt. There was a lot of those, by the way. The Packers
Which
game,
injury are you talking about?
He got hurt when he was running in that game and getting tackled. The one other injury that I'm forgetting.
Vikings.
I already talked
The
about
Vikings,
Seattle.
yeah, okay.
The Vikings game, he got hurt throwing an interception, chasing a guy down running, and then he got knocked 11 yards downfield in the air and landed on his elbow. Not one of those injuries I just referenced was him just standing in the pocket where the quarterback throws the football from. Hasn't happened yet. So, yeah, I agree with you. He's got to keep him healthy. But Laramie Tunsil playing really good last year didn't keep him healthy. He got hurt more than anyone I've ever met in my life. More than my kid that we call Bumpy because he's constantly bleeding and getting hurt all the time. So, yes, I want Laramie Tunsil to protect him. Laramie Tunsil can't follow him around the field, just keeping everyone away from him.
I love that. I love the Laramie Tunsil force
Can
field.
you
It'd be a good
imagine?
bit.
Just the Laramie Tunsil force field everywhere he goes, where he's just constantly running all over the place?
So I would quibble with the Cowboys play because he was in the pocket and the rusher was free and he's trying to dodge him, but that's either here nor there. Your point stands.
But it wasn't being hit in the pocket.
Right. He was injured by a free rusher in the pocket. It wasn't like some irresponsible scramble play.
I remember him leaving the gun formation to run.
Because he's going, oh my God, this guy's going to take my head off. I should try to do something. And then his hamstring exploded. But that's neither here nor there. Your point in general stands. That Tunsil plays well, doesn't play well. He still got hurt a million and one times. The fact is, it's important, but I have too much Ty and Secchi in my background to not think you can get away with some stuff here and there. Of course, you're better with Laramie Tunsil for 17 weeks at that left tackle spot than otherwise. But, there's a little bit of get away with it at times where you can manipulate certain things, et cetera. I just feel like there's too many guys on this offense that have to be good for them to be good. If Tunsil's good, the offense, which he was last year, was still very mediocre, right? That's my view. But
so he actually wasn't leaving the pocket on this Dallas play. So I misremembered that. In the Dallas game, he is in shotgun getting tackled. It's a free blitzer. Now, you can make the case he should know that guy's coming and be able to move around and get the ball out or move to his right or something. But free rusher comes, and he's getting tackled by 50. Is that Overshown? Who is that? I don't know. But whoever it is tackling him and kind of rolls up on his leg weirdly. And he loses the ball way up into the air. But yeah, he's grabbing his right hamstring right away. So that was actually one where he did get hit in the pocket. Laramie Tunsil did his job on the play.
I suppose he did, yeah. But that's kind of the point, though, to me.
Free rusher.
I saw Laramie Tunsil play well last year, and the offense is very mediocre, right? I saw what it looks like without Terry McLaurin. That's the drop-off from really good offense to disastrous offense. Not mediocre.
I just got a note here on my Instagram DMs.
You've got mail.
From Jimmy, and he says, Dearest Grant, I love you, but everyone knows the Wizards are going to pick 5th.
Mm-hmm.
They have 0 chance of getting the number 1 pick.
That's right.
And 100% chance of getting the pick that will be the worst one possible. And their odds because of that is what the NBA does to the Wizards. I don't know what that means. So I just want to know how you got this Instagram account and started sending me messages as Jimmy.
My name is not Jimmy. I might as well be. Jimmy's got it. Jimmy has the pulse. Again, everybody that's been through this knows that the Wizards are just primed to be boned in this lottery. They know it.
Countdown is on, baby. 4 days away from finding out when the Wizards are going to pick. In fact, we're under 4 days officially.
That's right.
It's past 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
3 days, 23 hours, 20 minutes, and 24 seconds from them getting the number 1 pick and winning the lottery. AJ DeBonce's season. Let's go. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. Back live from our Navy Yard studios in D.C., Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are ready to give you a double play. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. I'll let you go first, Danny. I will tell you very quickly, though, just to get things moving. My kids got 7 tadpoles that they found at the little creek, and they used the little nets, and they put them in a little tub.
Sure, they use their Brooklyn.
We're doing over a few weeks, we'll get some frogs thing at the house, hopefully. They named them all after members of the Commander's draft class. Sonny and Styles both made it through the night.
Yes. Yes. We got a chance.
Ethan, not so much.
He didn't make the squad.
Ethan did not make the team, if you know what I mean.
Is he on the Heavenly Practice Squad up there? Is that what he's doing?
He's going to be on a practice squad, it looks like.
Yep.
So, and then there were 6. We'll see.
Tough business.
Yeah. Ethan no longer with the rest of the Commanders' picks of tadpoles, if you know what I mean.
Very grim here, so forgive me. Did you just count and there were 6? Or did you see Ethan, belly up, so
we
to speak?
saw them all. Yeah.
Okay.
We just saw
So he got called in the office, had to turn his playbook?
Ethan wasn't quite as active as the other ones.
Yeah.
I will say.
Sleeping.
It is time for Danny's double play.
So I was trying to figure out a good way to do this, and I will just kind of go ahead and do it, because I don't know if there is a good way. You know, one of the things that you, my friend Grant, you're a little bit anxious about when it comes to youth sports, right? You are reasonably, by the way, and this is something I'm conscious of too, is if you do or say anything, oh, there he goes, radio guy bullying people, what a jerk, what a horse's ass.
Yeah.
You know what? I can't believe how annoying he is, right?
The way that it works is the people that already like you won't have any issue. The people that don't like you you're not doing anything different than any other parent, but they will make it about somehow this greater thing about your personality or your life or how you view the world, or it's just that they don't like you already coming in.
Right.
And that becomes a thing. So I don't give them any ammunition. I'm not coaching. I'm not assistant coaching. I'm going to stand there and record my kid and say good job when he gets a hit.
That is probably the better way to do it. And here I am coaching 2 of my 8-year-old son's 3 teams that he's on here this spring. Just trying to help out. I've got a lot of experience coaching. I like to think I'm pretty good at it. And it's something I think is very rewarding. Different tones for different teams, though. For baseball, it's still very developmental, right? Even though they're 8 years old, they're 8 years old on this the flag football team, which I'll get to in a second. It's still very like, I see a decent play by anybody. I recognize the hustle on both teams, or, it's very collegial. All the managers are all kind of in it together. And, despite the fact that I think I annoyed everyone at the draft a couple of months back, wherever that was.
Still one of my favorite stories ever.
Yeah. I think everybody.
By the way, they had a youth baseball draft. Never forget that. Keep going, Danny.
Yeah.
You're it.
Every little league. But
I'm sure.
You should be.
My little league didn't have a draft.
For 5-year-olds, they don't.
No, but the next level up, they didn't.
Yeah, a couple levels up, they do. It'll be fine. You'll have to go through it. You won't have to do anything. You'll just go to the eval day, and then you'll go, you're on the Hufflepuffs, and that'll be that. Anyway, it's ubiquitous, universal. You'll adjust accordingly when you get there. But for flag football, it's a little bit different. I'm not going to say these kids are finished products by any stretch. Again, they're 8 years old, and it's still pretty low stakes, but these games are a little bit more intense maybe than some of the other sports. Just kind of the nature of the sport, right?
Flag football's more intense?
Yeah.
Why is that? I didn't know that.
It's a great question. I don't know why exactly.
And what do you mean by that?
It's more competitive. Again, for
kid level?
Yeah. I mean, for baseball, again, it's like, this is the first year, for example, these kids are ever pitching. So it's like, it's nothing but encouragement. The catcher catches a ball. That's massive.
But football is naturally, we've already been able to run and catch.
Yeah, and it's more intuitive, and it's now very instructional, where it's like, you need to go here at this moment. This is how we're doing it. Just a different sport. But again, the intensity's raised, right? The games are tight, and it's been a lot of fun. Now, we're fortunate enough to have just a wonderful group of kids and parents. And this group has been successful. But again, I'm not telling you we now are going to represent Team USA in the 8U flag football championships or anything like that. But it's a really nice group. It's a good group of kids. The core of this team, they play all their sports together, and it's basically was kindergarten class a few years ago, and we've stayed together, and it's been a lot of fun and really rewarding. Last year, we were fortunate enough to win the championship. We had a nice dinner at Pupatel afterwards, and it was great, right? So we're in the most competitive division, and we're having a nice season too. So we had a game this past Sunday, as we do most Sundays, and I found this out way after the fact. I was the subject of constant chatter, derision, snide comments, everything under the sun from the opposing team's parents throughout the game. For whatever reason, I don't know what the reason is, they picked me out and decided that I was the bad guy and, how dare he and how annoying is he? I don't know what was said. I think a lot of our parents have kind of spared me the specifics, and I'm fine. I don't really need to know them, and it is what it is. I want to say thank you to the parent on our side that finally said, hey, you guys should probably cool it a little bit. And, some words were exchanged and then calmer heads prevailed. So really sincerely appreciate him doing that. But as I texted him about this, I said, this is the point that you made a moment ago, Grant. This is kind of what we encounter. I'm not a victim. I'm fine. But people that decide I'm some sort of thing that I'm not, I'm some on-air bullier because I'm on the radio. I'm like trying to manipulate the outcome of a game, like yelling at the teenage ref. There was a moment in the game, or two, that I think where this escalated the most. Again, unbeknownst to me, as I'm just coaching the kids and trying to line people up and get them in the right
With
spots.
that said, do you regret yelling at the teenage referee?
If I ever did, I would. I had the audacity once, and this is true. I had 2 conversations with the referee. One, how much time is left? Out of curiosity, trying to do some math in my head for substitutions and things.
You know what you did.
Yeah, and I know what I did, the audacity. The second thing I did was I said, hey, real quick, I'm curious about a rule. I thought it was something. Is it not that? It's about if there's a throw behind the line of scrimmage, I thought the rule was the ball has to cross the line of scrimmage for that play to be legal. Is that not true? And he said it wasn't true. So I had that wrong. I'm glad to know that. But again, you could see the audacity of that sort of interaction that I had. So anyway, the thing that you're worried about happening, it's smart that you do it the way that you do it. And again, I'm not upset at anybody. Everything will be fine. I'll go about my day.
It's also easier for me when my kids are so small, too.
Right.
Like, we'll see if I get through age 11 or 12. I think I will. Like, I don't have the bug biting me to coach like you do.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to me, it would be a little bit more, not work is the wrong word. I'd be happy if my kid asked me, can you help me? Can you coach? I wouldn't say no.
Right.
I would just try to be number 3 on the staff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, also, he's got a game tonight. We've never done this. We have a 5:30 game today. I don't know why the Raptors are playing a day game. But
we got a 6 p.m. start.
Last minute, the Raptors got a day game. First time ever. I'm going to miss his game. I said to you yesterday, I'm like, how do you do this? Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Why are we missing our kid's game? We're going to be in the middle of a segment about Corey Lichtensteiger. I don't know.
You got the game changer situation going. You're going to be able to follow that way.
He's just a boy.
Oh,
he's just a kid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully my wife will send me some videos, but she doesn't work a phone or communicate with me in any way. So probably not.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to get in touch with a parent and hopefully get his at bats. But where was I going with that?
You don't want to coach.
Just in general, it's not that I don't want to coach. I don't want to deal with what you're
right.
dealing
Whatever
with.
that is. Yeah.
Hearing one comment makes it not worth it to me.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where it's like, I just want to be a dad, but my kid's playing. That's kind of cool. But everyone's gonna have their own perceptions or whatever. And yeah, like whatever you've dealt with, we've talked about this a lot the last couple of days behind the scenes, where like clearly this has bothered you. It's like not worth it to me. Like it's on your mind a little bit.
Yeah,
and
I wouldn't say I was bothered. It's like it's whenever you find that out, like people you don't like or don't care about said bad things about you. It's just people said bad things about you.
But
So
this
that's
is also
the confrontation.
your rivals. You've said this team is like a rival going back a couple years.
I would say so, but we've had very competitive, spirited games with them, and sort of that's that. But because I'm visible in the sense that I'm on the field as I'm in charge of the defense. You can call me the defensive coordinator, Durante Rouillet over here.
Greg Williams.
But I'm literally going to kids that don't know where to go. I'm saying, okay, Steve, you go here. Peter, you go right there. And this is where you go.
You're coaching.
Hey, watch out for this. And now we play football. Like that. It's just the normal slate of coaching things.
Was the final score lopsided?
It neither here nor there, but it happened to be. But it wasn't a.
But were they mad about that? Like you guys
I don't
weren't
know.
running up the score.
I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
Who know? And again, I'm not going to probe into like trying to justify my own existence. Where it's like, here's why it wasn't that bad. I have no idea. But again, it was the thing. Just wanted to bring it up. Where it's like, all I'm doing is coaching the team and praise it when their kid makes a great play. That's a great pull, young man, great flag pull or great run. Kid scores a touchdown, and I'm getting the defense set up and going, hey man, great catch and throw. It's still youth sports at the end of the day, just encouraging everybody. But because, for whatever reason, this tiny amount of notoriety that you and I have, they decided there's the bad guy right there. So it is what it is.
Parents, youth sports, What could go wrong?
Yeah, we're just fine, right? We're rolling.
Everything's going to work itself out. It just, it feels inevitable, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you just got to come over with me and work the Snack Shack. It's so much more peaceful. Nobody's bothered as you're handing them a corn dog at the Snack Shack.
Well, imagine I screw something up where they ordered burrito, I give them the wrong
That
change.
Rouye guy's got a big head from the radio.
He's so arrogant, he can't even get that right. How stupid is he?
Who you guys play this weekend?
No game this weekend, Mother's Day.
Oh, off for Mother's Day.
Yeah, it's not how I would have scheduled it, to be honest with you. But that's how they scheduled it.
Danny's a little more like, we got to keep, we got to get on the field. We got to keep our appearances, especially if we play those rivals again. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
not at all. I like literally.
I could tell you're like, you're not, the bits aren't hitting. Like, this is not the day for the bits, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not in. You're trying to take it in a different way, so that now there's a quote, and I'm just swatting that aside. I'm giving you a couple Mutombos
I'm
on that
trying to
one.
have a little fun.
No, I get it.
But this is not time for that.
No, it's
And
fun.
I apologize.
Let's have the fun.
Yeah.
I think that can be fun too.
Everyone's having fun. That's all. Let's just have a
Didn't seem like those parents were having that much fun.
that much fun.
They didn't like me or what was happening.
He is the mean coach, Danny Rouye.
Yeah, the mean-spirited guy.
I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We're blitzing next. Like Danny dials up in flag football and annoys the opponents.
Blitzes are illegal.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Twins at Nationals Park tonight. Game 2 of the 3-game set after they dropped the opener yesterday. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Lineup is out. Miles Michaelis will start today. No opener for Michaelis. He comes in today 0-3 with an 8.23 ERA. He'll take on Bailey Ober, who is 3-1 with a 3.55 ERA. Nats and Twins, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Also, the Nationals making a roster move today. They recalled relief pitcher Zach Kent from AAA Rochester. He was claimed off of waivers from the Twins on Sunday. Andre Granillo goes to AAA in a corresponding move. Basketball, Sixers and Knicks tonight, Game 2 at 7 o'clock. New York leads the series 1-0. Joel Embiid going to be out tonight with an ankle and a hip injury. Timberwolves and Spurs at 9:30. Game 2 of that series, Minnesota up 1-0 in the series. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad. They can take care of estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, or probate admin. I just sent my mother-in-law their way this week. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets, so schedule a free consultation with their terrific team today. Mention us, kmlawyers.com. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The Beltway Blitz every day at 4 o'clock.
We're going to begin with the Washington Nationals, please. By God, that's our guy, Mark Zuckerman, Nats Journal, who joins us to talk about the Washington Nationals. Mark, the offense regressing, I think that's normal. I understood that. Pitching is what it is. I can't deal with the fly balls not being caught and the defensive woes that just seem to continue to plague this team, this org, across various administrations. That's the kind of stuff that grinds my gears.
You know who else does that too, Danny, is Blake Butera.
Yeah.
You can tell, like, he hasn't gotten upset at much yet this year. Bad defense definitely gets him ticked off in a way that other stuff doesn't. And I think the feeling is that is stuff that with hard work and preparation can be improved, and we haven't really seen that happen so far. We know this has been a bad defensive team for several years now, and while there have been glimmers along the way that make you think that it's getting better, when you see some of the same mistakes being made over and over, I think that's what upsets them more than anything. And you can only do so much to change your roster in terms of offense or pitching, but if you work hard enough, the belief is at least that you can be a better defensive team. We just haven't seen that yet this year.
So, Mark, on that, I guess I would take a little issue maybe with, look, I love the way this staff has gone about their business. I'm giving Butera an A. I'm giving Taboni an A. What they're doing in the minor leagues is incredible. Best month of hitting at the low levels that I've literally ever seen in the organization. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm all in. But they have a bad defensive team. Like, they don't have good defensive players. C.J. Abrams is never going to be a good defensive shortstop. I like C.J. Abrams a lot. He's a terrific offensive player. If they really cared about defense, Nasim Nunez would be starting at short every day, not at second every day. Now, they are playing Jacob Young, so I'll give them that credit. They are moving James Wood to right where he's more comfortable, so there's some credit there. But, like, Luis Garcia, C.J. Abrams, like, these guys are, I don't care how hard they work, they're not particularly good defensive players. Same with Keibert Ruiz. When you have enough of those guys, you're going to be a bad defensive team.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. They're not. I'm actually watching them take bunting practice right now, defensive bunting practice, and it's not exactly crisp in everything they're doing. You're not going to turn Luis Garcia into a good defensive player. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. I think we all agree that. The CJ and Nas one I think is interesting because, sure, in a perfect world you'd flip flop them and have Nunez at short. I think deep down they would acknowledge that Nunez is the better defensive shortstop. However, there are other factors at play here.
Of course.
And I think the biggest one right now, if they believe that they have any visions of looking at a trade market for C.J. Abrams come July, then in theory, he has much more value as a shortstop.
So let me
than
ask you
second
about
baseman.
that, because I keep telling people that. Like, I get asked this question a lot from listeners or DMs or whatever, and my point has always been, and I don't have a problem with this, the only reason I think they are keeping CJ at short every day, because they're smarter than I am. Like, the first thing you do when you're the Brewers and the Rays and the Royals and the Pirates is you think about run prevention with defense because it's cheap. It's not like they're the first team that doesn't care about that isn't going to spend money and try to do it analytically. I have to imagine the Abrams thing is about his trade value. But I've had people push back and say, well, if the team acquiring him knows he's a bad shortstop, they're probably bringing him in as a second baseman anyway. It's not like there's going to be a team that needs a shortstop really badly that's playoff bound. Those two things are kind of oxymorons. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a fair way to approach it, that other teams are going to do their research. If they're going to give up prospects for a player like C.J. Abrams, they're going to know what they think they're getting. And if in their mind, they see the same stuff that we all do, I think they probably have some questions or concerns about him as a shortstop. I do think also there's something to be said that they believe CJ can be better than he is. I think I got that message from the very beginning when Butera and Taboni took over, that they didn't want to just give up on him as the idea of the shortstop. They think he can be better working with him. And I will say, I think at times he has been better. I don't think he's been awful at shortstop this year. I think it's just noticeable when you have a guy like Nassib Nunez at second with the range and the arm that he has. It's hard not to see that and compare the two and say, wait a minute, why isn't this guy on the other side of the diamond?
Cade Cavalli, I thought was going to have a really good start last night, Mark. We were in the building, and that first inning, 7 pitches, highly efficient, first couple outs of the second, and then VH1 behind the music style, it all came crashing down. What did we learn there from him? I forget, because he's 27 at this point. It's still pretty new for him, pitching at the major league level, and it felt like the avalanche came down.
Yeah, I think what we all have to remember, and I'm guilty of this too, we all fall into this trap, that was his 19th career major league start last night. He has not thrown 90 innings in the big leagues yet. He is a work in progress, and as much as you want to believe that when you see him have back-to-back 10 strikeout games like he had, that's now the new normal, and that's who he's going to be all the time, it's probably not going to be the case, and that there are going to be bumps along the way and regressions here and there. It reminds me in some ways of Mackenzie Gore. He could look great one night. Next time out, it just wasn't there, and it could blow up on him. And I think when you have a young potential ace, you have to live with that. Now, the key to me is you're not going to be at your best all the time. You're not going to have that 10 strikeout stuff all the time. Can you, on those nights when you don't have it, like the case was last night, can you still minimize the damage? He had some bad luck that got him into some trouble last night, but then as that fourth inning played out, he just couldn't end the inning. It kept going, and he was walking guys. You could see it just wasn't the same. That's, to me, the next step in a young pitcher's progression. Can you, on those nights when it's not everything working exactly how you want it, can you find a way just to minimize the damage, prevent yourself from having a 40-pitch inning, and give yourself a chance to go 5 or 6 instead of having to be pulled after 4 like he was last night?
Mark Zuckerman, check him out. He's doing great work, breakdowns after every single game, really, really good journalism on the Nationals, Nats Journal on Substack. We appreciate you, Mark. Thank you, buddy. We'll see you tonight.
You got it. I appreciate you guys.
Yep,
See you, bud.
See you over at the box. There's Mark Zuckerman of Nats fame. Let's keep it moving on the Blitz. Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, on the National Football League. Frank, is Aaron Rodgers to the Cardinals actually a real possibility? Where is this coming from?
Yeah, I don't know. Left field. I mean, you guys are just talking baseball with Mark, who's fantastic, by the way. But yeah, left field is where this is coming from, because I don't know that anybody's corroborated this. I don't know why the Cardinals would even really want this. I don't understand. I don't get it. I just know that it's middle of May, and we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, who's unsigned, and it just feels like this horrible, horrible deja vu back to last year when we were spending a lot of time on the same topic.
Yeah, I believe it was Russ Cole who said something about time in a flat circle and so on and so forth, Frank. In terms of the officiating, a deal now seems imminent. I never bought the hysteria and panic that this wasn't going to happen. This always felt like Dad at the start of the vacation that's already been paid for, threatening to turn the car right around. I always thought this would get done. Where are we at there?
Yeah, it seems like it will, and thankfully so. I know people love to talk, bash the officials, and that's great. Whatever, it's fun. But don't we remember the replacement refs? Do we really not? Because I remember that as just being absolutely unwatchable. So I'm glad that this seems to be heading towards a finish line, and we can start to move forward and not have to worry about the specter of more replacement refs, which totally ruin those games, including the infamous Hail Mary.
I know that the Jets are kind of the butt of jokes frequently or whatever, but it just dawned on me today. I was reading a story on Pro Football Talk about Frank Reich, their OC, calling plays for Geno Smith, who he says is a perfect fit. How on earth is that the plan in 2026?
I mean, the only way I can, and Frank Reich has to say, Geno Smith's a veteran. He's not going to trash him and say, well, yeah, he's
I mean, even Reich, and I'm not trying to kill him, but like they didn't find the up and coming OC. Like he wasn't getting a bunch of calls.
That is the truth. I don't look. One of the key skills a head coach has to have is hiring assistants. Aaron Glenn had to replace 10 of his assistants from his first staff last year. Okay, so that's not really good, not a great start. And, yeah, Frank Reich and Geno Smith together, the plan has just got to be 2027. It just has to be whatever. Let's just get Arch Manning in the building in 2027 and start over because this is going to be a debacle. That's why I didn't understand some of their free agency, a lot of, one-year guys, which I guess is fine, but just do what the Dolphins are doing. Bottom out. Don't improve your roster. Just go to the bottom. Go straight to the bottom. What's the difference between 5-12 and 3-14? Just be terrible. Own it. Go get your quarterback. Then start anew in 2027.
Is San Francisco going to be good?
I think so. They're tough. They're a really tough eval because they're changing a lot. We don't we just think, the 49ers offense is going to be great again. Well, no George Kittle. Brandon Ayuk's gone. Juwan Jennings is gone. Now, they brought in some guys. Obviously, Mike Evans. I thought it was a great signing for many, many reasons. I also don't know if Christian McCaffrey can carry the ball another 700 times or whatever they gave it to him last year, so that's a question mark. And then defense. I don't know if the defense is that much better. But yet, I think they have one of the 5 best coaches in the NFL who should have won Coach of the Year last year without question. And they do still have a very good offensive system. Brock Purdy runs it really well. But they're also in the NFC West, so I can't get them higher than third in that division. I think they're going to be kind of what they were last year, a good, solid football team that doesn't really have a Super Bowl ceiling because their defense isn't good enough. And, we got to see the offense come along, too. I just want to see it. I want to see Mike Evans at age 34 in a new environment. And I want to see George Kittle back on the field before I proclaim him back. So it's a little tough. I think that they take a small step back from last year, but they're still a playoff-level team, just not a championship-quality team.
Frank, thank you as always, buddy. Good catching up.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Yeah, keep up the great work. Check him out on Yahoo. Let's talk local football. Our pal, the terrific Nikki Javala of The Athletic, is with us on the Beltway Blitz. Nikki, it's been about a week since you co-authored the story with Matt Barrows on Brandon Ayuk and the limbo that he's in right now. Is your best guess still that eventually he gets cut and eventually Washington signs him, or are you kind of in the it's up in the air group?
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the mind that it'll eventually happen, certainly not on anybody's timetable, because it does feel like the 49ers at this point are just holding on to him to make a point. And they have every right to do that. But I think at some point, maybe they'll feel like, okay, this is just a team distraction. Let's just move on, because they're gonna pay that dead money no matter what. But he's also got that September bonus due, so I could see it coming before maybe at the end of camp.
But I guess what I'm wondering is, we're all assuming Jaden Daniels is buddy, they have a receiver need, Adam Peters knows him from San Fran. We're all assuming Washington wants to add him if he's available. Do we actually know that? I mean, what if Peters doesn't want anything to do with him, or is there some reporting done where it's like, yeah, when he's available, they like the idea?
Man, thanks for reading my story, Grant. No, but according to my sources, they are interested. But I think there's nuance here, right? We're interested in him becoming like our 1B to Terry's 1A. He'd be great to add to the room if he looks anything like the receiver he did, a couple of years ago. Fantastic. We have some depth. We have another threat out there. But if not, then we don't really lose anything. I mean, they wouldn't give him anything more than like a 1 year highly incentivized deal.
Nikki, when I look at the roster, I see a couple of things where I go, man, I don't know what the plan is there. I think they might be deficient in this spot or that spot, et cetera. What do you think they see? Like, where do you think they don't know yet? And they're hoping for certain things, but maybe don't feel as confident internally at a couple of roster spots?
Probably receiver, to be honest with you. Because I think they did put in the work to remake the defense, but you just got to see how that all shakes out in camp and preseason and to really know kind of where those parts stand. But I mean, receiver, you can look at the roster now and know that they don't have the depth that maybe they should. But part of that is also, we don't really know what Antonio Williams is yet. He can play outside. He actually is pretty good outside. He just didn't play a ton outside in college. He was used primarily in the slot at Clemson, but he's a polished route runner, heck of an athlete. He's really not that small. So I think it's a matter of how they intend to use him. But I think that's one room where you can look at where, on paper, they don't have the depth they want because they know what Diami is, too.
Nikki Javala of The Athletic. Check her work out there. Nikki, what about on the other side of the ball at corner? I'm thinking like Trey Amos. We talked about this earlier. I'm a big Amos guy. I also really like Connerly's upside. So I'm kind of playing a little devil's advocate here. But are we just counting chickens a little bit? Like when I say they got their right tackle for the next 10 years. Jay Gruden comes on the show regularly, and he's like, I haven't seen enough yet from Connerly to feel that way. Amos didn't play a ton, got hurt, and now he's kind of elevated to corner one in a light room, and they're going to count on scheme. How much more do we still need to see from those guys before we're writing in Sharpie what they are exactly?
I think Amos and Connerly are different. I think we did see enough from Amos. When he was healthy, he was probably their most consistent cornerback. And he's looked like a pro since the day he got here. I think Connerly, the most important part was just to see the trajectory and just the progress he made throughout the season. But yeah, you don't know that he's the long-term starter. And I think that's, ultimately why they also wanted to get Laramie locked down on the left side. But yeah, you're hoping that's the case, but you don't know for sure. Not yet.
In terms of the pass rush, is this going to be, are they going to leave guys out on an island every once in a while so you can just win one-on-one because you're highly paid and good? Or do you think it's going to be nothing but exotic blitzes and mugging the A-gap and twists and turns and different things where you might get burned?
Maybe somewhere in the middle. I think this could certainly look more like a Flores defense than a Quinn defense. I like the pieces they added. My uncertainty with that group is, there's still no long-term depth. You still got it. The majority of the guys are on one-year deals or on the final year of the deals. So you got Adafe and Javonte and the rookie who are on, multiple seasons, but that's it. Javon Kinlaw has 2 years left. But it's not really built for the long term. So it's still another, let's see what we have and go from there. But yeah, I like the guys they added. I think they made upgrades there, but you still need to see it in action.
Nikki, we'll end the conversation here. Earlier in the show, we were talking about this, and I want to get your opinion. The player that or person that's most important in the entire building other than Daniels to getting back to the playoffs this year. We both went with coordinators, oddly. I went with Blau. Danny went with Durante Jones. Could be anybody, but other than Daniels, who would you say is most important in the building?
I agree with Blau. I think he is the most important. I'm trying to think. I'm scanning the roster in my head too. Yeah, I would say Blau. Although I guess you could go Durante too, but I would say Blau. Just a first-year coordinator, you really need him to gel quickly with the pieces they have, and it helps, of course, that he has 2 years with this franchise and 2 years with Jaden and Marcus. But you need the offense to get going again, and how he uses the run game, how he develops the younger guys on the roster will be huge, and finding ways to get what still appears to be a relatively thin receiving core to get the most out of them, and that's going to be huge. So I would say Blau for sure.
Nikki, awesome to catch up as always. Talk soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
You got it. Check out Nikki's work in The Athletic. That's your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. With you until 6:15. David Aldridge is stopping by at 5. He, of course, from The Athletic, a Hall of Famer when it comes to covering basketball. Had a great story on the Wizards today. We're 4 days away from figuring out whether or not they are going to get the number 1 pick in the draft. Speaking of hoops, last night, great basketball game was being played in the playoffs. There's a lot of flopping happening. How do we combat that? And I don't just mean in basketball, in sports, period. Next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Twins tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis will make the start tonight for the Nationals. No opener this time around. He's 0-3 with an 8.23 ERA. He'll take on the big righty Bailey Ober for Minnesota, who is 3-1 with a 3.55 ERA. Nats and Twins at 6:45 right here on the Fan. Also in baseball, Astros third baseman Carlos Correa going to be out the rest of the year with a torn tendon in his ankle that's going to require surgery. He'll be out 6 to 8 months. NBA playoffs tonight, Sixers and Knicks, Game 2 at 7 o'clock. New York leads the series 1-0. Joel Embiid out tonight for Philly. Timberwolves and Spurs, Game 2 at 9:30. Minnesota leads the series 1-0. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live in our DC studios, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. You just heard Toby giving you some scores from the NBA postseason, laying the schedule out for tonight. Sixers, Knicks, Wolves, Spurs, a batch of Game 2s all over the place, basketball and hockey. Last night, with the Oklahoma City Thunder pounding the Lakers, home win, 108-90. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just kind of up to his old antics. And I mean by that, pouring in points and scoring 18 in 35 minutes, 8 of 15 from the floor, but also drawing all of the fouls. There are a lot of guys in the NBA that do what he does. Why is the ire so much stronger against him?
He's won the MVP off the back of it, according to some. I don't buy that, brother. I think he's splendid. And
I don't have that animus necessarily when I watch him. Even the sizzle reel that came out yesterday where they're like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, flopping artist. I'm watching and I'm like, he's so fast. He's got that Gilbert Arenas first step. Gil used to do this all the time, and I loved it. He would blow past people. He would contort his body. He was super long at 6'4". He'd get around the cup. And yeah, you have to basically make contact while defending him because of his length, as he could kind of go to the right, go to the left. He could fade away, and he's going to oversell it to get the call. But I don't view him as this villain that everybody else does. I know that's an unpopular take this morning.
Yeah, I mean, people chant free throw merchant or whatever. I mean, that's kind of the negative moniker that's out there about him.
It's gone too far. Does he do some of that? Yes. Is it that different than everybody else? Someone smarter than me could say yes, but I think that's based on amount of shot attempts, times he gets to the rim because he's better than everybody else, how many times he's dribbling in a game versus other guys. Like, I don't think his faders turned up to 11, but he has become the face of this for sure.
He has indeed. And again, Luka goes to the line more. Denny Avdia goes to the line more this year, but that's because he's literally sprinting from the top of the key towards the rim and throwing something up there and hoping it works. So yeah, he gets a lot of contact. But SGA is a perimeter player, 9 free throw attempts per game among the league leaders.
He only had 3 free throws last night. And there were a lot of moments where he didn't get calls, where he would go to the ground or whatever. And I do find that sometimes to be annoying or frustrating, where a guy is looking for a call and he gets up, palms in the air, Jordan against Portland, and he's like, what happened, referee? I didn't get the call. So I understand being annoyed by flopping and looking for calls. I think in general, it is a problem in sports and in basketball. I guess what I'm saying is I think that the disdain for SGA is a little overboard. And even, again, someone put together the montage last night of like, you've got to watch this 2 minutes of SGA being an idiot. And I'm waiting for like the crazy, terrible flop.
Yeah, it's not LeBron pretending that he got punched in the face and flying across the court when no one touched him.
Way worse to me.
Yeah.
LeBron, every single time someone is like swatting near his face, he's rolling over 11 times and checking for blood, and he's taking out his contacts, and he's like committing to the bit. The next day he's going to an appointment with an eye doctor, and he's removing one of his eyeballs and have another one put in. Like, he goes to the end of the earth with this stuff.
That's right.
I don't see that from SGA.
Yeah, he's like the magician in The Prestige, just never stopping it. Yeah, I mean, but to say that SGA looks to draw fouls, I think is correct. It's part of his game, but because he's not a lethal knockdown 3-point shooter consistently.
That's what it is.
That's kind of the extra element where he's able to pick up those points. And guys, now if you're going to score in the upper 20s a game and not have the 3-point shot be part of it, you're either Michael Jordan historically, who's getting clothesline every time he dared go in the paint, or you're SGA getting guys with hezzy moves and pump fakes and beating guys to spots and forcing them to be in bad positions to get some of those free throws. So again, I have no problem with it. There's a million ways to skin a cat. The way he does it is MVP worthy as far as I'm concerned. It's not as aesthetically pleasing as free-flowing, open, beautiful basketball, but Oklahoma City is a championship contender once again with him right at the helm of it.
I think he's a slasher at a time where everyone stands and shoots. And so it does look different. Yeah. It is jarring. But I think some of the venom toward him or the animus toward him is actually more about like his style of play. I mentioned Gilbert Arenas. There were back-to-back seasons when Gil averaged 10 free throws per game.
Yep.
10. SGA has never averaged 10 free throws. I guess 1 year he had 11. This was like 5 years ago. But the last 3 years, as this has become a thing, 8.7, 8.8, 9.0. Gilbert exceeded that. And I've just kind of came up with this while I was watching. Like he reminds me a little bit of, because it's that first step quickness. He's bigger. The whole league is bigger. Gil was listed 6'4" at that time for a point guard. He was like super long, super big. That was crazy. Now, Gil just is ball dominant in 6'6", but I actually think the comp works where it's like he's just slippery, he gets to the cup, he looks for, seeks out contact. It's a skill. So I don't have the same anger, but I do think it's a problem in sports generally. When I watch soccer, as an example, the amount of my buddies who get into European soccer and have tried to get me to convert, and I just can't do it. I love the World Cup, and this is a huge problem in the World Cup. I have a few of them. But the thing that will always keep me from legitimately caring about soccer at a high level, more than anything else, is the flopping. It's the diving on the ground, the acting like you're dead, the rolling around, the trying to win the Oscar like you're Daniel Day-Lewis. It is ubiquitous in the sport, and it is just baked in. People don't have a problem with it. They don't really care that much about it. I hate that. I think the worst sport after that is basketball, clearly. Because you see it with the stars, you see it both with guys like SGA trying to get a foul call, but also the LeBron version of flopping, as we covered, is just worse to me. That's not the, oh, you fouled me, ouch, ouch, you're on my toe. That is the, like, check my face, still not bleeding.
Yeah, I'm a hero for overcoming this, even though now we have enough video to prove that you're flopping and faking. And I want a flagrant on that guy. I want a flagrant 7 on that guy. Right. We need the league to meet together. Yeah, I mean, you go back to 2006, Italy won the World Cup, quite literally doing that as part of like a baked-in strategy. You get that penalty kick. It's the most outsized bit of importance in a game, just talking about soccer specifically for a moment, where a goal is different than a basket. A goal is it's the equivalent of 4 touchdowns basically in the NFL. It is the most outsized bit of importance in a game where scoring is at a premium. If you get that penalty kick, it's converted at an 80% or better rate. It's a gift. It's the most important thing. Further, you get a serious penalty called on the other person, non-penalty kick. A yellow card changes the way that person has to play. God willing, if you do it correctly, you get a red card. Now they're playing down a man, not for a power play, but for the duration of the game.
The unwillingness in soccer to like fight through contact is just a major turnoff. So you just see it coming. It's like if someone's riding a guy down the field or whatever, they're like pressing up against his back, and the goal is he's got his back to the goal and he's got to make a move. You just know he's about to fall over and try to draw the whistle, and he will get the whistle every single time. It's infuriating to me.
Yep.
Basketball has its problem with this for sure. I don't see a lot of it in other sports, though.
Hard to do. Like, when are you going to do that in baseball? There's not really an opportunity, right?
No, I mean, what's the baseball equivalent or comp? Would it be like when a guy like Ronald Acuna annoys me to no end when he gets an inside pitch right off the plate and he like throws his bat up in the air, he like falls way back from the box. He's like, dude, you almost hit me. Like, what are we doing here? That kind of deal.
Yep. I guess that'd be the closest.
I think that's a little bit of what I'm talking about.
Like, remember the Red Sox Yankees when it started to escalate? A pitch was over the plate but high, and Manny Ramirez like used the opportunity to charge the mound and like point at Clemens or whoever was doing it. It's like, not that one. They threw at A-Rod. They didn't throw at you. That ball was just up. But yeah, I guess that'd be the closest. But again, I think it's hard to replicate. In football, you see it when two guys are going at it, jawing after the whistle, extracurricular, very soft contact, or like a, hey, get out of my face, and the guy goes flying, hoping for that penalty. That's more rare, though. This is baked into a free-flowing action game. To me, the NBA has a problem with this.
Hockey, we haven't really addressed. And they do the penalty for embellishment. You never see it, though. That's one of my problems. They don't call it enough. But Crosby finally got one in the postseason this year, where they sent both guys off.
Oh, that's great.
A lot of times they'll do that. They will still call the penalty, which was happening to a very limited extent. But then the player that embellishes to make you call it, they will send off with him. And now we're skating 4-on-4. The penalty for embellishment needs to be called more, but the fact that hockey at least has that and penalizes you and it's significant, I think has helped.
It's the beginning, at least the threat of that. The flop, because you're incentivized to do so, you need to take that incentive away and then some. I don't know the mechanism. I don't know how to do it. I don't know exactly what that is, okay? But here's what I know. And I'm picking on LeBron because he's been doing this for 21 years. When he does it and pretends, and we got to have trainers come out and he's checking his face and no one touched him in the face, and there's no elbow that went there and there's no problem.
Laying lifeless.
There needs to be some mechanism. I don't want more reviews because there's too many challenges, too many things on minutia for NBA games where we're stopping too much as it is. But there's got to be something. Eye in the sky, whatever, right? The league buzzes down to the official and they go, technical foul. We'll stop whatever we're doing. Technical foul, other team gets 2 shots and the basketball, and that counts also towards your personal fouls. I would start there, and if it doesn't stop there, I would escalate that. You accumulate 2 or 3 of these, Rasheed Wallace rule, you get enough technicals, and you get suspended for games or 2. They need to go to that place. This is really, really unhealthy for basketball because what happens in the regular season, it's hard to guard guys 40 feet from the basket because everyone shoots from a million miles away and play the kind of defense that you're going to see in the postseason where there is legitimate contact. If everything's a foul, then nothing's a foul, right? We need to be able to discern. So when someone goes to the basket and gets clobbered and is actually looking for a call, I'd believe you, boy who cried wolf, if you weren't initiating contact, throwing your arms in the air and hoping for something after 9,000 shot fakes and kicking your leg out in a weird, awkward way. It's too hard to officiate. These guys are too big, too strong, too fast. There's no way to do it properly. If you take away that incentive, which is still right now way worth the risk, that's the where I would begin.
If you guys want to chime in, you can. 800-636-1067. I get it. I see that he falls on the floor a lot. I see that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to the line occasionally, and there are games where he goes to the line a lot, but I don't necessarily have the same issue with his style of play. I like the slashing, the getting to the rim, the seeking out contact. No problem with it. Maybe it's because I grew up on Gilbert Arenas, living that way. I care so much more about the fake, like the Draymond, LeBron antics, where like 2 dudes are nose to nose and someone goes to tap someone in the face and you fall down and you roll around. To me, that's so much more embarrassing and a bigger issue. Also want to get into the strength of schedule for the teams in the NFC East. You would think because the Commanders last year were so bad and were right there at the bottom of the division with the Giants that they would have the easiest strength of schedule in the division. Is that actually the case? Next on Grant and Danny.
to 5-0 in this postseason. Sweeping the Suns, and they've got game one on the Lakers. 18-point win in OKC for the Cavs.
Mike Tirico on NBC last night. Thunder hang 108 on the Lake Show. We'll get back into Shai Gilgeous-Alexander being a lightning rod for his style of play, how often he falls on the floor. People don't like him looking for fouls. We'll talk about flopping in just a second. I had mentioned, though, that I saw some numbers on strength of schedule in the NFC East, so I'll pass this along, Danny. You would think that just based on how the clubs finished last year, you have a pretty good idea of who has the hardest schedule and who doesn't. The Eagles play a first-place schedule. They play against more teams that finished in first. They'll have the toughest schedule. Doesn't really work out that way, though, does it? This season, the Philadelphia Eagles have the 7th easiest schedule in the NFL as of right now.
Isn't that fun?
Based on strength of schedule.
Yay.
The Giants have the 24th easiest schedule, which is another way of saying they have the 8th hardest schedule.
Yeah, top 10 hard one, yeah.
The Commanders have the 25th easiest schedule, which is another way of saying the 7th hardest schedule. And then the Cowboys have the 29th easiest schedule, which is another way of saying the 4th hardest schedule this year. So the Eagles and then 3 other teams all jumbled up together, basically very similarly have tough schedules. How is this a thing?
Crazy to me. I think if you get, I don't know who their opponents are that aren't different. I haven't gone down and like actually written everything down yet, but in terms of common opponents, but maybe the second place team or the playoff team that you're playing from, say, the AFC South, they got the Panthers, who are 8-9. You know what I mean? Like that's your soft underbelly.
But you would think Washington getting a 4th place team, you know, in that division,
maybe that much worse, yeah,
would be harder than that. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones play the ones, the 4 plays the 4. Now, yes, there are a couple of non-common opponents, and obviously Philly worked out pretty easily there, I would say. But as if they didn't need something else to help them after a strong early draft, including Eli Stowers, who I think is going to be a big-time weapon for them.
So I'm looking at, just sort of, again, trying to do some quick and dirty math to talk about it. The Falcons were 8-9, so were the Panthers. They won some tiebreak. I think the Falcons finished 3rd. And for the millionth straight year, Washington will play Atlanta. It seems like. I don't know who I'd rather play among those two teams, but there's kind of your explanation. Like, how much better is Carolina than Atlanta really? Normally, you're in first place. It's the Broncos were 7 games better than the Chiefs last year, and you end up with the Chiefs if you're playing the AFC West. This is both teams are 8-9. I think the Falcons had a better point differential.
But even that's a weird example because they didn't have a good team in the NFC South. You know what I'm saying? Like, there isn't a good number one. Just typically, if you're playing the NFC North as an example, you've got to play the best team that won the thing, and Washington's got to play the crap team that didn't make the playoffs. But in case you're curious, this is via Sharp Football and Warren Sharp. 5 easiest strength of schedule this coming year. The Lions, good chance for a bounce back maybe. The Saints, trying to grow in what is year 2 for them with their coaching staff. The Bengals, 3rd. You know, I'm high on Cincinnati getting back to the playoffs. Helped their defense out a lot this offseason. The Browns are 4th, and the Jets are 5th. 2 terrible teams who are going to be playing really easy schedules. The 5 hardest schedules in football, the Rams, who everybody thinks are a Super Bowl contender and favorite, the Cowboys, the Panthers, who I am selling stock on right now, won the division at 8-9. Dave Canales needs to add another win or two. Probably.
I think they hit their ceiling.
They are 30th out of 32 teams in strength of schedule. The Dolphins, who are starting a rebuild, that will not be fun. And then the Cardinals. The Cardinals, who might be the worst team in the league or considered one of them. Their starting quarterback right now is like Jacoby Brissett, who doesn't want to be there. And he's not going to be there probably in week 1. They're trying to lure Aaron Rodgers in. They have the hardest schedule in football.
Yeah, playing that NFC West will do that. Just to get started, you got 6 games against teams that were 10 games better than you.
Let's go to Derek in DC. Wants to hop in. We were talking about flopping in sport. What's up, Derek? You're on Grant and Danny.
First time caller.
Appreciate you, bud.
I feel about basketball the way that you guys, or the way that you feel about soccer. I feel the same way about soccer also. It's infuriating. It makes it hard for me to watch the games. And, and you brought up the NHL, and I'm an NHL guy. Look at Ovi. He played in all 82 games this year. He broke his leg last year and came back after 6 weeks. And those guys are on skates. I mean, there's much more opportunity for them to be flopping. Granted, you get guys like Crosby and stuff like that flop a little bit more than others. But in basketball, I mean, LeBron, the salesmanship, it's almost impossible to watch right now.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, I'm with you. It is a turnoff. It's one of the issues a lot of people have with basketball. I've got others that aren't that, to be honest. But if you're asking me on a binary, when I watch a game and I see flopping, does it make me less interested in continuing to watch? The answer is yes.
Yeah,
There's no doubt.
In terms of the on-court product, it's the worst thing going. I think it's a bigger problem than tanking, personally. People just can't understand that.
Way bigger problem than tanking.
But that's more of an off-court spilling on court. In terms of watching a basketball game, to me, it's the largest turnoff we've got when nobody touched you, no one bothered you, and you turn around and scream like they cut you with a knife, like you're in the Michael Jackson Bad video.
The lack of investment, energy, care, seeming intensity, want to be there night to night in the NBA is the biggest problem. And people will say if not for tanking, that wouldn't be the case. And I just don't agree with that. They're eventually going to play fewer than 82 games by a bunch, and the league will be in a better place at that point. But that to me is a larger issue than any of the other stuff. But yeah, I just think in the case of SGA, I think it's more bark than bite. He falls down trying to get a foul, and everyone's like, "It's him again! He's doing it!" And they're sending me the videos yesterday, and I'm like, okay, he went to the hole and tried to draw contact. Show me the one where the guy was yelling at someone after the play and got shoved and then fell head over heels like a cartoon character. That's the one everyone should be annoyed by.
Yeah, so he tries to. There's one play that everyone's passing around where he tries to initiate contact, doesn't get the call. I agree with that, by the way. Should have been a no call.
Correct.
Leads to a LeBron James dunk. Okay.
You got.
Right. That's not a flop. You know what I mean? The flop is I wasn't touched and I go down like I've been, again, like I've just lost 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh my God, I'm so hurt, I'm injured. That's the flopping, when there's no contact.
That was his first call ever to the show, by the way. We gave him the obligatory mid-sentence Mike Tirico moment that we give everyone.
Is that the standard?
When they call in for the first time. They say, I'm new to the show, and then you just hear
Mike Tirico,
half of a sentence of Mike Tirico talking in a previous broadcast. So I'm glad we could usher him into the program the way that we often do on the Grant and Danny radio program.
Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
That sounds good, but I like the half sentence of Tirico.
I don't know. That Tirico half sentence out of context has something.
David Aldridge, a Hall of Famer, joins us next on G&D.
Shot clock is off.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The Nationals getting set for Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Twins at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Miles Michaelis will make the start for the Nationals. No opener this time around for Michaelis. He is 0-3 with an 8.23 ERA. He'll take on Bailey Ober, who is 3-1 with a 3.55 ERA. Nats and Twins, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. Canadiens and Sabres. Game 1 of that series at 7 o'clock. Game 2 for the Ducks and the Golden Knights at 9:30. Vegas up 1-0 in that series. NBA. Sixers and Knicks. Game 2 at 7 o'clock. New York leads the series 1-0. The Sixers going to be without Joel Embiid tonight. Timberwolves and Spurs to follow. Game 2 at 9:30. Minnesota leads 1-0 in that series. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They can help you with so much. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, don't laugh at me, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. After 13 years, still no chemistry. I'm doing great.
We'll figure each other out.
Yeah, one of these days I'll know when it's my turn. Golly. So embarrassing. Can we call David Aldridge back and not just pretend that didn't happen and start over?
He's a Hall of Famer for
He had to
God's sake.
hear that.
I like to put on a good front when David Aldridge joins us.
You okay? I did step on you there.
It's like company coming over. I want to clean the house a little bit.
What about throwing a pile of garbage in the living room? You want to do that?
Put on a nice shirt for
Unbelievable.
DA. And here we are. We're just answering the door with no pants on.
Sorry you had to hear that, David. That was tough.
David, wow.
It's all good. It's all good.
A Hall of Famer like yourself deserves more.
All good, gentlemen. All good.
Great to chat with you. The story David wrote today in The Athletic, you should check out with Josh Robbins, the two of them together.
Yep.
Wizards hope their luck changes for better in this year's NBA draft lottery. So, DA, why don't we start right there? We began our show with this conversation. What is at stake for them? How big of a deal would winning this thing be as opposed to the worst case scenario and what would lie ahead in that situation?
Well, I would say that it's pretty important, right? I mean, they have frankly tanked the last 3 years with an eye towards the 2025 draft and the 2026 draft. Those were the two drafts that they said, hey, that's where we can really get our young star player to build around, right? You look at the playoffs, you look all in the Eastern Conference, Western Conference, almost every team, not every team, but almost every team has a young guy that they drafted high because they tanked, the year before. And they got the lottery balls to go the right way, and Cade Cunningham went to Detroit, and their whole thing turned around, right? They literally lost 28 games in a row 2 years ago. They set an NBA record. They lost 28 straight games 2 years ago, and now they're a 60-win team and the number one seed in the East because of Cade Cunningham. And now they got other guys who have helped them a lot, who are parts of it, but they're a playoff team and a contending team because Cade Cunningham was worth taking number one in the draft a few years ago. He was that good, and he's proven that he's that good. And you need one of those guys. Now, there are different ways to build teams. I'm not saying this is the only way. But right now in the NBA, when nobody of consequence ever hits free agency anymore because everybody just keeps signing extensions with the team that they're at, or a guy like Giannis makes a trade demand and says, I only want to go to 3 teams, which cuts out 27 other teams from having any chance of getting a guy that good. The best way to get a great young player to build around is in the draft.
And the best way to get one of those young guys is to be at the top of the lottery. It doesn't mean that nobody good ever gets drafted after 3 or 4. Of course, we all know Jokic went in the second round. Oh, got it. If teams thought, hey, we can just wait until the 41st pick in the draft and we'll get a franchise player there, that's what they would do. That is such a 1 in a billion shot. The best player in the world was taken with the 41st pick in the draft. That just doesn't happen, right? So it's important for the Wizards to get some lottery luck. They didn't get any last year, obviously. And so next year's draft there'll be somebody good coming out of the draft. There's always somebody good comes out of every draft. But it's not viewed as a draft that's nearly as good with talent at the top as this year's draft is and as last year's draft was.
David, from a fan base, from an organizational, take us seriously kind of perspective, what would the number one overall pick do? I mean, because we're on life support now. There's like 11 of us that are invested in Wizards outcomes on a nightly basis. What would that do for this fan base in terms of energy, the organization to kind of have this plan come to fruition? And then conversely, what would the number 5 pick do?
Well, I'll start with 5. I mean, I think people will be disappointed and go, wow, this is terrible. They never get the first pick. I will just say this. In this year's draft, and this is why they tanked so hard this year and made sure they had the worst record in the league, they can only fall to 5. They can't fall further than 5. That's the lowest pick that they can get. Even if the worst thing happens and they pick 5, there's still a chance that the person they pick at 5 is going to be a really good player. Right? Like a really, really good player for a long time. Now, will they be a superstar? I don't know, but they won't. The chances of them being a bust are not very high, I don't think, in this year's draft. That's how good the first 6 or 7 picks should be in this draft. They should all hit. I mean, I just don't know how they don't all hit, and at the very least be very good players. Now, if you get 1, look, I mean, it's no different. Again, Detroit, terrible team, drafted Cade Cunningham. Now they're a good team. Orlando, I know Orlando just fired their coach, but they were terrible. They were terrible. And they tanked, and they got Paolo Banchero first, and now they're a playoff team. Like, that changes everything when you get a guy that good. And this draft, again, we don't know for sure, but whether it's DeBancer or Peterson, who are generally considered the top 2 guys in this draft, Minnesota's a joke of a franchise. They were horrendous. They drafted Anthony Edwards first overall, and they've been to 2 straight conference finals and have a real good chance of going to another one. Like, you got to have that guy. It just changes everything. You get on national TV. You win games. You beat good teams. And then players on other teams go, hey, wait, that guy's pretty good. That DeBancer kid's pretty good. That Peterson kid's pretty good. I might want to go play with them in 2 years when my contract's up. And now you're the team that gets to trade for the superstar player instead of the 3 teams that Giannis wants to go to that never, ever, ever include the Wizards, right? By merit, because they haven't earned it. But when you start winning games, then people around the league start taking you a little more seriously.
David, I'm going to ask you a dumb question here. Because I think I know how you see this, and I probably see it the same way you do. But I just want to hear your response to it. The Wizards fans who talk a lot about the history of the lottery and that they always get got. We never mentioned the John Wall year for whatever reason. Those people just say that it never works out for us, right? And the idea of the NBA and who wins and the years they do and they don't. What's your larger take just on, I don't even mean the conspiracies, but just the thoughts on the lottery and teams like the Wizards seemingly not having their number come up?
Well, I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. I think it is kind of, I don't know, theater, right? The theater of we never get a break and our team never gets a guy, and that's what fans think all the time. I do think, though, Grant, that I've written this. I don't think the league understands how really upset people were that Dallas got Cooper flagged. I don't think they understand it. They just go, well, that's how the ball bounces, and it just bounced their way. That's true. I'm not in any way suggesting it was rigged last year. I'm not. I just think that's insane. to accuse people of felonies with no evidence. But the fact that Dallas, which was in the finals a year ago,
Yep.
and engaged in one of the most incomprehensible trades in recent history, right? Like they just traded one of the best players in the world and didn't get a whole lot back, all due respect to Anthony Davis. If they thought he was worth it, they wouldn't have traded him to the Wizards, right? And so, and then they're just handed the next great young player, Cooper Flagg. And people whose teams lose on purpose so that they can get in the lottery go, well, wait a minute, how come my team never gets a great young player? And it's not just Washington, it's Utah, it's Indiana, it's Brooklyn. I didn't realize this. Utah has never moved up. Never. They've never moved up in the lottery. They've been in the lottery 11 times, and they've never moved up. If I was a Jazz fan, I would go, what is going on here, right? And so that, to me, I get that people think tanking is corrosive and it's terrible for the league and it's a bad look the teams are trying to lose. I think it's just as damaging when entire fan bases go, well, we're never going to get a good player. They're never going to let us have a good player.
Yep.
I think that's something you got to look at if you're the league and go, well, wait a minute. And this is why I'm advocating, like, maybe we need to look at the lottery and the draft again because it's not doing what it's supposed to do. Like, you look at the NFL. The Raiders tanked their hearts out. I would say other things, but it's a family radio show. They tanked. And they got Fernando Mendoza for tanking. And nobody says a word. Nobody says, the NFL's rigged and this is awful. Everybody goes, yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. The worst team gets the chance of the best player coming out of the draft. What's wrong with that? Nothing's wrong with that is the answer. And so, if the NBA went back to the style that the NFL still uses, which is the worst team gets the first pick, then Utah would have gotten Cooper Flagg, and the Wizards would have gotten Dylan Harper. And guess what? Neither of those teams would be tanking now. They'd be like, oh, we got our young superstar to build around, which is the whole point.
Yeah, it's almost like it's why drafts were invented, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think the league understands that this is a problem, and it has to take a serious look at how it allocates young players through a process that nobody begrudges San Antonio. They're a great franchise. They've been a model franchise. They've won 5 championships. They've done everything right to keep that team viable and relevant in the NBA. They got Victor Wembanyama, Stephon Castle, and Dylan Harper in 3 years.
Yep.
They went 1-4-2. And people go, well, wait a minute, they got Wemby. Do they have to have Dylan Harper too? So that's where people are like, there's a kind of pooling of talent in 1 or 2 or 3 places where when there's 5 or 6 other franchises, they're going, we got nothing. What about us? And so I think they got to look at that.
Great David Aldridge with us here on G&D. Yeah, you said it, DA. That's 50 years or 46 years of my that's how long I've been alive. No 50-win seasons. When is my 3 consecutive years with Wemby when we have 7 of the 10 ping pong balls? But just to this, back to this Wizards org kind of specifically here. Going back to that, if they don't get that number 1, number 2, number 3, even if it's 4 or 5. What the naysayers are going to say, right? Like who they don't remember all the losing for no purpose, the losing for this purpose. It won't come to fruition, and it won't bear the same kind of fruit. Will that kind of toxicity be much louder? And kind of what do you anticipate there in terms of whether it's the fan base, different reactions, kind of getting to the org? What do you think about that part?
I know. I say this. I know this, Danny. These guys are not going to be. They're not going to make decisions based off of fan anger or disappointment or anything. These guys are locked into this is how they're going to build this team, and they're clear-eyed about it, and they're sober as a judge about it. They are not going to. They're not going to go, wow, we got to do something now. Like, no, that's not how these guys roll. You can disagree with that or not like it, but I'm telling you, they're not going to flinch. They're going to build through the draft until they hit on a star player. And that's why it matters. This year matters. At 4 or 5, you're talking about Acuff, you're talking about Vogler, you're talking about Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. And again, I do not think those are bad picks. Okay, those are not bad picks. Those guys can play. Okay, now there's some roster kind of overlap, but when you're drafting top 5, I do not care about roster overlap. You take the talent. The whole point of being that bad is to take the most talented guys that you can get your hands on, right? And so I think, some people will be disappointed to be sure, but just don't take my word for it. Just look at Darius Acuff highlights. Look at Keaton Vogler highlights. Those guys are good, okay? And Keaton Vogler was a nobody on the board. Nobody knew who this kid was. And he took Illinois, which has not been a powerhouse team, to the Final Four, okay? Like he scored 46 at Purdue, okay? Like that's not easy to do. He can play. Acuff, first-team All-American. He can play. And again, I wrote in the story, John Calipari has been pretty successful in college at developing guards who play in the NBA. He developed a guy named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander that's pretty good last time I checked. He's a pretty good player. And John Wall is a pretty good player. And Derrick Rose is a pretty good player. And Tyrese Maxey was a pretty good player. And Devin Booker was a pretty good player. And Jamal Murray is a pretty good player. He develops NBA guards. Not good ones, great ones. Okay? And he says Darius Acuff is as good as any of those guys. Then guess what? I'm going to take a real hard look at drafting Darius Acuff if I'm sitting there at 5. So I don't think people should be a little more discerning. I get it though. I get it because you're like, it should, one. But to Grant's point, they did get one twice. They got John Wall, who was great until he got hurt, and they got Kwame Brown, who wasn't great but wasn't as bad as people make him out to be, and played 12 years in the NBA. They weren't all here, but he was good enough that they got Caron Butler for him in a trade. And Caron Butler was pretty damn good when he was here. So come on. Like you get drafting a guy 1 does have a benefit. And sometimes it's for you and sometimes it's for somebody else that you get in return for him.
The piece is terrific. It's on the upcoming draft lottery and the draft. It's worth reading in The Athletic. Real quick, if I could pivot to the future with the veterans and what they've done in the last year. So coach me up on this. I'm kind of out on this Anthony Davis thing. Like, I get it. His timeline and their timeline might not be the same. They might have been a perfect fit in another multiverse, but he's ready to get married and they want to keep going out to the club or whatever, right? So he's saying, I'd love to be on a contender, but by the way, this team can't contend next year. He's saying it as bluntly as he can while trying to be really nice and complimenting the GM and how fun everybody is and he loves the kids.
Right.
But he clearly does not want to play here next year. Why not just trade him? Like, why are we going to keep doing this?
A couple reasons. Number one, I don't think Anthony Davis is the only player in the NBA who isn't thrilled where he is. But
there's a couple of those guys.
Very unique distinction, yeah.
Yeah, at their kind of end of season availability for media, he was there, and I said, "Do you want to be here next year?" He said, "Well, I'm under contract," and that was not yes, I want to be here, but it was if I don't have any choice, I can't hold out. So here's what I think happens with Anthony Davis. I think the Wizards have already had multiple conversations with him. And I think what they say is 2 things. Number one, you want an extension. Okay. You want an extension. The only team that can give you an extension is us. Nobody else can give you an extension. Nobody else will have the cap room or the inclination, even if they create the cap room, to give you an extension. We're the only team that can give it to you. So if you ball out next season and play like Anthony Davis again, we can talk about an extension. And if you come to us after next season and say, you know what, I really just want to be somewhere else, we can trade you. But you have to play well for us for a year to make that happen. Whatever it is that you want, Anthony Davis, it requires you to play well for the Washington Wizards next season. And if you do that, then we can talk about getting you out of here after a year, but you have to play well for us next year and give us a chance to get to the playoffs. And just give us a year. And if you don't like playing with AJ DeBansa or Darren Peterson or Cameron Boozer or Caleb Wilson or Keaton Vogler or Darius Acuff, you just don't want to play with them? Okay, we'll get you out of here. Why don't you play with them for a year and see how you feel after a year? And I think that's what adults do. Like, you have adult conversations about hard things, and you say, look, work with us here. Just work with us. Be a good leader for the young guys. Show them how to be a pro. Give them all the tips that you've learned over 10 years, and play well for us. And then we'll see about what happens afterwards. But we can't do anything. We're not going to trade you now for nothing just because you're not happy here. Just give us a year, and then we'll figure something out. But you got to play good. So play good next year, and then we'll talk. And I think that's where they are. I don't have any evidence, but knowing these guys the way I do, I think that's the conversation they've had.
DM, you're the best, buddy. I always appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
There's David Aldridge. Check out his work in The Athletic. We're 4 days away. Sunday, 3 o'clock, we'll have special coverage on The Fan of the draft lottery, the biggest day for the Wizards since their series with the Celtics in the playoffs to get to the conference final, which was coming up on 9 years ago in May of 2017. I think May 9th, I saw today, something like that. Maybe May 15th is when that series ended. But it was going on right now, 9 years ago.
God, what a slightly different time, I would say. You think? Just different chapters in this history.
Just a tad. Next, a projection on passing yards for Jaden Daniels in 2026. Where does he rank among NFL quarterbacks? That from ESPN. That's next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Twins tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch, 6:15 Nats on deck with Charlie and Dave right here on The Fan. Miles Michaelis set to start for the Nationals. He's 0-3 with an 8.23 ERA. He'll take on Bailey Ober, who is 3-1 with a 3.55 ERA. Nationals also making a roster move. They recalled relief pitcher Zach Kent from AAA. Kent was claimed off waivers from the Twins on Sunday. They've sent Andre Granillo back to AAA Rochester. NBA playoffs tonight. Sixers and Knicks. Game 2 at 7 o'clock. New York leads the series 1-0. No Joel Embiid tonight for Philadelphia. Timberwolves and Spurs. Game 2 at 9:30. Minnesota leads that series 1-0. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Commander's just going to go with 1:14 to go. It's Daniels, pressured, floating one for the corner. Deebo Samuel, he's got it. That's the exclamation point.
I got to assume that was the Chargers game, the awesome throw that he made in that LA game when he looked like 2024 Jaden Daniels, just turning the clocks back. On Fox, that was your A crew. I mean, you got Tom Brady chuckling like, this dude's good. That's a good place to be. That might have been when Tom got smitten and his eyes lit up that he wanted him in the flag football thing.
Now I'm going to recruit him for it, yeah.
Welcoming you back on The Fan. He wanted to, let's make sure that we get him. If he could do that, I want him on my flag football operation. So ESPN did an exercise. It was Mike Clay who projected passing leaders this year in the NFL. And oddly, I don't know if maybe just for over-unders, this is how you have to do it. The numbers are actually super low because there was a time when a lot of guys threw for 4,000 yards. Weirdly, that's not really the case anymore. I think you've got more running backs that are dual threats. So instead of just rushing for, 100 yards and throwing for 4,300, you get a lot of guys that throw for, 34, 3,500 and run for 6, 700, something like that. But Matt Stafford at 4,700 high water mark last year. Jared Goff, who wouldn't run if you told him there was a fire next to him, 4,500 yards. Dak Prescott, same. Drake May, 4,394. And Sam Darnold and Trevor Lawrence both narrowly over 4,000, not at 4,100. But that was the list last year. Stafford, Goff, Prescott, 1, 2, 3. May, Darnold, Lawrence, 4, 5, 6 in terms of passing yards, all over 4,000. So this exercise for ESPN was a projection of who's going to lead the NFL in passing yards this coming year.
So to your point, real quick, just pick 10 years ago, nice round number. There were 13 4,000-yard passers. There were 3 other guys that missed a game but were in the 3,900 range. Last year, there were 6.
So there could have been 15, 16. Instead, there were 6 10 years later. I think that works with what we're seeing, which is teams are implementing safety, playing over the top, not giving up the home run
You
ball,
ain't beating us deep.
making you either take the 4-5 at a time into short passing game, check down game, or run the football, which we've seen the last couple of years come back.
Better starting field position with the kickoffs. You add all that up, it's these little 5 yards, 10 yards, 7 yards, whatever. That chips away at the yardage totals.
That's a really smart point, too. When you're 1st and 10 from your own 21 on average, that's very, very different than 1st and 10 from your own 32. You know what I mean? That's just every drive is 11 yards fewer, and there's not as many yards to be had, obviously. So those are some of the reasons for that, for sure. But I find it interesting that Mike Clay of ESPN, who did this ranking of the top 10 passing yards leaders in the NFL, and Jaden Daniels shows up on this, which I like, has the yards pretty low. He's got a total of 5 guys over 4,000, fewer than last year. He's got nobody over 4,284, which is Brock Purdy at number 1. So I guess he's assuming health. Purdy is a guy who rarely stays healthy completely. But I found this list fascinating. First things first, because we're in D.C., he's got Jaden Daniels 8th in the NFL in passing yards at 39.17. I would love that, by the way. If Jaden Daniels finishes just shy of 4,000, over 3,900 passing yards, it means he stayed healthy. It means he played in, 15 or 16 games. And you can account for another probably somewhere between 600 and 900 rushing yards. Let's just say 750, 800 rushing yards. You're getting 4,500 plus, upwards of 4,700 yards from Jaden Daniels. If he throws for almost 4,000, David Blau is the real deal, and this offense cooked.
It would have put him, as I think you just alluded to, 8th or 9th last year, and
And his
prognosticating going
projection is
forward.
8th this year.
Yeah, so and that would kind of fit. It would also sort of fit the story that this team doesn't have to score 38 to win, right? It would fit this is all, less is asked. Don't be Superman. We don't need you to, have 500 yards of total offense for us to have a chance like we're playing in the Big 12. This is more of a team football game, and you're managing some of that.
Yeah, but he'd be 8th in the NFL in passing yards. So I don't know how much of it. My takeaway is that you don't have to do a lot throwing the football. 7 guys will have thrown the ball for more yards than him at that point. I think it's just a sign of the times, kind of. Like, if you would have told me, I'm trying to think of when I would go back to, the Jay Gruden offense with Cousins and Deshaun Jackson and Pierre Garçon and Santana Moss, like all those guys.
2016.
Vernon Davis and maybe Jordan Reed even before that. He threw for 4,900 yards one year, almost 5,000 passing yards. If you would have said going into that year, the following season, Cousins will throw for 3,900, I'd be like, oh, they're running the ball a lot. They're taking a bunch off his plate. That would be 300 more yards than Jaden threw for in the electric 2024 season. Be a pretty big leap. They got him within 15 yards of what they're pegging Matt Stafford for, or saying, Patrick Mahomes is going to get 3,800, 10th in the NFL. Now, he may or may not play week 1.
Right.
So maybe that's part of it. But they've got him right there with Joe Burrow and Jared Goff, who's going to be slinging it around indoors for the Detroit Lions. But for me, I guess my bigger thing is, if that happens, ... My takeaway, Danny, is he's healthy, so everything's okay. But I'm assuming that they're baking health in. This is not
right?
Projection that he's going to stay healthy. You're just assuming everyone plays all season. What does that look like? But I would take the under on 39-17. There's nothing really I've seen either by way of what they've added. To your point, would you make a lot at the receiver position, or just generally Jaden's style of play where he's going to be a dual threat, he's going to make plays with his legs, he's going to be out of the pocket a bunch. I don't know if he just wants to stand there and wing it around for 4,200, 4,300. I'd like nothing more than that. But I think he's probably going to be more in the 35 to 37 range, and then you're adding another 700, 800 as a rusher.
Yeah, I would take under. I wonder what number it'd have to get down to for me to take the over.
You take the over on 34, probably?
I don't know that I would, because again, health.
Okay, so assuming
health. That's what's so hard. I think that's the neighborhood, is that 3,400 range, because that's kind of where I see it going.
So you think if he played, it's hard to say 17 games.
Let's
just say 16, because we're assuming health. Either he sits at the end of the season because they've locked up the division, obviously, in week 18, Danny. Or, for whatever reason, he misses a game at some point. Concussion protocol or something else. Misses one game all year. You wouldn't take the over on 3,400 yards?
No, it's about, 210 yards a game, which is what he did in the magical 2024 season.
He was at almost 3,600, right?
He was, 35-68.
Yeah. Okay, so 2 years later?
Brand new offense. You got smoke and mirrors last time. Tough schedule. The word is out, in terms of defense and how to stop him.
Everyone says he's an MVP candidate.
Yeah, not enough to support him. Not in a prolific way. This is all checked down near the line of scrimmage. Nothing explosive at this point. I think you get to those big yardage totals by hitting a couple of homers. I don't see where the homers are coming from, and that's still my big sticking point here. I think you can have a good offense. I think you'll run the ball. I think there'll be some cool creative stuff. Get a little yards after the catch, a few gimmick things here and there. But I think they're going to be less prolific. I think they're going to take their time. I don't think you're going to hurry up and run twice as many plays as everybody else. I think they're trying to win 20-17 instead of 30-29.
If he doesn't surpass the rookie year of yards playing 16 games, I'd be surprised. I'll stop short of saying disappointed because I got to see what the rest of it looks like. If it is a dependent statistic, to your point, because they're just busy kicking everybody's butts and they're winning a lot of 24-14 games or running the football well or whatever, and they're an 11-6 football team, then who cares? I mean, I could. There's not any care at all in the world for what his numbers are, but this is such a better scheme offensively, and it's so much more quarterback friendly that would be really, really disappointing for me. The scheme they're running is the Ben Johnson scheme. So that's the Bears offense from last year, and Caleb Williams, first year in a new scheme, who had shown way less than Jaden Daniels and had similar weaponry essentially going into the year. I think Colston Loveland ended up being a beast. I don't know if Washington has one of those, but going into the year, very similar. He threw for 3,942 yards last year as an example. So if we're saying 3,400 is like reasonable over-under, I don't know. That would be a little light for me. That'd be disappointing. But I also really trust the scheme and believe in this offense.
I wonder, because again, this kind of goes back to the conversation we've had ad nauseum about defense and helping the quarterback and those other kind of things. I'm just like taking every external factor out and looking at there is going to be a play where the quarterback drops back and throws, and we're evaluating that, right? As we kind of try to do when we talk about quarterback play. That's why we don't play the wins and losses game, et cetera. I wonder how different it's going to look, and I wonder how prolific this passing attack is going to be. I get the sense that they aren't as concerned about that. Maybe I'm crazy.
So.
You don't think so? I think this is
I think when I don't know what they think. I'd imagine it's more along the lines of what I'm saying than what you're saying, which is it seems like when you talk about the passing attack, you act like the little Giants are going to go out there, and they go, Terry McLaurin's pretty damn good. Antonio Williams is pretty solid. Chig Okonkwo is a pretty good football player. We've got some weapons that we like. And oh, by the way, Jaden Daniels in and of himself, if he's accurate, if he's pinpoint, if he's making throws, if he's throwing guys open, if he's extending plays, doing all the stuff he did in 2024, all of a sudden Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey might even be more helpful than people think they are. So I think that's kind of their vision. Less like, how could anyone possibly ever get open? Which is kind of how you feel. Seems like.
No, it's not that extreme, but I go.
But more that than the other.
Yeah, I go, well, look at Ben Johnson in Detroit. I'd like to see what a lot of offensive coordinators would do with the best slot receiver plus in the sport, Amon-Ra St. Brown. One of the best deep threats in the sport in Jameson Williams. A great tight end that's probably 6th or 7th, depends on your ranking, in Laporte in terms of pass catcher. The best offensive line in the sport, a veteran quarterback that knows what he's doing, a thumping running back, and...
He just did it with the Bears without all of that stuff. He left and did it in Chicago.
They had a nice offense. They weren't what Detroit was, and that's my point. It's just going to translate. I hope it does. Jaden Daniels doesn't take snaps from under center. We're just assuming all these great things.
Last year, Caleb Williams hadn't.
I know. We're assuming it, and a lot of guys have never hit a breaking ball. Sometimes they still can't. Some guys sometimes they learn how to do it. We're just assuming all these different steps. A, he's healthy, which I'm not assuming. B, he takes to this like a fish to water, and without kind of the same level of talent, you're supposed to make beautiful music. I think some of these things take time, and progress isn't linear.
3rd in rushing DVOA last year, the Bears, under Ben Johnson. 6th in average offense in yards. But, it will take time in building up the talent to be the number 1 offense in the sport, probably, like the Lions had been. But that was pretty quick. With the Bears players that were there, in a couple of additions, the scheme worked. You saw it with Kyle when he went to San Francisco or came here. It didn't really matter who he had, where he had. It's Jabbar Gaffney going for 1,000. It's Anthony Armstrong going for 950. I think the offense has worked. Now, my question is David Blau going to be able to do it? Because he's never done it before. That I do have questions about. But if he's good at it, like Kyle, like Ben, like some of these guys, then you're probably going to be okay. G&D on the Fan, if you got a thought on any of that, you can chime in 800-636-1067. We are getting you ready for Nats pregame before we get out of here. That's at 6:15 on Grant and Danny.